right now we are in the middle of it. A significant ice storm freezing over the city right now. We've got round-the-clock forecasts and our team coverage all across North Georgia happening for you this Sunday morning.
And everyone is still being asked to stay off those roads. GDOT says black ice is most common overnight and into the early morning hours. Here's a live look right now over Highway 60 in Gainesville. Not sure that we have that right now, but you see this map with that ice just blanketing the area there coming down. Roads all across Georgia are being treated with millions of gallons of brine. But remember, treating for ice is much different than treating for snow.
That's right, and as that ice is starting to build up, the potential for power outages and downed trees certainly grows, posing a big risk to you and your family. So right now, here's a live look at Georgia Power's outage map. Right now, across the metro, we have a couple hundred customers without power. It doesn't take much, though, for power lines to freeze over and send you into the dark. That, of course, is the big question. But thousands of crews are already on standby, ready to respond, and we are tracking all of it for you this morning. And good morning, everybody. It is Sunday. It is 4 a.m. Thank you for being up early with us. Maybe some people stayed up all night kind of seeing what. So if you've been up with us, we appreciate that as well. It is January 25th, and I'm Jonathan Martin.
I'm Aisha Howard. We thank you for being with us here and that we get you straight over to our team coverage.
Yeah, we have team coverage from Metro Atlanta to White County as well. We're making sure you and your family can stay safe and up to date with the very latest conditions.
But first, let's get you straight to meteorologists Chessie McNeil and Nicole Hartford for the very latest on this forecast.
All right, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we're starting off with a picture. This is just outside our studios here. This is I-85, and you can see where folks are still out and about, getting along fine. I've been checking this to see, because it's an elevated surface, there's air going up under these overpasses here. Haven't seen anyone sliding out, at least, and no accidents as of yet, but we'll be watching this as we go along. You can see the winds are blowing as well as that camera continues to shake a little bit. Not a whole lot of folks out, but some are trying to get out and about and around for some reason or another. Hopefully a lot of people staying at home. That's what we're going to need today as that ice continues to pile up a little bit. Freezing rain continues in our area, started up here toward the northeast, and now it's making its way down to the south. That wedge in place, as you can see, that freezing rain extending all the way down past the city of Atlanta, down here to the south in some of our southernmost counties, down toward Clayton County as well, over toward the airport. Reports of icing on elevated surfaces there. We got numerous reports of even some sleet mixing in a few of these spots, especially up here toward the northeast. I think where you see these pink, purple areas here, that's just a little bit of sleet mixing in with some of that freezing rain over toward Commerce, down toward Lawrenceville as well, over toward North Fulton County, down toward Roswell. You're dealing with freezing rain also in the city of Atlanta, down toward Forest Park, even over toward the west into Douglasville. Took some time to get into Paulding County, but now we're starting to see some of that pink begin to inundate that area as well. Moving into the Dallas area, got some reports up toward Ackworth and over toward Sandy Springs as well of icing that's taking place along some of the railings and some of those elevated surfaces as well. No doubt, especially up to the north of the city, there will be some patches on the roads where we'll get some frozen patches as well. So you definitely want to avoid, especially some of those back roads. We're looking at out here to the south, and you can see where that moisture continues to lift further off to the north. Starting to see it come to an end now. We were looking at it down toward Alabama into Montgomery, where they had a couple lightning strikes. Now we got some moderate pockets pushing into some of our southern counties as well. That's going to continue to push to the north, and as it does, we'll bring down some of that very heavy freezing rain, which will no doubt add to the totals in our forecast area. After this batch moves through, we'll start to see some patchy spots of it as it continues to push further off to the north. Now, the question that we'll have later on this afternoon is how quickly will that wedge that's over us begin to break down. Look at these temperatures. You're in the 20s up here toward the northeast. Clayton at 28, 26 degrees right now in Gainesville. You're at 28 also over toward Canton, 27 degrees over toward Athens. And no doubt the freezing rain here. Right at the freezing mark in Atlanta. Once you get to the south of Atlanta, that's where the temperatures are above the freezing mark. And over toward the west as well. Carrollton, Georges Rome, all above the freezing mark at this hour. And you're probably looking at this and you're saying 27 degrees in Athens, 27 degrees in Athens, 26 degrees in Gainesville. Wouldn't that be coming down as snow? Well, you got to think about precipitation, how it falls, and what's over us. Now, above our heads, where we have the temperatures down into the 20s, we have the warmer air. And so it comes down as rain, but once it gets closer to the surface, or at least attaches itself to the surface, where temperatures are down into the 20s, that's when you start to see it freezing over. And so if you look at this, you'll see once it makes contact, that's where we get the freezing. Can't really see that on the road, especially at night. And so that's why we will get the slipping and sliding, especially in those back roads that folks will try to navigate through. Sleet would typically pile up on the road, and you you can see it as you navigate through that. And so that is why it is freezing rain instead of snow at this hour. Our ice storm continues. It will last until Monday morning, where we're expecting significant ice amounts, especially where you see the highlighted counties here in the purple. That means it's going to be dangerous for driving. Don't want to be out, folks. Even if you're thinking about going out, don't do it. Just stay inside and watch us as we let you know what's going on. Also, power outages, those will start to add up as well as the ice begins to accumulate on some of those trees. That'll weigh them down, mainly breaking, especially if you're getting above 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch of ice on those trees. They'll start to break. That'll fall on power lines, and then the power outages will begin. All right, we'll start to see that a little bit later on this morning and into the afternoon as well, especially with the icing that's taking place as we begin to speak. So those two are major concerns. Again, the power outages and also traveling on the roads will become very tricky to treacherous and can do that quickly. Now, even with 1/4 of an inch of ice, even walking around becomes a little bit difficult, as we'll have that glazing taking place on some of the sidewalks, also the railings out there as well. You got to be careful driving and walking around even in 1/10 of an inch. But now we're talking about widespread 1/4 of an inch of ice coating on the cars that are out there. Gonna have to use that scraper if you have to get out. Dangerous on the bridges, those overpasses that we tell you about, where the air gets under those, could be very dangerous on those. They freeze first, okay? Keep that in mind. And then the trees and the power lines, that's when they start to sag a little bit. Will start to break as well. Now, once you get into the 1/2 an inch and greater, that's where it becomes very crippling outside. You can't get around, folks. The road's almost impassable, if at all. I'd say no travel at all, of course. And then power outages could last for days when you get above an inch, 1/2 an inch, up to an inch. And some of the areas in our area will experience that as we head into the afternoon. You're looking at temperatures by this afternoon getting up to about 35 degrees, right around 40 for an afternoon high. That's that warmer air that will begin to move into our area. Hopefully we'll change it over to all rain. Let's talk more about that and walk you through the timeline with Nicole Harford. Nicole?
Thanks, Chesley. As we go throughout the day today, we'll start to see those temperatures warm up a little bit, which is really going to be imperative in our forecast in getting rid of some of the freezing rainfall that's actively falling and helping to melt a little bit of the ice that does manage to accumulate. But it looks like we've got multiple hours of potential freezing rain ahead of us for the Atlanta metro and then off towards the northeast as well. So the next couple of hours, we will continue to track these showers that come down in the form of freezing rain. Temperatures are in right around the freezing point at this point, so we'll continue to stay right around that low 30s, upper 20s threshold through at least sunrise this morning. Now, Chesley mentioned that we're waiting for the wedge to erode across North Georgia, and that is the case. That will allow temperatures to warm up from the southwest up towards the northeast. As that happens, we'll transition back from that freezing rain that accumulates as ice to only cold rainfall. But it is not a guarantee that that happens for everyone. In fact, the most likely scenario is that our far northeastern counties do not get above freezing throughout the day today. So those spots would continue to accumulate ice, which is why we think ice accumulations up towards the northeastern portions of the state are going to be on the higher end. Now, our main line of showers and potentially some heavier rain and heavier sleet and freezing rain starts to move through as we get closer to lunchtime. This will swing through during the early hours of the afternoon. Again, it may get some spots up above freezing, even into our northeastern counties, but look at what happens to our temperatures by 3 o'clock. This warmer air starts to surge in from the south, allowing temperatures to climb rapidly up into the 40s and maybe even the 50s for some of our far southern counties. Through the Atlanta metro, our temperatures today will likely get up into the upper 30s, which is warm enough to help alleviate some of that ice accumulation that we're anticipating through the course of the next couple hours. As this comes through, we will have the opportunity for some very heavy rainfall, even some isolated embedded thunderstorms, and it's going to be a pretty quick mover. So all of this is out of here by about sunset tonight, and we're left with some cloud cover and likely a lot of water on the ground and on the roads. Now, there is actually a low-end severe weather threat associated with the storms that come through later today. The main threat is going to be down towards our south, but some of our far southern counties are included in that level 1 risk for severe storms. So a low-end threat that a few isolated storms could bring some gusty winds and also the potential maybe mainly to the south for a brief spin-up tornado. That level 2 threat encompasses portions of southwest Georgia as well as southern Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. What will happen is as our area of low pressure, the associated cold front, comes a little bit closer towards us, this pushes northward and pulls in a lot of warmer air from the Gulf, allowing that transition from freezing rain to rain across a good chunk of North Georgia. Behind it, the truly cold air is going to move in. So Arctic air that's currently bottled up towards the north is going to sink southward tonight and into tomorrow, which means temperatures are about to get a lot colder. In fact, our overnight lows by Monday morning are down into the 20s. By Tuesday morning, we're talking teens and single digits. And this matters a lot, especially in locations that do manage to lose power and in locations where we still have water or any type of moisture on the roads or on the ground overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. Because even if there's only water on the ground tonight, it will refreeze overnight as temperatures drop down into the teens and the 20s. So while there may be some improvement as far as ice is concerned later this afternoon and even into the evening, anything left will refreeze overnight tonight. And in some spots across North Georgia, we may only get to just at or just barely above the freezing point tomorrow afternoon. So we will be stuck with the cold air for the foreseeable future. Chesley?
All right, thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that. Now, the impacts from this storm could be major, especially up toward the north and east. We'll be watching for that. You see this red area here. That's where we're looking at high impacts from the storm. So we're saying from Forsyth County, far northwestern portions of Cherokee County, up toward the northeast, all the way up into Rayburn County. That's where we're expecting to see the totals the highest, and that will be where we have the major impacts. Hall County will be included in that. White County, Lumpkin County included in that. Habersham County included in that. And that's where we could see isolated amounts up to about an inch. Now, if it gets up to an inch, all bets are off as far as the amount of damage that's going to be happening to trees and also power lines in this particular area. We still got a ways to go with this as that freezing rain continues to fall. Surrounding that is that orange area that you see. That's where we have the medium impacts. That includes the Atlanta metro area. And then over toward the east, this is where we'll have about a quarter of an inch up to about a half an inch. And that's where we'll see those medium impacts. Still talking about numerous power outages in this particular area. And then you see the rapid fall off once you get down toward LaGrange, down toward the central portions of the state, down toward Macon. That's where we'll see minimal impacts there, but still the icing that will be taking place on the road, you definitely need to be on the lookout for. As far as our extended forecast, it shows that the cold air comes in as we head into Monday. We do have a cold advisory. You can see from Rome, Atlanta, over toward the Athens area, that cold air comes in so that by the time you're waking up on Monday morning, we'll be looking at wind chills down around 0 to about 15 degrees. That's the way it feels when you're exposed skin. Those temperatures will be down into the teens in a lot of spots, and so it's going to be very cold. So anything that happens to thaw out will refreeze, or that rain that comes down that Nicole was telling you about will refreeze on our roadways. So we have to be on the lookout for that. This very well could extend into Tuesday. Look at Tuesday morning, 16 degrees for a start temperature, and then we get the sunshine in, it starts to warm it up a little bit. We will be cold for the rest of the week, as you can see, even into the upcoming weekend. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Chelsea, thank you. So up in northeast Georgia, cars are already seeing ice sticking to their windows, and some may be seeing slick spots out there on the roads.
Yeah, this is an area, Aisha, we've been telling you about that could see the most significant freezing rain. So let's get out to our Chase Howell, who's in Helen, Georgia, which is in White County. And Chase, what's it looking like out there this morning? You are all bundled up.
Hey, good morning, you guys. Yes, I am, because it's cold and it's wet. Exactly what our meteorologists have been telling us. I mean, look at the ground here. I mean, you're going to already start to see the pooling of this water. And as we've been learning about freezing rain, we understand that it's going to come down wet, but when it hits these cold surfaces, it's going to become ice. Now, take a look at this car, you guys. Okay, so don't judge me. We didn't bring an ice scraper to an ice storm, but I have my hotel card. Look at this. Look how thick that ice is. I mean, it's incredible to see. And this, again, is exactly what our meteorologists told us about. They said we're going to see ice start to stick on cars. We're going to start to see it stick on decks. We're going to see it stick on grass. And now I just got done talking with the deputy director of White County for their public safety department. And he says bridges, overpasses, and bypasses throughout the county are becoming slick. The deputy director is also saying they're getting reports of the same thing on Highway 115 east and west of Cleveland, Georgia, and Highway 129 just north of the same area. And while people may not see these slick spots, he says they're absolutely there.
And what I hope doesn't happen is people wake up this morning and they don't see, Antarctica outside, that they think it's okay to hit the roads. Don't do that. I promise you it is happening. And the precipitation is nowhere near done. I mean, this is going to be an all day event, and it's only going to get worse from here.
Yeah, and listen to this, you guys. I want to show you how icy the grass is. Listen. I mean, did you guys hear the crunch underneath my shoe? I mean, it's again, going back to what our meteorologists have been telling us, where we're going to see that ice stick first. And I want to reiterate what we've been telling you, what Chesley just said. Again, the rain coming down is freezing rain. All because it's not ice yet, it's liquid, does not mean it's not going to freeze. Again, it's going to hit these cold surfaces like the grass, like the cars, like your back deck, and it's going to freeze. So you guys, all because you're not seeing those slick spots on the road does not mean that they're not there. But for right now, live in White County, Chase Howell, 11 Alive News.
All right, Chase, thank you. I love that soundbite there. Just because you don't wake up and see Antarctica outside, this is something that may not be all in your face, but surely something to be watched out for.
This is not Elsa's playground.
All right, this is not Arendelle. Thank you so much, Chase.
All right, well, several school districts in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia have already gone ahead and canceled schools for tomorrow and are doing virtual learning. So we're going to tell you more about those school districts in just a moment, but we know some of our major ones have canceled. Yeah,
parents already making plans, anticipating that, but we want to take you now to Athens, Clark County, where the freezing rain is hitting there early this morning. Government officials and power crews alike, they expect the conditions to be dangerous well into today and tomorrow.
11 Alive's Joe Ripley is joining us live again this morning in the Classic City. So, Joe, a lot developing there in Athens overnight.
That's right, Jonathan and Aisha. And you mentioned those school closures. We understand that the University of Georgia here in Athens, as well as Clark County schools, will be closed on Monday due to what you're seeing now. And this frozen precipitation has just picked up within the last 10 minutes or so. To give you an idea of what's fallen so far, my photographer, Adrian, can you zoom in there and see those icicles here on the table? We're right outside our hotel here in Athens. This is the kind of accumulation, and buildup that can occur as this frozen precip continues to fall throughout the day. And the danger, Adrian, if you'll pan up with me and zoom in towards those power lines, as more and more of this wintry mix begins to fall, it will begin to weigh down on these power lines. That, combined with some of these stronger winds that we're feeling that are getting heavier, it seems, by the second here, are going to weigh down and sway those, and it's going to be unbearable, according to government officials and power crews that we've been speaking with all weekend long. That is the real danger here. You heard Chase talk about the roads. Right now, we're seeing some puddles starting to build up because of all of the wintry mix and precipitation that we're seeing. We've only spotted a couple of cars here and there. That is some of the good news here, even early on a Sunday morning. But the warning today is to stay off the roads. Don't leave your house. Please don't go anywhere. Stay hunkered down wherever you are and make sure that you are prepared for the emergency. We have been warning you all week long that this is what was coming, and now that it's finally here, please do not chance it. Do not go out on the roads because you risk being stuck. Power crews say, it's going to get rougher as the day goes on. The temperatures are going to fall. It's going to feel a lot worse than what you see, as we've been warning you. So please stay at home, stay where you are, and make sure you have the necessary food, medication, water, reserve power sources, because it's only going to get worse from here, y'all. Back to you.
All right, Joe Ripley this morning. At least Joe is dressed for the occasion.
Yeah.
He looks like he is staying pretty warm. All right, Joe, we'll be checking back with you live in Athens all morning. Thank you.
So we've been finding out several school districts in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, they've already gone ahead and canceled school for tomorrow, or they will do that virtual learning. Atlanta and Gwinnett Public Schools will be virtual, while Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Henry County schools will all be closed tomorrow. We have a full list of the closures and school announcements running at the bottom of your screen and on 11alive.com.
Let's get get you back to our team of meteorologists, starting with Chesley McNeil. Good morning.
Good morning. So yes, we are looking at that freezing rain coming right on down. You can see as the rainfall down here to the south runs up to the north, once it runs into those temperatures where we're below freezing, at least here at the surface, we start to see that freezing rain coming down. And it's been coming down at a pretty decent clip as well, and will continue. Now you can see the end of it there, just past the Columbus area. That will continue to slide further off to the north and bring in more of that rain. And so freezing rain, that is, and it will continue to pile up on us a little bit. Again, it's up here toward the northeast. We're expecting to see the higher totals. A little bit of sleet mixing in at times in a few spots. Over here to the west so far, it has been all liquid, as you can see over toward the Georges Rome area, down toward Carrollton as well in Carroll County, and then further down to the south, down toward places like Meriwether and Troup counties as well. It has been on the liquid side, but once you get up toward the city, in fact, just south of the city, over toward Henry County, had that rain through the night. Some sleet and freezing rain began to mix in with it. Now you're changing over to all rain there. And showing you some of these slick spots now. Take a look here. This is over toward Decatur right now, and you can see where that rain is falling down. And you also see, if you look very closely here, you can see where it's starting to freeze up on the light post there. And so you'll start to see some icicles form. No doubt those will get a little bit longer as the rain continues to come down, but cars are going by pretty quickly in a lot of spots. In fact, here is the highway here. This is I-85. This is headed downtown. This will be heading up toward the north, and you can see where the roads are glazed over, no doubt wet, but a lot of cars been driving through. Hopefully they're going slow. I can't tell the speeds at least of where they're going, but hopefully going on the slow side. But that road is very, very wet right now. And with the temperatures starting to fall in our area, because this is an overpass where the air is able to go under it, that could freeze, folks. So we'll be watching this area very closely to see if folks that are out there driving run into some problems right there just outside our station. All right, back to the radar now. Again, you can see where that rain is coming down as freezing rain, and where it is rain, where the temperatures are a little bit above freezing there. It has been raining for a while, or freezing rain has been coming down for a while over toward Juneau, into Mossy Creek, up toward White County, into Clayton, up into Rabun County as well. All of Hall County covered with that freezing rain. And again, you got some sleet as you go a little bit further over toward the east, places like Toccoa, Royalston, over toward Commerce as well. Then down toward the Athens area, it has been coming down as freezing rain. We got plenty of reports up here toward the northeast of people saying where that rain has been mixing with sleet, also starting to accumulate on some of those surfaces, similar to what Joe was showing you on that table outside of the hotel, how the ice is starting to stick to those surfaces. Again, most elevated surfaces is what you're going to find where the ice is sticking at first. Over toward DeKalb County, down into Clayton County as well, Forest Park. Once you get past Douglasville, down to Palmetto, that's when you're seeing a little bit of mixing take place. Further down to the south is where we're seeing that frozen precipitation. Again, we're going to be tracking this rain as it continues to push through. Now, once this gets north of us, it'll be more of the spotted variety, meaning some scattered showers and freezing rain will be around, at least for the rest of the morning. As long as that wedge holds, where those temperatures will be down below the freezing mark, we do think that will be coming down as freezing rain as that moisture continues to lift into this particular area. You got temperatures down into the 20s in a lot of spots there. 28 right now in Clayton, 28 also in Canton, 26 degrees in Gainesville, 27 over toward Athens. You got 30 in Covington, but right at the freezing mark here in the city of Atlanta. You got 34 degrees, Peachtree City, 33 into Carrollton. We're checking the road temperatures as well. I didn't load that map up here, but we are seeing temperatures, road temperatures down into the 30s. They are above the freezing mark, but right at 30 in a few spots, especially up here toward the northeast. And so some spots are below freezing as far as the surface goes. So no doubt there will be some patchy ice on some of these surfaces. I think that grows as we head through the day and into tomorrow night. We'll start to see that become a little bit more widespread. The other concern will be how the ice collects on power lines, because that's going to weigh it down. Doesn't take much ice to accumulate and start to weigh those power lines down, and with the winds that are blowing, starts to swing them a little bit. And so no doubt we'll get getting more power outages as we head through the rest of the morning. Again, our ice storm warning will last until 10 a.m. on Monday. That's where we're expecting to see the higher numbers of accumulation and the higher number of incidents that will be taking place as we head through the day. Look at this. This is our impact map, and it does show this red area here, which includes parts of Banks County, Hall County included in that, Lumpkin and White counties, all the way up to Rabun County. It does also include Dawson County and also Forsyth County and the northwestern portions of Cherokee County as well. South of that, we have that orange area there. That means medium impacts, still impacts, but medium impacts down through the city of Atlanta, and then it starts to drop off from there. No extreme impacts expected as of yet, but that could change as well. And I do think the impacts will linger, right? So we're talking about today, these impacts for today, but I do think they'll linger into Monday as well. So we have to be on the lookout for that. Speaking of Monday and going forward, let's go over to Nicole Hartford, give us a timeline of what we can expect for the rest of the day into tomorrow.
That's right, Chesley. Like you said, things are kind of just getting started when it comes to the freezing rainfall and kind of the impacts of the ice that we'll see across North Georgia. We've got multiple hours still of freezing rain ahead of us. There are a lot of spots around the metro, especially where those road temperatures are still just barely above freezing. So while the ground is wet, it's not quite getting icy within the metro yet. As you go up towards the north, temperatures, the roads, they're a little bit colder already. So we're already starting to see some of that accumulating ice. As we go through the next couple hours, those below freezing temperatures will continue to bring freezing rain across North Georgia for the bulk of our area. So we will be tracking this very closely, specifically as some warmer air tries to kind of wedge its way in later this afternoon. It looks like temperatures for the most part, though, for those locations currently picking up on freezing rain are going to stay either at or below freezing through at least sunrise, and honestly probably through at least 9 or 10 o'clock this morning. So showers will continue to drop rainfall that will eventually freeze upon contact. Now, as we get into the day, as the sun rises, warmer air tries to work its way in from the south. This warmer air may nudge us just enough above freezing for the Atlanta metro, for our western counties, and down towards the south to help not only melt some of the ice that has accumulated, but also to transition our freezing rain back to some just cold rainfall. Now, there will be some exceptions there up towards the northeast of the city. That's where temperatures will warm the slowest. So as the wedge erodes, warmer air comes in from the southwest. Temperatures up towards the northeast through Gainesville, Duluth, Athens may still be either at or just barely below freezing, which means freezing rain continues there, and we'll also see additional ice accumulation. Now, the main event kind of when it comes to the freezing rainfall is right now through the next couple hours, but we'll also be watching this line of storms that moves through later this afternoon, because this will come with potentially some very heavy rainfall, and where locations are still hovering right around freezing, that also means some heavier sleet or heavier freezing rain as well. So this moves through into the middle of the day on Sunday. It also comes with a low-end risk for severe weather down towards our south. Now, our temperatures shouldn't be warm enough to sustain too much of a severe weather threat, so it's only our far southern counties, Southern Troop and Meriwether, Upson County, Pike, Lamar, where we have that level 1 risk for an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm that could produce some gusty winds. The further down south you go, the higher the risk is for that severe weather threat, as well as perhaps an isolated spin-up tornado, especially in those locations into southern Alabama and southwest Georgia and the Florida Panhandle. So we'll be watching for that low-end severe weather threat later today as well. Here's as that line of storms rolls through. You can see the areas of heavy rainfall indicated on the radar. Notice temperatures at this point are significantly warmer down towards the south, still cold as you go up towards the northeast, where the wedge is a little bit more firmly in place. So in some of those locations, we will continue to see some sleet as well as some accumulating freezing rainfall even into the early afternoon. That will allow for some higher ice totals there, and of course more impactful ice accumulation. This whole thing is over around the time the sun sets late tonight. So once that main line of showers and storms comes in, it moves through pretty quickly. It leaves us with cloud cover, and then temperatures pretty quickly plummet as we go into tonight, and that Arctic air sinks southward. So by tomorrow morning, temperatures are down into the teens and the 20s. When you factor in winds, we're talking feels like temperatures in the teens and the single digits. This is important for a couple of reasons. For locations that do end up losing power, it is going to be very cold tonight and into tomorrow, and then again Monday night and into Tuesday night. So if you lose power, you could go a prolonged period of time without it. And as temperatures drop, that's just not a great combination. So you need to be ready for the possibility of that. It also means that any spots that still have any type type of precipitation on the ground, whether that be freezing rain, ice, sleet, or just rain and water. That's going to refreeze overnight Sunday night into tomorrow morning, which could lead to additional icy patches and in some cases black ice that is very difficult to see on Monday morning, even when the sun is out and the sun is shining. So don't completely let your guard down tonight and into tomorrow morning, even as that rain comes to an end. Our winds will also start to pick up a little bit in the next few hours. We're talking breezy conditions, especially as that line of showers and storms comes through. So anything that does manage to accumulate any type of substantial ice, whether that be trees or power lines, these winds are likely to kind of knock them over and lead to additional power outages or downed tree limbs. So just keep that in mind, that winds will still be pretty breezy throughout the day. Once our main line of showers and storms rolls through, winds will start to calm into this evening and overnight tonight, but we're still talking kind of breezy conditions. And if trees are weighed down by ice overnight, that will still lead likely to additional sagging and breaking tree limbs as well as power lines. So still going to see impacts from the ice storm even into tonight. Chesley?
All right, let's take a live look. Thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate it. I want to take a live look here over toward 400. I think it's Brownsville Road, where you can really see some of that precipitation that's falling down. I think it's ready yet, but we'll show it to you once it's ready. Really see some of that ice coming down and covering some of the roadways up there. Again, we're starting to get some reports now of where the ice is starting to coat some of the roads, and also we can take it now. Okay, let's take a look at it. There's a better look at it right there. Okay, this is again going toward Georgia 400. The good news is that there's nobody really in this area, or at least cars trying to navigate around like they are down here in the city. So be very, very careful, folks. You'll see scenes like this, especially where there's no one, at least on the road. It will start to coat that road, and you'll have some slick spots out there. So be very, very, very careful. We talked about the impacts, right? And we talked about this red area here, which indicates high impacts, especially up here toward the north and east. That's where the freezing rain has been coming down the longest and will continue as we head further into the morning and into early afternoon. We talked about that wedge in place and how quickly that wedge will break down. We just think it will hold here up toward the northeast, so we'll be seeing the rain, freezing rain a lot longer in these areas. And so when we talk about some of the impacts, two in particular that we are looking at very closely, that would be the power outages and also the roads, all right? So when we think about power outages, just a half an inch of ice adds 500 pounds to these lines, all right? And so that means they'll start to sag. If the poles start to bend in as well, we'll drag that down, if not snap, because we also will have the winds out there, and those winds will have these power lines really colliding with one another as they sway back and forth in that cold air, all right? And that causes them to snap. So that's one of the things that we'll be looking at. We're also looking at overpasses on the roads. Roads typically will cool off at an even rate, right, altogether. But when you talk about an overpass, it cools off more rapidly because the air around it, right, there's air underneath and air over top, will make it freeze faster, all right? It loses a lot of its heat quicker. So that's why we look at the overpasses, ice forming on those first, okay? Not the adjacent ground. They don't have the ground to help to insulate that. So that will freeze first. So you got to be careful going over bridges and overpasses, and also it's off ramps, things where the air gets underneath the road as well. Cold air alert. All right, we have a cold advisory that will take effect on Monday morning at 4 a.m. and will last until 10 a.m. That's where we're expecting to see those wind chills down below zero. And so you can see from Georgia's Rome, Atlanta, over toward Athens, all the highlighted counties here, which is much of our area, except for our far easternmost counties, we'll be looking at very, very cold air. So as Nicole was showing you, we'll get some rain that will finally start to push into the Atlanta metro area and try to move in points northward as well. We'll see if these areas hold on to that cold. If not, they'll get into on the rain as well. Once that rain moves in, it'll be wetting the roadways, and then we get that cold air that pushes in, and so that's going to lead to more black ice forming, especially for Monday morning. Lots of our schools are already closed, which is good, so a lot of folks don't have to be out on the roads. Hopefully you will not either, again, as that cold air continues to push right on into our forecast area. In fact, we won't rise that far above the freezing mark on Monday. We're forecasting a high of about 34 degrees after a 23-degree start. So it'll be very cold in the morning, along with those winds, making it feel like the teens and the single digits out there. And then we'll heat up to around 34 degrees. We will have the sunshine in place on Monday, but it's going to be a very cold day. In fact, staying cold through the week. Tuesday morning, we'll be down into the teens once again. So there could be some refreezing that will take place. And then we'll be looking at temperatures only around the 40-degree mark, really for the rest of the week. But at least we will be dry. You're still going to need a coat. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you so much. We'll be checking back with you shortly. Well, ahead of this winter storm, Governor Brian Kemp, you may remember, declared a state of emergency across Georgia. Now, it does not mean that we should panic. It does mean, though, we should be pre-positioned and getting ready so they position some help before the conditions get worse.
So let's tell you what's involved with this. The order activates the State Operations Center, putting GDOT, Emergency Management, State Patrol, and utilities under one coordinated command. It allows aggressive pre-treatment of interstates, bridges, and overpasses, and shifts resources to the most dangerous spots first. Now, this authorizes the governor to deploy the Georgia National Guard for transportation, rescue, supply delivery, or even welfare checks if needed. 500 Georgia National Guard soldiers have already been called into service. Now, the order temporarily waives some trucking restrictions, so fuel, food, medical supplies, and power restoration equipment can move a little bit faster. It also triggers consumer protections, making it illegal to jack up prices on gas, food, water, lodging, or emergency supplies.
All right, and all of that takes an order. It takes effect. Governor Brian Kemp is urging people to stay off the roads as conditions deteriorate, saying it helps first responders to do their job, and the biggest thing, to keep all of us safer.
Folks need to start getting off the roads on Saturday night. If it's bad where you are on Sunday, just do us a favor, do the State Patrol, DOT, all the other folks, utility crews, if they're out working, if you can just stay off the roads, that would be a big favor to us and help keep everybody safe.
Governor Brian Kemp also says that early cooperation, staying home if you can, helps road crews, the state troopers, and all those utility workers respond faster as those conditions, as we know, are getting worse.
And despite the conditions outside, people are still driving around in Midtown.
Let's check in with our Caitlin Ross. She is live on West Peachtree, where people, Caitlin, are out on the roads you're seeing.
They are, Jonathan, and unfortunately driving a little bit too fast. We've seen a lot of cars driving down West Peachtree, and we're kind of telling them slow down a little bit. You know, we're seeing the rain on the road. You can definitely see the precipitation coming down on the ground. When it hits your face, it feels like it's freezing. I want to show you what the roadway looks like here. You can see the water running right there. We're looking up into the trees and seeing those raindrops start to stick on the trees. And those are the conditions they're starting to feel worried about. It's when that rain starts freezing and sticking. That's when they really want people to be careful. We were at the news conference yesterday with all of the emergency management agencies who said just how important it is to stay off the roads because they're trying to treat those roads as quickly as possible. But to do a full loop with all those roads they need to treat, that takes about 14 hours. That is a really long time to try and get all of the roads treated and make sure that everybody can move around safely. They also said they have strike teams positioned all throughout the city. They're making sure that if there is an emergency, they're able to respond quickly. They activated guardsmen, troopers, DNR officers. They're staging with chainsaws to make sure that they can cut down any limbs that come by so people can get through on the roads. But overall, their message is safety. They really want to make sure that people are prepared to hunker down and stay safe today. Today especially, they're asking people to stay off the roads, stay home, make sure that they're staying safe. But the governor's task force says they're doing everything they can to prepare proactively on their side so they're ready in case it goes wrong. Reporting live in Midtown, Caitlin Ross, 11 Alive News.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. So let's take you back up north now. In Hall County, the temperatures are below freezing and ice is starting to accumulate.
Our Doug Turnbull is live in Gainesville for us again this morning. Doug, you were there yesterday. So how are we feeling this morning? I see something falling right behind you.
Correct, and that's why we didn't have to go far. We went about 15 yards outside of the hotel here, and as soon as we stepped outside this morning, we knew we were getting into it, okay, because it's slick on the ground, about 27 degrees, and it's sleet mixed in with freezing rain here. So we have kind of a freezing sort of slush on the ground here. You see my redneck boots here doing the twist, okay? And then I want to pan up, Boise, because Chase Howell was using a credit card to try to scrape the windows. But look, I have an actual 11 Alive scraper here, and even doing this, it takes a while to power through and get the ice off the window of our vehicle here, okay? So this is not frost. This is actual ice that is sticking to vehicles. Now, Hall County, when we were out here yesterday, we were at their road maintenance headquarters, if you will, and they were already pre-treating the roads with brine and then aggregate, and they tell us that, thankfully, officials tell us from the sheriff's office, people have heeded the warning. So listen in.
Hall County Sheriff's Office continues to have deputies, our patrol deputies, full shift on the roads. A couple are have come in and volunteered to work overtime, so we're bolstered a little bit during the overnight. So far, folks have heeded the warnings on our end of things, and so we're not seeing a lot of volume on the roadways, and that's a good thing.
Indeed it is. Now, before this hit, I walked up to Brownsbridge Road here in front of our hotel. It's completely white with this kind of icy glaze. It's not snow. It looks like snow. And there are no cars coming. I was about to walk away, and I saw a pickup truck coming up the hill. And while they were going slowly and driving as you should, if you were going to get on the ice, which I don't recommend, I could hear them spinning their tires as they went by. Now, the Hall Emergency Management Center, or their Operations Center, rather, has been open since 12 noon yesterday. And their warming center on Nopone Road has also been open. The North Hall Community Center is open as a warming center for the duration of the storm. Lastly, I checked in with Hall 911 dispatch and with their public information office. There are no reports of any roads like shut down or trees down or big wrecks, but also people are asleep right now. They expect those phones to start ringing off the hook once people wake up and assess what's a deteriorating situation. Here in Gainesville, Doug Turnbull, 11 Live News.
All right, Doug. So it's been so interesting. So we've gone to what, four reporters so far, and everyone has something a little bit different. Doug has the sleet, and then we saw Joe Ripley there with the freezing rain. So, and then Chase had the ice already building up. It was getting thick. So it just kind of shows you why we have people out, so widespread.
And it's just getting started. So we're going to be dealing with this for the next day or so. But during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta struggling to afford basic necessities. So right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm. You can scan that QR code that you see right there in the bottom, and that is how you can make a donation through next Saturday, January 31st. So you still have a lot of time.
All right, meteorologist Chesney McNeil, you said you could see the sleet like bouncing off of Doug's jacket.
Yeah, sleet typically will come out of the sky as rain, and then it gets to a frozen layer, and then it'll freeze up before it hits the surface, so it bounces along the surface or off your jacket or off your hood. Where freezing rain comes down as liquid, it stays as liquid until it makes contact with an elevated surface, and then it kind of glazes over on the road, sidewalks, on your patio, your railings, those kind of things, right? Now, what's happening here in Rome so far has been all rain this far to the west over into Georgia's Rome. It's coming down too in some spots there. You got the winds blowing around as well. You notice our camera not frozen over, nice and clear, almost a couple of raindrops on the lens, but other than that, so far, it has been on the rain side. But some mixing expected to take place, maybe even changing over into all freezing rain before it's all said and done. So we'll be watching this very closely as well. Been looking at those cameras as we have been looking around our area and watching for what has been taking place. Now, talked about where Doug is up there in Hall County, and where you see these purples in here, that's where we're seeing maybe some sleet mixing in at times. And no doubt he's getting that mixing taking place. So no doubt some rain, some freezing rain mixing with that sleet there. Again, once you make your way further down to the south where temperatures are above freezing, it has been all rain. You can see the end of this, I'm going to call it a light to moderate bout of precipitation pushing further off to the north, already starting to hit some of our southernmost counties as far as the southern ends of Troop, Meriwether County. That will continue to lift to the north. So we still got a little ways to go with this rain, making its way further off to the north, running into this wedge that is setting up here where we have colder air, and that is what's causing that freezing rain to come down and that mixing that's taking place. Going to take some time for the accumulation to start. So here we are, just 4:42 in the morning, and so by the time we get to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, you'll probably start hearing about more and more power outages or trees on roads or trees on or limbs on power lines, those kind of things, because again, that weight will start to take effect as it begins to accumulate. And so we're just now getting into this, folks, and it will be with us at least through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon, I think, especially up here to the far northeast, as that continues to stay under the wedge before that warmer air that Nicole was telling us about begin to take effect. So from Toccoa over toward Mossy Creek, mostly our easternmost counties there, Elberton as well, our easternmost cities here, experiencing some of that sleet mixing in. You got, once you get down toward Beaufort, over toward Roswell, we've seen the reports, have heard the reports of freezing rain that's in those areas, over toward Juneau as well, Canton, trying to stretch a little bit further over toward the east, not quite over into the Rome area. You see Calhoun with that rain in place. up toward LJ, even up toward Higdon. These are up to the far north. We're still seeing some rain, maybe a little bit of mixing taking place. Our far northwestern counties where it started yesterday, catching a break from the rain for now, but some of that will be coming back as well. It's over to the far east, even into Carrollton. It's been all rain so far, but you come a little bit further over into Douglasville, over into Atlanta, down toward Forest Park. That's where you're getting that freezing rain taking place. Roads look pretty good so far. We've been checking that as well. I'm going to show you that in just a minute, where the roads have looking pretty good. Here's the actual air temperatures down into the 20s up here to the northeast. So you got 28 degrees in Canton, 27 degrees in Gainesville, 27 also over into Athens, right at the freezing mark here in Atlanta. So we have a little bit of mixing taking place, some freezing rain being reported around the city so far. In fact, we showed you our Georgia Tech cam, and that has been frozen over. You can just see the lights in the background. You can barely see anything crystal clear because of that frozen over lens. But right at 32 also toward Marietta. But over here to the west, it has been above the freezing mark, well above freezing in Georgia's Rome, and 37 down toward LaGrange, where we suspect that will stay above freezing. Nicole also talked about the possibility for some severe weather down here to the south, where those temperatures will begin to rise once we get into the afternoon. You're not going to see much sun. I think that rain will be with us for much of the day today, if not freezing rain. Here are those road temperatures I was telling you about. The only ones I'm seeing below freezing is up here off of the Route 400 near Buford Highway, and then way up here to the northeast into Raymond County, you got Route 76 there at 31 degrees. Everywhere else above the freezing mark, just above it over toward Georgia 400 and Holcomb Bridge, but well above it once you get down toward the city and down further down into Troup County as well. And then up toward the northeast, you got temperatures, road temperatures at least above the freezing mark. We'll be checking these and updating these as we go through the morning as well, if any start to drop. No doubt, again, there'll be some patches on the roads, and we've already seen reports, heard reports of some of that happening already. The ice storm warning lasting until 4 o'clock or 10 a.m. on Monday. Significant ice accumulations in these areas, all right? We're talking as much as 1/4 of an inch and higher, maybe up to 1/2 an inch. There'll be some spots that will have some isolated inch totals, no doubt, and that will be crippling, folks, once we start to see that. Here's what we're looking at as far as those totals go. When we talk about 1/10 of an inch, you're talking about slick spots on the sidewalks and some forming on the roads, which is what we have out there right now as we speak. You got to be careful trying to navigate that, right? You shouldn't be out at all trying to drive or even walk, because that becomes slick as well on some of those sidewalks. You get ice that's starting to accumulate on the trees. Our reporters have told you that. Also on the power lines, starting to accumulate. You can see those icicles starting to accumulate on some of the power lines. But once you get up to 1/4 of an inch, and we're expecting widespread totals of 1/4 of an inch in the metro area and further off to the north, you're talking about dangerous on the roadways as far as the bridges and the overpasses go. On a regular road, it would be hard for you to navigate, right? You'll come into some slick spots, and so your car may twist and turn just a little bit. You'll get coatings on the cars, where we saw Chase's a live shot. He had the coating on his car already, where he was using his car to get the ice off. Hopefully you have an ice scraper or something that will work a little better if you're an emergency worker or you have to get out right now. Trees and power lines start to bend a little bit when you start getting up to 1/4 of an inch. Certainly once you get up to 1/2 an inch of ice, that's where it becomes very crippling, because you'll start to see the trees begin to bend. Some of those starting to snap a little bit. Certainly if it's higher than that, you're talking about complete roads shut down. And we've heard in Jasper County, some of the roads have been shut down already. They're already starting to see some of that icing on the roads down there in Jasper County. A couple of trees have been reported being down as well. The roads become impassable at that point. So really you don't want to travel at all. And then the power outages will start and last for a couple of days when you have these impacts of an inch or 1/2 an inch in some spots. And we're expecting that to be in these areas. So from Forsyth County, northwestern portion of Cherokee County, into Pickens County and northward is where we expect to see those totals getting up to about 1/2 inch of ice. South of that, we have the medium impacts right there for the city of Atlanta, 1/4 of an inch of ice, and that's going to be more widespread than you think, folks. And so we'll be dealing with that not only for today, but into tomorrow as well, especially with that refreeze. Let's walk you through what you can expect through the day with Nicole.
Thanks, Chesley. Yes, we are just starting when it comes to ice accumulation. Some emergency managers in northwestern or northeastern Cherokee County have also said that they've started to see more down trees as well as down power lines, and the roads are starting to get a little bit slicker. Out towards the Athens area into Clark County, a lot of sleet coming down there as well. So emergency managers are saying that in those locations, they're starting to lose a little bit of the visibility on the road as ice begins to accumulate. We've got a couple hours ahead of us of this freezing rain kind of continuing continuing for areas that are already starting to see conditions worsen because of ice accumulation. So on our forecast track, we'll keep that freezing rain going through the next couple hours. We're talking spotty showers perhaps as we go down towards our southern counties, as some of this does start to dissipate a little bit, but likely, again, prolonged periods of additional freezing rain. As you go up towards the northeast, where ground temperatures are a little bit colder, where air temperatures are a little bit colder, that's of course where those impacts are going to be the highest. But as we hover right around the freezing point in Metro Atlanta, it's likely that we see some additional kind of iciness pick up as well as this freezing rain continues. Now, throughout the day today, we'll be watching temperatures really closely as this little warm nose tries to work its way in from the west. What this will do is after the sunrise this morning, as we get closer to lunchtime, it will allow temperatures to warm up ever so slightly across Metro Atlanta, down towards the south and off towards the west. Some locations that warm up is going to be a little bit more dramatic than others. Down towards our far southern counties, we could see temperatures later this afternoon into the 40s and even the 50s, whereas other spots up towards the northeast will still hover right around the freezing point. And exactly how quickly that changeover from below freezing to above freezing temperatures takes place is going to have big impacts on the ice accumulation and how much of it we're able to get rid of through the day today as we change that freezing rain back over to a cold rain. So this is by lunchtime as a line of much heavier showers and even some stronger thunderstorms works its way in across the state. Notice at this point, this is noon. There are still spots up towards the northeast of the city that are not yet above freezing, which means we'll have additional ice accumulation for those locations and higher ice totals up there as well. For those spots that do manage to get just barely above freezing, that's going to help us out because it will allow for a little bit of melting of the ice that does already accumulate, and it will allow for that changeover back to only some cold rainfall. Now, here's as that line of showers moves through. This is going to mark kind of the end of our chance for any precipitation. So once that heavier rain comes through, that line of showers and storms, we'll have areas of still light rainfall that linger into this afternoon. But once that all moves out, we are drying into the overnight period. So by 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we're not dealing with anything actively falling from the sky. The problem here becomes as temperatures fall into the overnight hours, we could see some refreezing. Now, as this line of showers and storms moves through and as temperatures warm, we'll actually introduce a low end risk for severe weather down towards the south of the city, mainly our far southern counties. So this level 1 threat includes portions of southern Troup and Meriwether counties, as well as Pike, Lamar, and then all of Upson counties. And these spots highlighted in the green, we could get an isolated storm that produces some very strong wind gusts up to about 60 miles per hour. An isolated brief spin up tornado can't be completely ruled out, but that tornado threat is very, very low. It does get a little bit higher as you go down towards the south where we have that level 2 risk. So we are going to be on the lookout for some stronger storms as well. Don't be surprised if you hear a couple rumbles of thunder as this moves through. What's happening is as this area of low pressure that has brought in all the cold air shifts eastward, it will allow for warmer air to work in from the Gulf, raising our temperatures. But it's going to be short-lived. That little brief warm up throughout this afternoon will really be taken over by Arctic air coming in from the north. It's going to drop temperatures again into tonight and tomorrow morning. So we're talking some of our coldest temperatures of the season so far by Tuesday morning. Overnight lows tonight will get down into the teens as well as the 20s. That does mean that anything still left on the ground, even if it's just rainfall, will likely flash freeze overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, which is also hazardous because in scenarios like this, we also see more areas of black ice, which is even harder to detect and very, very dangerous. Anywhere that does not manage to get above freezing, that still has ice on the ground tonight, also will not be able to thaw out through tonight or into tomorrow. With that cold air anticipated, we do have cold advisories into tomorrow morning with wind chill values anywhere from the single digits up into the teens for portions of North Georgia. Add on to that, we've got breezy winds already today. Winds are going to stay pretty gusty ahead of that main line of showers and storms, and we'll keep a light breeze in the forecast later today as well, which is going to make it feel even colder and will also likely knock over additional trees and power lines that are already weighed down by the ice. Chesley?
All right. Thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that. You got to talk about the difference in the precipitation that's out there, right? We talked about the freezing rain. We've talked about maybe even some sleet in some spots. And so we've been watching that. I want to show you this shot right here up in the Cobb County. That's where we saw Doug Turnbull, and we saw that sleet hitting him on his head and on his shoulder there. This is Highway 60 right here in Mount Vernon, where there's nobody on the roads, obviously, and that possibly is a thin line of sleet that has covered the road right there, along with whatever chemical they may have used to help cover those roads up. Just a little bit there. Nobody on the road. That's the good news, right? And so they're not around. Now, why does this happen, or how does this take place? Well, when we talk about the different winter precipitation types, you can get all rain, of course, and you can also get some sleet, you can get freezing rain, also snow. That really depends on the column of air that's over us where it's raining, right? Obviously, if it's all warm air, like what we're seeing right here, it comes out of the cloud all the way to the surface as liquid, comes down as rain. Now, we have a thin layer of cold air at the surface, and that's what we're seeing with that wedge, like diving at the surface. So it's warm aloft. As it gets down to the surface, once it hits the surface, it makes contact, and that's where you have that slick sheet of ice that's right there. You get a little bit colder, so it's almost like half and half when you're looking at sleet. Comes out of the sky as liquid, but then it gets into that cold layer, and it has time to freeze before it hits the surface, and so that comes down in the form of sleet. So you can actually see that actually accumulating on the roads where you have the sleet there. Freezing rain would be that glaze, and that's what we're dealing with for the most part, but there are some spots out there where we have that sleet that's accumulating on some of the roads. In a lot of cases, what we're seeing is the freezing rain and sleet mixing together, like what we saw up there in Cobb County. And so you're getting a little double whammy there, if you will. So you need to be on the lookout for that. And it makes the roads really, really treacherous, folks. So you definitely don't want to go out at all. Just stay in. Just stay in. Our extended forecast shows temperatures by tomorrow. We're talking about Monday, starting off in the 20s. We'll only make it up to just above the freezing mark during the afternoon. We'll have the sunshine in place, but it's really not going to heat us up all that much. We'll stay on the cold side. In fact, we're going to remain cold really all week long. Tuesday morning, starting off at 16, that's going to be very dangerous for us because I think another refreeze could happen. Any wet roads will refreeze again. We will get the sunshine in abundance. Temperatures right around 40 degrees, and I think that's where we're going to stay really for the rest of the week. Dry for the rest of the week as well, heading into the weekend with those temperatures starting off in the 20s, but ending up right around 40 degrees for afternoon highs. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you. So as we continue to track the winter storm moving across the region, let's get a live look in Dallas, Texas this morning, where the roads are blanketed with snow. You can still see some cars out there trying to navigate the roads. A reminder, officials again urging everyone to stay off the roads. But if you need to travel, you can find some safety tips on 11alive.com.
And as we continue to monitor how this massive winter storm will impact areas across Metro Atlanta, some parts of the country have already been socked in. We just saw a shot from Dallas. We have some other places that we're going to show you this morning that are in for really a messy weekend. Take a look.
Here in downtown Asheville, we have seen this freezing rain accumulating over the course of the last couple of hours. When you look out at the street, it looks like it is wet, but of course we know that is black ice. We've seen cars, just a few of them, coming up and down the street and having some difficulty staying straight and being able to stop on time. Also, another thing I want to show you, just a couple hours ago, I filled a water bottle here with water and left it outside. And in just a couple of hours, this water bottle has frozen. This is completely solid ice. There's also, as you can see, ice accumulating on surfaces around us here. Again, that is what people are having to maneuver when they get on the road here. We're expecting this to continue to accumulate at a fast pace throughout the evening. Reporting in Asheville, I'm Nate Stanley.
This winter storm has officially hit the Roanoke Valley. All flights in and out of Roanoke tonight and tomorrow morning have been canceled. Earlier today, we caught up with people as they made some last-minute shopping trips before they hunkered down. Empty gates and empty shelves. As a winter storm blankets the Roanoke Valley, last-minute trips to the store.
I'm going to get some steaks and I'm going to get some drinks. That's pretty much it.
We got some flashlights.
That is true,
too.
yeah.
All flights in and out of Roanoke grounded as crews begin their cleanup.
see them coming through there right now. It's not going all the way down to the surface like if it was a warmer. We have some of that salt helping out with the application and the plowing there. But
Garrett Harris with Roanoke Excavating and his team working around the clock.
yes, so we've been working since Monday. Since we heard that the snow was in the forecast, we've been getting crews ready, getting equipment staged. I think we have 11 skid steers out running about through the town, so it's crazy.
All right, well, you see what's happening in other parts of the country. We're not going to necessarily get that kind of winter weather, the snow, but certainly the ice that we're going to feel and see is going to be equally as dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. And we know that the winter weather is also beautiful. Overnight, we started getting some pictures from viewers of what was happening around them. Rebecca Lindstrom is joining us.
Yeah, so Rebecca, you've been looking at some of these pictures, and I imagine that a lot of our viewers are waking up to ice as the main thing, right?
Yeah, ice does seem to be the overarching theme in these photos. But as you guys were commenting earlier, you know, I mean, depending on where you are, we're definitely seeing a mix of visual elements and impacts. Overnight, we received a lot of pictures from people. They were showing us their pets. They were staying warm. That was great. But now things are definitely starting to change. This picture was actually taken just a few moments ago by our producer, Kiera Frisbee. And you can see this is right outside of our news station. The ice is starting to cover our stair banister, or freezing rain, you know, as it is turning into that ice, as well as the stairs that are leading down to our trucks. Further north in Gainesville, Alston Adams sent us this video. He's kind of talking about the glaze of ice that has started to coat his truck, and we've seen similar photos out of Cleveland, Georgia as well. Now this one, this is a rare sight for me. We received this photo from David Wentworth Jr. showing what appears to be, and we've confirmed, is a closed Waffle House up in Cherokee County. I've also received a report of another one in Ackworth in Cobb. And then, yes, here, some of those furry friends that I mentioned, thankfully, you know, most of them staying inside. Remember the saying, if it's too cold outside for you, then it is too cold outside for them. So as you are waking up this morning, let us know what you are seeing. If it is safe, take a picture, take a video for us, maybe look out the window or pop out on that covered patio, because I don't know about you guys, this is honestly my favorite part of, you know, I mean, there's the storms, we give them the warnings, but then just getting to see the photos and videos of the aftermath is always a lot of fun. You can text us those pictures and videos to 404-855-7600. Again, 404-855-7600. And like we said, we know that this is just going to look a little bit different for folks all around the metro, up in the northern part of Georgia. And we want to see what you're doing, what's happening.
Yeah, we always like to see those pictures. And Rebecca, when a Waffle House is closed, you know it is serious. You know it's the big deal.
That tells you something's going on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Gwinnett County residents are going to be waking up to significant ice, and power crews are ready to help if needed.
Let's check in with 11 Alive's Grace King. She has been spending this weekend in Gwinnett County. She's live with the latest conditions there. Good morning, Grace.
Good morning. Like you said, power crews are staging here in Lawrenceville, ready to help here or wherever else may need it. You can see some sleet falling down, but there are just rows and rows of trucks that actually came from Maine, ready to help Georgia Power with whatever needs are here in North Georgia. They said the drive was about 27 hours. Of course, they're used to a bit more ice and snow up there, so they're prepared to help in any capacity needed if power goes out, again, either here or around the area. As far as what we're seeing here on the ground, you can start to see there's some sleet just starting to pile up, but it's kind of moving out of the way. The Gwinnett County Department of Transportation told me that would be kind of the best case scenario for them, because they have plow trucks ready to go, salt trucks ready to dump salt. It's that ice that sticks that makes it a lot harder to clear roads. But as soon as they're able to, they'll be out on those main roads clearing this if needed. But you can see some things are starting to stick a little bit. There's some ice forming on this power truck, again, that came all the way down from Maine to start helping. You can see some of those little icicles starting to freeze on the truck, scraping off, just kind of sticking to it. But again, these people are from Maine. They have prepared for this. They know what to do, and they're ready to help restore the power. Again, Gwinnett County says they're prepared. They have warming shelters. They have hotlines, but they're probably expecting a lot more calls as people begin to wake up today. They're staffing those 911 centers, their one-stop hotlines for help, so that they are ready to answer those helps and answer those calls and get people the help they need. Live in Lawrenceville, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. Braving the elements out there for us to help keep everyone safe.
All right, we know you want to know the latest on the forecast, so we're going to get back to our team of meteorologists. We've got Chesley McNeil standing by for us this morning with what's happening right now, Chesley.
Take a look at this our Georgia Tech camera in Midtown where it's iced over. So you know what that means, right? Yep, it's cold on the outside, folks, and the wind is out there as well. You can still see the raindrops hitting the lens, but it's all iced over, so we can't see the city in the background. This would be Bobby Dodd Stadium right down here. You'd see the buildings there. Just can't see it. You have to just take my word for it. It's out there, but of course, a little bit cold where we're seeing that freezing rain come down, and on elevated surfaces is where we're starting to see that begin to stick. Been watching the highway here, and cars have been steadily coming by, not very many, of course, but they've been getting by on these overpasses. See how the bridge there, and you get the air that goes under that. Typically, you get these surfaces that will freeze first when it comes to roads. And so we're going to show you the road temperatures in just a few, but this is where you would expect to see some freezing. So we parked our camera right here just to see if that would be the case, and that people go by, maybe they slow down, or maybe they'd need some help to get out of this area. But so far, so good. And you can see the wind blowing around as well, and how that's bouncing the camera just a little bit. Typically, wind is a drying agent for us, and we're not expecting it to be more drying than it will be colding, or actually making that temperature feel much colder out there, and so not going to be the case for today. Again, showing your radar, we are looking at that icing taking place where the freezing rain is coming down. Started around the midnight hour up here toward the north and east. It was very spotty, of course, and then as that moisture began to build in our area, it started just to take hold. The wedge began to sink a little bit further down to the south, and so been freezing rain and sleet for a good bit of time here, 4, almost 5 hours now in this area, and much more to go. As you can see back down to the south of us, as more of that wet weather continues to build from the south, we'll continue to slide further off to the north, and so we'll continue to watch that. Again, this is a part of a bigger system, folks, that stretches all the way back to the west and all the way up toward the northeast. In fact, the area of low pressure that Nicole has been telling you about will slide through our area and then head further off toward the northeast, so it's going to keep the winter conditions up there into the northeast. And so if you have gotten stuck here in Atlanta and you're waiting for a flight up toward, let's say, Newark, or you're going to Jersey, or you're going somewhere up into western New York, or even Ohio, you may be here for a little while as you may get caught. You may just get caught, right? We know that the icing is taking place here. Even got reports of icing taking place at the airports as well, or at the Hartsfield-Jackson. So, yeah, this may be a while. This may be a while. Expecting this freezing rain to continue right on through the morning hours into mid-morning. It will start to break up just a little bit, where we'll get some holes in here, and we'll have some scattered freezing rain taking place, no doubt with some sleet in some spots. Mainly has been further over toward the east. We got the sleet reports in Hall County, over into Banks County as well, and then further over toward the east, the Athens area as well. We've been showing you some of those shots, especially up into Hall County, where that sleet has accumulated on the roads. And Grace just showed us where she was able to take her boot and just kind of slide it along the road there. That's where it has been accumulating, at least on some of the roads, and certainly on the elevated surfaces where that freezing rain has begun to take hold as well. And so some sleet and freezing rain mixing in some spots where you have all freezing rain. Places like Atlanta right now, it's all freezing rain so far, and then a little bit further down to the south as well, mainly over toward Henry County. I've been seeing that in some spots. Zooming in here a little bit here, where we're expecting to see the higher totals, I'd say from Clayton all the way down through Juneau. Mossy Creek would be included in that. Also Gainesville, maybe even down as far as northern Gwinnett County into Beaufort, where we could see a ½ inch of ice, certainly in these areas, isolated up to an inch of ice, which could be catastrophic for those areas, especially once that ice starts to accumulate and it gets that heavy, or gets that much accumulation. It will really start to turn heavy. It will weigh those power lines down. And of course, a lot of tree damage could be found in this particular area. Back down toward the city, we're looking at a ½ inch to a ½ inch. And so it has been coming down here for at least 3 hours now, over toward Atlanta, over toward Redan, down toward Forest Park, especially northern parts of Henry County, down toward the Stockbridge area, over toward Covington as well, where we heard reports of a couple trees down in that particular area. Just now getting into Dallas, into Paulding County. In fact, it may even be mixing with rain as it continues to fall over toward the Ackworth area down through Douglasville. You go a little further to the west of that, say along I-20, headed out toward Villa Rica. You're looking at mainly rain that far to the west, and that's the way it's been in our westernmost counties so far. Still got a ways to go with this, all right? And again, this is a huge system. I want to widen this out for you just a little bit, just to show you how massive this system is. It's not just us, but you'll be dealing with this right on through much of the southeast into the northeast as well. A very huge system. When you're looking at the snow, you're talking about snow now in Dallas, which we showed you a live shot there of the roads covered in snow. Up toward the Memphis area, it has been mixing. Started out as snow yesterday morning, and now you're looking at some mixing taking place. No doubt that will taper off as snow. St. Louis, Cincinnati, up toward Washington, D.C., New York, now starting to get on some of that snow as well. The crazy thing about what's happening up here toward the northeast, when you get to Washington, Baltimore, Philly, and up toward New York, eventually they will get in on some of this freezing rain as well on top of all the snow that they're expected to receive. I believe it's somewhere between 6 to 10 inches of snowfall, and then you're going to get some freezing rain on top of that because that area of low pressure will start to pull to the north, and as Nicole mentioned, that warmer air will start to surge in. So a lot of what you're seeing here from Virginia up toward, as we'll eventually get up into Boston, will start to change over to a mix that will take place, maybe even some rain, especially along the eastern seaboard there, but a very massive system. You still have snow from this system out toward Albuquerque in New Mexico. And so that's how far this thing stretches and will be with us pretty much through the day today and into tomorrow up toward the northeast. Here are the actual air temperatures, and you see we're down into the 20s in places like Athens and over toward Gainesville, 28 right now in Canton, 29 up into Clayton. This is that wedge we were telling you about, and we're going to be watching to see if that erodes or how quickly it erodes, and we keep talking about that because we really want it to happen, right, as those temperatures begin to warm up. We do think it will happen as far as the erosion of that pooling air over into Atlanta, but how far north will it get? Will it stick around? That's the questions that we're going to have for the rest of the afternoon. Nicole and I looking very closely at that. That's one of our focuses for today, at least, and see when will that erode? When will that finally get out of the way where that warm air will start to move in? Certainly we'll be watching for it as far as any severe weather goes, and that could be down into places like LaGrange, down toward Thomaston. Some of those thunderstorms could hold together and maybe produce some very gusty winds. Speaking of the winds will start to pick up. Nicole's going to talk about that in a minute as well. Here are the road temperatures out there. By and large, for our area, we're above the freezing mark. You go up toward 400, along 400 up toward Beaufort, that's down to about 30 right there. And then up toward Rayburn, where you expect it to be, 31 degrees along Route 76 there. Everywhere else, even in the Blue Ridge, you got road temperatures up there around 36. Over toward Adairsville, along 75, you're looking at 35 degrees. And of course, once you get down toward the city and southward, you get those higher temperatures there. And then over toward the east as well, I-20 headed over toward Augusta, looking at a 37 degree road temperature. We'll be watching these as well to see if they begin to fall. But Nicole's going to walk us through what we can expect for the rest of the day.
Yes, Chesley, and we've still got multiple hours of some of this freezing rain ahead of us. I was just checking out a lot of our GDOT cameras of the road conditions up into, especially towards as you get closer to Lake Lanier, and things are already starting to look very icy in some of those spots, with really kind of a bullseye at this point up towards the northeast of the city that stretches from far northeastern Cherokee County out towards Forsyth, White, Hall counties, where we're already seeing some of that accumulating ice on the roadways. Down towards the city, not yet starting to see kind of slick roads, but our temperatures have been hovering right around the freezing point, and that freezing rain will continue to fall through the next few hours. So our forecast track does have freezing rain and, yes, below or near freezing temperatures as we get closer to the sunrise, so 7, 8 a.m. That warmer air that Chesley mentioned will try to work in from the southwest as we get into the later hours of the morning, so we'll start to see some milder temperatures, especially into our far southern counties. It's going to be a pretty dramatic swing, though, when you compare temperatures across the state. We'll see some spots down towards the south of the city into Troup, Meriwether counties that climb into the 40s or even the 50s this afternoon. Meanwhile, there will be spots up towards the northeast of the city that stay right around freezing, and that's why we'll see such a large array of ice accumulation totals. Our forecast track still has the Atlanta metro right around the freezing point by 9 o'clock this morning, so we still could see additional ice accumulation as well as some of that freezing rain coming down. As we get closer to lunchtime, temperatures in the city out towards the west, down towards the south, south climb above freezing as a line of heavier rain arrives, but out towards the northeast of the city, temperatures are still either at or below freezing, which means additional ice accumulation there. Now, as this main line of showers comes through, we're anticipating at times some very heavy rainfall, some rumbles of thunder. This will come through pretty swiftly, so it'll be in and out of here pretty quick as far as the heavier rain is concerned. And then behind it, some showers will still linger as we get closer to dinner time. But once that moves through, precipitation is done. As far as these showers and storms are concerned, they will come with a very low end risk for severe weather, especially down towards our southern counties where temperatures are a little bit warmer, warm enough to perhaps sustain some stronger storms. The main severe weather threat, though, is going to be down towards the south of us into portions of southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, as well as southwestern Georgia. We'll be watching for an isolated storm that could bring some very gusty winds, but otherwise, again, our severe weather threat is very low. I mentioned that warmer air coming in. It all has to do with this front, the area of low pressure that's currently pushing in all of this moisture. That area of low pressure is where we have some of the coldest temperatures. So this managed to swing just up to the north of us, which helped us avoid any big dramatic cool downs, but it also is close enough where we're still seeing those below freezing temperatures and additional freezing rain. As this moves off towards the east, it'll pull in some slightly milder air from the Gulf, allowing those temperatures to warm up just as the line of showers and storms associated with this cold front comes through. Behind that cold front, it will open the door for this Arctic air up towards the north to swing down and bring temperatures even colder as we get into tomorrow morning. The cold air really comes in tonight and tomorrow morning. So we drop down into the 20s and the teens. What this means is that anything that does manage to fall, even in the form of rainfall, if there is still water left on the ground tonight as these temperatures fall, it will flash freeze and lead to additional ice, black ice, on Monday morning. So just because the sun comes out on Monday morning doesn't necessarily mean we're free of any dangers associated with the ice, because any of the water left on the ground will refreeze, and in spots that didn't really manage to get all that far above freezing, we will still see additional ice on the roads and of course on trees, power lines. Our temperatures will be cold, and that will allow for some very cold wind chill factors when you get our winds in there as well. We're talking wind chill values into the teens as well as the single digits. Our winds are already breezy in a lot of spots, and we'll continue to see wind gusts up to about 20, 25 miles per hour. As our main line of showers and storms comes through later this afternoon, we could even be talking wind gusts up to 30 or 35 miles per hour. So especially in spots where we have still ice accumulation on trees and on power lines, that's where we will see that potential for downed trees, downed power lines, and yes, that risk of additional power outages, even as the precipitation, the freezing rain, that wintry mix has kind of subsided. So we'll be watching very closely for that risk of downed trees and downed power lines, even once that freezing rain and that wintry mix has come to an end later tonight and into tomorrow morning, because wind gusts will still remain on the high side, Chesley. So things are really just getting started as far as our ice accumulation is concerned. Chesley?
All right. Thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that. We talked about that cold air coming in, folks. The effects of this winter storm is underway as we speak. It's just going to begin to add up. We're talking about a lot of accumulation on the roads out there and on our elevated surfaces as well. Take a look at this. This is up into Hall County. In fact, southern portions of Hall County. They're Gainesville, actually. You're talking about Sardis Road there and Route 53. Right there between Sardis Creek and also Chestatee River is over by this way as well. And so what is that on the roads right there? Now, this looks like snow. I'm not going to kid you at all. If you look at the roads, and you can see some of that piling up. Now, this could very well be sleet. Not being there doesn't aid, of course, in that. But you can see that something is piling up on the roads there. And obviously, there's been some cars that have ran through this particular area. But you can also see that wind blowing whatever's falling there around a little bit as well. And so this is what you're going to run into, which is what you don't want to run into. But if you're out there on the roads, of course, you will get sidetracked, to say the least. I don't care what kind of car you drive, on ice, slick roads, all bets are off, folks. Just because your tires are heavy or your car is heavy, it's not going to mean much. Once you hit a spot or when you try to hit your brakes, you may start to slide around. We are in a very hillious area, and so a lot of hills around, and so you have to go up and down in some of those areas. Even some of your driveways, are straight down, and so trying to get into that or get out of that can be very tricky, so you want to give it some time. A lot of things are closed. Churches closed today, so you don't have to go out to worship this morning. Maybe you're able to do that right there online. Hopefully you still have power as well. And again, we talked about the effects of this lingering into next week because of the cold air that's going to be around our forecast area. Even after the precipitation is all done, we'll still be dealing with some very cold air. Those cold temperatures will just add into the impacts that we're going to be experiencing. I was just reading a little message from emergency management. They were talking about over into parts of Cherokee County where they're starting to hear the crackling of some of the limbs on the trees because of the weight that is on there. And we're only talking about maybe up to 1/10 of an inch, maybe 1/4 of an inch of ice in that particular area, especially if you're talking about 1/10 of an inch. With that wind blowing around, that's going to help to break up some of those limbs. Eventually, that will start to affect whole trees, folks, and then eventually power lines as well. So by Monday, we're looking at that cold air moving in, and so that's what's going to create some issues for us as we go forward. So we're looking at a 23-degree start on Monday morning. A lot of schools are out so far, and you can get that list at our website as well, and also on our screen. You're also looking at 34 degrees for the high temperature. That's just above the freezing mark. That's all we'll get up to, despite the fact that we'll have the sunshine in place. So a very cold day for us. And that could linger into, and we may have to extend this into Tuesday morning because those temperatures will be down into the teens. Now, again, you factor in the winds with that, it's going to feel like the single digits out there. We'll rise to 40 for an afternoon high, 42 degrees for the high on Wednesday, but relatively cold. That's colder than the average, where we should be for this time of year, should be into the 50s. So we'll remain there as we head through the rest of the week. In fact, 39 degrees for the high temperature on Thursday. May have to extend it through there as well, right? And then as we head into the upcoming weekend, there was some hints that there could be a little bit of snow coming back our way. Now that has been wiped out, which is good news for now. Hopefully it doesn't come back because we don't want to do it. We don't want to see that. We're not even through this system yet, so I probably shouldn't even be talking about that, right? But just looking down the pike at what's coming your way. Folks, we'll be dealing with this freezing rain, sleet, as we head through the rest of the morning. It's only 5:19 right now, but as we go into the mid-morning and into early afternoon, we're expecting that rain to start to break up just a little bit. It will still be with us, but it'll be more of the scattered variety once we get to the afternoon. So we'll hold out till then. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chelsea, thank you. So if you think you are flying out today, prepare for delays or even worse.
Yeah, this morning we are already seeing more than 1,000 flights being canceled. Let's check in with 11 Alive Stefanich Haynock live inside the world's busiest airport. Steph, you are nice and warm there, hopefully with some heat in the airport, but things not looking as good as they were this time yesterday.
Yeah, no, I feel like I got a nice assignment considering I'm inside, so no complaints over here at the airport. But yeah, not looking as good as it was when we were here Saturday morning. You said over 1,000 cancellations already. I'm assuming a lot of those floating over from overnight. And we also spotted a few folks sleeping here near the food court when we walked in around 4 a.m. And we know a lot of people we spoke to Saturday had said they moved their flights earlier Saturday morning so they could get out before the effects of this ice storm arrived here in Georgia. Now, right now, Flight Aware is showing flights impacted coming and leaving Atlanta's airport today. 24 delays at this hour. Also, 1,037 cancellations. Again, those are flights coming here to Atlanta and also heading out. One woman who was heading to North Carolina said she was a little concerned about the icy road conditions because she was scheduled to take a shuttle here from the airport there to North Carolina.
It takes a little while to get there. It takes about 3 hours on the shuttle to get there. And they've already called us to let us know they're really great. They said, if you can't make it, we're going to give you your money back, but we're canceling the shuttles after 2:30. So 2:30 on, they're not going to have it. Mine's 12:30, so I'm excited that I can actually still get home.
And already this morning, we actually spoke to a group of friends who were visiting Atlanta this weekend for a birthday party. And they told us that half of them were supposed to be catching a Spirit Airlines flight this morning. That got canceled, so they all had to purchase tickets on Frontier, $120. So this day, Sunday, is certainly the time to check your apps, check with your airlines before you head out the door. Live here at Hartsville-Jackson, I'm Stefanich Haynock, 11 Alive News.
All right, Seth, and we can see more cancellations, as you mentioned, throughout the day. Seth, we'll be checking back with you throughout the morning. Thank you.
All right, North Cobb County crews are already staged and ready to respond, especially if the power goes out.
Yeah, they have been getting ready. Ariana Manise is live this morning in Kennesaw. So, Ariana, what are conditions looking like where you are right now?
Well, throughout the morning since we've been here, we've noticed those conditions change as the system moves through. The rain is falling, the ground is wet, but we've seen ice accumulate on our cars, on the umbrella we have over our camera right now. There's a few icicle hanging, and we also hear the rustling of the leaves as there's ice on the leaves and the trees around us. And behind me, you see those power crews. They just started their trucks up, ready to go. They've been here on standby all throughout the night in our hotel. We also have some power crews that are also there. They just came out here to rev up their trucks. They say they are prepared and they're ready to step in as soon as they are needed. Now, utility crews, they kind of give us a walkthrough of their trucks and their systems and what they have ready. We spoke to some workers that are with Gritco, a utility infrastructure company who are stationed in the area on standby, particularly for Cobb County, and they walked us through the equipment on their trucks and say they're prepared to respond as soon as the conditions allow. And they told us that they've been hearing that when power lines get ice on them, something that Chesley has been saying, when those power lines get ice on them, it causes a lot of issues, and that's why we see them starting up their trucks as the conditions start to quickly change. And if you do find yourself without power, Cobb County, they do have warming centers. Mush Ministries, one of those warming centers, it is open in Marietta, there to help you, and they're actually prepared to be open all throughout the week until February 3rd. We're also seeing school closures. Spoke to some kids yesterday in Marietta Square. They said they had their fingers crossed that school will be canceled. Kennesaw State is canceled. Cobb County and Marietta City schools will be closed for them tomorrow. But, you know, you may walk out the house this morning when you start to see that, hey, it's just some rain. It's not, you know, it's just a wet ground. You want to stay off the road so these power companies, emergency officials can get to the emergency, get to down power lines, get to where they need to go as quickly as possible. Reporting live in Cobb County, I'm Ariana Manise for 11 Alive. Back to you.
All right, Ariana, thank you for keeping us updated. You guys got that good behind-the-scenes video. We appreciate you all.
All right, well, let's get now to 11 Alive's Dan Kennedy. He's in our streaming center gathering interviews this morning. He'll also be talking live with some of our officials all morning. So, Dan, what do you know so far about the efforts today to restore power, especially as we know a lot of people may lose power later?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's going to be an inevitability. In fact, we're already seeing some power outages across our area. We spoke last night to Georgia EMC. They represent the cooperatives representing about 5 million Georgians, mostly in rural areas. And I want to go ahead and punch up and show you what they are looking at right now in terms of outages. Not many at all. It was about 230 minutes ago. It's now down to 193. That is total customers across the entire state. And you'll see the majority of them up here in the northeast section over by Dalton, Georgia, White, Rabun County areas, 157 customers up there, followed by the Metro Atlanta area. So we talked to one of their spokespeople about how they've been preparing all week for today, saying crews are staged and ready, but they are still asking for patience, saying it is not going to be a quick fix.
Unfortunately, in those hardest hit areas, it could be a multi-day event in those areas. Another factor we're facing with this system is the fact that the temperatures are going to drop again on Monday after the storm passes. So in those areas where it does get above freezing, it's going to refreeze again. So it's not uncommon with this ice storm restoration that you have an opportunity to go out there for the EMC linemen to repair these lines, and then the night will fall and your temperature will drop again and you'll have a refreeze and more ice on lines, more tree limbs on the lines, that sort of thing. So it's kind of an ebb and flow process in restoration from a winter storm.
That's Kim Brown. She told us the linemen will be going out as conditions allow, not during the worst of the storm, but when it is safe to do so. Jonathan, Aisha, you know, Chesley's been telling us all morning, even just a thin layer of ice can add hundreds of pounds to some of these power lines.
Yeah, it doesn't take much at all. Dan Kennedy, we appreciate it. We certainly hope people don't lose power today, but at least it's good to see that our crews across the state are ready.
All right, well, we have much more to come for you.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
a major water main break has left people with low water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife,
the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11.
All right. Good morning to you, everyone. We appreciate you being with us here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. It's now 5:30 on this January 25th. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Aisha Howard. We thank you for being here with us and also streaming on 11 Alive Plus.
Yeah, once again, we have team coverage for you today from Metro Atlanta all the way up to White County. We are making sure you and your family can stay safe and really up to date as these conditions are changing.
And first, we want to get you straight over to our meteorologist, Chessie McNeil, and also along with Nicole Harford this morning, tracking the very latest. Chessie, we're in the thick of it a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been coming down as far as freezing rain and or sleet, maybe mixing with some of the areas, at least for the last 4 or 5 hours. We've been seeing that, especially from Atlanta up toward the north and east. This is a live look at the airport there, and cars have been getting around at least. So at least passable on the roads. There have been some reports up here that there has been some icing taking place on some of the surfaces. So we've been watching for that as well. But by and large, folks are able to get around and do what they have to do, I guess, and even help to clear some of those runways as well before the activity really starts to pick up, if it starts to pick up today. We're also watching the road. It's just outside our studio here. You see that camera bouncing around a little bit because of the wind. But this is I-85. These cars would be heading down south, headed toward the city, and then up to the north on some of these other roads. And you can see where they're elevated. So if you look at these elevated surfaces, this is why we have it kind of closed in on here, because typically it's elevated surfaces that will freeze first. Okay, typically the ground will lose its heat all at the same time. But because elevated surfaces aren't insulated, they lose their heat rapidly. And so they tend to freeze first. But so far, we've been watching this. Cars have been getting around. Hopefully they're going slow. I can't tell the speeds that they're going, but they've been getting around so far because people have to get to where they have to get to, maybe an emergency worker or so. Here is the radar. I've been watching this as well. We watched that wedge as it continued to stretch a little bit further down to the south, down as far south as Atlanta, even south of that, down into Henry County, now into parts of Spalding County and Butts County as well. We're seeing that colder air begin to reach that far south. And so we've been looking at the freezing rain as it's coming down. We've got reports coming in, trees down in some spots. You got a nice little glaze on some of the roads in some spots as well. Emergency management out and checking some of the things, taking pictures as well, sending those in to us. And as we get those, we'll try to get those to you as well. You notice over here toward the east, you run into these purple areas instead of the pink. Over toward Commerce, Toccoa, these are white areas as well. That could be a little bit of snow mixing in with some sleet that is coming down. Sleet definitely, and then freezing rain and sleet. Places like Juneau, over toward Canton, down toward Beaufort, into Roswell. You're looking at freezing rain for the most part as it continues to fall. Certainly down into the city as well. Just outside our studios on the railings, we've been seeing some of that ice begin to form. Saw some pictures of that as well. Forest Park down toward Clayton County, over toward Covington, into Madison as well. All freezing rain, folks, and it has been doing this for a little bit of time. Anywhere from light to moderate rainfall and freezing rain moving up through the northeast. You can see where the back edge of at least the steady freezing rain will come to an end here probably within the next hour or so. We'll start to see that. This was stretched all the way down into Montgomery. In fact, down toward Montgomery, they had a couple lightning strikes, a couple thunderstorms there. This is all lifting, so we'll get scattered precipitation as we head through the rest of the morning. I think it'll be off and on right on up here from Atlanta up toward the northeast as well, with some of that freezing rain coming down. Where we have that freezing rain, you can see the temperatures are down into the 20s in a lot of spots. You got Gainesville at 26, 29 degrees in Canton, 29 up toward Clayton, 27 degrees over toward Athens, right at 30 in Covington, so you're just below the freezing mark, right at the freezing mark in places like Marietta and Atlanta, 33. A degree above in Peachtree City, 32 over toward Carrollton. We're over here to the west, so from George's Rome all the way down toward LaGrange. So far, we've just been seeing all rain. Again, Carrollton right at the freezing mark, so maybe some mixing taking place there. So we'll be continuing to watch that. And you're probably thinking, okay, well, where we have those 20s, why isn't that snow coming all the way to the ground? Well, it's because we have warm air aloft, or at least over our heads. Now, if we stayed warm all the way down to the surface, say, for example, the temperature at 37, 40 degrees, then that's all rain. We have a thin layer of cold air here at the surface, barely making it up into the atmosphere, but right at the surface, you got temperatures in the 20s. And so as that rain comes down in that warm layer, once it gets down to the surface, it'll freeze on contact on a lot of elevated surfaces and on some of the roadways as well. A little bit more of a cold layer with that warm layer aloft, that creates the sleet. So as the liquid falls into this cold layer, it has time to solidify and become sleet where it bounces off the ground. So you have more of a coating on the ground where you can see the sleet, you can push it around with your foot, for example, where with the freezing rain, once it makes contact, you're sliding your foot along that particular surface. So that would be the difference in the precipitation that's falling. And we've gotten reports of not only sleet, a lot of freezing rain around, and even a mixing taking place between sleet and freezing rain. Look at the road temperatures. Above the freezing mark in a lot of spots, only down around 400 near Beaufort Highway. Last reading we got was a 30-degree reading on the road temperatures there. And then up here into Rabun County, you're looking at 31, right along I-76. Everywhere else above the freezing mark. 35 over into near Covington on I-20, 36 on I-20 near Villa Rica, and then further south you go, obviously it warms up a little bit more down toward Troop, Meriwether County. Temperatures, road temperatures are in the 40s there. Ice storm warning continues until we get to Monday morning, 10 o'clock. Monday morning is when that will expire. But we're looking at, generally speaking, anywhere from about a quarter of an inch of ice all the way up to a half inch of ice. And then it's up here toward the northeastern corridor that we could see a half inch of ice up to maybe some pockets where we'll have an inch of ice. Just to the south of the ice warning areas, we have a winter storm advisory. Some icing taking place here, probably up to 1/10 of an inch of ice. And so it will be tricky to navigate on those roads if you're trying to get out and about, folks. So keep that in mind. Here's how we break this down. So when you talk about 1/10 of an inch of ice, you're talking about a light glaze, really, showing up on spots like sidewalks and some of the roads out there. You got to be careful even walking around because there are some slick spots, again, on some of the sidewalks. And also, ice will start to accumulate on some of the power lines and also on some of the trees. We've already got plenty of reports of that. So I think we've been at the 1/10 of an inch stage, now heading up to the 1/4 of an inch stage, and that's where it becomes very problematic for us, right? Navigating on the roads becomes very tricky. All right, almost dangerous, especially on some of those elevated surfaces, those off ramps and on bridges. Some of the bridges will be around the area as well. Really tough to navigate on that. Even the roads become tough to navigate because if you come to an abrupt stop, you could be sliding out there. Trees and power lines will start to bend and sway. Some of those will start to crack as well with 1/4 of an inch of ice. And once you get up to a 1/2 inch, that's when it becomes very crippling. Can't get around because the roads will be shut down in some spots, and where they're not shut down, hard to navigate on those because you have 1/2 inch of ice out there or higher. Power lines start to snap or break, and so long-term power outages are certainly possible when we get up to a 1/2 inch or higher when it comes to that ice. Look how large the system is. Right? Stretches all the way back into New Mexico, all the way up as far as Maine. That pink area that you see there is a lot of the winter storm warnings that we have out there. So you're looking at anything from snow up here to the north, southern portions of Ohio, in fact, central portions of Ohio, extending downward into northern parts of Kentucky, that extends all the way back into parts of Dallas, Texas, as a matter of fact, just ending the snow there. You got a layer of rain and sleet in here, freezing rain and sleet rather, and then the further south you go, that's where you run into all rain. As that area of low pressure continues to lift north, we're hoping that some warming will begin to take place. Here to explain that, and keeping my fingers crossed, Nicole, that it's going to happen later on this afternoon. Talk to us about it.
Yes, we're really depending on a little bit of a warm up later today as we go into the afternoon and evening hours as our wedge kind of erodes across the area. That warmer air would help to transition not only the freezing rainfall back into cold rainfall, but it would also help maybe to allow some spots to melt a little bit into this afternoon. We've been seeing emergency managers already posting in a lot of locations up towards White County, Forsyth County, where roads are nearly impassable. In White County, they are saying do not leave your house. They're starting to hear the sound of snapping tree limbs, but so far have not reported any power outages. Also in Alpharetta and Johns Creek, emergency managers have reported there that roads have rapidly started to freeze over. So this is slowly working its way down towards the south. Here's the setup right now. We've got this area of low pressure that's really kind of the focal point for this winter storm. To the north of it and out towards the west behind the front, we've got cold air that allows for snow. And then in our neck of the woods, the colder air, but with warmer air at the surface, or warmer air up in the higher levels of the atmosphere, which allows for that freezing rain. Now, as this comes a little bit closer to us, it's going to pull in some of that warmer air up from the south in the Gulf, allowing for a little bit of a warm up. But how quickly we're able to jump back up above freezing and where our temperatures are able to drop to climb back up above freezing will have big impacts to what our final ice accumulation totals end up being, because another big factor at play for us is the wedge. That's when we have high pressure that pushes in all that cold air, traps it up against the Appalachian Mountains, and in order for this warmer air to come in, the wedge has to erode. As we introduce warmer temperatures, we also bring in the possibility of a couple isolated thunderstorms. There's a severe weather threat later today down towards the south of us, and that does include portions of our far southern counties in that level 1 risk for severe weather, down into southern Troup and Meriwether counties, as well as Polk and Lamar, and then down into Upson County. That's where we have that level 1 risk for an isolated storm that could bring about some stronger wind gusts. So here's how our forecast track plays it out hour by hour. And keep in mind, temperature here is key. Even a change of a couple degrees can have a big impact on the type of precipitation actively falling and therefore the ice accumulation. Our forecast models showing still below freezing temperatures for many of the areas, still picking up on freezing rain, sleet, kind of a wintry mix throughout the next couple hours. So it's not until the sunrise that some of that warmer air starts trying to work its way in. Notice those temperatures out towards the southwest start to climb a little bit by 9 or 10 o'clock this morning, whereas the rest of the area is still in in the freezing rain, sleet kind of wintry mix. So that means, according to this forecast model, we've got at least 3 more hours of additional ice accumulation. And for spots, especially around Metro Atlanta, that road temperatures, surface temperatures aren't yet cold enough to sustain icy roads. We'll start to see that kind of sink down towards the south as well. So we start to see slicker spots on roads as the morning progresses. By about 10, 11 o'clock, temperatures may manage to climb just barely above freezing in Atlanta as our main line of showers and storms starts to work its way in. So notice temperatures out towards the west at this point jump up all of a sudden into the 50s down towards LaGrange, 40s in Thomaston. Meanwhile, still freezing rainfall out towards the northeast of the city. That's where our highest ice accumulation totals are expected. And this is exactly why, because while other locations will transition back from a freezing rain back to a cold rainfall, spots out towards the northeast are going to stay with the sleet, freezing rain, kind of wintry mix even into this afternoon as this main line of showers and storms comes through. And keep in mind, notice how there are quite a few pockets of some heavier rainfall. That means heavier freezing rain and heavier sleet for those out towards the northeast as well. Now, some spots into perhaps as far northeast as Forsyth, Hall counties, we may just barely get above the freezing point as we get closer to 4 or 5 o'clock, which is best case scenario. It would allow for perhaps a little bit of melting, but in spots up towards the northeast, you're not getting rid of all of that ice, even with a couple hours of above freezing temperatures. By 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, that main line of showers and storms is to the south. We may have a couple showers that linger into this evening, but overall conditions dry out a lot into tonight as far as actively falling precipitation. We will, however, be left with all the water from the rain, from the freezing rain that we're anticipating throughout the day today. So combine that with Arctic air that's going to be sinking southward tonight and into tomorrow. Anything still left on the ground tonight, even if it's not ice at the start of the night, will freeze by tomorrow morning. Low temperatures by tomorrow morning fall down into the teens and the 20s. Feels like temperatures will be down into the teens and the single digits. So we do have cold weather advisories in place for Monday morning due to this dangerous cold. Winds will also stay breezy throughout the day today. That really just exacerbates the stress that is put on trees and power lines once they accumulate ice. And these gusty winds are expected to really linger through today and even into tonight and tomorrow morning. Chesley.
All right, thanks a lot, Nicole. Really appreciate that. We're talking about the impacts now, and we are looking at those impacts being very, very high up toward the north and east. And this is a new update here where you see some of that purple in there right along the foothills there. We're looking at some extreme impacts there where we could see some extra lifting there right there at the foothills. So expecting to see maybe some elevated totals there. Again, getting up to about an inch in some of those spots. Everywhere else is high. That's extreme, but everywhere else is high from parts of Cherokee County. I'm sorry, this is Cobb County into Fulton County, Forsyth County, Dawson County, further off toward the north and east. Gwinnett now included in that high risk area as far as those impacts go. And then down toward Atlanta, once you get into the city, that's where you have the moderate impacts or medium impacts. That's that orange area there, maybe up to about a quarter of an inch, a little bit higher, maybe up to a half inch in some spots, few spots there. But we could see as much of an inch in some spots once you get into like Hall County, into parts of Banks County, Lumpkin County, White counties up to the far north. And so we were watching for that as well. Let me know when you got that picture ready. I do want to show that from the cab. That's a beautiful picture there. I say beautiful, but some of that ice that's forming even closer to the city. You don't have very, very many reports, but at least a tenth of an inch of ice starting to form on some of the elevated surfaces out there. And it's a good illustration of how that's taking place on some of our street lights. All right. And so even driving or even walking of that, some of those could start to fall on you folks. So you just don't want to be out in something like this. Already we're starting to see slickness on the sidewalks. You're starting to see some of the slickness on the roads, and those icicles may start to fall, especially as that wind starts to pick up as well a little bit later on this afternoon. So something else that we'll have to be on the lookout for as we're heading through much of the day today. When we talk about those impacts, right, it doesn't take much to really weigh the power lines down. Ice is very, very heavy. Okay, and so you're talking about a ½ inch of ice on a power line would be equivalent to 500 pounds. All right, as that starts to weigh down those power lines, it'll start to bend some of these power poles, if not snap or break those, or even the lines themselves, right? When an icicle forms on the lines, or when the ice forms on the lines, it forms like a teardrop, and so you get the wind that blows around that, and it acts as kind of like dumbbells. It blows these together, and so they start to clash together, which also causes those breaks in those power lines. We also are concerned about the roads, of course. Roads losing their heat. Usually we'll lose it equally, but an overpass, like a bridge, the air gets under that. So now you have that cold air all around the bridge, and so it loses its heat faster there. So these would be the surfaces that would freeze first, okay? And so when you're going over a bridge, you may want to take your foot off the gas a little bit and make sure you just kind of get past that before sliding into something, because no doubt there'll be some patches on some of the elevated surfaces like our bridges and our overpasses. So you're looking at the cold air that comes in on the backside of this. So even after the precipitation is all done, all said and done, we'll still be feeling the effects because of that cold air and the winds that will start to pick up on us a little bit there. All right, so some cold air staying in place for Monday. In fact, I think we'll stay cold all week long. Keep in mind, our average this time of year should be in the 50s. We're going to stay right near the 40-degree mark for the rest of the week, but at least it will be dry. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesley and Nicole, thank you both. Hey, if you are heading outside in the next few minutes, especially in northeast Georgia, we want you to be prepared because your car is covered with ice.
It certainly could be, and as we've been telling you, places like your car, your decks, and elevated areas will be the first to freeze. Let's go back out live to 11 Alive's Chase Howell, who is off Main Street in Helen, Georgia, out in White County. So, Chase, we saw you not too long ago when you were talking about the county's public safety department, how they're getting ready. Have you received any updates or any calls when it comes to the weather?
Jonathan, Aisha, so as of 4 o'clock this morning, emergency crews have not responded to any weather-related injuries or crashes, just their typical emergencies, medical emergencies at that. And I want to show you something really quick. Take a look at how thick the ice is on this branch right here. So as Chelsea was mentioning, how heavy this ice is when it accumulates on the tree, you can see that these branches are already starting to bend downward toward the ground, which is, you know, as this ice gets heavier on these trees, it could snap them, as Chesley mentions. Now, take a look at these power lines, too. So we were out here earlier shooting video, and you can actually start to see the ice accumulating on these power lines. And as Chesley mentioned, as the wind picks up, we could see some of these power lines go down and break off. Now, as you mentioned, this is Main Street over here, and you can see that water pooling. And as we mentioned, this is freezing rain. So as this temperature drop, this is going to freeze over, and that's when we could start to see the problems as people wake up and are wanting to get outside. Now, for those of you just joining us at 4, I talked about how the Deputy Director of Public Safety here in White County had already seen bridges, overpasses, and bypasses starting to get slick, along with Highway 115 going both east and west, along with 129. And if you're looking outside right now and you think, well, it's just a little rain, the Deputy Director says all because it doesn't look like Antarctica doesn't mean it's not dangerous.
Maybe we're running a couple of hours behind on where we thought we would be at this point. But that CAD, that cold air damming effect that we've been looking for is 100% in full force right now. I mean, you can see the cold air coming in from the north and east, and then we've got the precipitation coming in from the southwest. So this perfect storm is beginning to develop.
Yeah, what you're looking at right now is that branch full of ice. And I do want to tell you guys, yes, it may look pretty, but again, be really careful if you're going underneath these trees, because as the ice continues to grow on these, we could actually see those branches break off. And also, I want to teach you guys something a little bit. I'm going to step back. So I learned this in Chicago. Let's say you're walking on a sidewalk or on the road and it's icy out, or even in your driveway for that matter. You're going to walk like a penguin. Feet out like this. and just walk. Actually, they used to call me Aflac in baseball because this is how I sit at home plate. But yeah, you'll want to walk like this the whole entire time. Slow and steady always wins the race, you guys. So just be really careful if you're stepping out right now, especially if you're going down a flight of stairs. Don't be one of those people that you see on the viral videos slipping and falling down. It's not good. You could get really hurt by doing that. Again, we're starting to see these tree limbs get weighed down. We're starting to see power lines accumulate ice. So you're going to want to be careful. Again, I hope that you guys prepared, as we've been telling you all week long, about preparing for power outages, and again, just getting things in the house so you don't have to go on the streets, because that can help mitigate accidents for our first responders, and so they can get to whatever they need to get to.
All right, good advice for all of us. Chase Howell live for us this morning. We appreciate it.
And all of this mess is just really making the roads unsafe. Let's bring in Rachel Cox-Rosen this morning for a check now on how this winter weather is coating the highways. Rachel.
Thank you, Aisha. Yeah, Chase was just showing that ice accumulating on trees. I wanted to show you it accumulating here on this power line and on these traffic lights. You can actually see little icicles that have formed on the traffic light and on these power lines. So starting to get a little bit thicker here. And this is in Cobb County, Claremont Road at La Vista Road. So not even in the far northeast. We're seeing that closer to city center as well. So just speaks to the situation getting more severe out there and the ice starting to accumulate even more. And this is going to start happening on roadways as well. It already has started happening on certain roadways. And as Chase mentioned, ice accumulation on trees. So a tree is actually down in Bartow County. I think my mic is sounding a little funky. You guys hearing that? Yeah. All right, I just want to finish telling you about this, and then I'm going to toss it back to you guys. We're going to try and fix that. So Highway 41161 northbound is blocked at Industrial Drive here in Bartow County due to a tree down. So I spoke with Bartow on the phone. They said a deputy is out there. Hopefully not too many people driving. I don't suggest you go out driving in this, but if you have to, just know you can't get north here on Highway 61. Gonna toss back to you guys while I work on my mic here.
All right, we'll see you in just a few, Rachel. Thanks for all of that, though. Well, freezing rain is hitting Athens as well early this morning. Government officials and power crews alike expect conditions to really be dangerous well into today and continue, into tomorrow.
Yeah, 11 Alive's Joe Ripley joining us live in the Classic City. Joe, a lot developing overnight in Athens. Big change from when we saw you there yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. We are getting frozen precipitation falling pretty steadily now. And within the last hour or so, it's really picked up. You heard Rachel there talking about the dangerous conditions on the roads. Well, here's why. Adrian, if you'll zoom in and you can see the parking lots, what they look like here in Athens, much like this ice already accumulating by the minute. And so that's going to form that layer of glaze that is expected to freeze overnight. But even before we get to tonight, it is dangerous now because any friction with that is going to cause that to glaze over, making it tough for cars to gain any traction. And people too, you heard Chase just a few minutes ago talk about how it's so easy to slip and slide out here if you're trying to navigate conditions, as well as the ice accumulating on the cars too. Make sure you have that ice scraper so you can get that ice off very safely. Here's some video that our photojournalist Adrian Garris shot here just a few minutes ago, and you can see it looks like a snow globe out here in Athens. It looks very pretty to see, but you don't want to go outside and venture too far because the conditions, as we've been mentioning all morning long, are very dangerous. This is what the scene is expected to look like throughout the day here as ice begins, or as ice continues, I say, to form and accumulate here on these surfaces. If you'll come back out live with me here, you can see some of the ice beginning to accumulate on these tree limbs and branches here, and that is some of the most dangerous potential that we have with this winter weather and this storm, is that the ice, as it continues to fall throughout the day, it will pile up, weighing on these limbs, potentially causing them to break, snap, and fall on power lines. Outages are expected to be widespread today and tomorrow. We just checked in with Power Pros. They're a union contractor that's helping Georgia Power and other EMCs here in North Georgia. restore power and respond to any incidents that they hear of. I checked in with Ralston Suits, who we spoke with yesterday. He says this morning crews are deploying to Hartwell, Georgia, on the South Carolina state line. That is where they expect to be very busy today. They also expect to be busy here in the Athens-Clarke County area. As a result of some of this ice accumulation, Athens-Clarke County is suspending bus service today. The University of Georgia and Athens-Clarke County schools are closed tomorrow, and so the message is clear. Stay off the roads, stay home, and have the essentials. Whatever you need, food, water, reserve power sources, and medication. Be prepared to hunker down for some time to come. Guys.
All right, you're looking at those conditions behind you, Joe. We can understand why. Joe Ripley live for us in Athens. We appreciate it.
All right, so several school districts in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, they've already gone ahead and canceled for tomorrow. They're going to either do virtual learning or just don't go at all. So for Atlanta and Gwinnett Public Schools, they're going to be virtual, while Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Henry County schools will all be closed tomorrow. We have a full list of closures and school announcements running for you at the bottom of your screen.
Now let's head over to Midtown Atlanta, not too far from where we are this morning. And if you look outside, you'll see ice accumulating on the ground, trees, things like door handles, even some of those stair railings.
Yeah, Caitlin Ross is live for us along West Peachtree with the latest on these icy conditions out there. Caitlin.
Aisha, it is icy out here. You can see it start to build up. I want to show you this car here, coated in ice. The ground is starting to get really slippery. You can see the icicles start to form both on trees and then on railings. And if you look up, you can see that ice in the trees. You're starting to hear it kind of crackle around. You can hear it as it comes down. And when that precipitation hits your face, it is cold. We just saw the ground here. It's still wet right now, but parts of it are starting to get icy, and these are the dangerous conditions that they've been talking about. You don't want to be out on the roadways once these roads start to freeze. Right now we're on the sidewalk where it's getting a little bit icy. Thankfully, the roadways right now are still wet, and we are seeing people drive down them okay right now. But we've been hearing from GDOT, GMA, the governor's office. They are begging people to stay off the roads, and it's because of exactly what we're seeing out here right now. You can see that ice start to accumulate. You can really feel it in the air that it's getting colder. You can see the ice on the trees, on the railings, on the stairways, and that's when it starts to get dangerous even walking around. You know, we just went to go move our shot around, and I'm working with photographer John. He felt the ice as he was trying to step backwards. So we really want to make sure that you're being careful and staying safe. And one group we are very grateful to this morning are the Lifeline volunteers who are keeping the animals safe. I just got these pictures in from Lifeline volunteers who stayed overnight in the ice storm with the animals. They were really worried about the conditions of the roadways, and they wanted to make sure those pups and those kitties were safe. So they set up shop right there in the shelter, laying out cots and snuggling with those animals all night long. They're going to be there this morning taking care of all of the animals, making sure they're safe, and they're getting a little snuggle time in. And that is what I would recommend if you were at home right now. Hunker down, snuggle up, and do not go outside. It is cold. It is miserable. We want you to stay warm. Aisha and Jonathan, back to you.
Caitlin will never retire the name K9 Kate. She's always going to tell us how the animals are doing for sure.
Never.
Absolutely, and we love it. We don't want you to. Caitlin, thank you so much. Well, I know you want to know about the latest conditions outside right now, so let's check in with our team of meteorologists, starting with Chesley McNeil. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jonathan and Aisha. Really appreciate that. We are looking at our 11 Live weather impact alert lasting through Monday because of the slickness on the roads and the freezing rain that we're experiencing out there. And in some spots, it's just not accumulating on the roads, but in other spots, we have it accumulating on the roads. So be very careful, folks. You got to be prepared for this because there's going to be slick spots, A. B, icicles falling down. C, there'll be power outages around our forecast area. And so that's what we're majorly concerned about with this. Now, take a look. This is in Athens now, and look at that. The roads are covered. Now, every now and again, you're going to see a car fly by here, acting as if there's nothing out here on the roads, but you can see how the roads are covered. We had Joe Ripley out there in this particular vicinity, which made me want to look at it. And I was able to zoom in. I can't really pan my camera to the right or the left. It's kind of frozen there a little bit, but did zoom it in just a little bit so you can see the difference on the roads. In fact, there's a little awning here over this Chick-fil-A, and you can see where there's bare pavement right there, and then just beyond that awning is where, excuse me. Yeah, looking at that cold weather, it just makes me want to sneeze, I guess, you know. We're looking at the streets now covered. All right, so very, very icy on the sidewalks. Even trying to navigate around in some spots is going to be very tricky. And if you go out there without a hat on, you may sneeze. All right, let's take a look here this is outside of our studios here. Our camera pointing down to the streets, it's I-85, and you can see where cars are getting around. The roads just look like they're wet so far. There may be some slickness out there, and I'm sure we're showing you this because we know these roads are elevated. You can see the bridge there, and under the bridge, you get that colder air that moves under that, and so these areas typically will freeze first. But you got numerous cars out there already, and it's starting to pick up a little bit. We're closer to the 6 o'clock hour. Hopefully, a lot of folks know that their church services, worship this morning at least, has been postponed or canceled. And so be very careful. If you don't have to go out, just don't do it. These may be emergency workers. People have to get to the hospitals and some of the other areas to get into work. Maybe that's what they're doing. Now, here's what's interesting. It has been coming down pretty steadily as freezing rain or sleet, maybe even a little bit of snow mixing in some spots up here to the north and east. I'd say from Atlanta northeastward over toward the Athens area has been coming down for a number of hours now. This started around the midnight hour, and here we are 6 hours later at 6 o'clock, and it's still coming down at a pretty decent clip as well. You can see where we had some of the moderate, heavy, we had the light to moderate rainfall coming down, continuing to push further off toward the northeast. And now we're starting to see that begin to come to an end where it's starting to taper off down here to the south, down toward Troop Meriwether counties. And so this is going to become not as widespread. A. B, it's going to start to see some holes in it where we're going to see scattered precipitation. So the steady freezing rain will come to an end here probably, I'd say in Atlanta, probably within the hour. So around 6:45, closer to 7 o'clock, a lot of that will start to have some holes in it. We'll have some scattered showers around, and then eventually that will make its way up toward the northeast. Now, we're not quite done with it. I think there's still more precipitation that's to be had, especially as a cold front gets a little bit closer to our area and we head into the afternoon. That front is forecast to move through the area by the time we get to noon, 1 o'clock. That's going to bring in some heavier rain. That heavy rain, if the cold air is still in place, means heavier freezing rain. We do think that will be the case further off here to the north and east, but if that wedge holds on, especially down here to the south, that means more accumulation for the metro area. So that's something we'll be watching out for. Our impacts map has been pushed a little bit further down to the south. We had a lot of red up here toward the northeast. That's coming a little bit further down toward the metro area, so something I have to watch out for. But again, sleet has been mixing in with a few of these areas where you see the white in here. That would indicate maybe some snow on the outside, but for the most part, it has been sleet and freezing rain or a mixture of both. We've been seeing it in Juneau for a couple hours now, over toward Canton as well, certainly up toward Clayton, Mossy Creek, down toward Commerce as well, down toward the Athens area, which is why showing you that shot, we have that coating that's on the roads there. And typically it's sleet that will collect on roads. Typically when you have ice, you can't really see it. It's like translucent. So, but as it thickens up, certainly you'll begin to see that. And so if it gets up to 1/4 of an inch to a 1/2 an inch, certainly that will be seen or at least visible on the roads. Now, you're not going to be able to just kick that out of the way or even trying to get a shovel in there to break that up. Really, you're going to need the sun to come out, and that radiational heating will begin to take place, and a lot of that will begin to melt. Now, it could refreeze once again. And unfortunately for us tomorrow or today, this afternoon, you're not going to see much in the way of sun. And I do think the precipitation will be with us as we head further into the afternoon and toward the evening as well. Even once that front moves through the area behind it, there'll be some light showers that will continue before it begins to dry out. Canton, Sugar Hill in northern Gwinnett County, Lawrenceville, down toward Redan and parts of DeKalb County, over toward Douglasville and Douglas County, parts of Paulding as well. You're experiencing some of this freezing rain up toward Ackworth, down toward Kennesaw as well. Been coming down at a pretty decent clip pretty much all night long over into Cobb County. So Powder Springs, down through Austell, you're dealing with that freezing rain as well, down toward Covington, over toward Monroe, the Athens area, which we just showed you not long ago, Elder, Jefferson, maybe some sleet mixing in with some of that freezing rain over your way. Then once you go further to the west, especially south and west, it becomes all rain. Our temperatures are warm enough to support the rain, and I don't think that wedge will get all the way down to the south and east of us, so we'll stay on the wet side in places further down to the south. Jasper, Putnam counties, Troop Meriwether counties, that's what we're looking at here. And speaking of Jasper County, we've got reports of some trees down there and also some collection on the roadways as well, starting to accumulate there, so some patchy spots of ice around. And again, looking at this looking at this radar, again, we're starting to see this come to somewhat of an end, just with some scattered showers left over instead of the widespread steady rain that has been around pretty much through the evening. Temperature-wise, you can see those 20s out there, like Gainesville, Athens. We were in the 20s up here, and Clayton has come up just a little bit. Also in Blairsville, up to 36, 30 right now in Canton, 30 also in Marietta. You're below the freezing mark there, but right at the freezing mark in Atlanta. We've been holding steady right at 32, along with Carrollton, pretty much all morning long. That may be where we bottom out. Now, it's always the coldest before the sun begins to rise, and we won't see that until we get closer to 7:30 or closer to 8 o'clock. And so we may drop a degree or two, but then we'll watch that temperature begin to go up. We'll see how far it goes up, like how far the warm air starts to get in here, because we're expecting those temperatures to be near the 40-degree mark here in the metro area, maybe even some 50s down here to the south, where we could see some severe weather, meaning some of those thunderstorms could pack quite a punch as far as the wind speeds go. So that's something that we're watching for. We've been watching the road temperatures as well. For the most part, they have been above freezing. So you have temperatures, for example, on I-75 near Adairsville at 35, 34 the further north you go up into places like Dalton, for example, at 34-degree temperature on the roads there. Below freezing up here on US 76, that's headed up into Rabun County, and then the 30 over into Beaufort County, Beaufort Highway rather, right along Highway 400 there. So continue to watch these temperatures as well, because as they drop down closer to freezing or below freezing, that's where you get even more of those patches popping up of ice on the roadways. We have an ice storm warning. Been telling you about this the last couple of days. It will last until Monday morning. Athens, Atlanta over toward Rome, and we haven't seen much ice in Rome so far, but that could change. Right, that could be extended over there. Some of these fringe areas, you're talking about 1/4 of an inch of ice, which can do a lot of damage, could cause some problems on the roadways and also to our power outages. Certainly down further to the south where we have the winter weather advisories, you're only talking about maybe a trace up to 1/10 of an inch of ice there. Okay, and we talked about the impacts by the amounts. 1/10 of an inch, of course, slickness on the roadways, along the railings, your patio, your back deck, you may be experiencing that. Some spots on the sidewalks as well, so walking becomes a little bit of a hazard, plus things falling. I can't stress that enough. You'll get ice falling down from some of the light fixtures or some of the awnings on the roofs, things like that. Definitely on the trees and on the power lines, it starts to accumulate at 1/10 of an inch. Once we get up to 1/4 of an inch, it becomes a little problematic for us, even trying to navigate around, of course. Really dangerous on the bridges. Some of the overpasses becomes a little bit difficult to navigate even on the roads, because you may be rolling along with just water on the roads, and then you hit a spot where it gets slick, and then boom, you get a spin out. Hopefully that's not going to happen. Hopefully you're going to stay off the roads at least. We'll be looking at trees and power lines starting to accumulate on those, so they start sagging down a little bit, or will start to break a little bit. And you could probably hear, if you were outside right now, you probably hear some of that crackling of the ice that's above our heads on the trees that are out there as that wind continues to blow. 1/2 an inch, you can forget about it, right? 1/2 an inch and higher, you're talking about crippling conditions, widespread tree and power line damage, looking at the roads, completely impassable, if not passable at all. You don't want to travel in 1/2 an inch of ice or greater. Power outages will be certain, and they could last for a long period of time, so you have to be on the lookout. It's not only over toward us, but this is a large system that stretches all the way up from Maine, all the way back into New Mexico, folks. That pink area that you see are all winter storm warnings that are in effect, and so we have anywhere from freezing rain, which will be down here to the south, where you see these pink areas, purple areas here, all the way up to the north, where you see snow. So places like Cincinnati, St. Louis dealing with the snow, certainly up towards Chicago as well. Here's a better look at it now. You can see that snow that extends, and you're talking about in these areas from Cincinnati down towards St. Louis, even into, well, just north of Memphis, into northern parts of Arkansas, easily 6 to 10 inches, maybe even higher in some spots. Once you get up toward D.C., you're talking about some very heavy snows. Up here, you're looking at 8, maybe 10 inches as well. Up into places like Philadelphia, Baltimore will be dealing with that as well. Now, that area of low pressure will continue to slide to the north, and it's drawing that warmer air further off to the north. And so places already receiving the snow, for example, like D.C. and Baltimore. Eventually, this freezing rain will begin to move in, so you're going to get a coating on top of the snow, the fresh snow that you're going to have, and so that creates even more problems. Typically, when we talk about snow, it's easier to remove. You get a lot of traction in that, but if you add a layer of ice on top of that, all bets are off. And so that's what they're going to be experiencing up and down the eastern seaboard. So trying to get out of Atlanta, traveling up to the north will be very tricky, whether you're trying to drive out or even trying to fly out. A lot of those flights no doubt canceled. Even maybe traveling back off to the west, even into the Dallas area. Look at that. You got the snow that you have to deal with. The Memphis area as well, up towards St. Louis. You're dealing with the snow, folks. If you're going south, that may be a better bet. Maybe a better bet. Look at our impact map here, and it does show some extreme areas. That will be very isolated. When we talk about extreme areas, you're talking about inches of ice, right? Getting up there a little bit there. Once we get to an inch or more, you're talking about crippling effects, and so we have that in some spots. It'll be very isolated, but we do have that in some spots. You see the red there extends down through Hall County into Gwinnett County and northern parts of Forsyth County as well, into Cobb County and Cherokee County. We'll be looking at the high impacts. That red indicates very high impacts. That purple would indicate some extreme impacts. And then south of that, of course, we have the orange in there, which means medium impacts will be around from this ice that begins to form. Again, up to about a quarter of an inch, and that's more widespread than those half inch and inches that we could see further off toward the north and east. Looking at even beyond the system, once it begins to push out of the area, we'll be looking at the colder air beginning to push in. And so whatever falls as far as rain goes, then we'll be looking at the potential for that refreeze to take effect. Let me walk you through the day here and let you know exactly what will be going on hour by hour as we continue to walk through the day. Now, we'll be watching for this precipitation to come to somewhat of an end, at least a steady precipitation coming to somewhat of an end. All right, now once that takes place, we'll just be seeing spotty our isolated showers around, and some of that could still be on the freezing side, of course, and so we'll have to be on the lookout for that. But as we look through the day today, I'm expecting this colder air to keep the freezing rain up here toward the, let's say, Raymond County all the way down through southern parts of Hall County, maybe into northern parts of Gwinnett County as well. The question that we have, and we'll be watching for the rest of the afternoon, is how long this wedge will hold on. We've been talking about the wedge, and what a wedge is where you get the colder air that dams up against the mountains there. So you got that layer of cold air toward the surface. The warmer air rises above it, which is why we are looking at freezing rain more so than snow here, because above our heads at least the atmosphere is a little bit warmer, so it comes down as liquid until it gets to the surface, and because we're below freezing or at freezing, that's where you get that ice starting to spread, or even some sleet coming down as well, or mixing in with that, and that could hold on, folks. Here we are at the 6 o'clock hour, and then as we head into the 7, 8 o'clock hour, notice how it becomes a little bit more isolated. So we're looking at isolated precipitation around, mainly in the form, again, of freezing rain up here toward the northeast. Even as that warmer air begins to push in and that area of low pressure moves to the north, you'll notice how that ice is holding on, again, from northern parts of Gwinnett County, extended all the way up into Rayburn County. Here in the Atlanta metro area, we think we'll be warm enough that we'll get in on some of this heavy rain as it pushes through. A couple claps of thunder, certainly not out of the question, but more of the severe weather threat further down to the south, our southernmost towns, like down in Thomaston over toward LaGrange. That rain comes to an end after 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. We'll be left with the clouds, but our winds will change to more northwesterly, and that colder air will begin to push into the forecast area. We'll finally get some sunshine back in here, not on Sunday, but on Monday, but that's where we'll see some colder temperatures. High temperatures will only be near the freezing mark all day on Monday, plus with that wind will make it feel much colder on your exposed skin. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Chesney, thank you. Let's take you to Hall County now, where the temps are below freezing and the ice continues to accumulate.
That's why we've got Doug Turnbull there live in Gainesville with the latest. Doug, when we saw you last, we saw the sleet was falling on you, but we see more has accumulated on the ground since we last saw you.
That's correct. And yeah, the sleet is still falling at the same rate. We're starting to get those wind gusts that the weather team's been forecasting of 15 to 20 miles an hour. And we moved our shot from the parking lot up the hill here to Browns Bridge Road, Highway 369 next to me. And I wanted to come here to show you all, this is what the roads look like in the nexus of this winter storm here, where it's covered in the white stuff, okay? This white stuff is not snow, as you've been hearing. It is ice and sleet accumulating. And as I've seen cars go by, although they're generally taking it at good speeds, their tires aren't even hitting the actual pavement itself, even the big power trucks that have come from outer state to assist. Now, Hall authorities have been treating the roadways. They've had their emergency operations center going since 12 noon, and the sheriff's office put out a statement around midnight as we've seen other cars start to come by here. The sheriff's office put out a statement that said people have actually been heeding the warnings at least then to stay off the roads. Listen in.
Hall County Sheriff's Office continues to have deputies, our patrol deputies, full shift on the roads. A couple have come in and volunteered to work overtime, so we're bolstered a little bit during the overnight. So far, folks have heeded the warnings on our end of things, and so we're not seeing a lot of volume on the roadways, and that's a good thing.
It really is a good thing. Every single DOT camera I've looked at here in Hall County has shown slick roads like this. Pavement temperature at 985 and Highway 60 is below 32 degrees. I think you're seeing a video here of a truck I saw going by about an hour and a half ago that was spinning its tires as it climbed the hill. Now, I also want to let you know, too, that the Hall County authorities, the North Hall Community Center has their warming center. It's been open since 12 noon yesterday on Nopone Road, so you can go there if you lose power. We haven't had reports, as I've checked in with 911 dispatch, of widespread power outages or widespread wrecks or anything. But as the day progresses, certainly things could get worse, guys.
It certainly can. Doug, if you can, show us exactly what is on the roads. Obviously, we want you to be safe. Is it snow? Is it, what does it feel like? What does it look like there?
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to step to my left here, and so I'm standing on the shoulder, basically, and you see how my foot is not. If this was snow, it would be caking up or making powder. Instead, I can't even get my boot to go all the way to the pavement. So we've seen the multi-ton power trucks come by, not even penetrate this ice layer and get in onto the pavement here. So that just shows that as this continues to go, these temperatures are going to be at the below freezing level until sometime later in the day. More sleet falling, it's only going to get worse. And while they are making efforts out here in Hall County to treat these roadways, certainly it's just treating it for essential travel, not for heavy volume. Another thing I've seen before I throw back to you all is I looked at some trees and some wires just around here, and there is a glaze forming on them. Granted, they're not sagging or anything, but we're worried about that if there's more of an ice accumulation, and that's when you see more power outages and roads blocked and damage due to trees down.
All right, Doug. I'm glad that he showed us that. He has on like his good rubber boots. He should have been able to sort of dig into that. So those are the conditions where we say even with the best tires, you could start to sort of spin a little bit because it's just so icy.
Yeah, it looks like it could be okay to pass, but then when you saw what he showed us, yeah. But even people are still out driving this morning. Well, speaking of the roads, a lot of this mess is making the roads unsafe. So we want to bring in our traffic expert, Rachel Cox-Rosen, for a check on the winter weather that is coating those highways. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning, guys. So when I show cameras that have icy conditions, it's tough to tell from far away if it's ice, if it's rain, but I wanted to show you this camera because you could see icicles forming here on this camera at Briarcliff Road and La Vista Road, some pretty long ones too. So if it's freezing here, that means starting to freeze on the roads. Then you can also see the accumulation, a bit of ice on the power lines here. Here's another look pretty close by where you can see that freezing rain coming down at Claremont Road and La Vista Road, also into Cobb County, and more of those ice crystals forming here on these traffic lights and on these power lines. So because of that ice forming, not just on power lines, but on trees, the possibilities of trees coming down has been a concern for us. And that has happened here in Bartow County in White. A tree is down, blocking the northbound lanes on Highway 411, Highway 61 at Industrial Drive. We don't know for sure if this was because of ice accumulation or if this was just because of wind in this area or other factors, but we do know the northbound lane there is blocked. A deputy is on scene. I want to show you more images from around the metro just to see the variety of conditions here. So this is in Hall County, Highway 53 at Sardis Road. Looks like a police officer coming by, and you can see the accumulated sleet or possibly some of that ice that Doug was showing us that looks kind of like snow from far away. Here's another look in Hall County as well. This is also Highway 53 at Gold Road. This is near Gainesville, so you can see there is a lot of white on the road here. I'm also seeing tire tracks. That means folks are unfortunately out driving. I don't think that's probably all emergency vehicles causing these tracks. So just a reminder, you don't want to risk it. You saw Doug, scraping his foot on that white stuff on the ground. That was not snow, that was solid ice. So that is really tough to drive in, as both Aisha and Jonathan were talking about as well. It's not just in Hall County, seeing this kind of whiteness accumulate here in Forsyth County as well. This is a little bit northeast of Cumming. This is on Highway 306, Keith Bridge Road at Freedom Parkway. So you can see also tire tracks here, folks braving these conditions. I definitely don't recommend that. But let's talk about, if you are forced to get out on the roadways, what you need to do and how you can stay safe. Really, only going out in an emergency is important. So let's look at this middle one and bottom one to start here. Removing ice and snow from your car, very, very important. Keep your windows, mirrors, and your lights clear of all that accumulation. And then, okay, if you start to skid, what you need to do is lift off the accelerator and start turning in the direction of the skid to regain control. To avoid skidding in the first place, just avoid being too heavy-handed on that accelerator and on that brake. And then on the top here, I want to talk about, if you have to travel, how your travel will be impacted. Express lanes are shut right now. GDOT made that decision because many of them are elevated, so that means ice accumulation more likely there. And then also, it's one less road for them to have to treat, right? So that was one reason for that. In terms of buses and trains, MARTA has a special schedule in place for today on Sunday. You're going to have to wait longer for those buses and trains, so make sure to go to 11alive.com. We have that schedule up there for you. So, guys, definitely icy conditions forming here on the roadways. Just want to reiterate what we've said a million times. You don't want to be driving unless it's a complete emergency. Back to you. Going to keep monitoring the roads from the traffic center.
A great job, Rachel, showing us really what's happening across the metro, because as we have seen, the conditions are worsening for so many in our community.
I know, and just seeing the icicles start to form on those cameras, that's not something you want to mess with out there. Well, now listening to Dan Kennedy holding it down in the streaming center, gathering some interviews for us. Also going to be talking live with officials as they get up and start moving about this morning.
And Dan, I know you've been checking on the power outages. They seem to be growing a bit across the metro area.
Yeah, you talk about those icicles forming on the camera. Now think about those icicles forming on the power lines, and it's going to result in power outages. And as the ice builds on some of these trees and we see falling trees, that could certainly knock out power as well. So let's show you what we're looking at right now in terms of outages. This is from Georgia EMC. They represent the state's electric cooperatives, about 5 million Georgians, mostly rural and suburban areas. But you're looking right now, and I'm going to highlight it for you here, 4,500 outages. That is up from 200 when I saw you about an hour ago. So it is increasing. It is on the rise. It's split about half and half between the metro Atlanta area and the northern counties of the state. That's like, you see Dalton there, so that'd be Whitfield County, Murray, Fannin, some of those counties up there. Gilmer, I believe, also included there. And when we take a look at Georgia Power, a little closer to the metro Atlanta area, we are seeing power outages up to about 1,800 right now. Most of those in Conyers and Dunwoody currently. Now, I want to show you a statewide perspective here in Georgia. According to poweroutage.us, we're looking at about 4,500 customers currently in the dark in Georgia. Now, to put that in perspective for you, that is less than 0.1% of all people who have power in the state. So a very small number. But then look at this. Look at the states off to our west. Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, some of those states that have already been hit by those storms. In those states, you're looking at closer to 100,000 people in the dark in those states. So that kind of gives you an idea, Jonathan and Aisha, of what is heading our way, and also some of the power outages that we are no doubt going to be faced with dealing with later today.
Yeah, we are just getting started, unfortunately. Dan Kennedy live at our streaming center. Thank you.
All right, so this storm is impacting our viewing area in a lot of different ways, and that's why it was so important for us to sort of scatter the crews all over the place. Everybody's getting something kind of different, right? And with the pictures that the viewers are sending in, you were showing us what it's like exactly where you are.
All right, so we've got Rebecca Lindstrom joining us live from the newsroom this morning. So, Rebecca, a lot of people have been seeing this fall overnight, and a lot of people also just spending time hanging out with their pets. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, it was like earlier on, we were getting pictures of people cuddled up on the couch with
with their pets, but now we are getting reports of solid white sidewalks in Athens, likely a mix of freezing rain and sleet, and in some areas where the temperatures might be a little bit warmer, that's just sort of turning into a wintry, mixy slush. Here at the station, our producer, Kiera Frisbee, braved the cold temperatures to take this video. At about 5:40 this morning, you can see how the freezing rain has covered our stair banisters, as well as the stairs leading down to our trucks. Now in Raoul, Georgia, Tina Taubert sent us this video showing some of the freezing rain and sleet that has started to come down on her porch. There is enough of it that it also started to pile up on the ground. And in Sugar Hill, Laura McBrien we're gonna be showing you a video from her. There you go. It's on her porch. Freezing rain has also covered her lawn and her streets. And in Snellville, that's the one you're seeing now. You can see that freezing rain. It's almost, you can like feel it in action. Those icicles just forming on the railing along Mary Madden's porch. So we want to know what you are seeing this morning, especially, as that light comes up, the sun comes up, you're going to be able to look out your window, get a good view. And if you can get that view, take a picture, take a video, send it to us. And the number you can use is 404-885-7600. Again, 404-885-7600. Let us know how you're weathering the storm, what's happening in your neighborhood. I know earlier today we were sharing a picture of a closed Waffle House in Canton, and we heard of another one in Ackworth, and that is just something you never see. So a picture of a dark Waffle House, that was certainly a sight to behold as well.
Tells the story.
Yeah.
I got to admit, I am currently Googling to see if the Kroger on my way home may be open. I just thought about something that I wanted to cook if we're going to be, stuck there. It just hit me.
Yeah, what are you trying to cook?
Well, I wanted to pick up some collards and get some smoked.
I don't know if we have time for all that today.
Well, if we're going to be there, we may as well make it worth our while, right?
I guess so. Chesley, go ahead and take it away. She's talking about collards.
Yeah. Next, she'll be talking about neck bones. I mean, what's going on?
Put some neck bones in the collards.
What's going on?
Yeah.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday.
That's what it is.
That's the way we eat on Sunday now, Look at the winds here. Look at this is Georgia's Rome. Look at those winds, flagging those flags around. The good news here is that it has been all rain so far over in the Georgia Rome area, so you don't see that white coating the sidewalks and the streets like we've seen in other shots. So over to the west, we just have the rain. You can see the raindrops just hitting the lens every now and again, where it's raining on the light side, at least for so far this morning. Still checking out what's taking place a little bit further over into our area, right? This is Midtown, just outside our studios there. This I-85 here. And you can see where now some of those raindrops on the lens are starting to freeze up. Pretty soon, we will not be able to see this shot anymore. So I've been showing you this a lot because of the elevated surfaces, not only the camera itself, but also these roads are elevated. Air goes under that, and so they begin to freeze. But cars so far, at least, have been getting along pretty fine. They're also kicking up some of that water that you can see that's on the roads there. And we're starting to see a few more cars starting to venture out, either coming through the city, going somewhere else, or just being brave enough to get out there and go where they have to go this morning. But again, you can see where it's starting to turn a little bit frozen with some of those drops on the lens there. The precipitation, steady precipitation that has been out there is starting to come to an end now. And I told you by about 6:45, we'll probably just see some scattered precipitation around. Starting to see that come to fruition now. Mainly up here toward the north and east, though, it will continue to be steady, probably for the next hour and a half to 2 hours. Places like Athens, further into northern parts of Hall County, Gainesville, these areas here, with some sleet mixing in, will start to come to an end probably closer to the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour. Over toward the west, where I just showed you Georgia's Rome, that's where we have that steady rain that has been coming down. You notice that pink area trying to make it into Floyd County just has not been able to make it in there yet. We'll see if those temperatures begin to fall, especially after the rain stops. We'll see if that will allow some of that colder air to start to seep a little bit further back over toward the west. The rain should be on the light side really for the rest of the morning until we get that front that's going to push into the area, and we'll get some heavy rain then. Now, the question by then, and I think that won't happen until we get closer to noon, the question by then will be, does this wedge hold on, right? Does this cold air, this pool of cold air continue to be in place as that heavy rain begins to push in. What we think is that that area of low pressure will start to slide north, which will pull a lot of that warm air upward and try to erode much of the wedge that's in place. That's what we'll be watching for, especially as we get closer to the noon hour today. Also, we'll be watching to see if there's any severe weather along that line that will come to our southernmost counties. Places like Troop Meriwether County will stay above the freezing mark, which is why we've seen the rain down there so far. I don't think that wedge extends any further down to the south. In fact, again, as that front gets a little bit closer to us, it should start to erode for places like Henry County into South Fulton County, even into North Fulton County as well. And then once you get north of that, expecting that to stay in place. And with that heavier rain that's pushing in with the wedge in place, you're talking about heavier amounts of sleet and freezing rain. What Doug showed us a little bit earlier was very interesting, all right? So we've been seeing some of this sleet begin to mix in with a lot of that freezing rain. And so what that has done is formed a layer of ice on the roadways and on the sidewalks. On the sidewalks in particular, where it's just a layer of ice, you can see that sleet has been accumulating, right? And you got the freezing rain mixed in with that, so it's just creating that straight layer of ice that's over us right now. Directors, if you're listening, we can hear the live shots in our ears. We're looking at up here to the far north, where you would expect it to be frozen precipitation, places like Higdon and Ellijay, where it has been rain so far. The temperatures up here have been a little bit warmer as well. Back toward Murray County as well, into Dalton, mixing taking place. The further west you go, up toward Dade, Walker County, it becomes all freezing rain there. So very interesting with that as well. But again, on a lot of the surfaces over here toward the east, when we talk about Commerce and down toward Athens, I showed you that live shot as well, where we've been seeing that sleet begin to accumulate on the sidewalks, where we had the awning, we had straight sidewalk, but then just out beyond the awning, that's where we started to see some of that accumulating sleet and freezing rain. Lawrenceville down toward Redan, again, these areas have been all freezing rain so far. Most of the live shots I looked at in Atlanta, it looks like, all that water kicking up on the roadways there. So being reported as much as about 1/10 of an inch so far that has been accumulating mainly on the railings, on the higher elevations, elevated surfaces, about 1/10 of an inch so far, but we still have more to go. And so that could very well climb into the 1/4 of an inch category there, or as far as heights go. Again, that rain back off to the west of us, we'll be looking at that as we head through the rest of the day. Also, the cold front, as it gets a little bit closer. I've been mentioning how this heavy rain will start to pull into our forecast area. That front still back off to the west of us, as you can see. That area of low pressure down to the south, but that will begin to push to the north. So it's this line right here that as we get into the daytime heating, we're expecting that to begin to intensify somewhat, and we'll bring some thunderstorms in. I do think they'll stay mainly to the south. We have seen some thunderstorms over into parts of Montgomery, Alabama already. A lot of that, as it began to push to the north, began to weaken somewhat and then move into this colder layer of air and begin to change over to freezing rain. Again, mixing with in southern Fulton County and then down into Coweta County, a little bit mixing in your far northwestern part of the county there. But then you get over into Fayette County, Clayton County as well. That's where we've been seeing that freezing rain. So that has been about the southern extent of it. Some into Spalding County and over toward Butts County. That's about it. And then into Jasper and Putnam County as well. Jasper, by the way, has been reporting some power outages and also some trees down already from some of that ice laying on top of those trees, causing those to kind of bend over, and then some of those begin to fall as well. If you have weak trees in your backyard, in your front yard, those are susceptible to the ice forming on them, and then the winds that will begin to kick up that will cause those to begin to topple over. So that's something that we'll have to be on the lookout for. Temperature-wise, again, we got the 20s up here to Gainesville and over toward Athens. 32 degrees right now in Atlanta. We've been holding steady right there. We'll watch those temperatures climb close to 40 degrees for this afternoon here in the metro area. Down to the south could be in the 50s. I think we'll stay in the 30s, or at least close to the freezing mark up to the far northeast. All right, guys, back to you.
All right, Chelsea, thank you. Hey, if you are flying out today, or you think you are, get ready for delays or even worse.
Yeah, this morning we are already seeing more than 1,000 flight cancellations. So let's check in with our Stephanie Haynock live this morning inside the world's busiest airport. So Steph, we know things yesterday were not that bad, but certainly a different story this morning.
Yeah, and it seems very quiet here at the airport at this hour, guys, but we have spoken to a few passengers who are already experiencing their flights being canceled. We spoke to 2 women who were hanging out near the food court. One is flying Delta. The other was supposed to be flying Southwest. Both their flights impacted by the ice storm. Now, right now, FlightAware showing about 28 delays. And like you said, over 1,000 cancellations. Right now, 1,042. Those are flights coming here into Atlanta's airport, also flights trying to leave. Now, traveler we spoke to said he was in Atlanta for the Phoenix Suns versus Hawks game. He says his friend Mark Williams actually plays for the Suns. He had a great time, and he actually moved his flight earlier so that he could leave to avoid any type of chaos back to Virginia.
So you're kind of leaving right on time. Was that always the plan, or did you change your flight?
Yeah, we changed the flights. We were flying at 3 earlier or later today, but we've switched it to 9, so we're getting out of here before the snow, hopefully.
And a reminder again, majority of airlines, they are offering, travel waivers for passengers who want to change or just cancel their flights altogether because of the weather. Still ahead, more from passengers trying to make it out of ATL today, including women's rugby team from Boston. Live here in Hartsville-Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chinock, 11 Alive News.
All right, Steph. Well, at least people aren't showing up there.
Yeah,
so I'm glad
true.
that it looks empty because that's the way it should be.
All right. Well, a lot of this mess is making the roads unsafe. This is a great time that we have these traffic cameras that really show us what the conditions are looking like, so we don't actually have to go out there ourselves. So let's bring in Rachel Cox-Rosen. You've been looking at a lot of these cameras, and it's getting worse out there.
Yeah, definitely. I really have been shocked to see some of these icicles forming on my cameras here. I've been looking around the Buckhead area because I heard reports of incidents there. This is Peachtree Road at Lenox Parkway, and you can see just these big ice crystals that have formed. And look at that puddle that gentleman or lady just drove through there. So certainly some rain coming down that Chesley and other meteorologists have told us going to freeze when those temperatures get low enough. So that just shows the accumulation of some of that moisture on the roadway that could become dangerous sooner rather than later here. So you can also see kind of some ice crystals on the trees there. Also wanted to show you this shot. I was again looking at cameras around the Buckhead area, saw that traffic lights are out and flashing here at Peachtree Road, at Piedmont Road. Luckily, not too many folks out right now, but that could change as folks get out later in the morning, so it could cause some congestion here. Really don't want you guys to be driving because look, we got first responders out. They want the road to be clear so they don't have to go to too many incidents. But with that said, we do have an incident reported in the Buckhead area. Tree limbs reported down on Georgia 400 before Lenox Road, blocking a right lane here in Fulton County. So again, not seeing congestion because not a lot of folks are out there, but that really speaks to the accumulation of that ice on trees that our meteorologists and myself and our anchors have been warning you all about. So starting to see that happen. That was, of course, in Fulton County, and then way up to the northwest, also happening in Bartow County. A tree is down in the road on Highway 41161 northbound at Industrial Drive here in Bartow County. So all lanes there are blocked. I spoke with Bartow on the phone. They said a deputy is on scene to help direct any traffic that comes through. But I'm going to keep saying it, guys. I don't want you out there driving. So really only emergency situations are when you should be on the roadways, because you are going to see hazards like this, tree limbs down on the roadways. And this is another example of why you want to stay off the road. This is in Hall County, looking at Highway 53 at Gold Road. This is in Gainesville. This is very dangerous to drive on. And unfortunately, I see a lot of tire tracks showing me that folks are out on the roadway trying to brave some of these conditions. This is very slippery. Earlier, my buddy Doug Turnbull showed us what some of this white stuff actually is. It's not necessarily powder snow. Most of Metro Atlanta, that's ice. So that's really dangerous to drive on. You can easily skid in these situations. Want to show you another shot of similar conditions. This is in Forsyth County, so a bit west of where I was just showing you in Hall County. This is on Keithbridge Road at Freedom Parkway, not far from Georgia 400 there. Again, a lot of tire tracks. Guys, I don't want you driving on this because this is going to be very slippery. So this is sleet and ice and maybe a little bit of snow and ice, rain mixed in here that is, again, just dangerous for folks to drive on. So let's talk about some of your driving alerts. So because I don't want you driving, your other option is going to be MARTA primarily. And MARTA does have a reduced schedule right now for their buses and their trains. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer than you're used to. So make sure you're bundling up if you're forced to go outside. Express lanes, not an option. GDOT made the decision to shut down all of those express lanes, and that is because many of them are more elevated than other roadways, so that ice accumulation more likely there. It's also one less major roadway for them to have to treat with that brine, so that saves them time as they are constantly working to treat our roadways. So if you're forced to get out on the road, and again, I really only want you to do this if this is an emergency. Before you even get in the car, a few steps I want you to take. Remove the ice and the snow from your windows, mirrors, and lights. Keep them completely clear. That'll make it as safe as possible to drive. Make sure you're filled up as well. I don't want you going out with less than half a tank, really, because if you get stranded, you want to be able to run your heat so you can sit in your car and be comfortable. Now, I showed you the conditions on the roadways. Very icy, a lot of sleet, turned white in a lot of areas. So to avoid skidding, you want to avoid accelerating or pushing on those brakes too hard. Ease onto the accelerator and the brakes. If skidding starts to happen, lift off the accelerator, start turning in the direction of the skid. Don't force against it. That'll help you regain control. But guys, as you've said, as I've said, as our meteorologists have said, as officials have said, we don't want people driving. Hunker down. Continue to just sit here on 11 Alive. We'll bring you the latest.
Yeah, hopefully people will heed that advice. I know most churches are closed today, most events, so enjoy some bedside Baptists, as they say. Just stay at home and get your worship on.
Snuggle up. All right. Cobb County crews are already staged and ready to respond, even if the power does go out.
Yeah, they are really ready out there in Cobb. So let's check in with Ariana Manish. She's live in Kennesaw. So, Ariana, we know crews have told you they are ready to go, but what are conditions looking like out there right now this morning?
Jonathan and Aisha, the rain has lightened up just a little, but the wind is still strong. And when we first got out here, we felt the rain coming down. The ground was wet. That rain has lightened up, but we do see the ice accumulating on our cars, on the umbrella we had on top of our camera. And those crews that we were talking about, they have since pulled out. They were with Pike Infrastructure Electric Company. They have pulled out. We do still see a couple of those power companies, power trucks. They are here waiting on standby, and they gave us a kind of like a behind the scenes of how everything works, how they're standing by and how they're ready to pull out. They walked us through the equipment on their trucks and say they're prepared to respond as soon as conditions allow. And they told us that what we've been hearing, that when the ice really gets on those power lines, that's when they have the problem. It says it causes a lot of issues, and they say that's why they are ready to go. Take a listen.
It's a pretty big deal when it comes down to power lines with all this, with an ice storm like this. It's going to cause a lot of problems. Everybody's going to have outages, this, that, the other, but they definitely want us here. That way we are not incapable of making it here to help everyone out when needed.
Yeah, we've seen at least 3 different power companies at our hotel. We saw the Pike Infrastructure Company, the Gridco Company, and I also saw a few Georgia Power vehicles also in the parking lot. Just shows you how they're stationed all throughout this area, ready to respond when they need to. And if you do find yourself without power because of the ice on the power lines, Must Ministries is open in Marietta as a warming center, and they're prepared to be open all the way through February 3rd. Yes, they are ready. They'll be open all week for a warming center. And we've seen cancellations from schools already. Marietta City schools, Cobb County schools. Students I talked to had their fingers crossed, hoping school will be out. You got your wish, school will be out. So that's even more reason why you just need to stay inside, bundle up. It is cold out here, but you want to make sure you're off the road so those power companies can get to wherever they need to get to. Reporting live in Cobb County, I'm Ariana Maniz for 11 Alive.
Ariana, thanks so much. We appreciate it. So many of our counties and municipalities getting ready. They are prepared, which is great to see. We've seen in the past where some were maybe not as prepared. Everyone seeming like they are ready for what's to come.
Talk about the lessons lessons learned. So all we have to do is participate and cooperate with them so that we can all navigate the road safely once it is okay for us to get back out.
All right, well, let's get over to Dan Kennedy. He's live in the streaming center. Dan, you've been there all morning gathering interviews. You're also going to be talking to officials as new information comes in, but you're also specifically looking at power outages, and I know those numbers change really minute by minute.
Yeah, in fact, we're looking at an additional couple thousand power outages since I last saw you. But putting it all in perspective for you, we were talking about less than 0.1% of folks in all of Georgia currently in the dark. Now, that number only going to increase as the day goes on. There's no doubt about that. We can just look to the states to the west of us that have already been hit by this storm, dealing with almost 100,000 people in the dark. Right now in Georgia, it's about 5,000. And last night we interviewed a spokesperson for Georgia EMC representing Georgia cooperatives here across the state. This is a look at how they are holding up currently with outages in Georgia EMC, closing in on 5,000 right now, with the majority of those in the northern part of the state close to the Tennessee border. Look, here's the thing. They say they're going to be out. They're going to be responding to these power outages and working as quickly as they can. But she also said they are taking the lineman's safety first.
Safety of our linemen, or the EMC linemen, is number one priority. So EMCs, they will send their linemen out when it is safe to do so. I mean, right during the middle of the storm, they're going to be hunkered down like everyone else is. It's not something we want to put the linemen at risk for. So we just ask for patience. You know, these linemen are people too, and they have prepared for this storm. And believe me, these linemen are dedicated individuals and are ready for their main event. You know, it's kind of like an athlete preparing for a game. They're ready for the game, but they've got to do it safely, and they're going to wait to the right moment to do that.
Yeah, I guess you could call it their Super Bowl. Instead of 4 quarters, though, this is going to be an all-day event. One more thing, Jonathan, Aisha, in the short amount of time that we were talking here, I told you it was about 4,000 in the dark in Georgia. That number now up to 8,000. So, yes, this really is changing by the minute. And also, if you look out west, that's what I was talking about with Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. They have about 100,000 customers per state in the dark right now, and that's what's headed our way.
Power outages, of course, the biggest thing that we've really been concerned about, along with the roads. Dan Kennedy, live in our streaming center. Thank you for those updates.
All right, 6:45. A lot of you probably waking up wanting to know the forecast track and how things are looking. Let's get the latest right now from meteorologist Nicole Hartford.
Good morning. We are seeing a number of locations where we're picking up on already accumulating snow and accumulating areas of kind of a wintry mix across North Georgia. This is your view right now in Athens, where you can see the white on the ground. It's been a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and yes, snowfall. It's really dependent on temperatures, though, because off towards some of the metro areas, this right now, some of our roads through Metro Atlanta, not quite slick just yet. We've been watching as that colder air, that wedge takes over and very gradually pushes the colder air down towards the southwest. So in locations like Atlanta, our actual air temperatures are hovering right around the freezing point, but road temperatures are still not quite down to the point where we're seeing icy patches. As you go up towards the north of the city and out towards the east of the city, that's where conditions have really deteriorated, really stretching from northeastern Cherokee into Forsyth, out towards the Athens area, and then up towards the South Carolina border. That's where we're currently seeing the biggest impacts and still the most consistent wintry mix associated with this current storm system. Now, we're seeing a mix of rain, freezing rain, sleet, and even some snowfall across North Georgia. Through the Atlanta metro, still indicating some freezing rain across the perimeter out towards the west into portions of Cobb County, up into far north Cherokee County, and as well as North Fulton County. But notice we've mixed in a little bit of drier air as well. So these showers are not quite as widespread. We'll continue to track these, though, through the morning. Still indicating freezing rain through portions of the metro, although, like I said, in a lot of spots, especially as you get closer to the city, our road temperatures are still not cold enough to sustain widespread icy roads. You may still see some slick spots on sidewalks, bridges, and overpasses. Those are always the first to get icy. Meanwhile, up towards the northwest, where we've seen a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and yes, snowfall, our conditions have already rapidly deteriorated there. Our radar is indicating A few areas of snowfall out towards the Toccoa area as you get closer to that Georgia-South Carolina border, as well as kind of a mix of sleet and snow out towards Athens. As we go throughout the next couple hours, we're going to be watching temperatures very, very closely because in some spots, this is still coming down as rainfall, including up into portions of the northwestern corner of the state, out towards Chattooga and Floyd counties, out towards Calhoun and Ellijay, which has already picked up on a number of kind of sleet periods. It's this large storm system across the continental U.S. that's leading to a mixture of snow, sleet, freezing rain, and yes, rainfall. It's all kind of centered around this area of low pressure that's up towards our north. And the exact location of this area of low pressure has been what we've been watching very closely for the last couple of days, because up towards the north of it, we've got bitter cold air. Down towards the south, we're actually going to manage to bring in a little bit of milder, kind of warmer air as we go into today, especially through the afternoon hours. That's going to help us transition from some freezing rain to perhaps a little bit of rainfall later this afternoon, but we've got some time and still multiple hours of freezing rain accumulation before that happens. This massive winter storm has led to winter weather advisories, winter storm watches, as well as winter storm warnings that stretch from Oklahoma and Texas all the way through the Midwest and into the Northeast. Here at home, we've still got that ice storm warning in place through Monday morning, and that in those locations, that's where the most significant ice accumulation is expected. A winter weather advisory still in place down towards the south that stretches through portions of Polk, Lamar counties out towards the Macon area as well. In these locations, it's not expected to be quite as impactful. At this point, temperatures there are still above freezing, but there is the possibility that some of that colder air could work its way far enough south to start bringing some of that wintry precipitation down into that winter weather advisory. So not quite in the clear just yet. The biggest impacts associated with this ice storm, this winter storm, are going to be up towards the northeast of the city, where road conditions have already started to deteriorate. Major impacts expected there, potentially because of the weight of the ice on trees and power lines that could lead to additional power outages throughout the next 24 hours, and those could be prolonged depending on how bad the roads get and how quickly crews are able to get out to those power lines. Through the Atlanta metro area, still anticipating moderate impacts as our temperatures continue to drop. Here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. So as temperatures stay below or near freezing, we'll continue to get this mix of freezing rain, sleet, a little snow here and there through the Atlanta metro up to the north and out towards the east. As we get into this afternoon, so this is lunchtime, noon on our forecast track, notice temperatures down towards the south start to get a little bit milder out towards the west as well. This is that wedge eroding. So the colder air that's stuck across the Appalachian Mountains that has been pushed down into our neck of the woods, it starts to pull back up towards the northeast. That could allow Atlanta metro and most spots down towards the south and west of the city to get back up above the freezing point, transitioning our freezing rain back to just rainfall as this line of stronger showers and some isolated embedded thunderstorms roll through. Notice, though, that in this scenario, some of those far northeastern counties do not get warm enough to transition back from freezing rainfall to a cold rain. This cold rain would be very beneficial. Not only would it stop any additional accumulating ice, but it would help to kind of melt away some of the ice that did manage to accumulate. So for those areas that do not warm up enough, that means additional ice accumulation and much bigger impacts there. This line of showers and storms moves through by this afternoon and evening. Behind it, we'll keep a few isolated showers around, but things will likely dry out pretty quickly as we get into Sunday evening and the overnight hours on Sunday. As that main line of showers comes through, it does come with a low-end threat for severe weather, so we're talking the possibility of an isolated strong to maybe severe storm later this afternoon, mainly down towards our far southern counties. The primary severe weather threat is going to be further down south into portions of southwest Georgia, southeastern Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle, but we can't rule out an isolated strong to severe storm here. Yes, it's cold now, but true cold Arctic air arrives as we get into the start of this week. That's going to drop our temperatures into tonight and into tomorrow pretty quickly. So overnight lows tonight will get down into the 20s 20s and the teens. That does mean that any locations that still have water on the ground, whether that be ice from the ice accumulation this morning or from the rainfall later this afternoon and evening, it will refreeze as ice, and in a lot of spots potentially black ice by early tomorrow morning. So even if conditions start to get a little bit better in your area today, do not let your guard down. It could refreeze overnight and into tomorrow morning if that water just kind of stays on the roads. On top of this, we'll have some breezier winds, which will allow for feels-like temperatures to get down into the teens and the single digits. So we've got a cold weather advisory in place across the vast majority of North Georgia into tonight and early tomorrow morning that goes through 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So especially in spots where you lose power, if you know anyone who's perhaps a little bit more vulnerable to a more dangerous cold, you need to be checking in on your neighbors and making sure that anyone who does not have power or does not have heat is able to get through the very cold weather tonight and then again on Tuesday night. I mentioned the winds would be breezy. That is going to be the case. We've already seen sustained winds in some spots up to about 15, 20 miles per hour, and we'll keep a breeze throughout the day today. What that's going to do, in addition to making it feel colder, is it will also kind of push around any of the trees and power lines that are already weighed down by the ice. So that could lead to additional power outages as well as additional trees down. So if you do have plans to be out on the roads later today, which I do not advise, just stay home at this point if you can, you will need to be aware that there could be not only power lines in the road, but some debris as far as trees are concerned as additional trees continue to snap across the area. So I do want to take another look at the radar right now, just to kind of show you what we're working with at this point, because temperatures are so fluid and most of our scattered activity, especially up into portions of Metro Atlanta, we're starting to see some of that drier air. So through the Metro, you can still see areas of freezing rainfall in Atlanta. Again, that pink on our radar indicates freezing rainfall, though through much of the Metro, ground temperatures are still not yet quite cold enough to get us down to the point where we're seeing widespread icy roadways. Up towards the northeast, still at times kind of heavy sleet, snow, freezing rain mix, a little bit of freezing rain mixed up into portions of the northwest corner of the state, and then otherwise just rainfall. As we go through the next couple hours, again, we will continue to accumulate rain and freezing rain and yes, ice across a good portion of North Georgia, especially those counties up towards the northeast. We could see ice accumulation totals we've already picked up in some spots close to 1/4 of an inch, and we could see additional ice accumulation on top of that, especially through the next couple hours until about 9 or 10 o'clock, where temperatures will start to warm back up. We've got that weather impact alert in place for today and tomorrow as we track that possibility of ice and the roadways and the colder air that moves in tonight. Bitter cold as we move into Tuesday morning. Actual air temperatures are down into the teens and the single digits to start off the day on Tuesday, and we don't really recover. It's going to be cold through the entire week with high temperatures only in the 30s and 40s and lows in the teens and the 20s. Jonathan?
All right, Nicole, thank you so much. And during this storm, there are thousands across our area struggling to afford just the basic necessities. So right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm. So here's what you can do. If you need help, you can scan the QR code, or if you need to donate, you can donate by scanning the QR code, and you can do that through next Saturday, January 31st. We'll be right back.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
All of us stay ahead of Metro conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid,
and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans,
And happy Sunday to you, everyone. It is now just about 7 o'clock on this Sunday, January 25th. I'm Jonathan Martin, and we appreciate all of you for waking up with us on this special coverage here on 11 Alive. We also appreciate all of you watching us on 11 Alive Plus as we continue to track this weather impact alert as this winter weather is impacting North Georgia and Metro Atlanta in particular. Freezing rain continues to fall in Northeast Georgia, and there's no plan of it stopping anytime soon. As we've been telling you all morning, the Public Safety Director in White County is urging people to stay home and stay off the roads. That is what we are hearing really across the area as more slick spots are popping up throughout the area. So we want to start this hour with our Chase Howell. He is in Helen, Georgia for us this morning. So Chase, looks like the car, at least some of those cars behind you, have a pretty thick layer of ice on them. What are you seeing out there this morning?
Pretty thick is right, Jonathan. But look, I'm a news you can use type of guy. So look, this car right here, A+. He has his windshield wipers up, so if he takes them up, you know, he won't have to pull them off. Now, me, I failed miserably. I did not put my windshield wipers up, but I did look up something today. So you know how the ice seals your car right here and your door handle? I mean, look how thick that is. So I was told if you push on it like this and crack the ice, it'll help you. Oh, see now. I don't know if I can even do it. Okay, Jonathan, might need you to be out here to help open this door. Oh, there we go. I think I got it. No, see, I'm not going to keep trying. So I failed miserably at that, you know, you guys. But look, I want you to look at this picture. So this picture is from Taylor. He lives in Cleveland, Georgia. So the picture is actually showing his back deck. Now, he says he measured his back deck, and that's ice, and he says there's about a ½ inch of it. Now, also, earlier when we were out, there was my photographer Tyson took this video of a salt truck passing by on Main Street here in Helen, treating the roads. And while that's great to see, people are still asking to stay off the roads. And also, now you might be thinking, well, it's just raining out. I don't see any ice falling from the sky. Well, as we've been telling you, freezing rain is when liquid is falling from the sky, and when it hits the cold ground, it freezes. And you also may be watching us and seeing that warm front move from the west in Alabama, and it's about 40 degrees there. Well, according to the Deputy Director of Public Safety here in White County, that won't be coming to Northeast Georgia.
That cold air is in place. The warm air to our west is not going to erode that cold air. It'll be there all day long.
All day long is a fact, as we've been hearing from our meteorologists. So look at this, you guys. Again, all these frozen cars. I mean, hopefully they have automatic start or they lifted up their windshield wipers like this person, because as you saw my car, I couldn't even get the door open, Jonathan. So I don't know if I'm going to have to grab a hair dryer or what, or grab a chisel and maybe, get it open that way. But I don't think I'm going to have any luck.
Yeah, it was some serious ice there, and it's going to be freezing for a while, Chase, so let us know if you're able to get it open. Chase Howell joining us live there in Helen this morning. Well, freezing rain is hitting Athens as well early this morning. Government officials and power crews alike expect conditions to be dangerous well into today and tomorrow. We've got our Joe Ripley there in Athens in the classic city for us this morning. So, Joe, a lot has changed overnight, and really a lot has changed since we last saw you last hour.
Yeah, Jonathan, we've had spurts of wintry mix falling here in the classic city of Athens, Georgia. By my rough estimates here in the parking lot behind me, we've already measured about ½ an inch of ice, and that is all by 7 o'clock this morning. So this is what we're dealing with here, and this was a parking lot, right? You can see how much ice has accumulated here in the last 2 or 3 hours, and it's now glazed over. You can't really see the parking spot lines here, and that's going to make for rough conditions on the roads. Let's show you some of this video we've been looking at here of the conditions in Athens as this wintry mix sleet, freezing rain has been falling all morning long, and it looks more like a snow globe out here in Athens. We are seeing power crews being mobilized now. We've heard from Athens Clark County Police as far as some of the roads here in the area. They are beginning to be very dangerous, and that was the warning leading into today and will continue to be a point of emphasis throughout this weekend and into the early parts of this coming week, because all of the snow and ice that we're seeing fall on the ground has that chance to freeze over overnight. I wanted to give you guys just an update here on those dangerous roads, in particular the Interloop Bridge between Atlanta Highway and Oglethorpe Avenue exits, as well as Atlanta Highway between Mitchell Bridge Road and the Loop 10 Overpass Bridge. As we know, bridges are some of the quickest areas that can ice over because of these winter weather conditions, and so if you have to go out, please go slowly, but it's a word of advice today, a warning really from government officials as well as power crews who we just checked in with moments ago. Do not leave your house. Do not hit these roads because you are taking a chance. This could be a matter of life and death being out here on these roads, because you've got emergency crews out there. You've got power crews heading up and down these roads. You are only going to get in their way. So please, I hope you have everything that you need right now, because taking a chance on these roads, especially as temperatures continue to drop, is only a risk that you may not be willing to take. We're going to check in with those power crews. You'll hear more from them coming up throughout the morning here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus, so keep it tuned in. But for now, we are live here in Athens. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
All right, Joe, thanks so much. I'm glad you showed us that ice. It is a significant amount of ice there on the ground, and as we've been saying, it only takes a little bit to cause some problems. Again, we have team coverage for you this morning from Metro Atlanta to White County. We're here to make sure that you and your family are safe and have the very latest conditions. So let's go to meteorologist Nicole Hartford for the latest on our forecast.
Yes, and we continue that winter weather alert as we continue monitoring the accumulating ice and slick conditions across North Georgia. We're going to keep this alert going through Monday with the possibility of some of that refreezing late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So my best advice is just to stay off the roads if you can and make sure that you are already prepared for any potential additional power outages. Now on our satellite radar right now, you can see this massive winter storm that's across the continental U.S. We've got snow stretching from Texas into Oklahoma, up through the Midwest, out towards the D.C. area, into North Carolina. As you go down towards the south into our neck of the woods, it transitions into a wintry mix of sleet, freezing rain, as well as just rainfall. We've got winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories, and for our neck of the woods, ice storm warnings in effect through Monday morning. So in these locations under the ice storm warning, this is where we're still anticipating the most impact impactful, the highest ice accumulations, with really kind of pinpointing the northeastern portions of the state for potential ice accumulation of up to perhaps a quarter to even a half inch. Even a tenth of an inch is enough to create a light glaze on roads and sidewalks, and a lot of locations up towards the north and northeast of the metro are already seeing at least a tenth of an inch, if not a quarter of an inch. By a quarter of an inch of accumulation, more tree limbs begin to sag and break. You start seeing more power outages, and then by a half inch of accumulation, that's when travel becomes nearly impossible, very dangerous on roads, and widespread power outages are expected. Now, right now, our conditions kind of vary depending on where you are. In a lot of spots, it's just a cold rainfall, and that depends a lot on not only our actual air temperatures, but the temperatures of the ground. Right now on satellite radar, we're actually starting to see a little bit of drier air work in, which is really best case scenario, which brings about a few gaps in locations where we're seeing any of the freezing rain. So it actually looks like through Metro Atlanta, some of that freezing rain is coming to an end temporarily. We're still seeing it up into far north Fulton County, into Cobb County, South Cherokee County, out towards Gwinnett as well. And then the further you go up towards the northeast, where temperatures are a little bit colder, that's where we have that transition from just freezing rain to kind of a mix of freezing rain, sleet, and even some snow, with snow showing up on our satellite radar off towards some of our far eastern areas, out towards Toccoa, closer to that South Carolina border. Meanwhile, into northwest Georgia, rain, and at times through Floyd and Chattooga counties, we're showing up some heavy rainfall on the radar. Now, it all has to do with temperatures. Really interesting setup right now. We've got an area of low pressure up towards the north, a cold front sweeping through Alabama, and then the wedge set up. So that's pushing all the cold air our way. So all the cold air that gets trapped along the Appalachian Mountains, it's been pushing southward. So temperatures through the metro have actually been dropping through the last few hours as that wedge kind of takes hold and the colder air goes down towards the southwest. It's essentially kind of a battle between our wedge and that cold front coming in, because that will actually bring in some milder air, eroding the wedge as we get into this afternoon, which may help us to at least temporarily get above the freezing point across a good portion of North Georgia, put a stop to the freezing rain, and help us thaw out at least a little bit into this afternoon. Right now, temperatures, though, widespread are in the 20s and the 30s. We're starting to drop down closer to the freezing point, down towards Peachtree City. Thomaston right now at 34 degrees. It's important to note, though, that this is just the air temperature. Ground temperatures are generally a couple degrees warmer than the actual air temperature, at least at first. So while the air temperature in Atlanta is at 32, in a lot of spots that ground temperature is still 34 or 35, which is too warm to allow for any widespread kind of icy slick spots on roads. That said, you'll still see ice accumulation on trees, on elevated surfaces, on your car windshield throughout the Atlanta metro. As you go northeast, that's where you start to see more impacts, especially to roads, basically up 400 towards North Fulton County, and then up into northeast Cherokee County, out towards the east, up 85. Into Forsyth County. That's where we're seeing some of our biggest impacts, and then of course out towards the Athens area as well. So these temperatures are going to play a huge role in what evolves throughout the day today. I do think temperatures are going to stay right around, if not just below freezing, for the Atlanta metro and up towards the northeast of the city through the next couple hours, which does mean additional accumulation of ice, sleet, and snow in spots that have already seen those kind of wintry mix of things. Through Atlanta, that will also allow for ground temperatures to continue getting colder. So while we're not really seeing that many icy slick spots right now, it becomes more of a possibility as temperatures hover right around the freezing point. As we get closer to this afternoon, though, some of that warmer air starts to work its way in as these heavier areas of rainfall arrive from the west. This is going to bring about a possibility for some isolated thunderstorms into this afternoon. This is 2 o'clock on our forecast track. Notice still some spots in northeast of the city, not yet down below or not yet up above freezing. So that still means this whole time period, we're talking additional accumulating ice even into this afternoon. Temperatures overnight tonight are going to get cold in a hurry. So even once all this rain, all the wintry mix moves out later tonight and into early tomorrow morning, we're still going to be dealing with some very cold temperatures. Overnight tonight, we'll get down into the 20s and the teens. That means any water left out on the ground, out on the road, roads will likely refreeze, creating areas of black ice in locations that maybe stayed ice-free even throughout the day today. The real cold settles in by Tuesday morning, where temperatures fall down into the teens as well as the single digits. On top of that, we've got a little bit of a breeze today, so that will put additional stress on trees and power lines that are already weighed down by ice. And those locations that do lose power will have to deal with bitter cold temperatures tonight as well as tomorrow. Jonathan?
All right, Nicole, thank you. We'll see you very shortly. It's now 7:12 on your Sunday morning. We know several school districts in Metro Atlanta and across North Georgia have already gone ahead and canceled school for tomorrow, or they are deciding to do virtual learning. So here's a short list of some of those districts. Atlanta and Gwinnett Public Schools will be virtual, while Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Henry County schools will all be closed tomorrow. Again, this is just a short list of some of our main school districts in the Metro, but we have a full list of the closures and school announcements for you running at the bottom of our screen. We'll also put that on our website, 11alive.com. Now let's go over to Midtown Atlanta, and if you look outside there, you will see ice starting to accumulate on the ground, the trees, and also on things like door handles and street railings and stair railings, I should say. Let's check in with our Caitlin Ross. She is live on West Peachtree this morning with the latest on the icy conditions out there. Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning, Jonathan. We are absolutely seeing that out here. Thankfully, the roadways are still just wet. They're not icing. Take a look here. You can see that we've got some puddles here, but it's not ice on the road yet. We are seeing some people drive down the roads. Thankfully, they're taking it slow, being careful. That's because these conditions out here could change at any second. We are seeing a lot of ice build up on the railings, on the benches. You can see we have some icicles right here, and that's why things could get so dangerous so fast. If those conditions flip to the road, it could make driving completely impassable. People are asking that you stay inside, stay off the roads, and that's because we are seeing so much ice. If you take a look here at this car, this poor man's trying to warm it up. It got completely iced over overnight. You can see the icicles there on the car as he tries to put the heat on, get that out of the way because you've got ice all over that car covering it. GDOT, GMA, the governor's office, they're all asking people to stay inside and stay warm because conditions can get dangerous just walking outside very quickly. And if you want to know why, you just look up. You've got ice coating those branches now. The ice gets very, very heavy. That could cause limbs to fall, branches to fall. It could be a dangerous condition very quickly. We are seeing that ice that's covering a lot of the sidewalks. We actually took a walk over to the Waffle House here in Midtown Atlanta. I almost fell down because I walked over a grate and it was completely iced over. When we got to the Waffle House, though, we saw it was open. So if you follow the Waffle House index, emergency management officials actually use this to see just how bad the weather is. Green, it's open. It means weather is okay. Caution, limited menu, it means things could get bad. Red, Waffle House is closed. Things could get really bad in a hurry. Right now, the one in Midtown Atlanta is still open. We saw one in Canton that was closed. The crew at Midtown told us that they got in safely, and if you want something smothered and covered, they want you to walk over and walk over carefully, Jonathan.
All right, that is some good advice. Caitlin, we appreciate you joining us out there. I'm glad she's able to show us those conditions here closer to the metro area that are changing by the minute. We'll be checking back with Caitlin and all of our reporters. Again, we have reporters in Hall County. We have our Chase Howell, who is also joining us this morning in Helen, Georgia. And we've got our team of meteorologists here. We are all here covering this across the metro because as we have seen, conditions are changing minute by minute. We also had our Joe Ripley for you not too long ago in Athens, Georgia, where we are already seeing freezing rain, coating the ground there. But now we're going to go over to Hall County, where temps are below freezing and ice is accumulating there as well. Our Doug Turnbull has been in Gainesville for us the last couple of days. And Doug, boy, have the conditions changed where you are. Good morning.
It certainly has. As soon as we stepped outside at about 3 a.m. or so today, we knew it was going to be real here in Gainesville. Our hotel, which is to our left over here, is off of Brownsbridge Road. As you see, one of the power trucks going by behind us here on Brownsbridge Road. And when I walked up the hill to the street and saw it completely white, knowing it wasn't snow, but accumulation of this sleet and freezing rain that's been falling continuously for several hours now, as our meteorological team has predicted, we knew this was going to be real. So I want to tell you, too, that I checked in, and I have been continuously with Hall County 911 dispatch, with the sheriff's office, and with GDOT. And right now, they don't have any major crashes reported, but GDOT says there's good and bad to look forward to. Take a listen.
All roads are passable, but again, conditions continue to worsen. We want to remind everyone to continue to stay off the roads. Like we mentioned yesterday, the message remains clear: stay home unless absolutely necessary. I'd say if there's one place that we're keeping a close eye on, it's obviously overpasses.
And we're not far from the overpass where this Browns Bridge Road right here goes right over Lake Lanier. So just as note, in fact, Hall has several big overpasses over Georgia's biggest lake too. Now, a couple other things that we've noticed is just a little bit of a glaze forming on the power lines and on the tree limbs out here, though nothing is sagging just yet. And as I showed here the last time I was out about an hour ago, just look at this ice layer on the roadway. I can't even penetrate it with my boot, and I've not been able to see cars penetrated with their wheels. Now, the authorities have been treating these roadways mainly with salt to give people traction and help melt the ice. The roads are technically passable, but that, guys, does not mean they are safe at all, so stay inside.
Certainly not, Doug. Doug, we see sort of a calm area there. Have you seen anything else falling? I mean, when we checked back with you about an hour ago, we saw a lot of that sleet coming down, which led to what we see on the roads. Is anything else falling this morning?
It's really just been sleet. It almost looks like snow flurries in the lights of the cameras. I'm looking back at you, but it is kind of frozen and bouncing off of my coat here. I can hear it in my ears, sort of. So that's been the main thing it is. And as you're seeing now, the wind is picking up just a little bit, too. We get gusts that are somewhere between 10 to 20 miles an hour, just my estimation. So that could factor in later on, too, if things start to sag as far as the trees and the power lines. Also just saw a pickup truck climbing the hill here just a second ago, spinning its tires. So while that GDOT official Nathan Johnston said the roads are technically passable, again, that doesn't mean it's safe, and I've seen some people going by on this hill pretty fast, so we need people to dial it down if they do have to drive.
Yeah, even in the last couple of minutes, we can see more of that sleet falling there in your live shot. So stay warm out there, Doug, if you can. Doug Turnbull joining us live there in Hall County this morning. Now let's get over to our Dan Kennedy. He is live in our streaming center. And Dan, you've been tracking the power outages all across the state, and the numbers are changing as we're seeing this weather move in.
Yeah, they're changing by the minute, really. But this is expected. We've been warned about this all week long, about the real threat of power outages when it comes to the ice weighing down the power lines and tree branches and what some falling trees could mean for us potentially being in the dark today. And we're now seeing that come to fruition here. This is a look at poweroutage.us. It shows all of Georgia right here, closing in on 10,000 outages. But just putting that in perspective for you, that is about 2/10 of all customers in the state. Here's what we're looking at for Georgia Power customers. It's up to close to 5,000 people in the dark. Where are the majority of these coming from? Well, you see about a fifth of them are in Atlanta. Norcross has fewer than 800, Conyers and Dunwoody with close to 600 each. And then for folks living in rural areas and suburban areas, this might impact you. This is from Georgia EMC, now at 5,500 outages as of 7:20 this morning. Most of those in Metro Atlanta, but a close second there, followed by the northern counties, which include all those counties bordering Tennessee and the Chattanooga area, Catoosa, Whitfield, Murray, and then you start talking about the Blue Ridge Mountains area, Fanning, Gilmer, Union, towns, all included there. So we are seeing these outages. It was to be expected, Jonathan, and you can expect more throughout the day.
Yep, that's what comes with this type of weather. Our Dan Kennedy tracking it all for us live in our streaming center. Dan, will be seeing you throughout the morning. Thank you. Now let's get back to our team of meteorologists, starting with Chesley McNeil. Chesley, what's the latest?
Well, we're looking at rain up here in Blue Ridge. Can you believe that? Here is a tight end shot here. We can see the roads ponding on the roadways right here, and the rain still coming down. Hasn't freezed over. We don't see any sleet mixed with this at all. Maybe in some of the higher elevated surfaces, maybe some freezing rain there, but not here up in Blue Ridge. It has been on the wet side, as our temperatures have been a little bit above the average, or a little bit above freezing so far this morning. But then not far away from this, we got sleet on the roads, obviously some ice. Even here in Midtown, not seeing much in the way of ice, even on some of these elevated surfaces that you see. We've been watching cars come by all morning long, sometimes more than the usual, if you will, for early Sunday morning, and people are getting around around seemingly fine. Haven't seen any spin-outs or anything like that, but we've been watching this very closely. You see those winds as the camera starts to bounce a little bit up there. All right, so things becoming a little bit more scattered now that the precipitation is backing off just a little bit. We watched it as it began to move through, moderate to light rain for the most part, and now that has pushed a little bit further to the north, and so we're starting to see things ease up a little bit, especially here in the metro area, but still up in the northeast is where you're going to find the sleet and the freezing rain. All right, notice up here toward Fanning, Gilmer County, all rain. I was just showing you that up in the Blue Ridge where it's just been all water so far, even up into parts of Union County as well. Not so much Towns County. Once you get into Rayburn County, it has been all freezing rain, maybe some sleet mixing in some spots. Mainly that sleet has been over toward the east. So we've been showing you in the Athens area where Joe was. We've been showing you up into where in Hall County where Doug was, that iced over areas on the streets and also on the sidewalks as well. They're holding good balance, which is good on that ice. Could be difficult to do as they begin to show us what's going on around there. But you can see here's Gainesville right here. And again, we begin seeing that mix out there. So a nice little layer of ice on the roads, some of the sidewalks out there. You're going to have to navigate very carefully if you must go out. Hopefully you're watching us on the inside and thinking, thanks for showing me this because I'm not going anywhere. That's a good thing to do. Further down toward the city, again, not much going on right now. You can see over toward the city of Atlanta, back down toward Forest Park, where we had some steady freezing rain coming down. That has begun to subside at least, and I do think we'll see more of the scattered variety coming through as we head through the rest of the morning. You can see back down here to the south, we got some scattered showers, again, all liquid right now, but as that moves up into that colder layer here, that will change over into freezing rain or be coming down as freezing rain in some spots. So now we'll be driving in and out of it. Still awaiting the arrival of some heavy rain that's back off to the west of us now. See that line forming over much of Alabama. In fact, you look over the state of Alabama, it's all liquid, especially up towards Huntsville, heading further off to the north. That's that warmer air that's starting to seep right on in there. That cold front advancing over toward the east. And so we're expecting this to be the case for us as we head further into the afternoon, as Nicole has been mentioning. Now, again, that wedge will try to hold on as that warmer air begins to lift to the north. Hopefully, we'll see it right here in the city coming down as rain. And what that will help to do is wash some of that ice away. The unfortunate part is that as the roads stay wet, well, the ice is going to come back to us because the cold air will come in back behind that front once it moves through the area. Talking about the severe weather, you can see it down to the south of us. Mainly, we're looking at a level 1 threat over the central portions of the state. That includes some of our southernmost counties as well. Upson County, you got Lamar, Pike County included in that. Southern parts, Meriwether and Troup counties as well. That extends into Macon and further down to the south. Level 1 threat means isolated strong to severe thunderstorms will be possible. Even south of that, we have a level 1 threat down to the southwestern portions of our state. This level right here would mean a general threat. So from Atlanta over to Athens, southward, that light green shade means a general threat. So we could even hear maybe a clap of thunder or two, but we're not looking at much in the way of any severe weather around. Temperature-wise, in the 20s still out there in Canton. You got it in Gainesville, over into parts of Athens, 32 degrees. We've been holding on to that mark right there. Here we are at 7:30. May drop one more degree, I think, before we begin to rise back up a little bit there, and hoping for that rise up, if you will. 32 degrees also in Athens, over toward Carrollton, where it's been mainly on the wet side. Down toward the south, over toward LaGrange, you're at 36, but we're expecting those temperatures maybe even to heat up into the 50s as we head into the afternoon. Up here to the north, maybe, again, hanging on to the cold air, that wedge that's in place, folks. Going to watch to see how quickly that erodes as we head into the afternoon. Road temperatures have been above freezing for the most part as well. Over here toward Buford, along Georgia 400, you're at 30 degrees there, and so that's below the average, below freezing. And then up here toward the north and east, US 76, we've been looking at that cold air as well. Ice storm warning will continue at least through Monday morning. We're looking at accumulations will be significant, very significant up there in the northeast. In fact, when we look at the impacts, we're looking at those impacts mainly up there to the far north and east, where we could see above a half inch of my map's doing something funny here. All right, above at least a half inch, that's where we could see those significant impacts. When we look at impacts, when we look at 1/10 of an inch, which is what we've seen mainly around the metro area, that's where you see that glaze that pops up. We've been seeing it on the railings. We've been seeing that on some of the higher elevations, right? On some of the power lines and also on some of the trees there. And not too terribly heavy, but enough to cause some damage, to cause some power outages. And slickness on the roadways are two major concerns there. Can't even really walk around. Right? If you're living in the downtown area, you mainly do a lot of walking around at least. I mean, maybe not a lot of driving around, and that could cause some problems or some headaches there. It becomes really a nuisance. Problematic once you get up to about 1/4 of an inch, and we suspect that's going to be more of the widespread totals there, where we'll see it dangerous on bridges, some of the overpasses. Makes it very tough to navigate on your car. You may start sliding, especially when you go down a hill, and we have a lot of hills here in the area as well. Trees and power lines start to sag a little bit once you get up into the 1/4 of an inch. Once you get up to a half inch or higher, that's where it becomes a little bit more crippling, especially as you head up toward an inch. That's doubling that, right? And so you're looking at a lot. You're looking at impassable roads, no travel at all, power outages, not only power outages, but power outages that could last for a very long time. And with colder air coming in, we really need that heat source, right? And so that's going to help to warm us up. This is a huge system, as you can see. We've been talking about this for all the way back to New Mexico, all the way up into Maine is where you're going to find these winter storm warnings. Anything from snow to sleet and freezing rain coming down, even rain the further south you go. Again, along with this front that's going to be pushing through, perhaps even severe weather. Wow. Doing it all here in the east. You got from St. Louis and Cincinnati and southern parts of Ohio, all the way over into D.C. and New York, where the snow is coming down. Expecting to see, especially in this northeastern corridor, anywhere between 6 and 10 inches of snowfall. And then, once that area of low pressure starts to lift up there, warmer air will start to filtrate in, and we'll start to see some freezing rain in some spots. So can you imagine 8 inches of snow and then freezing rain on top of that? Crunchy, to say the least, right? But very slick as well, even as your tires begin to sink down into that snow. Don't want that. Been there, done that. We got to get rid of this ice, folks. It's going to be on the scattered side as we head through the rest of the morning. You got scattered precipitation, again, coming down in the form of ice over here, especially to the north and east, where that cold air is still going to be damming up against the mountains. Here comes that front, driving in some very heavy rain. Now, with the cold air still in place, for example, over towards Gainesville, with this heavy rain coming in, you're talking about heavy sleet and freezing rain coming down. All right, as long as that cold air holds on. We're expecting here in the Atlanta area down to the south to be on the warmer side. So just some heavy rain that's going to come through. Again, maybe a clap of thunder or two. We'll watch to see if there's any severe weather, especially for our southernmost counties, places like the Range, down toward Thomaston, maybe even Peachtree City and over toward Edenton. There could be some thunderstorms that could produce some gusty winds. We're talking about winds maybe in excess of 58, 60 miles per hour, certainly possible. That moves through. We'll get that northerly wind coming back to us, and that's where the cold air begins to move back in. We'll feel it tonight going into our Monday. In fact, Monday, fortunately, a lot of the schools are out. That's good news. With the winds, it's going to feel much colder out there. We're talking about wind chills that could feel anywhere between 0, 5, and 15 degrees. Very, very cold throughout our forecast area. And it will remain cold through the day on Wednesday. Stopping here by 1:30 in the afternoon. We'll have mostly sunny skies, but temperatures will only rise close to the freezing mark, if we can get that high, right? Cold advisory in effect for all the counties that you see highlighted here in the blue. We're talking about those wind chills again up to 0, up to 15 degrees. Very, very cold air in place, and that's going to linger right on into Tuesday morning, where we'll start off in the teens as well, right around 16 degrees. Temperatures will hover right around the 40-degree mark, below our average for this time of year. We'll have the sunshine in place, but at least we'll stay dry for the rest of the week heading into the weekend. Jonathan?
Chesley, thank you so much. The storm is impacting parts of our viewing area in different ways, and we've seen that with our reporters and the pictures that a lot of you, our viewers, are sending right into 11 Alive. Let's check in with Rebecca Lindstrom. She is joining us live from the newsroom. So, Rebecca, what exactly are you... Okay, we're going to go to Rebecca in just a moment, but I believe we're going to right now go to our Grace King, who's live in Gwinnett County with us.
Well, the sleet is continuing to come down here in Gwinnett County as power crews prepare for their next stop. We spoke with journeymen last night who said they came all the way from Maine, about 27 hours, to get ready to help Georgia with whatever they need. They've been staging here all night. Now they're warming up their trucks, getting ready for those next stops. Now, we might not be used to a lot of this ice and snow, but these power crews definitely are, so they're ready to help. You can see some of the ice coating their trucks starting to melt as they heat up, but it's it's also starting to accumulate a little bit here on the ground in certain patches. You can see if you kind of move it around, there's a little bit starting to stick. It's still pretty wet here, not so much icy, but again, if those temperatures drop overnight tonight or into tomorrow, that could become a major concern from the roads. You can also see the ice starting to accumulate in the trees here, in addition to on the cars. Again, we've been talking about how heavy the ice can get to snap those power lines. That's what they're prepared for. Again, nothing too crazy yet, but again, you can just see that sleet starting to pile up here in Gwinnett County. Grace King, 11 Alive News.
Grace, thank you so much. Time now 7:32 on this Sunday, and if you are flying out today, prepare for delays or possibly worse. This morning, we are already seeing more than 1,000 flights being canceled. Let's check in with 11 Alive. Stephanie Chaynock joining us live from inside the world's busiest airport. So, Steph, things not looking so good this Sunday. It was not too bad yesterday, but today's a different story.
Yeah, we're looking at that long list of cancellations this morning, way more than we saw when we were here Saturday morning. And we've already spoken to a few travelers this morning who told us they had to rebook their flights this morning. One guy told us that his flight seems to be on time, but that's after he drove here to Atlanta's airport from North Carolina because his flight was canceled in North Carolina. A lot of stories like that one this morning. Right now, according to FlightAware, we're seeing about 40 delays and 1,044 cancellations. Those are flights coming in and out of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Now, a group of friends we spoke to this morning, they said they were heading to Texas, but half of their flights got canceled with Frontier. They were able, though, to book flights on Spirit and are hoping nothing changes and that flight remains on time.
Well, we was able to refund it or rebook, but the Spirit one was not free.
So basically, Frontier told them that they'll refund them, but it takes about 7 days to get their money back. But they still had to pay for their flight with.
Yeah, I'm still arguing mine though.
How much was the flight?
The new one was $120.
Yeah, so half that friend group having to buy new plane tickets this morning for $120. Hopefully they make it to Texas. Now, a reminder, airlines have issued travel waivers. So if you are flying out this weekend and you want to cancel or you want to rebook, you can do so without being charged. We're going to hear from more passengers coming up this morning. Live here from Hartsfield-Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chaynock, 11 Alive News.
All right, Steph, we'll be checking back with you all morning. Thank you for that. Now let's check in on the roads because we know they are certainly not looking good in a lot of our area. Rachel Cox-Rosen is joining us this morning looking at how the winter weather is now, Rachel, coating a lot of our highways. It certainly has gotten worse over the last couple hours.
Yeah, definitely. I want to kind of take you on a journey from Buckhead kind of northeast to where I'm seeing conditions get worse and worse. So here in the Buckhead area, Peachtree Road at Piedmont Road, you can see traffic lights are flashing here. So certainly an impact from the weather. Shiny roadways that at this point might be starting to turn icy. Now, again, we're going to move a little bit north here. Now we're looking at Highway 141 at Peachtree Road, so Peachtree Boulevard at Peachtree Road. And I particularly want to show you over here this power line here that is certainly getting icy. You can see the icicles forming and a sheen of ice forming on top. And then, of course, my traffic camera has icicles forming there as well. So as we start to see that ice form in the power lines, that's when we have to start getting aware that those power outages might become more likely. And then again, if that ice is forming on the power lines, that means it's starting to likely form on the roadway as well. So when you see the shininess on the roadway, it might not be wetness, it might be ice starting to form there. So that's why you got to be really careful driving around. And then look at this huge difference as we continue to go east. This is in Gwinnett County where it almost looks like snow. Of course, we don't know for sure if it's snow, sleet, ice. Could be a mixture of all three. Okay, Chesley just gave me, he said ice. Yeah, we know it's not snow. I'm not a meteorologist, excuse me. So we know that Doug Turnbull has been seeing stuff like this in Hall County, has been using his boot to demonstrate. He's been going like this with it to demonstrate that it's not powder, that it's ice that kind of looks like snow. So that is what we're seeing here in Gwinnett County. And this is on a major interstate, I-85 near Hamilton Mill Road there. So very dangerous to drive on, given that this is solid ice. I do see tire tracks. I'm not happy to see that. That means folks are certainly driving around. All right, let's head a little bit farther north. We're going a little bit west here in Forsyth County. This is Browns Bridge Road at Highway 9, where you can see more of that white, icy conditions there. Dangerous for driving as well. As the sun comes up, we can see it even more. And then in Hall County right now, you can see a sheen of ice has formed on this traffic camera. This is Highway 6, I-985, and then behind that sheen of ice, you can see that white indicating more ice on the roadways, more of that snow-looking ice that has formed there. So across the metro, you can see that as you start going north and east, those conditions are deteriorating. At this point, no major shutdowns on our roads. I'm constantly calling different counties and dispatches and GDOT to check in, saying, hey, I know we have reports of icy patches. Is anything closed at this point? Not right now, Jonathan. Roads are passable, but that does not mean that I recommend driving on them. I still think, and we've all been saying, hunkering down is going to be your best option unless you have some sort of emergency where you need to leave the home.
It only takes a little bit to cause so much trouble on the roads. Rachel, thank you for that. Well, the storm, as we said, is impacting a lot of viewing areas in different ways. Our reporters have been out there, and a lot of you have been sending us pictures of what you are seeing in your area. Let's check in with Rebecca Lindstrom live in our newsroom. So, Rebecca, we've been getting a lot of pictures, and it really kind of tells the story across Metro Atlanta.
Yeah, and you just even saw there with the traffic report as she moved around to the different cameras, you saw different images and different ways that the weather was impacting those visuals. I'm getting a lot of pictures of stiff and crispy patio cushions, basically furniture that got wet and then froze as temperatures dropped. Tamara Lofton sent us a photo from Lake Lanier, the ground just blanketed in that wintry mix that we were also seeing in some of those traffic cameras. I love this one from Carol in Sandy Springs. It's a bird feeder, but it kind of looks like a lampshade. And then now here, Carol Crichton and Brandy Stout in Dawsonville just giving us these great images. This is kind of the beauty of what is happening right now. Again, we know that if you're out on the roads, that can be dangerous. Certainly with the power outages, that creates a challenge for folks. But when we look at this freezing rain as it just sort of drapes on these everyday items, there really is a beauty in this. Here at the station, our producer, Kiera Frisbee, she braved the cold temperatures to take this video about 2 hours ago, and it's just continued to build ever since. You can almost see that freezing rain in action. The water running down our stair banisters, hitting that surface, as Chesley has been describing all morning long, and then freezing. Well, let us know what you are seeing this morning, especially as we get daybreak. Take pictures through a window or pop out to that covered patio if it is safe, and then text us those pictures and videos. The number is 404-885-7600. Again, 404-885-7600. Let us know what is going on in your neighborhood. Jonathan.
All right, some great pictures there as we see those conditions change. Rebecca Lindstrom live in the newsroom. Thanks for keeping an eye out on that for us, along with all of our viewers, all of you sending those pictures in. All right, now in Cobb County, crews are staged and ready to respond, especially if power goes out. We know we have our crews in Kennesaw this morning. Are we going to go to our Ariana Manise? Yep, she is there. She is live looking at what conditions are looking like right now. Ariana, are you seeing any ice out there in Cobb County where you are?
Well, since we've been out here, we're more so seeing the ice accumulate on our vehicles. We see it on the trees. Our equipment has been frozen, so we've been in and out of the vehicles trying to make sure our equipment stays dry and make sure it stays warm. Now, we did have some power crews behind us, and they've been sent out to Cobb EMC. That's one of the electric providers here in this area. They've been sent to Cobb EMC where they tell us that they're going to have a safety meeting, and then that's when they'll be positioned throughout the county and make sure they're able and in place to respond to wherever they need to go. Utility companies say crews have been deployed across Cobb County and North Georgia, with additional contract teams being brought in from around the southeast. And the goal is to have these workers as close as possible to any potential trouble spots so they can move in as soon as they need to restore power to people quickly. And officials say you want to make sure that you know to stay off the roads. That's been something that they've been saying over the last few days to make sure these power companies, these drivers, these workers can get to those areas safely. Now, where we've been standing in this parking lot, I can tell you that the parking lot is wet, no ice on the ground. It's more so the surfaces that we are seeing. Now, we do know that they have a warming center here in Marietta in Cobb County, Must Ministries. That's a warming center that you can go to if you find yourself without power. You don't want to be in your house in the cold weather. You have a location to go to. And as far as cancellations about schools tomorrow, Kennesaw State is closed tomorrow, as well as Cobb County schools and Marietta City schools. But as far as the conditions here, it's more so a light mist that we're seeing. The ground is more so just water on the ground, no ice accumulating on the ground, just surfaces at this point. But you want to make sure you're careful this morning. Don't go step outside all quickly. You know, you want to make sure that you're staying all bundled up until conditions improve. Back to you, Jonathan.
All right, Ariana Manise live for us there in Cobb. We appreciate it. Now we're going to get a check of our latest with Chesley McNeil. So Chesley, it really does depend where you are. We've seen some conditions in Cobb, maybe not as bad, but you have a shot from Athens this morning.
You know, Jonathan, it's been really, if you look at the city, north and east of the city is where we've been seeing scenes like this, where that ice and sleet have begun to accumulate. And so it's been covering the roads. This is over toward Athens. It's University of Georgia right there. It's across the street, Chick-fil-A, where a lot of kids get a chance to go out and get some lunch and before they go back to class. Don't have to worry about that tomorrow. Don't have to worry about it today either. But we've been seeing cars just kind of steadily roll down as well. And you can see the tracks in the roadways there and everything else that hasn't been tracked on, really iced over, even on top of the roofs there. See that car right there? Going right on by there. No doubt some ice on the trees and everything else. Now, the trees holding steady, at least for now. Also, power is on here, as we can see. And so we'll continue to watch that. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, well, the worst of it is over. A lot of precipitation is gone. But really, once the winds really start to pick up, that colder air starts to get in here, that's where we could see really some more effects, because that's going to create that wind blowing around and also those power lines that have ice on them to bang together a little bit, and that could cause them to fall. Also, weak trees that may have ice on them, once that wind starts to blow, could topple over it. That could fall on power lines. So I wouldn't be too excited as of yet, even though a lot of the precipitation has begun to let up just a little bit. Can't tell if it's raining right here right now, but you can see how the road's already covered in a lot of spots. Just outside our window, a lot of the rain, again, has begun to subside. Wetness on the roadways. The wind is kicking around a little bit, which is why our camera here is shaking. But a lot of cars have been able to navigate at least this curve or this part of I-85, and so not doing too bad. We've been focused on this one because it is an elevated surface. You can see the bridge there, and that air kind of gets around the bridge, right? You got it underneath and on top, and typically that would be one of the areas that would lose its heating very rapidly, and so you can see some freezing there first before you get to some of the other areas of the roads that's kind of insulated by the ground. Now, looking at the precipitation now, you can see how it begins to taper off a little bit. We're looking at just a few isolated spots left over. Some sleet. Again, it has been up here to the north of the city and then over toward the east, where you've been seeing this purple kind of mixing in here. So northern parts of Hall County over toward Banks County into the Athens area, that's where we've been seeing that sleet begin to mix in, and it has been, again, very thick, to say the least. And so we've been seeing pictures of that being on the ground. And so we've been watching that. But over here to the west, it's been mainly all rain, especially all the way up into Fanning and Gilmer County has been on the rainy side as well. Still raining up there right now where the temperatures are a little bit warmer. But over here toward Mossy Creek and Gainesville, you still have some sleet and freezing rain still reaching the ground. Over toward Juneau as well, Lumpkin County. And it's in these areas that we thought would be the higher totals, and that's coming to fruition right there. And so some of our worst impacts will be up here to the far northeast as it's continuing to come down. And if that wedge holds on with heavier rain that's going to push in as we head into the afternoon, that could still be the case for those areas. Maybe even as far south as Atlanta. Will the wedge hold on there? we'll wait and see. Our models say that it probably will erode by then, and we'll just get that wet weather. You can see over here toward the west, we're looking at some of that rain starting to form a nice little line here where we'll start to see some thunderstorms, especially down to the south. Some of our southern counties and towns may experience that. Maybe some of those thunderstorms producing some winds up to about 58, maybe 60 miles per hour, so we'll have to watch out for that. Looking at the temperatures right now, you can see we're down into the 20s in places like Athens and Gainesville, two of the spots where we have reporters and have seen that ice on the roadways and on the sidewalks down there. Covington over here toward the east, down to 30. Edenton as well. Atlanta right at 32 degrees. So far, we've been seeing reports of about 1/10 of an inch of ice around the city at least. Up to the north into Marietta, where Ariana is, we haven't seen much in the way of ice, at least on the ground, but she said on the higher elevations, higher elevated surfaces like trees and some of the light posts there, and even her video equipment, seeing some freezing there. So no doubt some freezing rain there. And then over toward Carrollton, again, it has been all on the liquid side. Now, looking at the road temperatures so far, looking at over toward 400 right along Beaufort Highway, about 30 degrees as far as the road temperature goes, and then 31 up here toward Route 75. Everywhere else has been above the freezing mark there, which is a good sign for us as well, so we'll take that. No doubt. Ice warning will last until Monday. We're looking at that around 10 o'clock in the morning, where temperatures should begin to rise up above freezing. We'll get some sunshine in, and so hopefully things will continue to melt. The problem with the melting is that cold air that will be in place, so later on this afternoon, there could be some refreezing, certainly tonight and into tomorrow morning. Let's go over to Nicole now, get some more on our forecast.
Thanks, Chesley. Yes, that freezing rain kind of winding down in a lot of spots as we work in some drier air. And we're going to be paying very close attention through the rest of the day to temperatures across North Georgia, because that, of course, has a big impact on what's falling from the sky. Now, up towards the northeast of the city, it's likely temperatures will hover right around freezing, if not below freezing, even into the early afternoon. So as we go throughout the next couple of hours, we'll continue to see at least a little bit of additional freezing rain or sleet. Notice, though, it's not nearly as widespread as what's been taking place through the overnight hours. Some warmer air tries to work in from the southwest, and I think it will likely be successful at kind of eroding away this wedge, at least through Metro Atlanta, and allowing for temperatures to climb back up above freezing before our next round of more widespread and potentially very heavy rain arrives later this afternoon. Notice up towards the northeast of the city, where there's already good sleet and ice accumulation, temperatures are still not above freezing at this point. This line of showers and storms will swing through into this afternoon and evening, arriving in Metro Atlanta likely sometime between about 1 o'clock this afternoon and 4 o'clock this evening. We will have heavy rain associated with it. It'll move through pretty quickly, leaving maybe a couple isolated showers, and it actually does come with a low-end risk for severe weather down towards the south. Now, there's a level 1 threat, very low risk for our far southern counties into Pike, Lamar, Upson, as well as portions of Troup and Meriwether. The higher severe weather threat is going to be down to our south. But this brief changeover from freezing rainfall to rain may help us out in the long run to avoid much of any ice accumulation through Metro Atlanta and kind of give us a little bit of relief in locations where roads rapidly deteriorated overnight. Now, I've got to say that colder air is going to move in tonight and into tomorrow morning. So overnight tonight, the Arctic air arrives from the north. Temperatures fall down into the teens and the 20s. By Tuesday morning, we're in the low teens as well as the single digits in some spots. And this is important for a number of reasons. Number one is that anyone who did lose power, if you're still without power by tonight and tomorrow morning, we're dealing with even more bitter cold air. Secondly, anything that's left on the roads, including just puddles of water, will refreeze overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning. So you'll wake up tomorrow morning to sunshine and cold air and think everything looks great, but there could still be areas of ice and even areas of black ice. So perhaps even if your conditions today get a little bit better, you see less ice, it will refreeze tonight and into tomorrow morning in locations where that water doesn't have a chance to evaporate or kind of get blown away. Our low temperatures tomorrow morning will be mostly in the teens and the 20s, but winds are still going to be pretty breezy at that point. So we do have a cold weather advisory in place through early tomorrow morning. Jonathan?
Nicole, thank you so much. Right now, let's take a wider look at this storm now as it heads across the southeast and also into the mid-Atlantic. Want to bring in now from Washington, D.C., meteorologist Paul Goodlow with the Weather Channel. Paul, good to see you this morning. We just have ice here, which is, of course, treacherous, but you have a lot more going on, snow falling behind you. Good morning.
snow. Good morning. Snow and even some now sleet, some ice pellets, Jonathan, mixing in. If I just stop talking for a minute, you might even hear the beat on my hood here. Yeah, so we're seeing a mixture of snow and sleet. It's been all snow since around, say, 9, 10 o'clock last night. Some areas turned over around 11 to midnight or so, but it's been solidly snowing and cold. Temperatures at 16 degrees, wind chill at 2. I'll give you a little unofficial measurement here, and we're picking up, let me flip it around so you can actually see. We're talking 4.5 so inches of snow, not quite 5. But now that we're starting to deal with some of the ice pellets here, we're going to start reducing some of the snow total. So maybe we get to another inch of snow, but we can also see the sleet kind of add up as well. Let me kind of show you the lay of the land. If we look down this way across the National Mall, the visibility is increasing just a little bit. And believe it or not, when you have sleet, it doesn't kind of obscure your visibility as much as snow will. So now we're seeing a little bit of sleet mixing in. We can see about a mile down the mall to the Capitol Rotunda. And if we kind of pan a little bit onto the left here, you can see some of the Smithsonian buildings. All the museums are closed today and tomorrow, including the National Zoo as well. And then, yeah, the roads here have all been pre-treated. Another National Park Service vehicle going through and plowing the road, and it's great. So they're getting down to the asphalt, but because the wind here and the snow is so light, the wind is blowing this snow right back across the roads here. I pick up a handful of the snow. Look at this. This is powdery snow. You throw it up, gets taken in the wind, so it's coming back over the roads. Behind me, that's the African American Smithsonian Museum, and if we keep panning this way, we're very close to the Washington Monument here, and we can clearly see the top of this. The sun's been up for about a half hour, so visibility is increasing. But here's the thing. You know, they're urging everyone across D.C., suburban Maryland, suburban Virginia, just to stay home. The most vehicles we're seeing out here are trying to plow the sidewalks and plow the streets as well. Now, every snowstorm here in D.C., they have a tradition of having this huge snowball fight in the mall. This one is scheduled, well, it was scheduled at 11 o'clock. They're about to do an update at the top of this hour, 8 o'clock. It's scheduled for the north side of the Washington Monument. To my right is north, up towards, you can see a view of the White House. Can't see it from this location. So they're reassessing by 8 o'clock because they know the sleet is coming in, maybe even some freezing rain here. So freezing rain on top of maybe a half foot of snow is not as impactful as perhaps freezing rain on bare ground. But again, because temperatures yesterday never got above 21 degrees, everything, roads, trees, power lines are sitting below freezing. So we do get that freezing rain down to the surface. It is going to freeze on contact. Now, in terms of the fun part, no school tomorrow for district kids. But in terms of the snowball fight, this is not the type of snow that you can pack for a snowball. This is what's called low water content snow. Typically in the weather business, we talk about a 10-to-1 ratio. So 1 inch of liquid will give you 10 inches of snow. This type of snow, first, it gives you light, fluffy snowballs, which, you know, you're not going to lose any friends with this type of snowball. It's very, very soft. But it can give you maybe 20 inches of snow for 1 inch of liquid. And so far at Reagan National, just under a ½ inch officially of liquid as they melt down this snow. So we can see perhaps 6 to 10 inches of snow, but that's not including the ice pellets, which are now, or sleet, which is now mixing on in here. So I know all the federal offices are closed today and tomorrow, as well as the district, city offices, so they're urging everyone to ride this out. The snow should taper off late today, and then tonight, Jonathan, we expect some sunshine tomorrow. But unlike Atlanta, where you'll see temperatures get back above freezing soon, we're not getting above freezing until maybe, again, maybe next weekend. So what is going to fall today is going to stick around for quite some time. Jonathan?
Wow, next weekend, Paul. And like you said, you guys maybe are used to dealing with more snow up there in D.C., but when you have the snow, the wind, and these conditions for several days, it certainly presents a different situation. Paul Goodlow from the Weather Channel, we appreciate that live shot this morning. Hey, during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta struggling to afford basic necessities. And right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families in our community stay warm. So you can scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that is how you can make a donation next Saturday, through next Saturday, January 31st. So you still have about a week or so to help out. A lot of people in our community certainly need it. We're going to take a quick break here on this Sunday morning. Stay right here on 11 Alive Plus and 11 Alive.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
a major water main break has left people with low water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life,
The parks,
the nightlife.
The people.
is home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
All right, everybody, welcome back here this morning here at 7:58. I'm Aisha Howard on this Sunday, January 25th, bringing you special live coverage of this winter weather event, tracking the impact here in our community. Once again, we have team coverage for you from Metro Atlanta all the way up to White County. We are making sure you and your family stay safe because when you went to bed last night, you probably didn't see much happening. But as we start to wake up and move about this morning, it is going down out there. The temperatures are really telling the story. Meteorologist Chuzzy McNeil, it's all about the temps, and that depends on what you're going to see, what you're going to get.
Also where you are, right? It has been really to the east of the city and up to the north that we've seen huge amounts of sleet and freezing rain together, creating scenes like this over toward the Athens area. You look at the roads here, you can see where some cars have been coming by every now and again in both directions, leading to the roads wearing down a little bit. This road hasn't been driven upon at all, and you can see it's all covered right there. Even somebody coming outside, look at that. Yeah. Chick-fil-A's closed, so I don't know. You know, maybe they're just out and about, just trying to check out the roads. But you can see people just kind of walking down the street. Low enough that you can actually do that, but certainly slippery that you probably shouldn't be doing it, of course. And you can see it on the roof. We have ice on the roadways, on the light fixtures, all that. We've zoomed in, take a look at what was going on here. And again, the rain and the freezing rain and sleet has really overtaken this particular area. So Athens, up toward Gainesville, into Hall County, County, mainly north and east of the city is where we've been seeing that sleet. Now, this is downtown. This is in Midtown. And we don't see really any ice on the roads at all. These are a major highway right here. You can see I-85, an elevated surface, which is why we kind of fixed our camera here just to see if these areas would freeze over. But cars seem to have been getting by pretty good. I can't tell what speed they're going, but they're getting along pretty good. Maybe taking their time. Hopefully everybody's nice and safe. We haven't seen any incidents. We've been watching that area pretty much all morning long. Now, again, if you look mainly to the north, here's Atlanta here. You look to the north and over toward the east, it's been right in here where we've been seeing a lot of that accumulation, and so much so that it's been accumulating on the roads in a lot of spots. So our reporters out showing us that where we had that steady freezing rain coming down along with the sleet mixing in at times. It's starting to come to an end here, at least a brief end. We'll get scattered freezing rain, continue to push further off to the north. You can see that back down to the south of us as those scattered showers begin to lift to the north. Once they get around the metro area, that starts to change over to pink, meaning that freezing rain could be coming down, or even some sleet coming down in some spots. It's been coming down a little bit longer up here to the far north and east, and so that's where we're expecting the greatest impacts to be. Juneau, over toward Mossy Creek, Toccoa, up toward Clayton as well, Gainesville, northern Hall County. That's where we have been experiencing a lot of that mixing taking place, which is why we have that sleet that's accumulating on the ground. Parts of Banks County down toward Commerce, Royalston, over toward Athens is where we've been seeing that accumulating sleet as well. Interestingly enough, up here toward western portions of Fannin and Gilmer County, we've been seeing rain, just all liquid there. No doubt a cold rain. Temperatures have been above the freezing mark up toward Blue Ridge so far. We've been looking up there, and that camera as well has been all liquid. Rain still coming down at a pretty decent clip as well. That will continue to lift to the north. We'll be watching what's taking place back off to the west of us. Over toward Douglasville right now, you may have a few light freezing raindrops coming out of the sky. Northern parts of Carroll County as well. Even into southern portions of Cobb County, still dealing with a little bit of that, but haven't seen much ice on the roads. Places like Marietta, where we have a live shot, Ariana Maniz has been over there. Roads have been fine, but some of the elevated surfaces, about 1/10 of an inch of ice being accumulated there. Notice these scattered showers down here to the south. That's going to continue to push through, so we'll hold on to a threat of more freezing rain off and on as we head through the morning. Also watching what's happening back off to the west of us. See that line forming there? This ahead of a front that's going to make its way into the area, which could bring in some very heavy rain. Some gusty winds can be associated with it, maybe even a rumble of thunder or two, especially for the metro area south. We could be seeing possibly some severe thunderstorms, especially for our southern towns and the central portions of the state. Temperatures are in the 20s in a few spots. You got Canton over towards Gainesville at 27, 28 in Athens, 28 also over toward Covington. You're below the freezing mark in Edenton as well, down to 30, 31 degrees. I did mention that. I said around the 8 o'clock hour, we'll probably drop a degree before those temperatures start to go back up again. And they will, as some warmer air will start to nose in here. You notice back off to the west, already starting to see that over toward Birmingham, even into Huntsville, those temperatures starting to warm up. That should evict or push its way toward us, but we'll see if this wedge holds on. If that's the case, we could be seeing a prolonged period of freezing rain, especially up here to the north and east, where we expect those impacts to be much greater. Aisha?
All right, Chesley, thank you. Well, we have Dan Kennedy here in the 11 Alive Streaming Center. He is going to be interviewing some of our officials all around the area to see how things are going right now. Dan, you're actually speaking with Georgia Power as the storm moves through this morning. That's all eyes on them today for sure.
Yeah, a lot of people sitting at home wondering when or if they're going to lose power today. That's why I'm happy to be joined by Alicia Brown, spokeswoman for Georgia Power. Alicia, thank you for joining us on a busy morning for you.
Thank you for having us.
How are things looking right now in terms of power outages across the state?
So we are looking at about 7,800 outages across the state. So the storm is still kind of slow moving, but we are continuing to monitor the weather as well as the outages, and we have our crews ready to respond.
And when you say ready to respond, does that mean they are still waiting on the sidelines ready to go, or what are they waiting on at this point?
Well, as long as the weather is safe to do so, they will be working. So if there's like high winds or things of that nature where it's a little more dangerous, they may have to wait until it's safer to do so. But as long as the weather is safe and they can get to those areas, they will be working.
So clearly safety comes first, and I hope everybody out there can understand that. But what do you want people to know about timelines for restoration today? Is this going to be one of those events where it just takes a couple hours, or could we be going into the night or even tomorrow morning without power?
Well, of course, it depends on the extent of the damages. There's a lot that goes into power restoration. So our teams, once it's safe to do so, as I mentioned before, they will go out and assess the damage and get an idea of what they would need materials-wise. And then our vegetation crew comes in and clears the way so that they can begin work a little safer. And so there's a lot that goes into restoring power, but we do work to try to get it on as quickly as possible. As far as timeline, of course, with storms, they are unpredictable, and we are expecting more freezing rain throughout the day and ice accumulation. So again, we have over 10,000 personnel ready to respond and get the power back on.
And Alicia, I know you were joining us from the command center this morning in Metro Atlanta, where you were monitoring all the outages. Can you walk me through the decision-making process of which areas get power restored first? If we look at widespread outages today, how can you possibly zero in on one area? Can you walk us through that decision process?
So, of course, safety is top of mind. And so with outages, we make sure that hospitals and safety institutions are priority to make sure that they keep their power. And then where we can, we have our smart grid to where we can reroute power in areas that we can do that remotely. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, the extent of the damage, we try to get to those areas that we can that aren't as complex to get the power back on, and then work as quickly as possible to get those other areas.
Would you say your biggest concern today is the ice buildup on power lines, or is it falling trees, or a little bit of both?
A little bit of both. So, of course, with ice, it's very tricky. You have ice accumulation that's weighing down on these tree limbs, which can cause them to break off, and take down power lines, and also ice accumulation on the line. So it's just very tricky with ice. But again, we are working to get the power back on as quickly as we can.
Can you put this storm in perspective for us in your preparation for it? What was the week like leading up to this? We certainly had ample warning time. Was this different from previous storms that you've worked?
Well, we are always monitoring the storm days and weeks out to make sure we can be prepared for any circumstance. So leading up to the storm, our team has been monitoring, getting personnel ready to go, and having them staged to respond as quickly as possible.
Alicia, I think my final question for you is, if folks lose power today, what should they be doing, and what do you want them to know?
So if they lose power, you want to make sure, if you do have a generator, that you're keeping it outside and not causing any potential safety hazards. You can sign up at georgiapower.com/storm for any outage alerts to get real-time updates on an outage, or also call 888-891-0938 to get more details. And just know that we are here for you. We are working around the clock. We have teams staged across the state ready to respond.
Alicia Brown from Georgia Power, thank you so much for your time this morning. Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, Aisha, you heard it there. They're going to be working hard, but safety first for the linemen. It is going to be a long day for those linemen, and a long day if you lose power, no doubt about it. Right now, statewide, you're looking at more than 10,000 people in the dark. But, Aisha, we're talking about more than 5 million customers across all of Georgia. So, as of now, a very small amount of customers.
All right, Dan, thank you so much for bringing us that firsthand account there from Georgia Power. Well, let's take you to Midtown Atlanta right now at a time when most businesses have closed their doors because of this ice storm. There's a Waffle House location still open and serving up your favorite breakfast staples. That is where we find our Caitlin Ross. I'm not sure how she managed to pull this off in her assignment, but I like it.
You got to go where the food is, right? The weather is cold, but the grits are hot. The Waffle House on 5th is still open. We talked to the workers inside who say thankfully they were all able to get there safely. They are inside, they are smiling, and they are welcoming customers. If you follow the Waffle House index, you will know that this Waffle House is on green. We have seen some around the state closing, though, because of the icy conditions, and it is icy out here. We have signs that are coated in ice. We've got cars covered in ice. We talked to one poor guy who came out to his car after working the overnight shift only to find the car completely iced over. He sat there for 20 minutes trying to defrost it enough to be able to drive.
It's getting really bad cold, and I wasn't expecting my car getting all icy.
And he said it was tricky just trying to figure out how to get his car de-iced enough to get out. As we're walking around here on the sidewalks, they are definitely starting to get slippery. I walked over one of those grates, those metal grates, and thank goodness I was standing next to photojournalist John because he caught me from going right down. It is slippery out here, so they're asking you not to be on the roads. If you can stay inside, don't even get out on the sidewalks because the sidewalks are starting to get slippery. And then it's also a safety issue if you're walking around as those ice coats the trees. That can make them really, really heavy, and it can be a danger for falling trees, falling branches. So really, we just want to have you stay inside and stay safe because, Aisha, my face is frozen. It is cold out here.
Tell Caitlin, and so thankfully during your live shot, I've only spotted about 1 or 2 cars going behind you there. Now, you were at the press conference yesterday with GEMA, and they talked about, you know, getting those brine trucks out. While you guys have been in Midtown, I know these are inner city roads, but have you spotted any brine trucks at all?
Yeah, that's such a smart question because GDOT says they are working around the clock, but it takes them 14 hours to complete their circuit. So while they have brined these roads, we haven't seen any trucks out here so far this morning. That's because they are making a huge circuit around all of the metro areas impacted. And I mean, they're going almost all the way to the South Carolina border. So they have a lot of road to cover. And while they're working continuously, they did want to warn drivers that even if you see a brine truck sometime in the afternoon, by that next morning, the road could have iced over because it takes them so long to complete those circuits. We're on city roads. These are a little bit more traveled, but certainly in the neighborhoods or if you live in a more rural area, those roads take even longer to get to. Right where we are in Midtown, the roads so far are just wet. They're not iced over yet. You can see some puddles on the ground. You can see the water starting to build up there, but so far the roads here are not icy. The sidewalks, though, are another matter. The sidewalks, particularly the grates, the handrails, any metal benches, all of those are freezing over to the point where we see icicles on them. If you look at the trees, all of the branches are coated in ice, so you can definitely see the conditions there could get bad. But hey, cars about to drive by right now. Cars are driving by smoothly. Everything is going fine. So far, just wet on the roads here in Midtown. So we're hoping so hard it stays that way, but GDOT has asked people to stay off the roads no matter what.
Caitlin, from my vantage point, I think that person just ran the light there a little bit. So it looks like the speed was a little bit high as well.
Did we catch a crime in action?
I think we may have. We did not stop and zoom in on the plate, so we hope they get to their destination safely. Talk more about, you're painting a great picture out there for the people because we're telling them not to go outside, right? Talk about what you see versus how it feels, because a lot of people may look outside right now and say, oh, nothing happened, but this is black ice out there, and then you gotta really look close at the surfaces. So paint the picture of what people may see when they wake up versus what you're experiencing.
Yeah, so when you walk outside, you can definitely feel the slickness. You can feel it under your feet. You can see the signs there. We've got the ice on the signs. Just as you try to walk through the sidewalks, it's not continuously slick. There are slick spots. You'll be walking, everything seems fine, and then you'll just hit a little spot of slickness, and that's where it gets really dangerous. So for people who are walking, we've seen a couple of people walk by. We talked to some workers at the hotel we're staying at. They came in overnight, and they said they got in safely. They were able to travel. They were able to walk, but they did it really slowly. We just saw a woman walk by with an umbrella, and she was like very carefully taking step by step because you want to make sure that it's going to be safe. So you can check out the intersection here. This is clear right now. It just is a little bit wet, but you feel that cold in the air. There's rain coming down right now, and as it hits your face, it certainly feels like freezing rain. It's got a little bit of a punch to it as it hits you right in the face. So the precipitation is still coming down, and it's gone from heavy to light to right now it's just a little bit of rain, but certainly we want to make sure that people stay safe, and if you can, stay indoors. It is really, really cold outside, and we want to make sure that people stay safe.
All right, Caitlin Ross, thank you. And John as well out there braving the elements. So let's take you from the city to Hall County right now, where temps are already below freezing, that ice starting to accumulate. Doug Turnbull, I saw you a couple of hours ago, and you were literally trying to dig your boots into all that ice over there, and it wasn't budging. So it probably has gotten worse in the last couple hours.
Yeah, well, honestly, Aisha, let's just get right to that. Let's take a look. I'm here on Brownsbridge Road, just outside of our hotel here in Gainesville, and I'm going to step into the shoulder of the road, make sure nobody's coming here. And you can see when you dig your boots in, there's a powder on top, and then it's ice on the bottom. And even as I've watched cars go by, when they penetrate the ice, they don't penetrate all the way to the asphalt there. And that includes even the big power trucks, some of which are stationed here and are from out of state to assist Georgia Power, Jackson EMC, and the others that are local with power outages. Did check with Hall authorities. By their count, there's only trace power outages in Hall County right now, just in the single digits. And the same with the number of people in the warming shelter. Last check, there was only one person in the North Hall Community Center warming shelter that is open for the duration of the storm. As you see cars go by, look, on Brownsbridge Road here, it is solid white. Now, that is not a solid sheet of ice per se. It's kind of slushy, a little bit hardened at the bottom, as you saw. And what we've seen for 3 hours this morning, we saw sleet coming down. This is actually, believe it or not, changed to snow flurries out here. So whatever's happened to the upper atmosphere, I'll leave that to Chesley, Nicole, and the gang to figure out. But it's changed to snow flurries, which I think is actually a better harbinger for what this stuff could turn into. Now, elsewhere, just some other observations here. It's about 30 degrees. The pavement temperature that I checked that's from the National Weather Service at 985 at Highway 60 in Gainesville is just under freezing. So that means what does hit the ground likely is to freeze. And there's a glaze forming up on the tree limbs where ice and water have accumulated and on the power lines above, but they're not sagging yet. There is a steady breeze out here, so if this ice accumulates more, that could where we get to see more power outages. Now, as far as how the roads are in all of Hall County, here's what a GDOT spokesperson for the district said.
All roads are passable, but again, conditions continue to worsen. We want to remind everyone to continue to stay off the roads. Like we mentioned yesterday, the message remains clear: stay home unless absolutely necessary. I'd say if there's one place that we're keeping a close eye on, it's obviously overpasses.
I've been checking in with Hall authorities, too, and they don't have any roads shut down due to icing just yet, but all of them may be technically passable, but that doesn't mean it's ripe for the taking, so to speak. It's definitely tricky out here. I've seen some cars spinning their tires, though getting by gingerly on Brownsbridge Road next to me. And he mentioned the bridges and the hall passes, the bridges and overpasses, excuse me, Nathan Johnson did. Those are what ice over first, as you know, and there's some big bridges here in Hall County that go over Lake Lanier, so those are, I'm sure, what they'll be monitoring very closely as they continue to treat the roads with a salty substance on top to both help melt the ice and then give cars traction. We're going to keep monitoring this through the day out here in Gainesville. Doug Turnbull, 11 Live News. Back to you.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for walking us through that. Well, freezing rain is hitting Athens early this morning, and government officials and power crews alike, they expect conditions to be dangerous well into today and even tomorrow with that refreeze. 11 Alive's Joe Ripley joining us from the Classic City. Joe, a lot developing overnight in Athens.
Yeah, and now, Aisha, with a bit more daylight on our hands, we can really see how much this ice has accumulated and really made for tough conditions here on the roads. Let me show you behind me here where we're starting to see some of these power crews mobilize. Right now, some are getting repositioned up in northeast Georgia as far as the Georgia-South Carolina state line and Hartwell. That is where we understand roads are pretty hazardous right now. Some roads here in Athens also looking pretty rough. If you can zoom in, Adrian, and take a look at the roads here. Some cars have tried to navigate this stretch, and they've been mildly successful, just a few slipping and sliding around, but nothing too major. But if you can avoid it at all costs, you should. Stay home, stay off the roads, because this ice is dangerous, and it continues to fall. The precipitation here in Athens, we've seen roads pretty much clear for the majority of the morning, but we know, especially with the sun not really peeking out as much as we'd like, it's going to take a while for this ice to melt. And we were actually just trying to navigate our way around some of these hazards here outside of our hotel in downtown Athens. Some of the umbrellas had fallen over because of heavy winds and because they had so much ice built up on top of them. Adrian, come over here and let me show you all watching at home what we're dealing with. This was all of the ice piled on top of these umbrellas overhead. So we're kind of keeping three eyes open, if you will, to make sure they don't fall. But this stuff is hard. It's not like snow, right? It's not really packable. it's so hard that it just kind of crumbles in your hand. Imagine all of this building up on surfaces, on roads. It makes it super hard to navigate. And then, Adrian, if you can check out some of these power lines. We're already starting to see some of the glaze form on some of those lines, icicles forming on power lines as well. This is going to be something we're watching throughout the entire day and throughout the overnight hours, Sunday into Monday as well, when those temperatures are expected to drop below freezing. For now, as we try and heat up as best as we can, we hope some of this ice melts, but in the meantime, you do not want to take a chance on these roads. Some of these puddles, again, will refreeze, but for the time being, the ice continues to accumulate, making for those layers of ice that anything can slip and slide on, including you if you try to, take some steps out on the roads or the sidewalks, cars as well. Power crews are out and about, emergency crews are out and about, trying to make sure that people are safe. You do not want to get in their way and risk putting more work on their place. For now, we're live in Athens. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
Joe, thank you. Things have definitely escalated every time we've come to you in Athens. We'll keep checking in with you here throughout the morning. Let's get another check on your forecast. Meteorologist Nicole Hartford joining us this morning. Nicole, temperatures, we just see a little bit of everything. Each reporter we go to, we're getting something different.
Yeah, and that's really what the story's been across North Georgia and what the story's been for this entire winter weather system. It's bringing a wide range of wintry precipitation, from snow to sleet to freezing rain to even just a cold rainfall. This is a large system that spans a good chunk of the continental U.S., from Texas to Oklahoma, all the way up through the Midwest into the Northeast, where massive snowfall is expected into today. For us, we've been tracking mainly sleet, freezing rain, and cold rainfall, although we've had a little bit of snow show up on the radar as well. With this winter storm working its way across the country, we've got winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, and ice storm warnings that remain in effect. In our neck of the woods, we're most concerned about that ice accumulation, so an ice storm warning remains in effect through tomorrow morning. And these spots highlighted by that ice storm warning, that's where the ice accumulation is expected to be a little bit more impactful. We're talking up to a quarter to maybe even a half inch for some, and we've already seen ice totals close to that for some spots up into far northeastern Georgia. Now, the further southwest you go, the less the impact is. The National Weather Service does still have some counties in this winter weather advisory. So far, we have not seen any wintry weather down that way. It's been just a cold rainfall. And as we go throughout the day, we're actually watching for the progression of a little bit more warmth to start working in. But because of the variability of our temperatures across the state and the fact that in scenarios like this, even a couple degree difference in temperature can make a huge impact to what ends up falling, what ends up freezing, we're seeing differing views across the state. So this is our view right now in Athens, where you can see a buildup of kind of that wintry mix of ice, sleet, and snow on the ground. Meanwhile, through Atlanta, mainly just a cold rain with some icy, slick spots possible. Throughout the next couple hours, we will continue to track some showers, but things have really slowed down. Just 2-3 hours ago, we were watching widespread freezing rain, sleet, and rainfall across North Georgia. While that is still the case up into far North Georgia, a little bit of drier air has worked in and allowed for slightly drier conditions throughout the metro and a good portion of kind of the center of North Georgia. We still have some light freezing rain and sleet showing up on the radar into portions of northern Cobb County, North Fulton County, as well as off towards the east into Gwinnett County. And then this little shower, anticipating some freezing rain or just some cold rainfall moving up into the metro past the perimeter. As we go up towards the northeast, and these are locations that so far have really shouldered the brunt of a lot of the freezing rain, a lot of the wintry weather, we're getting a little bit of a break up that way as well. There is still the possibility of just kind of some light showers that are so light they don't show up on the radar, a couple sleet pellets here and there, a few flurries here and there, a couple raindrops here and there, but any of the more persistent snow, sleet, freezing rain is mainly reserved for those northern counties right now. Up towards Dahlonega, we've still got some sleet and freezing rain showing up on the radar, and then into far north Georgia, as well as up into the northwestern corner of the state, a lot of what's fallen there has just been rainfall. It's important to note as well that although we have freezing rain showing up through portions of Cobb County, Fulton County, DeKalb County, in a lot of those spots, the ground temperatures are still up near 34, 35 degrees. So while the roads are wet, while there is ice on signs, on power lines, on trees, on cars, really anything that's above the surface level, on the roads, icy spots haven't been as much of an issue so far. Temperatures have fallen a little bit just in the last couple hours. Our wedge of cold air has intensified. It pushes all that cold air down towards the southwest. So we've been getting colder, especially down into portions of Troup, Meriwether County, Thomaston at 32 degrees right now, Atlanta at 31, with 20s up towards the northeast. Notice those temperatures even warmer as we look out towards Rome, Dalton, and Blairsville. And we're going to be paying really close attention to these temperatures throughout the course of the day today. It's kind of an interesting setup. We've got an area of low pressure up towards the north. That's kind of the center point of this winter weather system, and then a cold front that's swinging down through Louisiana into Mississippi and Alabama. And the cold front is a separation between the milder air coming in from the Gulf and the much colder air behind it. At the same time, we've got the wedge, and the wedge and this cold front are kind of going to work against each other today to potentially erode the wedge and allow for some of that milder air to work in from the south. If that happens, and it looks like the likely scenario at this point, by the time our next wave of more widespread and potentially heavier rain arrives, our temperatures will likely be back up at least above freezing through the Atlanta metro, but that may not be the case for some up into northeastern Georgia. So here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. By 9 o'clock, we're looking at pretty much what we're seeing right now. So some isolated showers of freezing rain, temperatures hovering right around freezing. As we get closer to lunchtime, notice temperatures down towards the south side and the west side of the city start to get a lot warmer. In some scenarios into Troup, Meriwether counties, we're talking temperatures later today in the 40s and 50s as this line of showers and storms approaches. Because of that, a lot of this that comes through is going to be just rainfall, which gives us the opportunity to get rid of a lot of the ice that has accumulated. There will be some exceptions up into the northeastern portions of the state where we don't manage to get above freezing, and therefore this is just another round of freezing rain or sleet that moves through and kind of adds on to any ice accumulation. This will move out by this afternoon and evening, will dry out into the overnight tonight. We will also be watching that line of storms for the possibility of a stronger storm. So we've got a low end severe weather threat down towards the south through Pike, Lamar, as well as Upson counties, and then into Troup and Meriwether counties. We're in a level 1 risk, so it's a very low risk for severe weather, but it is a possibility, and it's something that we'll be watching closely. For the rest of us, a couple rumbles of thunder, some gustier winds, certainly not out of the question. Overnight tonight is when our truly cold air arrives. So by Monday morning, temperatures are down into the 20s. By Tuesday morning, we're down into the teens. Not only is this going to be cold air that we have to deal with, but that means that anything by tonight that has not evaporated, whether it be ice or rain, just kind of on the ground, is going to refreeze overnight tonight. So I know that a lot of people, especially those around Metro Atlanta, down towards the south side of the city, you might be getting out this morning or even this afternoon and thinking, oh, this isn't so bad. But any water still on the ground is going to refreeze as ice, and in a lot of spots that would be black ice tonight and into tomorrow morning. So don't completely let your guard down when it comes to that threat for ice until at least tomorrow afternoon across the metro. Temperatures are going to stay cold, though. Our overnight lows remain in the teens and the 20s, with highs only in the 30s and 40s. Aisha?
All right, Nicole, thank you. So here at 8:28, as the sun comes up, it's becoming even more apparent just how much ice has blanketed parts of northeast Georgia. Let's get right out to 11 Alive's Chase Howell, who is in Helen, Georgia this morning, which is all the way up in White County. Chase, have you heard of any power outages there so far?
Aisha, I have. In matter of fact, I just saw a bunch of linemen head out about an hour ago to go deal with power outages, and it's all because of this. Check out the ice on those power lines. And get this, Aisha. So throughout the hotel, we've been seeing our power actually flicker. And it's because that ice continues to get thicker as the rain falls. Now, just about an hour ago, so actually an hour and a half ago, I got an update from the Deputy Director of Public Safety in White County. And he says up in the northeast portion of the county, a tree fell and hit some power lines, knocking out the power. He also says he's received reports of some power outages in Cleveland, which for reference is about 8 miles away from Helen, where I'm at. Now, what about the roads? Well, the deputy director says traveling is still hazardous, even for first responders.
We did have an ambulance earlier this evening over on the eastern side of the county that had some issues getting to a medical call, and the fire department had to go take a side-by-side out there and assist in getting to the patient.
So Mr. Strength, who you just heard from, says he did see the temperature actually go up to a little bit below freezing, but then dip back down. And I want to show you that tree that I showed you around 7 o'clock today. So you can actually see further away how the tree is actually, the branches are slanting down toward the ground. That's because the ice continues to get thicker on these trees. And that's why we're seeing some of these branches break off. I think earlier today, someone was talking about how they were hearing the cracking noises of the tree branches breaking off of them because of the thickness of that ice. Now, if you take a look over here too at the ground, you can see that more pooling is happening. And yes, it may be a little bit warmer right now. It feels a little bit warmer right now, but as those temperatures dip back down, as we heard from Chesley, we're going to see some of this freeze, and we're hoping that the power doesn't go out and the rain doesn't freeze as much. So we're hoping for those warmer temperatures to dip back into the area. So fingers crossed, Aisha. I don't want to be without power.
All right. Chase, you know what you're looking at there? I think you got about a 50-50 chance, but you guys stay safe, and we thank you for being there, boots on the ground for us. Well, this morning, the storm is impacting parts of our viewing area, leaving a lot of people in the dark already. I know Chase is hopeful, but, you know, this is the weather story of the day. Rebecca Lindstrom joining us live in the studio this morning. Rebecca, you've been sort of tracking the numbers. What are we seeing so far?
Well, you know, we've been hearing this story all morning about that weight, and Chase was talking about it as well, as that ice is on the limbs, and then those limbs under the weight breaking and causing these power outages. And so that's really what we started to see around 5 o'clock this morning. I mean, we really just noticed a spike in these power outages. But I will tell you that it sort of seems, because crews have been so well placed throughout preparations for this storm, that they're kind of playing whack-a-mole and getting a lot of these outages fixed. And then as soon as the number dips down, it pops right back up. And one of the things I want to point out, this is actually the Georgia Power map for their outages. And you're seeing these numbers here, and you're like 2, 2, 6, 6. That might not sound so bad. And big picture, the great thing is, so far it is not. But when we touch here, we can notice there's a real difference between outages and total customers affected. So there's only 125 active outages, according to Georgia Power, but that's impacting about 7,400 people who are at home trying to figure out how to stay warm this morning. And then if we shift over to the EMC system, they mainly impact, you know, the suburbs, the northern part of the state. And here again, just kind of looking at their summary, most of these are in the north, to the north of us. This was evenly split earlier this morning between the metro area and the northern parts of Georgia, but now you could see only about 800 outages in the metro area, but about 2,800 up in the northern part. And so total outages, this number is not customers affected. This is actually the outages, 4,522. So we're going to be keeping an eye on these numbers, really looking at the counties that are behind these outages. Right now, I can tell you, when it comes to up north, Gordon County, about half of the customers in that area are without power right now. So that is certainly one big area that is feeling the chill this morning as those crews try to get in, get to those power lines, get it fixed, and get that heat going again. But like I said, as I've been watching these numbers throughout the morning, we've been noticing that it's just like, okay, we're making ground here, and then as soon as they get one thing fixed, you've got another limb, another tree that breaks in another street, and then that number spikes back up again. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. Like I said, try to drill down into some of these counties to see who's exactly being impacted. But for now, I mean, you're looking at sort of a total 45, 125 as far as the outages, and probably about 10,000 customers affected right now. Aisha?
All right. Rebecca, thank you for that update. So one of the things that we've been talking about our morning, let's see if we have my microphone coming on here, Rebecca. Do we have me, guys? All right, there we go, trying to get the microphone on. One of the things that I've really been thinking about this morning was the fact that our viewing area, it is huge. So just because you don't see something as severe in your area, it doesn't mean that a lot of people aren't dealing with intense severe weather. Meteorologist Tezzy McNeil, you've been talking about all of this depends on where you are. We serve the entire viewing area, so we have to make sure everyone knows what's going on.
That's absolutely right. We've been looking at most of the higher totals, and we've been talking about this days before this, as that it would be up in the far northeastern portions of the state. That's where we've been seeing that sleet and freezing rain the longest, and that's continue up there. Here in the metro area so far, we've been seeing as much as 1/10 of an inch of ice so far, and now we have the wet weather that's out there right now. In fact, I thought, yeah, we could hear it a little bit over our studios right there, right? This is right at our studios. This is I-85, and you can see where folks are getting around. You look at the tires there where they're kicking up water at least, and so not a whole lot on as far as any freezing on the highways, at least around this particular area. Folks seem to be getting around the bend pretty good. And we've wanted to fixate our camera on this area just to see if that would freeze over, because that is an elevated surface right there. All right, you can see that rain, freezing rain right now, that's moving over our area right now as we speak. You can see it around the perimeter, becoming a little bit more scattered in nature, where we had it nice and widespread earlier this morning, actually through the overnight, going into this morning, very widespread. Now that's starting to lift a little bit further off to the north. Much of what's behind this is all scattered or isolated. We are watching a line of very heavy rain that's going to continue to push in, and if the wedge holds on, if this cold air stays in place, we'll get some heavier freezing rain that will move in here. So we're not out of the woods as of yet, but we'll be waiting to see that. Certainly up here to the far northeast, we think it will hold on in some spots up here where you could see as much as a ½ inch of ice, and that's going to create the heaviness on the lines. That takes some time, folks. It takes some heaviness on the lines. Those will start to bend over. Some will start to break. Those trees will start to weigh down. Those will fall on power lines, fall in the middle of roads. And so we're still expecting a big time mess, especially up here in the northeastern corridor of the state. Over here to the west, it has been on the rainy side. For example, over toward Georgia's Rome, haven't seen much ice here at all. It has been all rain, and now things have begun to subside, at least for there. Up here to the north, you got Clayton, Mossy Creek, just north of Juneau here in Lumpkin County. We still have some light freezing rain still coming down. Where you see these purples in here, that's where it could be mixing with sleet around the area, mainly over toward the east, mainly, I'll say, from Gainesville up here to the north, or toward Toccoa, down to the south, as far south as Athens. That's where we've been seeing that sleet, a little bit more in the way of sleet, which piled up as well, mixing with that freezing rain. So we got a nice little layer of ice. I saw Joe Ripley pick up on those pieces, just crumble apart right there. That's that layer of ice. Again, up here to the north, it has been on the rainy side, and over toward the west as well. Right now, around the perimeter, we do have that rain, freezing rain coming down. So that's just going to add to our total. So it may even get up to a ½ inch here in the metro area as these isolated showers continue to push through. You got some up toward Sugar Hill right now, down toward Covington as well. Light for the most part. But again, that heavy rain will be coming through. So where will the temperatures be by the time that gets in here? Timing right now brings this line of heavy showers, possibly some thunderstorms as well, into the area around 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. That's the timing right now. Could speed up. We'll see. That area of low pressure will continue to lift to the north and try to bring in some warmer air to erode this, what we call a wedge that's over the area right now. You can see that warmer air back off to the west of us here, over toward Birmingham, all the way up into Huntsville, starting to warm up a little bit. In fact, everything over here in Alabama right now has been all rain so far. We got temperatures in the 20s in some spots. You got 28 degrees in Canton, 27 in Gainesville, 27 also toward Athens, 28 right now in Covington. That's the actual air temperature that we have. Just below the freezing mark in Atlanta, but probably will bottom out right there before we see those temperatures begin to go up. How high will they go? Possibly up to 40 degrees for this afternoon. Again, above the freezing mark, and so everything else will be on the liquid side before that cold air really starts to push back into our forecast area. Road temperatures have been above average, above freezing as well, except for 2 spots so far this morning. We've been seeing over toward Georgia 400 right at Buford Highway, and then up here on Route 76 down to 31. You're down to 30 over toward Buford Highway right on Georgia 400. And so that's a good sign as well, right? up here toward the northeast, that ice storm warning continues to remain in effect. It got it over toward Rome, which is where we've seen the rain so far, but then down toward Atlanta and a little bit to the south as well, down toward Henry County and stretching over toward the east toward Augusta. But the major impacts will be up here to the north. And so even our winter impacts map has just updated, and you can see where we have that red right in here. Right? Nice little line of it. This is where we're going to see high impacts. Now, it was including earlier parts of Forsyth County. All of Hall County was included in it, parts of Banks County as well. But that has backed off just a little bit, which is a good sign for us. That's some good news. All right. We're still talking about medium impacts, or, you're looking at maybe up to 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 inch in these areas here as well. And even looking better in Atlanta, where we had the orange over us, and now we see in the yellow. So for the rest of the day, at least, that's the kind of impacts that we could continue to have. When we talk about impacts, you're talking about the amount of weight that a 1/2 an inch of ice would do to a power line. You're talking about 500 pounds. That's going to weigh that down. All right, even make these poles begin to bend inward or even snap depending on the weight. Right? And so also you got to factor in the winds. Winds will start to pick up this afternoon, and that ice that forms around the power line forms in a teardrop, and these act as kind of like dumbbells, right? They're slamming into each other as they begin to sway along the roads, along the power lines there. And also the roads, that's our other concern, again, with the ice that's out there. Typically the overpasses. Typically what happens is the road loses its heat kind of uniformly, right? But where we have an overpass, or a bridge, that's where we see it drop faster because of the wind that's able to get under or in and around the overpass, and so that cools off faster. So you get ice forming there first, all right? And so you may be driving good along the road, and then you get to an overpass, you get to an off-ramp, and then it starts to get a little slick on you. So slow down, or don't go out at all, please, all right? Huge system that we're dealing with here that extends all the way over toward Albuquerque, all the way up to Maine. That's where you see that pink in there. That's where we have that winter storm warning in effect. We're looking at anywhere from snow to sleet and freezing rain, all the way to rain and a couple thunderstorms. We already saw a couple down into Montgomery early this morning, pushing through that area. But look at the snow up here to the north. You're talking about areas like St. Louis, Cincinnati, up toward Washington, D.C. We just had a live shot there with the Weather Channel and Paul Goodloe, meteorologist Paul Goodloe, looking at anywhere from 6 to 10 inches. And I think that will be the case really from Richmond, Virginia, all the way up into Philadelphia, possibly into New York as well, 6 to 10 inches of snow. Now, notice how this freezing rain is starting to creep a little bit further to the north as well. And so they're expecting to see that ice on top of the snow that they received. It's not a great thing for them at all, but at least they got the snow first. And so that area of low pressure will continue to push to the north, and so this is going to impact a whole lot of folks, especially up and down the eastern seaboard. So if you had plans to maybe get out and go up to the north or even out to the west, maybe over toward Dallas, likely it's not going to happen, at least not for today. You're going to have to give it some time, folks. Welcome to Atlanta. Enjoy yourself. All right, we got some ice out there, though. You don't want to travel too much. Scattered variety of ice will continue as we head through the rest of the morning. Here we are by 11 o'clock. We're still dealing with it in some spots like Canton, over towards Gainesville, up into Rabun County as well. We'll be dealing with that ice. Maybe even as that heavy rain moves in, that wedge holds on. So we're talking about heavy freezing rain pushing down as well. So we'll see if that begins to erode. Certainly our models are telling us it will happen for Atlanta, but we'll be watching that as well. Down here toward Thomaston, see that magenta color there? Very heavy rain. A couple thunderstorms could move through this area as well. Those thunderstorms could pack quite a punch. We're talking about winds in excess of 58 miles per hour with a few of those thunderstorms down there. Maybe a tornado or two, a brief spin up is certainly possible. Can't rule that out, but for the most part, we'll be dealing with the winds. And winds continue to pick up back behind this as well, even after the precipitation ends. We'll be looking at those winds shifting to more northwesterly, and they will start to pick up. Gusts could be as high as 30 miles per hour. That, coupled with what's already on those trees and the power lines, could begin to be enough just to knock those over. And so if you're saying, hey man, we've already had this rain, I see the ice on the power lines, I still got power, you guys don't know what you're talking about. When that wind starts to pick up, that could lead to more problems, which is why we have extended our 11 Alive impact alert because of the cold air that will be coming in and those winds back behind this system, so it'll extend into Monday. Monday will be a very cold day, despite the fact that we'll have the sunshine around. Those northwest winds will be with us. Temperatures will only rise to around the freezing mark. maybe just above for a time before it goes right back down. Even the overnight lows on Tuesday morning, starting off on Tuesday morning, will be down into the teens as those winds begin to back off just a little bit. Because of that, we have a cold advisory. You can see all the counties highlighted here in the light blue. Rome over to Athens, Atlanta, down through Macon. We're looking at wind chills Monday morning between 4 and 10 a.m. between 0 and 15 degrees. Yeah. Fortunately, a lot of our kids are out of school. That was very wise of the superintendents to do that because, again, any kind of ice that forms, and even if it melts the day before, right, at night, it will refreeze. With the winds, that could blow that around a little bit, okay? Or off towers, trees, that ice begins to fall. That could do some damage. So you may want to think about parking your car away from trees, right? Because the limbs could fall, the tree itself could fall, or even the ice falling off of that tree. 34 degrees for the high temperature on Monday. That's our forecast high. We'll see if we'll get that high, actually. 16 degrees start on Tuesday morning. Very, very cold. We'll get up to 40 for the afternoon high. We should be in the 50s this time of year. We're going to remain below that as we head through the rest of the week. In fact, we'll be dry for the rest of the week as well, with temperatures heading into the weekend right around that 40-degree mark. So there you have it, folks. Again, stay off the roads if you can. Just watch us. We'll continue to entertain you, let you know what's going on around your neighborhood. Aisha, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you. Hey, Gwinnett County residents will be waking up to significant ice, and power crews are ready to help if need be. Grace King is joining us in Duluth this morning and now has an update. Grace, I see you've added a couple layers. It is bitter cold out there and icy.
It's getting a lot colder and things are continuing to fall from the sky, and we're seeing that ice starting to build here. Over here in Duluth, we're near 316 and 85 in Gwinnett County. You can see, take a look at this ice. You can see it just sticking to the grass. It's pieces and pieces of this all over here in this area. You can just hear it kind of crunching under us because there's so much ice covering that. Now, thankfully, it's not sticking to the roads too much yet. But if you take a look behind me, this is where 316 and 85 come together. You can see there's some slush in the middle of the road, not really where cars are driving, but it's starting to get icier. And that's why Gwinnett County officials are telling you to please, please stay home. We were looking around this morning. Those overpasses are definitely starting to get icy. Those were areas they were watching, paying extra attention to, but there's only so much you can do when this just continues to fall. I spoke with the county EMA director, Michael Shaw, and he told me they're going to be watching this weather throughout the day to see what the temperatures do.
Over the last few hours, 3 or 4 hours or so, we've gradually seen an uptick in accumulation of ice, reports of patches on the roads, things like that. I know that our DOT has been especially observant of any of our bridges and overpasses, things like that.
And again, while they've been paying extra attention to those bridges and overpasses, they are starting to get icy. That's why they're asking for you to please, please stay home. Thankfully, there's been no major incidents reported in the county so far, according to the EMA director. But of course, that could change quickly. So if you are able to, they're asking you to stay home because, again, we are starting to see this ice build up here on the grounds. Live in Duluth, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace, thank you. You guys stay safe out there. Well, if you plan to fly out today, be prepared for delays or even worse. I don't think it's happening. This morning, we are already seeing more than 1,000 flight cancellations. 11 Alive Stephanie Chaynock is joining us from inside the world's busiest airport. Steph, not looking too good right now.
No, that's right, Aisha. Over 1,000 cancellations and delays this morning. A lot different from how things were looking this time yesterday on Saturday when we were here. We've already spoken to a few travelers who have had to rebook their flights this morning. They were going to Texas, Boston, also to North Carolina. Here's a live look now behind me. We've got the board here at Hartsfield-Jackson at this hour. We're seeing a bunch of cancellations and also new times for both arrivals and departures. Flight Aware is reporting a total of 45 delays, 1,049 cancellations. Now, a group of 6 ladies from New Jersey this morning, we spoke to them. They've already had quite the travel experience. They were coming from Columbia, trying to get back home to New Jersey this morning, but their flight was canceled. So they said they booked the next cheapest flight out of Columbia, which brought them here to Atlanta.
In Columbia, we were trying to get on a flight today that we originally booked months ago, and we called them on Friday,
they told us we would have available seats for Tuesday, and we were okay with that. And then this morning we woke up and they told us our flight weren't until Thursday and Friday. We were all sporadic. It's 6 of us. We were all put in different flights. One of us going to Ecuador, Costa Rica, layovers. And we just started panicking, and we're like, we have to get back home today.
Yeah, we bumped into those group of ladies. They all had their cell phones out, gathered in a circle, trying to figure out what they were going to do next. We know that they said they were willing to rent a car and drive the rest on the way to New Jersey, but there's no cars to rent. Also, if you're wondering why they were in Columbia, they said they attended a Bad Bunny concert and had a great time before trying to make it back home. And again, today, airport officials are reminding anyone coming that has a flight booked to please check with your airline for the latest updates. Live here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, I'm Safna Chainok. Back to you, Aisha.
All right, Steph. I heard Bad Bunny is an artist you risk it all for. So I think it was worth it. I hear he's amazing, and we're all going to see that soon in a couple weeks. All right, let's get over to Dan Kennedy in the streaming center. Dan, you are tracking even more power outages across the state. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. All right, let's check it out. I'm pulling this up on the computer as we speak to show you what we're working with here in Georgia. Statewide, you're looking at close to 13,000 people now in the dark. When you rank it by counties, Fulton's going to be #1. I mean, you think about population, and it makes sense. That followed by Rabun County up there in North Georgia, and we knew those northern Georgia counties were going to get hit hard. Let's take a look at Georgia EMC, which represents a lot of those northern counties. You know, they've been not only holding steady, they've actually dropped in numbers since I last saw this when they were over 7,000. Now you're looking at about 6,500 outages from some of these smaller rural areas. And then when it comes to Georgia Power, it's about 7,300 people in the dark right now. And not too long ago, we brought you an interview with Georgia Power just about 45 minutes ago. We brought it to you live here. And they said their linemen are on standby, ready to go, but they are taking their safety into consideration, and they're not going to deploy them if the roads are dangerous. They are also, I asked, you know, how do you decide whose lights come on first when you're looking at widespread outages? And Aisha, they noted that if you live close to a hospital, you know, chances are you're going to get your lights on first. They need to get some of those institutions back and restored ASAP.
All right, Dan, so what else do you have on tap for us today? I know you're tracking power outages. You got any interviews that you're looking to secure for the rest of the stream?
I got it all right here, Aisha. Oh, you know it. Who we got? Coming up at 9 o'clock, I got Natalie Dale from GDOT. We're going to ask how the roads are looking across Georgia. You know, a lot of people may be saying, looking out their window, well, is it time for me to head out if I need to go somewhere? A lot of church services are virtual. We're going to be talking with Natalie to let you know how those roads are looking. At 10 o'clock, we are talking with the Director of Public Safety in DeKalb County. So specifically, how are things in DeKalb County? What are the ice reports we are hearing from there? The biggest safety concerns right now in DeKalb. And also, I'm curious to know if they've had any trouble responding to 911 calls this morning because of the ice. And then at 11 o'clock this morning, we are scheduled to speak with Habersham County. So we're going to go up north towards the mountains, Clarksville area, and speak with Jeffrey Adams about what they are seeing there in Habersham.
You over-delivered on that response, Dan. I appreciate it. You got something to look forward to.
You caught me at a good time. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Dan. We will see you soon. Meteorologist Nicole Hartford joining us with a last look here at the forecast. Do you see that the forecast is changing, or are we just in kind of a steady pattern right now?
We're in kind of a steady pattern. We're watching temperatures the most closely because that's what's really going to impact how the rest of the day unfolds. Up towards the northeast of the city, we already have that ice accumulation. Things have kind of slowed down when it comes to any actively falling rain, freezing rain, or even sleet. So we're not seeing much of it at this point. As we go into the next couple of days, that's when we'll bring in the even colder air. But for right now, we're actually anticipating a little bit of a warm up when it comes to temperatures. Our setup right now is an area of low pressure up towards the north that separates the snow from the freezing rain from the sleet. sleet from the cold rainfall. Here across North Georgia, we're seeing a little mix of everything. Most of the moisture, though, is out towards the west of us, so we're in kind of a lull of activity right now. We're still tracking a few scattered showers across the area of some freezing rain and even just some cold rainfall, but it's not nearly as widespread as what it was just a few hours ago. So we've got a little bit of a break in the action before this next wave arrives. The big question becomes, where are temperatures going to be when that next wave of rainfall arrives? Right now, we're still seeing some radar indicated kind of wintry mix, sleet, freezing rain, snow up towards the northeast, and just a steady light rainfall up into far north Georgia. Temperatures have fallen even a little bit more through metro Atlanta and down towards the south, where we hover in the upper 20s and the low 30s. Air temperatures below freezing in Atlanta. Our road temperatures, for the most part, are still just barely above freezing, which is helping us avoid any widespread icy spots, but some slick spots on the roads are still certainly possible. Here's that little influx, though, of some warmer air. So if that manages to come in by the time this wave of rainfall arrives, we're talking mostly rain across the area instead of freezing rain by later this afternoon. There will be some exceptions, though, especially into far northeast Georgia, where we may continue to see some accumulating freezing rain and sleet even as we get into the later hours of the day today. Aisha?
All right, Nicole, thank you. So in Cobb County, crews are staged and ready to respond, especially if the power goes out. I think that's like the #1 priority for people. Ariana Manise live in Kennesaw for us this morning. Ariana, you've been there all morning. Do you see the conditions changing where you are?
Well, the conditions have pretty much remained the same. It's more so on and off. Light rain right now is more so of a mist. Most of the ice we've been seeing are on surfaces, like on our car, even on our equipment. But as far as the roads have been just wet for this point. But, you know, you still want to stay off the roads. Don't take my word and say, yes, I can go drive around Cobb County. Not just yet. But as far as those power crews, they were staged here at our hotel. We saw them leave around 5 a.m. this morning, and they told us they were heading out to Cobb EMC for a safety meeting, and that's where they'll assess where to go next and where they'll be positioned throughout the county. Utility companies, Cobb EMC, they say their crews have been deployed across Cobb County and North Georgia, with additional contract teams brought in from around the southeast. One of those companies we saw was Pike and Gwinnett County. And the goal is to have workers as close as possible to any potential trouble spots so they can move in as soon as it's safe to restore power. And officials continue to warn that ice is one of the biggest threats to power lines. Even a ½ inch can cause damage, can cause power outages. And we also want to tell you that one of those crews that were sent in to help, they came in from Tallahassee. They are here to help. They sent in a number of people to come step in and help us out here in Georgia. More than a dozen city utility workers were sent here to Georgia with trucks and also with equipment. Take a listen.
Marietta did need crews. We had the resources, and we got basically paired up with them. And then once that's done, we communicate directly with Marietta so we can know where we're going, what time we need to deploy, and ensure that we're bringing the right equipment and material if they do need some material as well.
And once again, those power crews, when we spoke to them, they just really emphasize the importance. If you have a down power line, stay away, as that line may still have energy. Reporting live from Cobb County, I'm Ariana Manise for 11 Alive. Back to you.
All right, Ariana, you guys stay safe and warm. Thank you. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Extended coverage of the current weather impact alert is sponsored by Premier Generators.
Alert, warning you about what's coming, impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future.
Welcome back, Atlanta. We in the thick of it right now. This significant ice storm freezing over the city and really much of the metro. A wintry mix has been falling across North Georgia for about 9 hours, and now we are seeing road conditions worsen and the ice piling up on power lines and weighing down trees. We've got round-the-clock forecast and team coverage all across the area for you this morning. Good morning, everybody, here at 9 a.m. on this Sunday, January 25th. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. Happy Sunday to all of you. We appreciate you watching us here on 11 Alive, and for all of you streaming on 11 Alive Plus. A lot of people have been with us since 4 o'clock this morning. We've been on, and we appreciate you staying with us. But in case you are just joining us, we want to get you up to date with the very latest. Here's a live look over Athens right now, where you can see ice and freezing rain have been pelting the city all night, and this is what is left. And it is not finished yet, folks. The ice storm warning is still in effect until at least 10 o'clock tomorrow. And Governor Brian Kemp has also declared a state of emergency until Thursday at the earliest. Well, several school districts in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia have also already said they are closing for tomorrow or going virtual. Atlanta and Gwinnett Public Schools will be virtual, while Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Henry County schools will all be closed tomorrow.
A lot of people waking up without power this morning. Let's check out a live look at Georgia Power's outage map right here. Right now around the metro, there are a few thousand outages, and statewide, we're sitting at about 13,000. It doesn't take much for power lines to freeze over and send you into the dark, but extra crews are on the ground working to get that power back on as fast as possible, and we are tracking the latest for you all throughout the morning.
All right, we have seen those roads. They are tricky this morning. That is exactly why everyone is being encouraged to stay off the roads. It looks like, at least in this area, people are doing that. GDOT says black ice is the most common overnight and into these early morning hours. You're looking live this morning over I-985 in Gainesville, where you see it is coated in ice right now. Well, roads all across Georgia are being treated with millions of gallons of brine, but remember, treating for ice is much different than treating for snow.
Once again, we have team coverage for you from Metro Atlanta all the way up to White County, Athens. We are making sure you and your family stay safe. Look at this team coverage. We are not playing around. But first, we want to kick it off with the meteorologist Chesley McNeil and Nicole Hartford for the latest on this forecast. Chesley, it seems like we're in a pretty consistent pattern, but I don't know if that's a good thing.
Well, yeah, the rain was coming down pretty steady through the overnight and this morning, and now starting to back off just a little bit now. It's becoming a little bit more on the scattered variety. We got some precipitation that's moving in, but it's on the frozen side. But we'll continue to push up to the north as well. It's really from Atlanta up toward the north and east, where we've been kind of pinpointing where we see the worst of this particular storm. What you're looking at behind me here is our live shot from our north side camera. Normally, what you would see is Northside Hospital about right here. That's where the flag would be. A King and Queen building right there. But you really can't see that, right? Because of the ice that's coming down, the freezing rain, and freezing on our lens there. Now, it hasn't been that way everywhere throughout the city. Some of us just receiving rain. In fact, the further west you go, it has been all rain in our area. So some spots receiving a little bit more than others. And so we've been tracking that as well. But mainly up here toward the northeast, and over here toward the east, where you see those purples in there, that white kind of popping off right there. That's sleet that has been mixing in, and that has begun to really pile up in some areas, like that live shot y'all just showed over toward the Athens area where the road was just coated in that sleet and freezing rain. Now we just have some scattered pockets of it around. It's starting to push a little bit further off to the north. We'll see this in and out of the area as we head through the rest of the morning. Notice how down here to the south it's all green, meaning all rain, but it moves up to the Atlanta metro area where it's much colder, changes over to freezing rain, and it'll stay that way as it head further off to the north, maybe with some sleet mixing in. Has been all rain over here toward the west and up to the far north into Murray County, Fanning, Gilmer County as well. Mostly rain there. Up toward the Blue Ridge area has been mostly rain. Warmer temperatures have been able to stick around in those areas, so it has been all wet. The winds will start to pick up a little bit, especially as we head through the afternoon. We're waiting on the arrival of heavier rain to push into the area ahead of a front that's going to push in. You can already start to see some of that just south of Huntsville. A nice little line forming here. We'll have some heavy rain, even some thunderstorms a little bit further down to the south. Let's go in here just a little bit and show you exactly what's going on up toward Rayburn County. Still coming down. There's freezing rain, maybe a little bit of sleet mixing in over toward Mossy Creek as well, southern parts of White County, down into Hall County. In particularly northern Hall County has been hit hard as well with some higher totals, and then down towards southern Hall County, going down into parts of Gwinnett County as well. We got over toward Beaufort. Around the perimeter, you're running in and out of some freezing rain as it continues to fall as well. We'll continue to track this line. It's back off to the west of us. That's that front. Notice how it's amping up a little bit. Now, you also notice as it moves into the Alabama area, there is no freezing precipitation. Temperatures warm enough to support all liquid, and a couple of thunderstorms now starting to pop up here in the far northwestern counties as well. Back into Mississippi, though, that's where you're seeing some of that freezing rain and snow as well. That will continue to push to the east. We're expecting that temperature to warm up as well, and so that we get more rain coming in. That will help to wash out what we've seen so far around the Atlanta metro area, which has been reports at least of 1/10 of an inch of ice, which still can cause some problems for you. 31 degrees right now in Atlanta. Got some 20s out here as well. Athens at 29, 27 degrees in Gainesville, 28 over toward Canton, 32 right now in Carrollton. You're at 37 degrees up toward Rome. Look at Blairsville above the freezing mark, which is why I was saying that most of that has been rain as well. Road temperatures above the freezing mark as well, except in two spots over toward Georgia's 400 near Beaufort Highway are at 31 degrees up toward US 76. The ice storm warning continues in our area, will last until Monday morning. We're still anticipating, again, the roads freezing over, our power lines, and also those trees you'll have to be on the lookout for, because, again, they'll start dropping that ice as well. And some of those trees could begin to fall over as those winds begin to pick up. That could fall on power lines, so we could be seeing a few more power outages. So we need to be on the lookout, folks. That is our two major concerns. Again, the driving conditions will be dangerous, especially in a lot of these spots from Atlanta up here to the north. So you want to stay inside. And then also the power outages, which is going to take some time coming in. Again, we're still seeing that freezing rain coming down, so that's going to add to the totals. The higher they go, the more we'll see those power outages, and I think they'll be mainly up here to the far northeast. Let's go over to Nicole Hartford now with more.
Thanks, Chesley. As far as conditions go throughout the remainder of the day today, it's going to be really dependent on how temperatures evolve throughout the next few hours. We've got kind of two competing systems when it comes to our temperatures. We've got the wedge in place, which pushes that colder air up against the Appalachian Mountains, traps it across the southeast. That's currently in full control of our weather pattern. Meanwhile, we've got that area of low pressure, kind of the center point of this winter weather system, as well as an incoming cold front. What that cold front is doing is it's actually going to pull in some milder air from the Gulf and help to erode the wedge as we go throughout the day. So what will happen as the wedge erodes is temperatures will gradually start to get warmer down from the southwest up towards the northeast. How quickly that happens will be very dependent on how quickly the wedge erodes, and that will have big impacts on the types of precipitation we see throughout the next few hours. We are in a little bit of a lull right now as far as any rain or freezing rain or sleet sleet goes. We're still seeing a little bit here and there, and we'll continue to track a couple scattered showers through the next couple hours, but it's not until that next big wave of moisture arrives closer to lunchtime that things will really start to pick up. Notice by this point, according to our forecast track, temperatures throughout Metro Atlanta are a little bit milder, not a big difference, but just barely above freezing. And in this scenario, that does make a big difference. Meanwhile, down towards the southwest of the city, temperatures are way warmer. We're talking 40s and 50s as far as temperatures are concerned down into portions of Upson County as well as Troup and Meriwether counties. In the meantime, spots up towards the northeast of the city are still either at or below freezing. That means these locations will continue to accumulate some of that freezing rain and sleet, while other spots will get a little bit more of a break and just see periods of very heavy rainfall as these showers come through. Now, this rain, any freezing rain, is going to clear out as we get into tonight. That line of showers does come with a very low end severe weather threat down towards the south side, but overall severe threat, again, very low. Into the overnight tonight, our gears kind of shift to watch for the potential of refreezing. So anything that did manage to fall or even melt throughout the day today will be able to refreeze overnight tonight. So any water that's still left on the ground, any ice that's still left on the ground, it's going to refreeze as temperatures fall down to the teens and the 20s. So even if conditions manage to improve in a lot of locations, we may still see some slick spots, some icy spots into tomorrow morning. So it's really important to still stay aware even into tomorrow morning that there could be some icy areas out on the roadways. Temperatures will stay cold. We are not thawing out anytime soon. Coldest morning of the season so far will come on Tuesday with overnight low temperatures in the teens and the single digits.
All right, thank you so much, Nicole. So just in about 30 minutes ago, Governor Brian Kemp posted a winter storm update on Facebook.
Yeah, he says that while the state is right now in a brief lull, at least most of the state, conditions are expected to pick up again later today.
Good morning, everybody. Wanted to give you a quick winter storm update. I just got off the phone with Director Lamb and Chief Meteorologist Will Langston. We're about halfway through this event. I know some people may be waking up and saying there's nothing out there because we are in a little bit of a lull. There's more coming. We do think things will deteriorate as the day goes on. But we're doing good right now. I want to thank everybody for staying off the roads. This is a great time for us to catch up on some areas like 400 North, I-85 North that we're starting to lose control of a little bit and re-salt, re-ice, and re-treat those roadways. So if you can, please continue to stay off the roads. It's going to get worse as the day goes on. Let us do our work and stay safe out there. We'll keep you posted as things materialize the rest of the day.
All right, hearing from Governor Kemp there.
Yeah, and we'll keep tracking the governor's updates and pass along any new information to you as soon as we do get it.
Right now, let's get over to 11 Alive's Dan Kennedy. He's joining us live in our streaming center this morning. And Dan, you've been speaking with GDOT as they're working to keep our roads safe and clear. That is one of the biggest concerns right now.
Yeah, and that's why I want to get straight to Natalie Dale with GDOT. She is in their operations center right now. She's been there for hours on end watching all this. Natalie, I really appreciate your time on a busy morning. Can you just quickly update us on how Georgia roads are looking as we speak?
Well, a great representation of what we're dealing with. If you look over my shoulder, the bottom screen, we're monitoring about 5,000 statewide cameras here, but the bottom screen is Metro Atlanta. That's the downtown connector. And right above it is in Forsyth County. So you've got wet roads that have icy conditions in the metro. And then as you move up into the northeast, we had a variety of precipitation that led to more plowable conditions up there. So we've got plow trucks rolling. We've spread over 1.3 million gallons of brine over 18,000 lanes. We've spread millions of pounds of salt and aggregate on our roads. But we'll continue doing that around the clock because while it looks like we're done, everyone should realize, wait, there's more. There is a second band of this winter storm coming, and just as Georgia brings the oddest weather at times, in the middle of this, we may even be dealing with thunderstorms in Metro Atlanta. So there's a lot to come. The important part is that by tonight, anything that hasn't dried up or been cleared from the roadways is going to set as ice. We're going to get those extreme cold temperatures. So do what you've been doing and stay off the roads. Give us a chance to get as much work as possible done today during these weather conditions.
All right, you mentioned those thunderstorm and the potential for that. What does that do to the salt and brine? How does that complicate things for you guys today?
well, it's going to dilute it just as you would expect. And so we're going to continue to work with the conditions we have now, getting more material down, plowing where we can, getting that harder salt material down. The rain can turn that into, a new level of brine, if you will. But as soon as that thunderstorm passes, as soon as that heavy rain passes later this afternoon, we'll get right back out there with more tankers of brine, salt, rock, depending on where we are and what we need. It looks like the second part of this storm is going to be most impactful from about east of 75 and north of I-20. So we're really concentrating our efforts. A second ago, I saw a big convoy of plow trucks being relocated from south of I-20 up to that northeastern district. So we're sort of shuffling the deck, if you will, to see where our crews are most needed, given what the second band of this storm is going to bring.
Natalie, final question for you. As we look ahead to Monday morning, do you anticipate improvements at that point or more issues? And for folks who might be feeling a little stir crazy, schools are closed, they're ready to head out. What's your message to drivers?
Schools have done us a big favor by going ahead and making that call for safety early. My message for drivers is, look, I know we're Georgians. We want to go. We want to do. Now is not the time. Again, you're going to have this false sense of security today as temperatures get a little warmer. You see the rain come back through. We're getting another band of winter precipitation followed by some of the coldest temperatures we've seen this year. That is going to be hard freeze on the roadways. We're going to have wet roadways. We're going to have icy situations. We're going to have, whether it's widespread or black ice situations tomorrow, very dangerous. So stay off the road, even until tomorrow morning into the afternoon, until you get the all clear from state officials.
That's Natalie Dale from GDOT with an important message. Natalie, appreciate your time this morning. Jonathan and Aisha, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Dan, thank you. Right now, we are seeing widespread power outages throughout northeast Georgia as the freezing rain continues this morning.
Yeah, that is also one of the big concerns. So let's get right out to 11 Alive's Chase Howell, who is in Helen, right there in White County. So, Chase, you have some new information about the power in that area. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I do, Jonathan and Isha, and I wanted to get to this right away because it's urgent. So within the last maybe 15 minutes, we're seeing the power outages keep going up. So here in White County on the Habersham EMC, which is one of the power companies here, we're seeing 1,696 people without power. We also are seeing in Rabun County 789 people without power. With Habersham County, we're seeing 945. So when we keep seeing this climb, I mean, here at the hotel, within the last 15 minutes, we've seen the power go out for about 10 seconds and then kick back on. So you can understand how the rain and the ice is affecting these power lines. But over at Georgia Power, if we go back to here, which is another power company here in the area, if you go back up to here and you go search this area by county, Habersham County has one outage there, and then over here, 396 people are affected in White County. Again, within the last 15 minutes, these numbers keep on growing. I mean, I jumped into our chat, as you guys saw in our team's messages, and it was at 1,300 people without power. Again, so these numbers are growing. This is something we've been talking about and warning people over the last several days. So I want to remind you folks at home that are watching, make sure that you guys have extra batteries, flashlights. I know the hotel here is making sure that we have extra blankets because, again, this power is going to go out. It's going to get cold overnight, and we're going to keep seeing these power outages keep going up. So, again, I hope that you guys all heeded that warning that we were giving you of being prepared. So, again, extra batteries, flashlights, sweatshirts, sweatpants, layer those on because that's going to keep getting colder, and we could be hours and even days without power. So I just wanted to get that information out right away to people so they know what's going on in their community.
That's certainly good to know, Chase. Thanks for that update. I do want to ask you, you moved inside now, but tell us a little bit about what the conditions are like outside there in White County, because you've been out there for most of the morning.
Yeah, we moved inside because I wanted to be able to have internet access to show you this map here. But outside right now, it's still that rain mixture. That's that freezing rain, rather. And it's hitting and it's adding on to the ice on those power lines, on those trees. And as I told you in the last hour, basically we saw a power outage happen in the southeast of the county after a tree toppled over into some power lines from that weight of the ice. So again, as this rain continues up here in the northeast and it gets heavier as the night goes on and it gets colder out, we're going to see probably more power outages and trees go down in the area.
All right, our Chase Howell joining us this morning from Helen in White County. Chase, thanks so much.
We've been talking about just how huge this storm system is, really hitting a wide part of the U.S. So let's take a wider look at this storm right now. We continue to get several new photos and videos in from our dedicated viewers here at home, just showing us exactly how the winter weather is impacting them. I love all the icicle photos there because if you're not getting a lot of snow, you're like, oh, what's going on? Icicles really tell the story. Take a look on your screens right now. 11 Alive viewer David Brooks this morning around 7:30 in Marietta, and then just seeing those roads just covered out there. Make sure you go ahead and keep texting us your pictures and videos if you get them safely. 404-885-7600. We want to see how you are weathering this storm and what's happening in your neighborhood. Well, freezing rain is hitting Athens early this morning as well.
We've seen some conditions really change there near University of Georgia. We're going to get to that in a moment. We've had our Joe Ripley there in Athens this morning, keeping an eye on that, and we've also got crews spread across the metro area as well.
Let's take you to Cincinnati right now. Ohio is known for snowstorms, but let's see how they're dealing with it now. Joining us right now is meteorologist Jen Carfagno with the Weather Channel. Jen, how is it looking there in Ohio?
No, Aisha, we're getting the snow that everyone in Georgia wanted, actually. This snow is, I have to say, pretty amazing here in Wilmington, Ohio. Now, it's causing its challenges. Travel is slow. In fact, there's a level 2 travel emergency or level 2 snow emergency here in Hamilton County, which is where Cincinnati is, meaning people should stay off the roads here, like so many are doing across the country. But I have to show you the kind of snow that we have here. It is an amazing fluffy snow. Look at that. It's not good for snowball making. I can't do that. So that means it would not be good for snowman making, but this would be great snow for sledding, great snow for snow angels. It's very cold though. Temperatures are running at 12 right now and feels even colder when the wind blows. I want to show you just the landscape. So I'm right outside of the Cincinnati Reds baseball stadium, the Ohio River down in the distance, and over that on the other side is Kentucky. And we couldn't see that all morning because the snow is falling so heavily. This is an area, a pedestrian area, where a lot of folks would hang out during game day, whether they're here for the Reds or they're here for the Bengals, because Paycor Stadium's on the other side. We got a gentleman with his dog out walking in the snow, and this is really the best of the weather we're going to have over the next 7 days as it gets very cold once the snow stops falling. And Aisha and Jonathan, you mentioned that we get snow in Ohio here. We do, but this much snow that we have the potential to get actually could be significant. If we get over 11.8 in a single day, and the chances there, that would actually be a one-day single snowfall record for us. So yes, we get snow here in southern Ohio, but we just don't get that big of a snowfall event all that often. We also don't get this kind of cold either, correlating with the snow. Temperatures today at best maybe 20, so this is a very cold snow. And then we'll see temperatures dropping off very quickly overnight tonight in the Arctic air. This gets locked in here for the next entire week. And here in Cincinnati, we may not go above freezing until the following week, until February 2nd, until Groundhog Day. So it's quite a cold stretch that we have, a cold and snowy stretch, because the snow is not going anywhere. Aisha and Jonathan, as you can imagine, travel is very disrupted here. I haven't seen cars all day, and as has been asked for, right, by the officials, they've asked folks to stay home. But when it comes to air travel, we've got more than 10,000 flights across the country that are canceled. And here in Cincinnati, it's about 67% of the flights that are canceled. And I'm impressed that they're not all canceled yet, but we'll see. The day is not over. We'll see how those flights do. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio, but for now, it's a snow day, and I'm thankful for this nice, soft, fluffy snow that's much easier to travel and deal with, and it doesn't cause the power outages.
Yeah, Jen, I was going to ask you, so I'm actually from Michigan, and people always ask, like, how did you grow up there with, like, single-digit temperatures? I'm looking at the bottom of our screen right now. We have 30 degrees. You have 12 degrees. They always say, what does that feel like? Describe to people what 12 degrees feels like.
12 degrees depends where you are. In Colorado, it's not bad. But here, it's pretty darn cold. Kind of cuts right through you. You just got to be dressed for it. It's 12 with a feels like down near 0. I've got my mittens on, which are much better than gloves. I've got some hand warmers tucked in there. couple of layers, but most importantly, I've got a heated base layer on. So, these coats are great. Overall, believe it or not, at 12, I'm not cold. There's no such thing as bad weather, Aisha. You know that. It's bad wardrobe if you're not dressed for it.
You know what? We're going to take a little something away from that, Jen. Thank you so much. I hope you continue to enjoy your winter wonderland there in Ohio. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, they are in for the long haul. We're thinking about a 2 or 3 day event. They're looking at a 7-day event. So, hey, maybe we don't have it too bad here.
I don't think so.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on this Sunday morning. Stay with us. We'll be right back here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
Main break is like low water flow.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in
Welcome back. Here we are at 9:26. We're kind of taking you all over the area so you can see how things are shaping up without having to go outside. Freezing rain already hitting Athens starting really early this morning.
It certainly has, Aisha, and government officials and power crews alike expect conditions to be even worse and get more dangerous well into tomorrow. Let's check in with 11 Alive's Joe Ripley. He is live this morning in the Classic City. So, Joe, we have really seen things develop there in Athens overnight. A lot of that ice really just blanketing the ground.
That's right, Jonathan and Aisha. It seems like the weather is changing by the hour. First, we think we're getting a little break from the precipitation, and then all of a sudden the clouds open up, the heavens open up, and like here we are in whatever seems to be this wintry mix. We got some snow flurries, it seemed like, for a little bit here, but now that the winter weather is beginning to fall and continues to stick here, not much is going to do much to melt it. Let me step out of the way so you can see my alma mater here, the University of Georgia, and all its splendor and glory with a little bit of a white covering over it, right? This is giving you an idea of just how much precipitation we've had throughout the last 4 or 5 hours or so. If you zoom in, Adrian, you can see the icicles on that light there. And here's how we got to this point. We started noticing heavy downpours here probably around 3 or 4 this morning. That's when the heaviest of this precipitation started falling in the form of freezing rain and sleet and a winter mix coating parking lots and cars alike and homes as well. Few people spotted today, and that's a good thing. That's a good sign. Not a lot of cars on the roads, and that's just how Ralston Suits with Power Pros likes it, because he and about 100 other crews are scanning, patrolling North Georgia, ready to respond to what's expected to be widespread power outages as this ice can tend to accumulate on things like power lines and limbs. Here's what he expects to happen throughout the day here on Sunday.
We did notice a lot of accumulation on the ground. There is a lot of ice with it also. I've talked to the crews. We're making sure to, while we're traveling this morning, we need to be looking out for road conditions. We have a lot of equipment we're hauling behind our trucks, so that puts in a hazard with our guys traveling.
Yeah, wise words of advice there. Please stay off the roads. At this point, they're in no condition to drive on. We've heard from Athens Cobb County Police saying many areas are just impassable right now because of the thick layer of ice that's only accumulated. About an hour or two ago, we did a rough measurement and estimating about half an inch of ice had fallen, with still more winter weather to come throughout the day on Sunday. So that's expected to freeze over later tonight, making roads even more impassable than they are now. So hopefully you're hunkered down and ready to go for the long haul. In case you lose power, you want to make sure you have those essential items. We're talking food, water, reserve power sources and batteries to charge your phone so you can keep up with 11 Alive Plus, as well as any alerts that come to your phone so you stay winter weather ready. For now, we are live in Athens. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
All right, Joe, thank you. Well, Governor Kemp even talked about it, really focusing on 400 North and 85 North. Let's head up there that direction now. Hall County, where the temps have been below freezing and that ice has just been stacking up.
Our Doug Turnbull is live for us in Gainesville this morning. Doug, you got a smile on your face, but things aren't looking too great behind you.
No, it definitely looks bleak out here for sure. And one thing I can smile about is a lot of people in Hall County, we've heard this since their updates around midnight, have heeded the warnings and stayed off the roads. It seems like it's been mainly people that have essential travel. Power crews, road crews, and the occasional civilian, of course. I'm stationed on Brownsbridge Road right in front of our hotel. We even contemplated of maybe trying to make a small radius around it and see if we could get out, because roads are technically passable, quote unquote, if I can make quotes with mittens. But we decided to heed our own advice and stay very close by because it's very slick. Now, what we encountered starting at about 3 a.m. today when we walked outside is heavy sleet on and off. Right now, I'm dealing with more snow flurries, but right in between our last hit and now, there was heavy sleet once again. Now, of course, once this hits the ground, the pavement temperatures have been at or just below freezing. The air temperature is just under 30 degrees. That means it's becoming ice. So next to me here, and I'll show you once again, the road hasn't gotten any better. I'm on the shoulder of Brownsbridge Road, and you can see my boots, my rubber boots, aren't even making a dent in it as a couple of cars come by. I'm going to step back up into the grass, which you can see ice on as well. Now, there's a car coming by me right now. I'd say has some pretty decent speed. One thing I want to remind people, actually two things, is yeah, but that car's fishtailing right now. There you go. Boise just pointed that out, our photographer, as that car doesn't have its headlights on. When you're out in precipitation, guys, keep those headlights on because visibility is limited. Another thing, too, is stay in the tire tracks that other vehicles have already made. Here on Browns Bridge, the tires aren't even penetrating all the way through the ice. There's still an icy layer between the rubber and the asphalt. And so stay in the tire tracks so you actually have more likely to have grip out on the roads. We've spoken to GDOT just a moment ago. The only road that is shut down in Hall County due to ice is Vaughndale Road, that is just off of Highway 53 and between 53 and Sardis Church. And they say that most roads are passable, but again, they're slick and expected to get worse. And I'm still here in Gainesville. Doug Turnbull, 11 Alive News. Back to you.
All right, and we appreciate you still being there, Doug. Thanks so much.
All right, we are still getting several new photos and videos in from our dedicated viewers this morning, showing us exactly the winter weather. See that emergency response vehicle out there on a very icy highway as well. A lot of people giving us the icicle shots too from their neighborhood and their back patios.
All right, and take a look at your screens. We also have some photos from one of our 11 Alive viewers, David Brooks, this morning. This came in around 7:30 out in Marietta. Yeah, a lot of ice there accumulating on people's decks and trees and plants and all of that.
All right, so take a look at this winter weather already impacting several of our dedicated viewers, but they're getting the pets out to have a little fun, you know. Maybe they don't experience this often. This is from Coming off of Brown Bridge Road. We want to thank you all for sharing your photos and videos with us.
And we want more of them. We'd like to see more photos and videos, so you can send them to this number. Text them 404-885-7600. And we want to see you out there weathering the storm safely, or maybe just in your backyard with your pet, whatever. We always like to get those pictures and videos.
Meteorologist Chesney McNeil, are we in a lull at the moment?
You can call it that. We had steady freezing rain through the overnight, and so now it's starting to become a little bit more isolated, where we have a few run through and then you get a break and then more will come through. It'll stay that way at least until we get to this afternoon. I think after 12 o'clock we'll be watching just to our west a wall of rain pushing in. It's going to be heavy at times, of course, as that pushes through. Also, the winds will start to pick up as well. Where will the temperatures be when that heavy rain gets in here? That's the question. That's what we're watching for, because we do think some of that wedging will hold on, where the temperatures will be down around the freezing mark, and we will get more of that freezing rain, especially for our northeastern corridor. This is over toward the northwest, Georgia's Rome, where we've seen only rain so far. Roadway's still a bit wet. People getting out and about for some reason. Maybe they're serving some breakfast over here or something. There's a lot of cars there. I don't know. Or maybe that's where people are anchored. That's where they're going to be for the rest of the weekend. If that's good, God bless you. Stay there, all right? Stay there, because, again, the conditions will not be favorable for you, especially as that cold air begins to push further into our forecast area. So we'll be watching for that. This is what I was talking about, Aisha, right here. So we do have some isolated showers that continue to push further off to the north. Starts down here as rain, but once it gets into that cold air, that's where we start to see some of that freezing rain begin to fall. Light for the most part, but it's continuing choppy to continue to push through the area, maybe even mixing with some sleet up here toward the northeast in some spots. You're looking at over toward Mossy Creek, it's Habersham County right there, northern parts of Banks County as well. But once you get down here to the south over into Gainesville and Hall County, Beaufort, down in Gwinnett County, that's where it's all freezing rain still coming down, freezing no doubt as it hits surfaces. So far, we've been seeing as much as half an inch in some spots up here toward the north and east. And so be on the lookout here. You make your way down toward the city, more like a quarter of an inch, we'd say a tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch so far down toward the metro. And you can see where we have still some light freezing rain continuing to push right on through. More will come up into the area as well ahead of that front that's going to make its way in. Again, it's not until closer to noon or closer to 1 o'clock that we'll start to see this heavy rain begin to push in. Starting to intensify just a little bit. In fact, you can see where some lightning strikes starting to pop up here headed toward the Huntsville area right there, and then down to the south as well. And so it is intensifying somewhat as it continues to push over toward the east. We'll bring some heavy rain our way, possibly some thunderstorms coming our way as we look at our southernmost counties. So down toward Troup, Meriwether County, heading into the central portions of the state, there could be a severe thunderstorm or two associated with that front pushing into the area. Temperature-wise, well, we got some 20s out there. This is where it's still coming down. Okay, up towards Gainesville, over toward Athens, right around Covington. You got temperatures below the freezing mark, still in 20s up here into Gainesville and Athens. You had 26 degrees, 28 over toward Covington, 30 right now in Edenton as well. We're just below the freezing mark here in Atlanta. I think that's where we'll bottom out, and those temperatures will start to go up from here, but it's not going to be a whole lot. And you're probably thinking, okay, where we have the 20s, why not snow? Why not snow coming out of the sky? Well, you got to know precipitation types, and we got warm air over our heads, right? Where it's in the 20s, maybe at the surface. As that precipitation falls out of the sky, it's all liquid because of the warm air aloft. But once it gets down to the surface, that's where it hits that freezing air, and it freezes on contact. And so you'll see freezing rain. But we also have been seeing sleet in the area as well. Now, that's a little bit more of a cold air. So it starts off warm, comes out as liquid, but then it runs through that cold air where it starts to harden, and it comes down as sleet. That piles up on the roads where the freezing rain just kind of ices over. And so there you have the two differences, some of those coming together where we're getting a bit of a mix of that up there into Hall County, over into Athens where Joe is. We've been seeing that. Look at the road temperatures out there. Now down to below the freezing mark in a couple spots. You got Georgia 400 at Beaufort Highway, and then over toward I-85 just up here to the north headed almost into the Carolinas. We got 36 for a road temperature right here in downtown Atlanta, over towards 75. It's even warmer a little further down to the south. So we're not expecting too much problems down to the south. Again, it has been this northeastern corridor. So I'd say from Atlanta up here to the north and over toward the east is where we've been seeing some of those higher totals, some of those higher bullseyes, if you will. And so right on schedule of where our ice warning is. And so there's where we're expecting to see significant ice accumulations. More will come. Unfortunately, more will come, and that's where you're going to start to see some more of these power outages starting to amp up. That's a slow thing, right? We had the precipitation first. It has to pile up. As it piles up, it gets heavy and then starts to weigh down. Some of those will begin to snap. Trees will begin to snap as well. We're talking significant tree and power line damage up here to the far northeast, and so we'll continue to watch that as we head through the rest of the afternoon, because not only is more heavy precipitation coming, cold air is coming, Nicole, and that can linger those impacts.
Yes, temperatures are going to take.
All right. Perhaps we're not going to Nicole. All right, we'll continue on here. All right, so let's continue on. We're looking at those impacts mainly up here toward the north and east. And so you can see where we have this red here, right along the foothills really, and we can see extra lift. And that's where we have high impacts as far as the winter weather goes. And then the surrounding that is that orange. That is the medium impacts. Of course, you see you're down toward the city. And this is what's going to be happening today. All right, not what has already happened, but what we're expecting for at least today. You're looking at very low impacts in the city, and then further down to the south, obviously, that goes away. What kind of impacts are we talking about? Two in particular, when we talk about driving around, and then when we talk about the power lines. And so it only takes about a half inch of ice to weigh down these power lines. Half an inch of ice feels like 500 pounds. And so once that hits those lines or begins to freeze on those lines, it'll start to weigh those down. So these poles will start to make a move as well. Some of those could snap, of course. Trees, same thing, and they could fall on those power lines as well. And so we'll be looking for that. Also, the winds around the ice that freezes on those power lines will start to swing as well, and they'll cling together, and that causes problems for us as well as far as the power outages go. Nicole, over to you.
Thanks, Chesley. As we go throughout the rest of the day today, we're going to be watching really closely for our temperatures specifically. You mentioned all that ice accumulation, what it can do as far as impacts, and we still could see additional ice accumulation, especially up towards the northeast of the city where things are already a little bit dicier. There's two systems at play right now. We've got the wedge, which is set up across the southeast that's pushing all that colder air across our area. We've also got a competing cold front that is bringing in colder air eventually, but ahead of it may actually allow for some of this milder air from the Gulf and down into portions of central and southern Alabama to move northward just in time for this second round of rainfall. And where exactly temperatures are by the time that next wave of moisture hits us is going to have big impacts on our forecast. Our forecast track is showing temperatures still below or around the freezing point throughout the next hour or two for the metro Atlanta area. That does mean that while we've managed to avoid really too many icy spots surrounding the metro, our ground temperatures will continue to get a little colder throughout the next couple hours, so we could see continual icy spots in addition to what we're currently seeing. As we go throughout the next few hours, temperatures down towards the southwest and off towards the west of the city are going to warm up. We're talking 40s, maybe 50s down towards portions of Pike, Lamar, Upson, as well as Troup and Meriwether counties. Meanwhile, up towards the northeast, we stay cold with additional ice accumulations possible as this next round of potentially very heavy rainfall comes through. This will swing through with the potential for a couple isolated thunderstorms and even a low-end threat for severe weather down towards our south. Again, temperatures up towards the northeast of the city at that point may still be right around the freezing point, while the rest of us get a little bit of a break from the cold air. But anything that does fall even into this afternoon will refreeze overnight tonight if it does not have the opportunity to either evaporate or kind of get pushed away by the wind. Overnight low temperatures tonight will be down into the teens and the 20s. So when we factor in winds, we're talking wind chill values into the single digits as well as the teens. That is bitter cold air that settles in for those that do lose power throughout today or tonight. And that bitter cold air is here to stay into Tuesday morning. morning. That also brings about that threat for some refreezing overnight tonight of any of that water that's left on roadways, bridges, overpasses. So if you wake up tomorrow morning, even if roads weren't that bad in your area today, there could still be some slick spots, some icy spots tomorrow morning. So keep that in mind and just stay cautious. I would still advise you, if you don't have to be out on the roads today or tomorrow morning, to avoid it. Temperatures will slowly thaw, but we're cold for the time being. Highs are only into the low 40s by Tuesday and Wednesday. Stick around. We'll have more coverage of this winter storm coming up next.
Extended coverage of the current weather alert is sponsored by Premier Generators. Commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive weather impact team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive.
We want you back here on this Sunday morning at 9:45, and we want to welcome you back with these pictures that a lot of you are continuing to send in, also with some videos we want to show you as you look at what's going on outside from your vantage point. This is from Susie, and you can see a bird feeder there in Glenwood Park. This is here in Atlanta. Thanks for sharing that unique perspective of the ice and some of the rain out there on her porch.
And take a look at some of these photos sent in from Rick there in Powder Springs, holding it down for Cobb County with some very icy conditions out there earlier this morning.
And we want more of them. We want more pictures and videos. So if you have them, if you can get to them safely from your home or where you live, you can send them to this number, 404-885-7600. We want to see how you are weathering this storm. A lot of people have also been sending in pet photos. We love those as well. Let us know by texting those pictures.
All right, just into the newsroom here, we expect an update from state officials to come our way at 3 p.m. We will, of course, bring that to you live here on air and on 11 Alive Plus when it starts.
All right, we certainly will. And in Midtown Atlanta, at a time when most businesses have closed their doors because of the ice storm, there's one place, this is Atlanta, one place that is certainly staying open.
It is Waffle House. We found a location that is still open and serving up your favorite breakfast staples, and that is where we find our Caitlin Ross. Have you had a little break to get you a little waffle?
Oh, you know we had to scoot in there. And actually, a lot of people are in there right now. It's one of the only businesses that's open in Midtown, and they are doing a quick business this morning. They're there. They said they were able to make it in safely, thankfully, and they're on the Waffle House index. So they're at green right now, which means weather conditions permitted them to come in. But there were some Waffle Houses in outlying areas that did close. And it's interesting because Emergency Management Services actually uses the Waffle House index based on whether or not workers can get to the restaurant. Thankfully, the Waffle House here is open, and a lot of people are thankful for it because they are coming in very carefully. Now, they're being careful because the conditions are not great. We are seeing a lot of ice out here. The sidewalks are slick. You can take a look here at the branches. You can hear them cracking. They are completely iced over. And this is what they talk about when they say dangerous conditions. This ice is so heavy. These are little branches, but when you get those bigger trees, it could create a really dangerous situation. Thankfully, here in Midtown, the roads do look okay. Right now, they're just wet, but they're not slick. Some of the sidewalks are slick, but the roads themselves just have some puddling on them. They're a little bit wet. People seem to be driving okay, but if you just look up to the signs, all of these completely iced over. So it's this really difficult needle to thread of these are getting frozen, the ground is still wet, and we're just waiting on those few degrees that could really make a huge difference in whether or not the roads ice or the roads stay drivable. That's why they're asking people to just stay off the roads entirely. You want to stay safe, you want to stay home, you want to stay warm out of this mess. It is so cold, but if you are walking outside to your car this morning, you might get a very unhappy surprise. We actually were able to speak with a man who worked the overnight shift and came out to an ice cube of a car. What do you think looking at all of this ice and the wind and the snow?
Oh, this year we got like crazy weather. Yep, expecting from the last 7 or 8 years I'm living in the USA. This year was so crazy.
And what do you think about all this ice?
Oh, the ice, I think people should stay home. At least they have emergency, they should come out, that's it.
Very good advice there. Stay home if you can, because he had icicles on his car. Thankfully, though, crews are doing everything they can to treat the roads. You can take a look right over there. We've got snow plows out and about. This is a Georgia Tech snow dog trying to keep those roads safe. He's got a plow on the front. He's got ice on the back. He's got salt on the back. He's making sure that people can drive on these roads. People are out and about in Midtown. But Aisha and Jonathan, you're talking about this update from the governor coming up at 3 o'clock. I know he's going to tell people to stay home and stay off the roads so GDOT can continue to treat these roadways.
All right, our Caitlin Ross joining us live there here in Atlanta, where, you know, a lot of people are saying, hey, we don't see anything, but you don't have to necessarily see it because a lot of times the ice is still out there, that black ice. So
and when you hit that black ice, you feel it quickly.
You know it. Yeah, your car knows it for sure. We're going to be checking back with Caitlin in just a bit, but the storm is impacting a lot of our viewing area, which we've been showing you really all morning, leaving a lot of residents in the dark. Rebecca Lindstrom is joining us here in our studio.
Rebecca, I understand that power outages have doubled since I saw you an hour ago.
Absolutely. I mean, earlier this morning, I think that the power outages were coming in slow enough that crews were able to kind of play whack-a-mole and put them out as they were popping up. But within the past hour, hour and a half, they have gone from about 10,000 households without power to 20,000 households without power. Now, here in the metro, where Georgia Power primarily serves, you can see, I mean, they're pretty scattered, but there isn't one area that's predominant over another. But I want to switch over here to the EMCs, which do primarily serve kind of that north and northeastern region in our state. Georgia Power does also extend into some of these areas as well, and there's some overlayering, but for the most part, you can just see, I mean, the numbers have really risen up primarily because of what is happening in the north and the northeastern part of the state. Zooming in here to just some of these numbers of what we are seeing and those counties that are primarily being affected. Pickens County, about 1,000 households without power right now. Lumpkin County, 739, but Gilmer, Gilmer's have got 543. I wanted to point out Gordon, they are 100% without power right now. All of the households in the dark, they're in Gordon County right now. And we've even got some households in Cherokee County. You also saw Chase earlier talking about that northeastern portion. White County is primarily the county that is kind of carrying that out of electricity burden right now. You've got about 3,200 customers in that area without power. So this is kind of the reason why they're saying stay off the roads, because those crews are just trying to get to all of these individual neighborhoods so that they can figure out the problem, figure out how to fix it, and then get those families back online. But I would say this is the first time within the morning that we are seeing those numbers just go up and up and up without seeing a lot of relief. So hopefully in the next few hours, we're going to be able to see that curve change. Back to you.
All right, we are looking at areas in the northeast of the city of Atlanta that look like this. Yeah, that is ice on top of the buildings there, also along the roads, starting to melt back a little bit as you look at the roads there. And that typically happens, especially as the sun begins to rise. You get some radiation coming through those clouds, perhaps, and helping to melt some of that ice a little bit. But look how it's covering the entire road there. Even people riding up and down this main road right along UGA has been uncovering the roads. But the roads, again, are a little packed with some ice there along the sidewalks as well. Makes it hard to drive. That's A. B, it makes it hard to walk along these areas. So be very careful, folks. Again, north and east of the city is where we've been seeing the higher totals. And we've been saying that really pretty much all week long. We were looking at the ice accumulations, the bullseye, if you will, up toward the north and east. And I think that that's the way it has been, at least so far. And more could be on the way. The reason why we say that is because if you look back off to the west, you see that wall of rain right there? That's going to be marching its way right on in. And so catching a bit of a break right now. Here in the city, so far about 1/10 of an inch being reported around. There may be some isolated spots up to 1/4 of an inch. We have seen a couple of our cameras here in the city, especially over toward Georgia Tech, completely iced over, right? Our camera over at Truist Park, iced over, so you really can't see anything there. But then we have some spots in the city where we can see completely. Now over toward the west, for example, our Georgia Rome cam, it has been all rain. Up here toward Blue Ridge as well, all rain. Even the road temperatures up there are in the upper 30s, right around 37 degrees last time I checked. We'll have to get a new check on that as well. But back off to the west, you can see where we had that rain. That's going to continue to push right on in. And as it does, if this wedge holds together, we'll be watching these temperatures. Of course, that can be more freezing rain for the area, which means higher totals as far as that ice goes. Look from Clayton down toward Mossy Creek, Gainesville, even into Beaufort and northern parts of Gwinnett County is where we still have that rain coming down. It's light right here and scattered or isolated, and not seeing many areas seeing it right now. This stretches over into Canton right along I-575, and so no doubt a little dicey there. Coming a little bit further down to the south toward the city, even a break or two in those clouds. You're not going to see much sunshine today. You're not going to see any sunshine at all, I don't think. Again, with the rain that's pushing into our area, I think that will linger in the area at least through about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon before that begins to subside, and then we'll be watching for some colder air to push back into the forecast area, which means more problems. And so I know a lot of you out there saying, oh, well, my power is on, I made it through this thing, I'm good, right? Maybe not, right? Once that front gets through and those winds start to pick up, then we'll have more problems. Again, a little bit of ice, right? Weighing down power lines, add in the wind with that, that's going to create some more problems. So it may become a nuisance for you. You think you're out of the woods, and then all of a sudden your power goes out, or you run into problems, especially on the roads. And so you'll be saying, okay, right? Yeah, that front. Back over here to the west, you can see just about all of Alabama now under rain, and a couple thunderstorms up here to the north as well. Some of those have begun to break out. We could see a general thunderstorm around here. I think it's a little bit further down to the south where there could be some severe thunderstorms around, so we'll be checking that. Temperatures in the 20s in some spots like Athens at 26, Gainesville over toward Canton, and this is where we've been seeing those higher totals as far as sleet and freezing rain up toward Clayton as well, 29 degrees everywhere else. Look at Blairsville, 38. Right? Warmer than the city of Atlanta. They are at 31 degrees right now. Road temperatures as well have been above the freezing mark. So we've been in a lot of spots, and so been faring well that way. But again, we are not out of the woods, and the cold, tell them we got a little bit more ways to go here with this system.
Yeah, we're kind of in a lull right now when it comes to what we're seeing across North Georgia. But we've got another wave of moisture that will start to move in as we get closer to lunchtime, so within the next couple hours. And where our temperatures are at this point will have a big impact on how the rest of the day kind of unfolds. We've got the wedge in place up towards the northeast that's pushed all this colder air across our area. We've also got a competing cold front. It's going to be sliding through as we move into the second half of the day today. That cold front is actually going to help erode the wedge and allow for some milder air to move in from the south. So temperatures will actually start to gradually warm up in the next couple hours. Some spots a little more gradual than others. You're already noticing it off towards the west and the north. Some of that warmer air will move into our southern counties. Even Metro Atlanta by lunchtime is hovering right around freezing. Now, spots up towards the northeast of the city may still stay either in the upper 20s or the low 30s for a good portion of the afternoon, which could mean additional ice accumulation, additional sleet or snow flurries there as this next wave of moisture arrives. For a lot of us, though, this is going to be a round of showers that bring potentially heavy rainfall and even some isolated thunderstorms across the area before we dry out into the second half of the day. Comes with a low end risk for severe weather down towards the south, but overall severe weather threat is very low. What we will need to watch very closely, though, is anything that lingers on the ground tonight is going to refreeze as temperatures drop down into the teens and the 20s by Monday morning. So just because ice is not a problem in your area this afternoon or evening does not necessarily mean you'll be ice free tomorrow morning. So we'll be watching that really closely as black ice tomorrow morning poses a little bit more of a threat, but sun returns on Monday. We're in for a cold start to this week. Jonathan?
And we can't wait for that sun to come back. Thank you, Nicole. Well, during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta struggling to afford just the basic necessities. So right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help those families stay warm and stay safe. So you can scan that QR code if you have something to give. And that is how you can make a donation through next Saturday, January 31st. We're going to take a very quick break and be back with you in just about 2 minutes.
We know how much weather your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break is left.
All right. 10 o'clock on this Sunday morning. We appreciate you being with us here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. And we're going to start this hour with several new photos and videos that a lot of you are sending in. We really appreciate it, showing exactly what the weather is looking like in your neighborhood.
Take a look on your screens right now. We got some photos coming in from our viewers. This one is from David Brooks this morning around 7:30 in Marietta. And also this one is the winter weather already impacting several of our dedicated viewers, sharing what it looks like right outside their door, letting the pets get out there. This is incoming off of Browns Bridge Road, and we thank all of you so much for sharing those.
Yeah, a lot of the pets, they like the snow. A lot of them don't. A lot of them say, bring me back inside. But hey, we do love your pictures if you do want to share them with us and the videos. You can text them to this number, 404-885-7600. We want to see how you and your family are weathering this storm. Hopefully you are safe and warm right now.
All right, it is 10:01. We have been here with you since 4 a.m. We are locked and loaded. Chesley, tell us how things have changed and progressed since we've been on at 4?
Well, we had that steady pink that was over the area, meaning some freezing rain with a little bit of that purple mixing in with that, and that's sleet. All right, and so we've been seeing some of that as we started in the morning. We had a nice little swath of it as well, all that moisture coming in, and now that has been cut off a little bit, and so it's on the scattered side. Now we're waiting the arrival of the front itself as it begins to push through. So we'll have another round probably by between 12 and 1 o'clock. That will start to arrive in our area. That will bring in more of that heavy rain. Now the question, and we've been talking about this since yesterday, how long will this wedge hold on? When we talk about a wedge, we mean this colder air that's damming up against the mountains. That's why when you see the rain starting off green down here, it starts to turn pink once it gets up toward the metro area northeastward. That is where that warm air is running into that colder air and it's coming down as freezing rain. So we've been watching that, okay? So now things have changed where it becomes a little bit more scattered. And a lot of folks are even saying on social media, oh, it's over, it's over. No, it's not over yet, okay? By a long shot, because we still have a couple things that we have to go through. First, that heavy rain is going to push through. That will bring in a little bit more of that freezing rain, especially up to the far northeast. And then we got these winds that we have to deal with, and we got cold air that we have to deal with. So you're talking about refreezing. And when we talk about refreezing, that's going to add more problems to the roads. And so if you think you can get out even this afternoon, don't do it. Don't do it. I know some of you out there want to watch the game. Do it at home. Okay, do it at home. You're looking at Mossy Creek down through Gainesville right now, Beaufort. You're looking at a few isolated areas of freezing rain that continues. Over toward LJ, you're catching a break. Higdon, but you've only seen rain in these areas. Over toward Calhoun, down toward Canton, you've seen some freezing rain, and that continues down toward parts of Woodstock, further into parts of Cobb County as well, where we've been seeing some freezing rain as well. Hasn't added up to too much as of yet, but as again, this next line moves through, will it be cold enough that it turns back into freezing rain again, or will it be warm enough? Will that warm air move further off to the north where this will be all rain? If that's the case, that's a good thing for us because that rain will help to wash away some of the ice that has formed on some of our elevated surfaces. So that's what we'll be looking out for as we head into the afternoon. Until then, know that it's cold enough that we could see more of that freezing rain. There's the line back off to the west of us. Notice it's warm enough in Alabama that it's all rain there, even a couple thunderstorms that were heading up to parts of Huntsville, Alabama. There's that line. I think it will start to intensify as it continues to push in. So that is what we're going to be watching for as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Then tonight, we'll be waiting on the arrival of that very cold air along with those winds. Going to be very cold tomorrow morning. We'll talk more about it in the full forecast straight ahead. Guys, back to you.
All right, so we're certainly not done with this yet. Chesley, thank you. We appreciate it. Gwinnett County residents will be waking up now to significant ice, and power crews say they will be ready if they need to help.
Grace King joining us this morning from Duluth and has more. Grace, how's it looking there in Gwinnett?
Well, Aisha, we've actually moved up to Beaufort near the Mall of Georgia area where it's a lot worse than it was over in Duluth. Duluth is a little bit more over. There, the roads were starting to get a little slushy. We were starting to see a lot more ice, but here you can see there's just a lot more impact. If you take a look behind me, you can see the roads are just kind of covered with that slush. There's some cars still out here, but for the most part, Gwinnett County officials tell me people are staying off the roads. They've been heeding their advice, taking it a little bit slower because there is a lot of that slush on the road. We've seen GDOT crews come through here plowing a couple of times just to try and help clear things up. There's also a lot of snow on the grounds. The Gwinnett County Emergency Management Director, he told me that they are going to be watching those temperatures closely because that's really going to affect how the rest of the day goes. Take a listen.
That's going to play a big factor in the ice accumulation on those trees, those utility lines, things like that. We haven't seen a ton of down trees, down limbs, down utility lines yet, but that's probably the biggest thing that we're looking out for in this next 12-hour period.
And I want to give you an idea of just what we're dealing with here. So if you look down here, you can see there's a lot of, it looks like sleet just kind of fell, but it's starting to pack together, creating that really slick surface here. So of course, if you're heading outside, be extra careful because they are seeing more of this. Gwinnett County says for the most part, people are staying indoors, but they're asking for everyone to continue staying home at least until tomorrow morning so that they give their crews space to work, so that they give a first responder space to get out. They don't want you to become one of those emergencies thinking it's safe and then you could accidentally accidentally hit a slick spot. So be extra careful, stay indoors if you can. They're working around the clock to get those roads safe, to help everyone, but they need your cooperation too. Live in Buford, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
Grace, walk us through your drive. How was the drive there going from Duluth to Buford? Did you guys run into any slick spots?
Yeah, you could really tell. So we started off in Duluth, that's, you know, a little bit south of here. And as we continued up 85, there was a noticeable difference from the highway being largely clear to starting getting that slush stuck on there. Of course, we saw a couple GDOT plows kind of moving through there, so they're trying to do as much as they can, but it definitely got a lot thicker on the roads. Here, the parking lots are pretty icy. Anything that wasn't treated, so the difference between the main roads versus parking lots, some of those side streets. This is a state route behind me, so GDOT was able to treat that. They've been out here working, so that's why it's a little bit better off than maybe the parking lot or the sidewalks over here. But the roads, again, they're getting worse, and especially the more north you get.
And it can really all change so quickly. Grace, thanks so much. You know, we heard from GDOT just yesterday about treating the roads. They basically treat them in 12-hour shifts. So they'll treat them and then come back again and do them, because as we see, conditions change so quickly.
Yeah, everything is happening so fast, and we want to get you another close eye on the roads with traffic anchor Rachel Cox-Rosen. Rachel, how are we looking out there so far? It is good to see most people are staying inside.
Yes, I've been saying to folks around the newsroom, I'm really happy to say that so far I haven't seen any significant major crashes on our roadways. So I'm really proud of our drivers, so many of them staying off the roadways here. I'm on this camera on I-85 northbound on the right side of your screen, left side of your screen, that is southbound, where you can certainly see some wintry conditions here. I'm waiting on this camera because I have been tracking and watching some plows coming through, getting rid of some of that wet, yucky ice off the roadway here. I'm hoping we'll see them here on the right side. I watched them go through Flowery Branch. They're going up toward Brazelton and some of the most wintry areas. Doesn't look like I'll be able to get that shot of it now, but head over to my social media. I have it posted there. We have downed power lines shutting all lanes in Henry County, Highway 138 near Highway 155, so make sure you're using caution. Jonathan?
All right, Rachel, we will see you shortly. Thank you so much. All right, right now we are continuing to follow the latest from across the metro area. We also have our Dan Kennedy live in our streaming center. Dan, I know you've been speaking with officials in DeKalb County, one of our largest counties here in the metro area. What are you learning right now?
Hey, good morning to you. Yeah, we are learning that they're working at least one incident right now in DeKalb County we want to talk about with the Director of Public Safety of DeKalb County, Darnell Fulham. Mr. Fulham, we appreciate your time this morning on a busy morning for you. Can you tell us what's going on right now in DeKalb?
Yeah, we just recently got a report that we're having to shut down the exit from 285 to 20, that's 285 south going to 20 eastbound. This is a flyover. Actually, it's a relatively new one, but that's been shut down due to icing. So once again, we just want to remind citizens that we do not want them out on the road during these times.
Look, we know those bridges and overpasses, they're going to be the first to freeze. What are you seeing across the county when it comes to some other roads? Any other issues you've encountered since, let's say, midnight?
Yeah, it's been pretty much sporadic. There have been pockets of ice. Our crews have been out doing pre-salting and placing that sand and that brine out there that everybody's become familiar with. But as we get reports, we're going back, we're hitting those spots as needed.
Look, you are, congratulations. I know you're new in the role here, about 5 weeks in, but you have decades of experience in fire and public service, almost 40 years as a firefighter. So you know the importance of getting to these calls quickly. Have you experienced any issues overnight with not being able to respond to calls because of the weather?
We have not, and thankfully, you know, our crews are prepared for this weather. You know, they have chains if needed. They know how to drive in this weather. But as always, you know, the best thing that our citizens can do for us is make sure they stay off the roadway. What we experienced, you know, just about the same time last year was icing, but even worse was all the cars that were stuck on the roadway and prohibited our emergency vehicles from being able to get through. But so far this morning, it looks like the citizens are heeding that call to stay home.
And we just spoke to GDOT, and they were saying the same thing as well. But they're also saying, look, this is just the first round. There is more coming today. We got storms, and then we have freezing overnight. So what are you watching for in the next 24 hours? What do you want residents of DeKalb to know about what's next?
Yes, and that's a great point. You know, we know here in Georgia, the weather is very unpredictable. We don't have long spells of cold. It will warm up like it's doing right now, but the rain is still coming down. And once it freezes, it's going to refreeze those roads. So once again, we don't want our citizens lulled into a false sense of security that they can get out there. Stay home. I hope you prepared for that, and stay home until at least.
All right, we may have lost Darnell there, but he was saying stay home until at least, and we were hanging on to his every word, but I'm going to go ahead and guess he was saying until you get the all clear sometime on Monday, because it really is. Oh, Darnell, looks like you're back. All right, finish that sentence for me. You want folks to stay home until when?
Yeah, so I was saying that hopefully our folks have prepared for what was coming, and we don't want them to feel as though just because they're having this little break that they can get out there into the weather and onto those roads. So I was saying, yes, if you can, as been predicted, to stay home until at least late Monday, if not Tuesday morning.
Darnell, we appreciate your time. I know you got to get back to things because you're already responding to that one incident on 285 shutting down. And please, keep us informed as things arise today. Appreciate everything you do.
And thank you all for getting the word out.
Happy to do it. And let's get a check of that forecast now. We're going to send things back into the studio. Good morning to you all.
All right, yeah, Chesley, we were just talking while Dan was doing that interview, just saying, from Rachel's shot, she was like, people were not on the roads. And then Chesley was saying, can you imagine if people were out on the roads and,
Thank you, sir.
just
Appreciate
with
your
how
time.
far in advance we were
Thank you.
forecasting this and really kind of driving that message home to people so they wouldn't even try it.
Exactly, because I think in some areas like Metro Atlanta, maybe closer to the city, you think things are okay, but then you go to Gwinnett and you go further north and you really see how things change so quickly.
All right, meteorologist Chesley McNeil, what's really, really shocking is we are not done yet with this system.
Yeah, a lot of people thinking that we are, and they can go out and do whatever they want to do. But as soon as many people get out on the roads, we know what happens if it rains around here. We know what happens if the sun is shining around here with a lot of people on the roads. With weather like this, yeah, a complete nightmare. So thank you to all of you who thought about going out and decided, no, I'm not going to go out because maybe they're right? Well, yeah, we got ice in a lot of spots. And you talk about much of a nightmare for people who were out on the roads trying to get around and going to church and so forth and so on. That would be a complete mess. Been showing you this shot up here toward the Athens area, mainly up toward the northeast, where we've been seeing at least a lot of ice on the roadways and the sidewalks. You could look here in the metro area. In fact, this is Midtown, just outside our studios, nothing but rain. All right, still a little bit slick, and we do have some ice on the elevated surfaces, on the sidewalks, on our railings, on our back patios. We've been getting pictures in, even from this area where we've been getting a little bit of ice as well. Not as much as we've been seeing up toward the north and east, and we did talk about that, right? We talked about the north and east seeing the higher amounts, about 1/10 of an inch so far around here, and we're hoping that that will be washed away by that rain that comes in if our temperatures get warm enough. We're not warm enough right now. There would be freezing rain, and we have it spotty in our area right now, but once that wall of rain back over to the west of us gets in here, if we're still down there below the freezing mark or around the freezing mark, we'll see more of those, more of that freezing rain, and those totals will happen to go up. And we've been seeing higher amounts up here to the north. Once you get up into Hall County, especially up into White County as well, Lumpkin County, up into Rabun County, we've been seeing some higher totals so far. We've got reports in of trees being toppled over, some power outages up in this way as well, and so that is only going to amp up as we head through the rest of the morning, along with this next batch of precipitation coming through and what's coming in behind it will add to the impacts of this system. So we will talk about this even into tomorrow, likely into Tuesday as well. We'll be seeing those impacts because those temperatures will be cold enough to support more issues. Again, where you see this pink area here, that is where the freezing rain is coming down. Every now and again, in some spots mixing with a little sleet, like over toward Toccoa right now, you maybe got some sleet mixing in with some of that freezing rain. All this so far has been on the light side. You got where you see a darker pink in here, maybe in parts of southern Lumpkin County, it may be coming down a little moderately right there. Over toward Canton, down into parts of northwestern Cobb County, into North Fulton County, down towards Sandy Springs and Roswell. Maybe a little bit of light freezing rain coming down over toward Monroe as well, down toward Covington. But once you get down toward Forest Park, notice how it starts to break up. Even the clouds starting to break up a little bit as well around the perimeter. I mean, could you imagine folks out on the perimeter, maybe trying to get to church or whatever? Yeah, not the best of ideas to do. And we talk about more of that rain back off to the west of us. That's coming our way, folks. Likely to arrive here between 12 and 1 o'clock. And that rain will stay with us. Notice how widespread this is. You got a line that I think will intensify as it comes over. But even back behind that, there'll be more rain. So I think it will stay with us at least through about 5 o'clock tonight. Our hope is that the temperatures will be warm enough to support liquid, at least around the metro area. We're down around 31 degrees right now. Certainly in the 20s up here to Gainesville, over toward Athens, up toward Clayton. It's in this area right in here. All right, that we're looking at the highest totals of that freezing rain. Down to the south, of course, haven't seen much of that at all. And over toward the west as well, even though you're closer to the freezing mark over there into Carrollton. All right, you got to understand the precipitation types, right? Because with the temperatures in the 20s, you're probably thinking, oh yeah, we should be seeing all snow. But over our heads, it's still warm air. What's happening is that cold air damming up against the mountains is diving down to the surface. All right, and so it's still warm aloft, and so that rain comes out of those clouds as liquid. Once it gets to the surface, it's only a shallow layer of the cold air, but once it hits that, it hits things on contact, and that's where we start to see that ice begin to spread out. With sleet, there's a little bit more of a layer of cold air there, and so it comes down as rain and hits that layer, and it has time to solidify, and it comes down as these pellets. That really begins to pile up on the roads, which is what we're seeing in some spots, and this really creates that ice glaze on the roads. Two coming together in some spots where we have a mixture of both, and so that has been part of the headache so far up there to the north and east of us. Talk about the road temperatures, they're down in places like Georgia's 400 over toward Beaufort Highway, and then up here along I-85 headed toward the border into South Carolina. Everywhere else, especially up here to the north, well above the freezing mark there. You're close to it at Georgia 400 and Holcomb Bridge. The city right now around 36. So fortunate that we're not seeing more of that icing taking place. Those numbers could drop. And with the cold air coming in tonight, flash freezing will create that glaze on the roads where you can't see it, especially at night. Ice storm warning continues at least until 10 o'clock on Monday. Two things we are concerned about: dangerous travel, and power outages. Okay, those are going to continuously go up as we experience that weight on the lines and those winds whipping that around. Okay, and causing weak trees to topple over that could topple on power lines. So we'll be watching for that. The rest of the day now, we saw those impacts and felt them, at least here, for earlier today. For the rest of the day, that shifts a little bit further to the north where we have this wide area of orange where we could see another maybe tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice accumulation. This little swath here indicates the high impacts of more accumulation as well, something we'll watch out for. The Atlanta metro area, low impacts from here on out if that wedge starts to erode. If it doesn't, then we could see more. All right, doesn't take much ice to weigh down power lines and trees. Half an inch of ice, equivalent to 500 pounds. That sags down those power lines and causes the poles to move inward, if not snap and break. All right, so that leads to power outages, not to mention the winds blowing those power lines around because of that extra weight that's on the lines, that teardrop form, and it kind of just blows it and swings it around. They're clapping into each other and causing problems. Bridges and overpasses as well, especially on ramps. You just heard in DeKalb County, they shut down part of the road there because of the icing that's taking place along one of those bridges that they have, one of those new ones. So be very careful. Typically what happens with a road, it loses its heat at the same rate. But because of an overpass, it has air underneath it. It loses its heat faster. And so it'll freeze here first before freezing on the ground around it. And so that's where we run into problems on some of those overpasses. This is a widespread storm. Okay, this covers almost half of the nation, really. When you look at it over toward New Mexico and extends all the way up into Maine. This pink area that you see here is a winter storm warning. Where we are down here, we have the ice storm warning. Also back toward Memphis and further down to the south as well. That's where we're anticipating the freezing rain to continue. But north of that is where we have all this snow in parts of Ohio, Indiana, extending over into Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, down into the Delmarva Peninsula, along with Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, where they are anticipating, in fact, from D.C. all the way up into New York, expecting anywhere from 6 to 10 inches, probably has already fallen. Notice that the warmer air is starting to slide to the north there, so they'll get some freezing rain on top of that. We could see more from this line coming through, so we'll continue to monitor it for you and keep you updated right here. Guys, back to you.
Chesley, thank you. Right now, we are seeing widespread power outages throughout northeast Georgia as the freezing rain continues.
Let's get right now to 11 Alive's Chase Howell, who is in Helen, Georgia, located in White County. So, Chase, we saw you just a few moments ago inside your hotel. The power was starting to go out. How are things right now?
So, Jonathan, it was actually out for over an hour. It actually just kicked back on in the last 15 minutes. And between Habersham EMC and Georgia Power, right now there is 5,600 people still without power. And at one point, Jonathan, I was using my phone as a hotspot to check out that website to make sure to see how many people were without power. At one point, I saw over 6,100 people without power. And it's all because of this right here. All that ice sitting on these power lines and the consistent I can't say the word right now, the rain falling down, the freezing rain at that. Sorry about that, couldn't say it. Falling from the sky, and it's just going to keep on coming. Actually, a lineman was telling me with Georgia Power that there's over 600 linemen out here right now. It's going to be responding to these power outage, and then also I would have to show you this too, because it's kind of shows you how much drippage there is and how this ice is really just kind of piling on. I mean, this is pretty thick. If you could just hit this off here, you can just hear it kind of crunching. And I actually did speak to the deputy director of the public safety, and he was telling me that basically when I called him, like, hey, how bad are the roads? Should we be leaving? He said, Chase, the roads are horrible. There's trees down everywhere. There's power lines down everywhere. And it's been such a crazy last hour and a half, to tell you guys the truth. I mean, to see it go from 6,000 people without power now down to 5,600 across White County. I mean, again, it's wild to see.
All right, Chase, and so you are still outside of your hotel. You know, thankfully you guys aren't out traveling there on the roads. Are you seeing people still out there trying to navigate it? I know if you could, you guys would get to those down trees, but we want you to stay put. Do you see everybody, you know, taking heed to that warning?
No. So there are some people that are leaving. There are people that have just left the hotel despite the precipitation that we're seeing fall and the ice sticking to the power lines and sticking to the ground. But as we all know, as Chesley's been telling us, we're going to see that freezing rain all night long, and it's going to get colder as the night goes on. So we're going to see more ice on those roads. We're going to keep seeing more ice on the power lines. And the lineman who I was talking to says, Chase, you can guarantee you're going to see more power outages, because what you saw from Texas all the way over to here to Georgia, we haven't got the worst of it yet.
All right, Chase, how they're holding it down in White County for us. Thank you. We'll check in with you soon.
Now let's go over to Cobb County, where crews have already been ready to work and staged, especially if the power starts to go out there.
Ariana Manish joining us live from Kennesaw right now. Ariana, how are conditions where you are?
Well, we are still seeing that mist that I spoke about within the last hour. It's kind of what we've been seeing here in Kennesaw. The rain has picked up and then it went back to that mist, which is what we're seeing right now. And most of the ice are on surfaces. I see some on the bushes next to me, on our vehicles, even on our equipment as far as the roads, the pavement right where I'm standing. We're more so just seeing wet roads and wet pavement. A few people moving around our hotel. And as far as those power crews, most of them left early this morning. I still see a few power trucks stationed here at the hotel, but they've already been deployed. When I spoke to them earlier this morning, they say they were going to go meet with Cobb EMC. They were going to have a safety meeting, and that's where they were going to assess where to go next. Now, utility crews, this is video when they left around 5 a.m. this morning. They've been saying all weekend they're ready, they're staged to go. They had some contractors come in from the southeast to help them out. We saw companies like Pike, we saw some like Gridco in position, ready to help us here in Cobb County specifically. And Cobb EMC says the goal is to have workers as close as possible to any potential trouble spots so they can move in as soon and as safe as they can to restore any power. And crews, they showed us their equipment overnight. They showed us the fuses that they have ready on standby, including devices that they can use to check energized power lines and tools for handling live wires. They tell us that they're prioritizing restoration here locally before moving to other parts of the state. They say they are even willing to go to other parts of the country. As Shezzy mentioned, this is a large storm covering up half of the United States. And one of the places that we have workers coming to us is from the city of Tallahassee. They had some utility workers come here specifically to Marietta. They say they got a contract, they got information. They've been working with the city of Marietta one-on-one to make sure that they are here on standby and willing to help. They say they're also providing 18 dump trucks with plows and salt spreaders. When we spoke to those utility workers overnight, they say the most important thing they want people to know, if you have a down power line in your area, do not touch it, emphasizing how it could still be a live wire, which is why they were showing us some of the tools that they have, the professionals have, to handle any live wires. But if you find yourself without power, you find yourself in a cold home, Marietta, they do have some warming centers, Must Ministries. They're prepared to be open all week, to be there for men, women, and children, for families, a place that you can go and stay warm. But if you do have to travel, you want to be careful. Where I'm at right now, as I mentioned, the roads are wet. I can't speak for the rest of the county, but right now we are just seeing wet roads, surfaces like your car, the vehicles are covered in ice. The trees we're seeing covered in ice. So you just want to be careful. You want to err on the side of caution with this weather that we're seeing here in Cobb County. Aisha and Jonathan.
All right, Ariana, thank you. So if you thought you were flying out today, that's going to be kind of dicey. Prepare for delays or definitely some cancellations.
For sure. This morning, we are already seeing more than 1,000 flights canceled. Our 7-inch ANOC is live at the airport this morning. Seth, you just got some new information from airport officials. What are you hearing about where things stand right now?
Yeah, so Jonathan, Aisha, we know that the FAA is reporting a couple different airports across the country are closed right now. As for our airport here in Atlanta, we are experiencing some ground delays. I just spoke to airport officials here at Hartsfield-Jackson. They told me that in the last 5 minutes there is a few delays, but 3 out of the 5 runways are open right now. Now, FlightAware showing both arrivals and departures experiencing some delays. Some people may be experiencing cancellations of their flights. That number does keep growing since we've been here since about 4 a.m. We know right now there's 119 delays listed, 1,059 cancellations. Again, that is for flights coming here to Atlanta and also departing. Now, this morning, we actually caught up with a rugby team who's from Boston. They told us that their Delta flight this morning for this afternoon was showing canceled, and so they flip-flopped and switched their flight to a morning flight, and so far that is on time, and they tell me they are feeling very lucky.
We're a rugby team. We're Rugby Northeast. We're an all-star team out of the New England region. We are here for the all-star tournament.
We were pretty anxious coming into it. We got to change our flight last minute, thank God, because everything got canceled. So we feel pretty lucky to be able to travel home this morning.
The team also told me that they were supposed to have a game tonight in Boston. That has been canceled because obviously they are seeing some snow up that way. Reminder again, airlines have issued some travel waivers. So if you want to avoid traveling this weekend, you can change your flight, rebook it, or cancel it without being charged. But again, in the last 5 minutes, airport officials acknowledging that there are some major delays here at Hartsfield-Jackson, but 3 out of the 5 runways remain open. Live here at Hartsfield-Jackson, I'm Safina Chaynock, 11 Alive News.
All right, Steph, that's so good to hear. And as we've been reporting this week, the airport just this storm is rolling out some new equipment to clean out the runways a little faster, some heavier equipment. So that may be working today, and maybe that's why we're not seeing as many cancellations.
Yeah, still seeing 3 out of 5 runways open. I don't think that's bad for the conditions out there.
Not at all. All right, we've got much more to come for you on this Sunday morning. Hopefully you are home, warm and safe, and we'll be right back with you in just a couple minutes.
Search 11 on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the
People.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife,
The people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
Weather impact alert will last through Monday. We're not done. We're not done by any stretch, okay? We got more wet weather moving into the area. Hopefully our temperatures will start to warm up before that rain gets in here. That heavy rain could be freezing rain, especially up in our northeastern corridor, because our temperatures are down into the 20s in a lot of spots, even at 31 degrees right now in the city of Atlanta. So as that moves in, could be seeing more freezing rain, which would lead to more power outages, and of course we continue to keep those roads on the slick side, so we have to be prepared for today, and hopefully you've already prepared. We've been warning you, so staying inside. So far that has been the case, at least on the roadways out here. Every now and again, this is Athens, and that is sleet and freezing rain on the roads. Every now and again we'll get a car that runs right on by. Most folks have been walking so far. Folks getting up, maybe he was stir crazy yesterday, being in the house and decided, hey, I got to get out. I'm just going to walk into this winter wonderland of Athens, mostly over toward the east. by Athens. And then a little bit further up to the north is where we've been seeing that sleet accumulate along with the freezing rain. Down here toward the metro, it feels like it's been all rain. It's been wet on the roadways. Of course, well-treated roads at that. Maybe some of those back roads may be a little bit slick as well. So trying to get out and get to those major roads on the highways may be a bit tricky, to say the least, especially if you live in a hill-like neighborhood. You're not trying to get up that hill, trying to get down the hill. If your driveway kind of shoots downward like that, yeah, might not want to do that. We didn't have as much ice so far as far as the totals go here in Atlanta, but at least 1/10 of an inch, because we are seeing it on the railings, we're seeing it on the lights, we're seeing it on the signage that's out there. At least the ground is just too warm right now for it to be freezing in some spots, but you may have some isolated patches that are forming on the roads. That air is still cold that's over us, coming in out of the east, just damming up against the mountains there. And so now we're watching off to the west of us what could be coming in, which would be another round of that heavy rain. Right now, what you see out here, that pink area would be freezing rain, but it has been on the light side, especially over toward Juneau, southern parts of Dawson County, down into northern parts of Forsyth County, over toward Commerce, between Commerce and Athens, up toward Toccoa, where some sleet may be mixing in there. Which has been a bad combination so far for our area, where you're getting these little ice slabs that have been popping up, or even covering the grassy surfaces where you can just walk on top of it, right, crunching around. If you happen to go out, if you have to go out, you may start hearing crackling of limbs. So you may want to be cautious walking under trees, because those limbs will start to fall, especially as the winds start to pick up on us as we head through the afternoon. So you need to be on the lookout for that. We're watching, again, this line of showers. A couple of thunderstorms was associated with it up toward the Huntsville area. You see those lightning strikes there, and then a few down to the south. Expecting this line to intensify as it continues to push over toward the east. Will bring heavy rain here in North Georgia. That includes the Atlanta metro area, and then possibly some thunderstorms a little bit further down to the south. So some of our southernmost counties may get in on a few of those thunderstorms before the precipitation begins to wrap up and wind down. Temperatures are in the 20s in some spots. You got Canton at 29, 27 degrees in Gainesville, 26 over toward Athens, 31 right now in Atlanta. Those are all below the freezing mark, especially up here toward Clayton. You're at 29 degrees, but over toward the west, it has been on the warmer side. And so road temperatures have been below freezing up here toward the north and east as well. Starting to pick up a little bit back over toward Route 76. You were down as well, so starting to come up, and you can see Holcomb Bridge coming up as well. Was below the freezing mark there as far as the ground temperatures are concerned. Ice storm warning will continue through Monday morning at 10 a.m. Notice some of the area has been dropped out of that because we've only seen rain in these spots, and suspect we will stay with the rain as those temperatures there are above the freezing mark. We're going to continue to monitor things and let you know exactly what's taking place. We'll be here through the rest of the day, folks, to let you know what's happening in your neighborhood. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chelsea, thank you. Well, Hall County has seen quite the buffet of elements: sleet, freezing rain, some snow flurries, and even a cold rain.
Yeah, and it's all been falling on our very own Doug Turnbull, who is there for us this morning. So, Doug, you've seen that ice accumulating since the early hours. You were up with us right around 4 o'clock or so. So how are things looking right now at this 10:30 half hour?
Dare I say some good news? All right, dare I say some good news, Jonathan, Aisha? By the way, when you say buffet, please, man, I got to make it to noon, okay? But look, right now we're getting light snow flurries, and we've had some steady rain since our last hit with you guys here before the 10 o'clock hour. So I want to show here, as we're in the parking lot of our hotel, the roads have been very dicey out here, although technically passable, so we've tried to stay off of that. And I want to point down, because look at this slush right here next to me. Now, out on Brownsbridge Road nearby, this is hard stuff, but here in the parking lot it's slush, and look how much water there is. Almost an inch deep of water. So that shows how much of the various buffet has fallen from the sky in these last few hours. I also want to look here to my left and behind me is that some of this stuff is melting and actually going right into the drain. And so that's actually good news, of course, if this stuff is melting off and the rain falls and actually breaks down that ice. So that's what we're hoping for here. Now, I reached out to Hall County spokesperson, a government spokesperson, and just asked, are there any hot spots? Is there anything we're looking to avoid? And they actually said that there their road crews are just maintaining even conditions around the county, continuously treating the county and doing so in the same shape. There's not an area that gets more attention than another. And they also said it's basically the same condition around the whole county, which is kind of this icy layer that's on the roadways, although they are technically passable. And of course, they're still urging people to stay off of the roads. We've only seen the occasional vehicle go by here on Brownsbridge Road here this morning, and it's kind of hilly, and some of them fishtail and struggle on the hill. Now, one thing before I go that I want to look at, we're going down and up here using all parts of the tripod here, is look at the pine trees above us. Now, I was a little worried about this ice caking on the trees, but they're not bowing over, and the wind has remained relatively calm in the last hour, but you can see where that ice has accumulated. So if we get more icy precip or it does freeze over, this could be a problem as we head into Monday. But we'll keep monitoring conditions here, and as we transfer after lunch, our Cody Alcorn's going to be on scene monitoring one of Georgia's biggest counties with a lot of roads to treat, and we'll keep people updated. Thankfully, power outages have been minimal too. So here in Gainesville, Doug Turnbull, 11 Live News. Back to you.
All right, Doug, I was just checking for you to see if the Waffle House in Gainesville is open this morning. I haven't gotten an answer yet, but hopefully if it is, after your shift is over, you can go over and enjoy a buffet, or they don't really have a buffet, but you can enjoy whatever you want.
I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean it. You know, I was trying to be cute and jazzy with the language and got him all ruffled up. Well, freezing rain has really started to shut things down early. Athens was one of the first places that we started to see that ice accumulating.
Yeah, things changed really quickly overnight. Government officials and power crews are expecting things to continue to be dangerous into tomorrow, possibly later than that. That's why we've got 11 Alive's Joe Ripley joining us live in the Classic City this morning. Joe, a lot has changed overnight, and really it changes hour by hour.
It really does, Jonathan. This weather is as predictable as it gets, but also unpredictable from hour to hour. It seems like it's either snow flurries or sleet or freezing rain. We're here at Sanford Stadium on the campus of the University of Georgia, where you can see, y'all were talking about Waffle House. I want some hash browns covered and capped, but look at Dooley Field here at Sanford Stadium. We're talking covered and capped with ice. This layer of ice has been here for quite a while, and that's due to all the winter precipitation we've had today from the sleet and freezing rain and even some snow flurries mixed in there. Some good news, though, to report as you see Uga's Doghouse off in the background there. There are a few outages, according to Rebecca Lindstrom, across here, Athens, Clark County, as well as the metro area in Oconee, Madison, Jackson, and Barrow counties as well. Meredith Barnum, we spoke with her just a few minutes ago, the emergency management coordinator here in Athens, Clark County. She's saying we're faring pretty well right now. There was a structure fire overnight, but it's unclear if that was weather related. Their crews are still working diligently, though, today to treat whatever roads they can, but she urged people to stay off the roads. We've got some students out here trying to make the most of this ice day. I guess it's not really a snow day. They are staying upright for the most part. That's certainly some good news, especially here in Athens, where, college kids like to have their fun, right? But we understand that Athens, Clark County here, public safety officials are preparing for a long night ahead. It is still precipitating here in Athens, Clark County. A lot of this has the potential to freeze overnight, causing for some dangerous roads to come. The University of Georgia here is expected to remain closed throughout the weekend and tomorrow. Athens, Clark County schools also expected to close tomorrow. They will reassess how operations will run on Tuesday. Oh, he just hit the deck. There you go. Well, we're going to work on our skating skills out here. Meantime, here in Athens, Clark County, please stay home. Do not go outside if you don't have to, because the conditions are dangerous. We spoke earlier with Ralston Suits. He's with Power Pros, and he was talking about why it is so dangerous to drive in this sort of weather.
Warning, you are entering a restricted area. Please return to the plaza.
All right.
Definitely keep a good following distance if they have to travel. The best scenario would be to stay at home. The roads are very slick. Parking lots are slick. Sidewalks are slick. Last thing we want to see is anybody getting hurt for no reason. If they do have to travel, though, you need at least four-wheel drive, front-wheel drive to be able to make it where you're going.
We talked about the unpredictability as it concerns this weather. The roads are the same way. You think you can drive in certain conditions, and then all of a sudden you lose control. It only takes an instant. It only takes a moment. So you don't want to risk that at all. You hear us saying all weekend long, stay off the roads. Please do, because it will mean some of the worst breaking news if it goes the wrong way. But on a lighter note, it continues to snow here. Some more of that freezing rain is falling here at Sanford Stadium. Time to freeze it up between the hedges. Hopefully the dogs can get us a lot more dubs to come this fall. But for now, we are live here in Athens. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
All right, Joe Ripley, a UGA alum right there inside the stadium. But, you know, it's interesting seeing those young people. I don't want to say kids because they're college students, but having fun. But you got to just have your balance on point because one fall and it can all go wrong.
It can, you know, and these can be very fun times. Growing up in Michigan, like these were some really fun days. You know, the grown-ups got to take it a little bit more serious than the younger people. But yeah, you're right, Jonathan. One fall, it could go left.
It all goes wrong. All right, well, we're going to keep you posted on traffic as well because a lot of you may be thinking, okay, I can venture out there. There's a little lull. But Rachel, we've seen some treacherous conditions across the metro.
Yeah, definitely. And it's wet out there. That means crashes. So you're taking a live look here at I-285. This is on the west side, northbound near MLK Jr. Drive, where a couple left lanes here are blocked from a crash. And you can see the pooling of all that water and moisture out on the roadways here. You could see this big icicle as well right over this camera. This camera's a really good representation of what folks in Fulton County, Clayton County, DeKalb County are seeing out on the roadways. So not any of that white ice that we're seeing in the Northeast, but a lot of these wet roadways as that freezing rain continues to come down here. And the concern, of course, is tonight that could freeze up and become a hazard. Right now, it's mostly wetness rather than ice. We've heard that reporting as well from Caitlin Ross, who's in Midtown, but certainly still need to be careful. I mean, think about our coverage on a rainy weekday morning, right? It can be treacherous as well, water on the roads, and this is a lot of it too, pooling up on this interstate. But as I said, as you travel north and east, things start to look really, really different. Look at this white ice out on the roadway here. I-85, this is near Flowery Branch, and this is also an area where I've seen some hardworking road crews driving around a lot. I've seen plows come through several times. You can see that they've done some good work helping to clear these roadways, but they can only do so much. It's still treacherous driving on these roadways. Here's a look now at I-985. This is south of Gainesville, where again, you can see that those plows have done a really good job clearing the roads. You can still see a lot of that white ice off of the shoulders here, and it's still going to be slippery and treacherous. Still not recommending that you drive out there. Taking another look here at this overpass on I-985 over Highway 129. That's right in Gainesville, so you can see a lot more of that ice here. And as our meteorologists have explained, I saw Melissa Nord give a really good explainer yesterday. Overpasses and bridges often stay much colder than regular roads because that cold air can both move above and beneath them. So this is an example of maybe why we're seeing more of that white ice on this overpass than on the roads beyond. So that's one spot to be very careful of. I've seen a few instances this morning of GDOT and other agencies temporarily shutting down overpasses and more elevated roadways. At one point, I-285 was shut on the east side in DeKalb to I-20 for a brief time because there was ice there. And then just one more look, because I don't want to forget about Forsyth County. They're also seeing very wet and icy conditions. This is Georgia 400 at Jotham Down Road. Certainly an area you got to be very cautious of. So a good look around the metro of very different conditions based on where you are, but still stay off the roads, guys. Back to you.
All right, Rachel Cox-Rosen, thanks so much. Well, the storm is impacting a lot of our viewing area, leaving even some of our residents in the dark. Our Rebecca Lindstrom is joining us live here in the studio.
Rebecca, have the numbers gone up significantly? I think we saw you about 40 minutes ago.
They have, you know, and we talked about how earlier in the day from maybe like 8 to 10, the numbers had doubled. Well, in the past 40 minutes, those numbers have gone up even more now to about 34,000 customers without power between Georgia Power and the EMCs. Looking here at the Georgia Power service range in the metro, you know, we are definitely seeing more activity here in, you know, kind of our neck of the woods. Still, though, pretty scattered. You don't have big areas with a lot of outages in them, but yet 17,000 customers without power. When you start to pull this map down and figure out just where is that coming from, that's when you begin to see here in the north and the northeast that they're dealing with a lot of that. But really, it is the EMCs that carry the burden for a lot of this area. And that is where you can see, I mean, in the Northeast, more than 9,000 households without power. In the North, 4,000 customers without power. And then zooming into sort of this area here, if I can get the county list, this sort of gives you a good sense. Lumpkin, Pickens, Gordon, Cherokee, Gilmer, all of these counties experiencing some significant power outages right now. And I find it interesting, like, well, they might say 17% of the customers in Lumpkin are without power. In Gordon County, everyone is without power, and it has been that way since at least 9 o'clock this morning. Now, granted, there's 432 meters there, so as these crews are trying to figure out where they need to go, we know that they are prioritizing hospitals where, you know, emergency crews are going to be, police stations. But as they look at what they can get back online, they are moving as quickly as we can. We know we've been seeing photos coming in to us from viewers, seeing those crews out in their neighborhoods, doing what they can to get these neighborhoods back online. Again, want to point out White County, don't want to be remiss without leaving that out, because we know that there are also thousands of customers there without power as well. So we're going to drill down in the next few minutes and look at what's happening here in the metro and what's really driving those numbers. And we'll bring that to you when we see you next.
All right, thank you so much, Rebecca. We appreciate it. Thank you for keeping us posted. As we know, power outages is something that can really change just minute by minute. Well, Gwinnett County residents will be waking up to significant ice. A lot of them have been seeing conditions like that, and power crews are ready to help if need be.
11 Alive's Grace King has been making the trek. She's made it to Suwanee now. Grace, how was the ride, and how is it looking in Suwanee?
Well, the roads are definitely icy. There's a lot of that slush kind of left over as the plows come through here, continuing to salt the roads and continuing to just push aside what they can. The bridges and overpasses definitely a lot icier, even though those are the focus areas for the Gwinnett Department of Transportation. I want to give you a look. This is ice that we took off of our car. So you can tell there's a pretty good coating on things like metal that are a bit colder. The roads over here that weren't treated, we're over at Suwanee Town Center, are a bit slick. And if you look behind me, I mean, you can see where some of that sleet just kind of accumulated throughout the night, throughout the morning, and has been picking up. The roads throughout Gwinnett County, like I mentioned, they are getting icier, but they're not completely impassable. But that's because the DOT is out there working on them, and they can only do that because, for the most part, people are staying home. The emergency management director, he said they are working as hard as they can around the clock, but with too many people out on the road, that gets in the way, that slows them down. And of course, there are some really slick spots that if you hit, you could get into a bit of a tricky situation. You can see some of that ice is just piling up in certain areas. Now, I spoke with Emergency Management Director Michael Shaw. He says they're going to continue their work throughout the day, and hopefully, they'll have the roads clear for people to be back out at some point tomorrow.
They swapped over to salt and were able to switch over to that operation. They are working as quickly as possible to address the trouble spots first, and then get into just clearing out as much roadway as possible from there.
And again, the farther north we went, the more ice we started to see. So definitely be careful if you're out and about. But again, their message is just to stay home, give them room to work, and make those roads passable again. If you stay out of the way, we'll hopefully all be through this a lot sooner. Live in Suwanee, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace, thanks so much. Grace being there really shows us how quickly things can change, and how, even though maybe here in Fulton County things look one way, right, you know, maybe a 20-minute drive, we can see things look a lot different.
All right, we're going to take a pause and regroup here. Stay with us. We are locked in with you. We'll be right back.
Our main break has left people with low water.
It's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife,
the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be, finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in.
Good morning, everybody. We are coming up on 11 a.m. on this Sunday, January 25th. Thanks for staying with us. We've been with you since 4 a.m. I'm Aisha Howard.
Yeah, I'm Jonathan Martin. Are you still awake?
I'm here.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
We're here with you. We're up and moving. Hopefully you're not moving. Hopefully you are in place at home in a safe spot here watching us on 11 Alive Plus or on 11 Alive. We have a lot to get to this morning as we have been checking with our crews all across the metro.
I said earlier on Instagram, we are thriving off of protein and caffeine.
I can get with that. Our Dan Kennedy is also thriving this morning. He's been busy in our streaming center this morning. Dan, you've been speaking with officials across the metro, including in Habersham County. Good morning.
Yeah, I could probably do a commercial for energy drinks this morning. And you know what? Our great first responders could say the same thing. They have been out all morning long, including Jeffrey Adams in Habersham County, Fire Chief and Emergency Services Director. Mr. Adams, hope you guys are holding up okay. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning. We're doing pretty good. It was kind of quiet overnight, but as the sun comes up and people start waking up and looking around, the calls are starting to pick up.
And I want to show a shot we have from one of our GDOT cameras up there in Habersham County, really telling the story. You see the ice on the lens there. You see that slushiness on the street. You also see tire marks. Are you finding that most people are heeding the call to stay inside? And what are the roads looking like?
So that intersection is actually right by my office. The roads are wet, slushy, slippery. But again, like you said, for the most part, they're staying at home. They're staying put and not getting out and in all this mess.
All right, since that's right by your office, we'll just go ahead and blame the tire tracks on you then. Does that sound good?
Yeah, you can do that.
Hey, what's it been like responding to emergency calls overnight? Is that something you've had to do, and have you had any issues?
We were very fortunate. We haven't had a lot of emergency calls overnight. Like I said, it is starting to pick up now. But it's been slow. It's taken longer. The roads are slick. The ambulances, the fire trucks, the quick response vehicles that we have are having to take their time and make sure they get to where they're going.
We also have some photos from Habersham EMC that you're seeing on your screen here. What do you anticipate the rest of the day looking like up there? Are you expecting more power outages, down trees? What do you think the rest of the day will hold?
I keep looking at the weather, the radar and the weather and the temperatures, and yeah, I'm afraid it's going to get worse before it gets better.
So then what is your message to residents in Habersham?
Please stay at home. Please check on your neighbors, check on your pets. Don't call 911 unless you absolutely, it's an emergency.
Is there the 311 option instead?
Not in Habersham County, no, sir.
Okay. If people lose power today, are there warming centers nearby that they can go to?
In Habersham County, there are not any warming centers. It's been something that we've worked with in the past, and we don't have any set up right now.
Gotcha. Okay. How's your staff holding up today? I know it's been a long night for them, and what kind of shifts are they working on as we head into what could be a long day and night?
They started coming in yesterday afternoon for today's shift. The group that was on yesterday, most of them have continued to hang over for today. They're doing okay, but it's gonna, with the temperature and everything, they're gonna start to wear down. So we're feeding them and getting them breaks and taking care of them.
Mr. Adams, the message on the wall behind you, work hard and be nice to people. It seems that's what you guys are doing there in Habersham County. We appreciate your time. Anything else you want to say, sir?
Y'all have a good day. Stay safe.
Thank you. Same to you. Jonathan, Aisha, there you go from Habersham County. They are expecting conditions to deteriorate as the day goes on, and the message remains the same. Just stay inside if you can.
All right, Dan, thank you. We'll see you back in the streaming center in a little bit. Just into the newsroom, we are expecting an update from state officials that's coming your way at 3 p.m. And when it does, Nicole, we'll bring it to you live here and on 11 Live Plus. How are we looking right now for you?
Yeah, things have been about the same for the last couple hours weather-wise. We've been in kind of a lull when it comes to actively falling precipitation, but in a lot of spots, especially up towards the north and the northeast of the city, the roads are obviously a little dicey. This is our view right now from Athens, where you can see still the accumulated kind of wintry mix of sleet, freezing rain, as well as snow. Meanwhile, through the Atlanta metro, we're just dealing with wet roads, but notice how the camera is shaking there. We've got a lot of ice accumulated on power lines, on trees. Winds are very strong right now, and that will lead to additional kind of down trees, down power lines, which will lead to additional power outages. So even though we're in a lull in the actual falling rain and freezing rain, we'll continue to see impacts from the ice even through the next couple hours, and our next wave of rainfall is very close to entering into the state. Right now, we're tracking a couple isolated to scattered showers that are moving across North Georgia. Most of those are focused into far northeast Georgia. These are not very heavy. There are a couple sleet pellets, couple snowflakes, maybe a couple raindrops at most, and then they move out. So we've been enjoying a little bit of a lull and not experiencing any additional accumulating ice at this point, but that next wave of rainfall is on its way. Now, this is prompting a few thunderstorms across portions of southern Alabama, some heavier rainfall where some warmer air does exist. And temperatures over the course of the next few hours for us are going to play a big role in how the rest of the day evolves. We're kind of banking on some additional warmer air coming in from the south to give us some relief in most locations from that possibility of additional accumulating ice. Right now on the satellite radar, though, like I said, couple snow flurries, sleet pellets, a little freezing rain here and there, but otherwise all should remain kind of quiet until this next wave arrives. Within really the next hour, we'll start to see that push into our far northwestern counties. This is a big storm system. The snow associated with it has started to subside into portions of Texas, Oklahoma, but we're still pushing a lot of that wintry weather up through the Midwest and now into the Northeast, where snow totals are going to be measured in feet for portions of New England. Down towards us, again, those temperatures will play a big impact. We still have a number of winter weather alerts in place across the country, including that ice storm warning here in our neck of the woods. Now, the National Weather Service has taken out some of our northwestern counties, including Floyd, Chattooga counties, and the far northwestern corner of the state from that ice storm warning because temperatures there have actually already climbed up above the freezing point and are expected to stay above the freezing point at least throughout the day today until our colder air arrives later tonight. We do still have a winter weather advisory in place for these southern counties. So far, they've really escaped much in the way of any type of wintry weather. It's not out of the question that we could see a little bit more depending on how our temperatures evolve through the next couple hours. So they're still in the winter weather advisory for now. And like I said, our temperatures are really going to play the key impact. We're still right around the freezing point in Atlanta. Temperatures have been hovering right around 30, 31, 32 for the last couple of hours. Now, this prolonged period of near or below freezing temperatures has allowed our ground temperatures, especially up towards the northeast of the city, to get colder, get down below the freezing point. So as you go north on 400 or north on 85, you get into some dicier conditions where those road temperatures have been below freezing. Here in the metro, though, our road temperatures are still lingering right around 34, 35. So we're not seeing as many issues when it comes to ice on the roads. Yes, sidewalks are still slick. Yes, there is accumulating ice on your car, on street signs, on power lines, as well as on trees, but roads through the metro, for the most part, are fine. As we continue to go through the next couple hours, if temperatures stay this cold, we'll add in some icier areas, but it looks like that warmer air will start to work in. We've got a couple things at play here when it comes to our forecast. The first is the wedge. If you're at all familiar with Atlanta weather, you know that the wedge is when we have high pressure that sets up towards the northeast, that pushes all this cold air, kind of traps it across the Appalachian Mountains. That's what's currently in effect right now. It's led to much colder temperatures through this morning. That's why we've continued to drop in temperature through the last couple hours, even after the sunrise. But we've also got a cold front out here towards the west, and that cold front is trying to erode the wedge to allow for some of this warmer air to come in from the Gulf and make its way across North Georgia. The arrival of this warmer air is really key in our forecast for not adding to already pretty high ice totals in some spots. So here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. Now, our temperatures will still be right around the freezing point through about lunchtime as that next round of moisture starts to enter into the state. There will be some spots northeast of the city, the spots that have already been hit hardest with the ice, that are not going to get above freezing or will just be barely above freezing into this afternoon. And we'll see additional ice accumulations, additional sleet accumulations into this afternoon and evening as this line of storms comes through. This is going to prompt some pretty heavy rainfall as well, and even comes with a low-end threat for severe weather as those storms roll through later this afternoon. That main severe weather threat down towards the south, but we've got that level 1 risk that just barely comes up into portions of Troup and Meriwether counties, as well as Pike, Lamar, and Upson counties. The rain, the wintry mix, all comes to an end late tonight as Arctic air sinks southward. That's going to bring about some really cold temperatures into the next couple of mornings. That's important because a lot of people who are starting to see power outages, they're going to have to deal with the cold air tonight if those power outages don't get resolved. And for spots where we do pick up additional rainfall or additional ice, even if roads are okay this afternoon and evening, they will refreeze overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning, which could lead to additional icy slick spots.
All right, Nicole, thank you. On to Midtown ATL now, at a time when a lot of businesses have closed their doors because of the ice storm. We stumbled upon one Waffle House location that is open for business, still serving up some breakfast staples. Let's check in with our Caitlin Ross. She is live there in Midtown. So, Caitlin, you are right in front of that Waffle House. I'm sure that's a busy place this morning.
Extremely busy because it is the only place that's open. Everything else is closed, but Waffle House is doing a quick business because they have their doors open. Everybody in there is smiling. They are so excited to have some smothered, covered, good meal. And we have an Atlanta gem for you right here. This is Nicola, his first time at Waffle House.
Yeah, so I'm from Chicago, and I've actually never been to a Waffle House before. So I'm here, I hear about the storm, and I'm looking, there's nothing else open. I figure it's a perfect time. I mean, it's just crazy, though, like the way the ice, I've never seen ice on trees like this. Like, I'm used to snow, but not just like inches of ice hanging off the trees. It's really crazy.
And as you're walking around, you're looking at this ice. There's some slick spots around. What are you thinking? You're from Chicago. You said you're used to the ice, or the snow, but not the ice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to, like, you know, stepping through like maybe a lot of snow, but I've never seen anything like this, like just the ice hanging off of trees and just raining ice, basically. It's really crazy, yeah.
It is crazy, and you are going to go inside and have an amazing meal. Thank you so much for joining us. First time at a Waffle House. Yeah. That is amazing. And this Waffle House is one of the only ones that's open in Metro Atlanta. We did see some were closed, and this is judged by the Waffle House Index. So depending on how bad the weather is, depends on whether or not Waffle House opens. So here in Atlanta, we're at a green. They're actually able to open the doors. The crew said they all got in safely. They were very concerned about safety, making sure everyone got here safely. And almost everybody we have seen coming up to this Waffle House has been walking here. Now that's great news because DOT is asking people to stay off the roads to stay safe. So a lot of Georgia Tech students walking on over here to get a hot meal. A lot of them said they looked around, all of the other businesses were closed, but Aisha and Jonathan, Waffle House still open.
You know, we can always depend on our local Waffle Houses.
Yeah.
They always show up, and we appreciate those people coming into work so we can have those meals.
And then when you close, when you see a Waffle House close, that's when you know the weather conditions are nothing to play with. All right, Caitlin, so tell us, can we go back to Caitlin really quick?
Or we may have lost her. We'll try to...
All right. So, Caitlin, tell us about your experience out there with seeing people sort of walking around and driving around. Last time we saw quite a few cars behind you. Do you find that that's decreased or people still navigating their cars?
So great question, because people are driving around. Thankfully, the roads here are safe. It's just wet outside right now. The roads themselves are not slippery. People are taking it slow. And just a few minutes ago, we actually saw a plow come by. There was a GDOT plow making those rounds. GDOT told us yesterday it takes 14 hours for them to go through and brine all of the roads that they need to brine that are going to get slippery in the state. So we did see them come through here, and the cars that are driving by are driving really slowly. We've seen a lot of people out walking around, though. I think people just kind of want to check it out. And get this, about 15 minutes ago, we saw a guy running for fun in this weather. He was wearing shorts. He said he thought it was a great opportunity to get outside, get some cold air in his lungs, and he said he was loving it. He did not find any slick spots, but earlier when we were walking around, we walked over one of those metal grates, and it was almost disaster for your friend Caitlin. Thankfully, I was able to pull it together before going straight down, but there is definitely some ice on the ground. So if you are walking around, you really do want to be careful. And then if you're going under trees, please look up. You heard Nicola talking about the ice on the trees in the beginning of that interview. And what he means is that there is a thick coating of ice on the branches of all of the trees. So you really do want to be safe. Make sure that none of those branches fall as you're walking by.
All right. We're glad you're okay, though. Thanks for being out there, Caitlin. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Got to put my resident fitness guru on the spot. You making it to the gym today?
I went yesterday in anticipation that today the gyms will be closed, but some are staying open in the city of Atlanta. So if you got to get a workout in, I would say go to church, but most churches are closed today.
They did.
But yeah, you got to be careful because even where Caitlin is, we see it's not as bad, but you travel just to Gwinnett County or Cobb County, things look a lot different. That's why we have our reporters really spread all across the metro.
All right, I got to get you to do some online stuff so when people get stuck in the house, they can work out with you.
Yeah, I got it. We got it.
Well, just in about 30 minutes ago, Governor Kemp posted a winter storm update for us on Facebook.
Yeah, you know, the governor is traveling overseas right now on an economic mission, but he has been staying up to date on everything from some of his officials here in Georgia. And he says while the state right now is in a brief lull, conditions are expected to pick up later today. Here's what he said.
Good morning, everybody. Wanted to give you a quick winter storm update. I just got off the phone with Director Lamb and Chief Meteorologist Will Langston. We're about halfway through this event. I know some people may be waking up and saying there's nothing out there because we are in a little bit of a lull. There's more coming. We do think things will deteriorate as the day goes on. But we're doing good right now. I want to thank everybody for staying off the roads. This is a great time for us to catch up on some areas like 400 North, I-85 North that we're starting to lose control of a little bit and re-salt, re-ice, and re-treat those roadways. So if you can, please continue to stay off the roads. It's going to get worse as the day goes on. Let us do our work and stay safe out there. We'll keep you posted as things materialize the rest of the day.
All right, Governor Kemp bringing us that message. I believe he was in Belgium yesterday, so he's keeping up to date all the way from Europe. Well, happening at 3 p.m. this afternoon, GEMA and state officials will be holding a virtual news conference to provide updates on the winter storm and its impact across the state. We'll be, of course, broadcasting that, streaming that live for you right here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
Of course, we'll keep track of the governor's updates and pass along any new information as soon as we get it. Right now, we continue to see widespread power outages throughout northeast Georgia as the freezing rain really weighed down those power lines.
Yeah, one of those areas seeing a lot of outages today is in White County near Helen, Georgia. That's where we've got our 11 Alive reporter Chase Howell for us. So, Chase, what's the latest? We know power has been on and off all morning. Looks like we may have some. Okay, I think Chase is going to turn on his microphone. You got it?
Now we should get. Can you hear
there
me?
we go. Go ahead,
we're
Chase.
good, Chase. Yep, go ahead.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, sorry about that. I must have forgot to turn my microphone off. But actually, so our power went off just a little bit ago, but it got turned back on after about 30 seconds maybe. But also, 9,300 people are still without power here in White County. But the total counties here in Northeast Georgia, 35,000 power outages. But I want to tell you what some lineman friends told me, because they have been my best friends lately. So if you look up here towards those first two power lines, those are your power lines. So earlier we were showing you down here, these are going to be your cable lines. So if you're wondering, hey, I wonder why my lights turn off before my cable does. Well, I guess it's one and the same, really. But your power turns off first, or you lose your power first, because that's where the ice sticks before it drops down to the lower wires. And I just thought that was so interesting. And I'm like, I got to share with Jonathan and Aisha about that, because I would have never guessed that's why we lost power. But again, 9,300 people without power. But I think the trend of what a lot of us are going to see today here in White County is we are going to see our power go away for a little bit, whether it be an hour or two, and then it may turn right back on. I think it's going to be those rural areas, as we heard from the Deputy Director of Public Safety with White County yesterday, that are going to face the biggest issues, right? They're going to have more of an issue getting their power turned back on, because crews are going to be focused more on the, I guess, bigger populations, if you will, those types of areas. But I want to kind of show you the difference as well. So this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, when we were out here talking with you guys, I mean, it was pouring. You were there, you saw it. I mean, you saw how big those raindrops. Now, it's just really a light mist. And I have to say, a lot of the temperature I can feel has warmed up. So I don't know what is really happening here, but it feels like, in my opinion, that it's getting warmer. But again, as we've been hearing, those temperatures are going to be set to go back down. And that freezing rain that we've seen all day today is going to freeze again tonight. I mean, we're going to see, if I believe myself or not, I don't think I'm telling myself a lie, but I feel like the tree behind me has even kind of perked up, even though it looks a little bit lower. I feel like it was more towards the ground earlier this morning. But you guys, I think the name of the game today is just wait and see. It's a waiting game. We're going to see how long this thing takes, with those power outages. But I think just be patient. Crews are out. I talked to someone with Georgia Power earlier. There's 600 crews here in White County alone going out to various outages, trying to get people some help.
All right, Chase, thank you. You guys continue to be safe out there. And we do want to remind our viewers to keep sending in photos and videos just so we can get a widespread look of what things are looking like right now. This is a photo from Atlanta showing that wetlands, and I'm sure some of those raindrops are a little bit frozen out there. And this is from Susie Dodge's bird feeder camera, actually, there in Glenwood Park, Atlanta area. Thank you for joining us and sharing all your unique photos. We love to see them. Keep them coming.
We have some more photos, in fact. I believe we have one from Rick in Powder Springs with some very icy conditions at his house earlier this morning. And so, yeah, keep sending us those pictures. We, of course, love to share them here on 11alive.com and on our air right here. Well, now we're going to go to Cobb County because crews have really been ready there, staged in case the power goes out.
Ariana Manise live in Kennesaw. You've been seeing that constant mist. Is that still what you are experiencing right now there in Kennesaw?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we've been seeing most of the morning, is that mist. For about an hour ago, we saw the rain start to pick up, but now it's right back to that mist. Now, Cobb County, they had crews on standby. They brought in contractors from the southeast to be here in this area, be prepared to help out Cobb County officials if the power does go out. I spoke to one of those contracting groups, Gritco, and they say Cobb County really doesn't have too many power outages at this point, and they anticipate they'll be moved to possibly somewhere in Tennessee or Texas. Now, this is video from around 5 a.m. this morning when those crews first pulled off. That was another contractor, Pike. They're also here on standby, and the goal for Cobb County, like all the officials have been saying, they just want to be ready at this point, and that's what they've been seeing. They brought in those additional contract teams to help, with the goal to make sure as many workers as possible are close to any problem areas, close to any priority areas like a hospital, making sure that if the power goes out there, they're able to jump in as quickly as they can and assist. And officials, they were ready and also warning everyone that if ice gathers on the power lines here, that your power was going to go out. But like I mentioned, when I spoke to that contractor, they said Cobb County hasn't had too many power outages at this point. The roads, from what I can see, they continue just to be wet at this point. We're seeing ice on the surfaces. We're seeing ice on the limbs of the trees. We're seeing ice on our vehicles, on our equipment, on the bushes. That's where we're seeing that ice. But once again, if you find yourself in a situation where your home is cold and you need somewhere to go, Must Ministries in Marietta, they have a warming center for you. They'll be open all week, as officials have been planning for this to be an extended situation. Now, we do know that Kennesaw State, Marietta City Schools, and Cobb County Schools looking to tomorrow. School is canceled. When I was speaking to some kids yesterday in Marietta Square, they were crossing their fingers that school will be canceled, and it is, so you can stay inside and be warm. Back to you.
All right, Ariana, thank you. We are going to stay here with you throughout the afternoon, and we will have much more when we come back.
Live News, we get. We're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife,
The people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community.
All right, when winter weather threatens Metro Atlanta, history matters. So over the last 15 years, just a few storms have completely changed how this region prepares, commutes, and responds. So let's take a look at 4 winter weather events that still shape how we handle today's sloppy wintry mess.
All right, let's start with January of 2011, remembered as snowpocalypse, but it was the ice that broke the region at that point. Freezing rain turned roads into sheets of glass. Schools were closed for days. Drivers were stranded. And temperatures in this case stayed below freezing. So what fell, it stayed. And recovery, if you were around then, you know it took nearly a week.
January 2014. It wasn't about how much snow, it was all about the timing here when the snow fell. Snow hit in the middle of the afternoon commute, trapping thousands of drivers for hours. Some people had to stay the night in their cars. Kids were stuck at school overnight. That is what gave it the moniker Snow Jam. It exposed really some major gaps in communication, timing, and road prep around here, and changed how the state approaches closures.
Also in December of 2017, one of the heaviest early season snowfalls we saw in years at that point. Tree damage and downed power lines left hundreds of thousands without power. It also reinforced a hard lesson for Georgia. Ice and weighted trees can be more damaging than snow totals.
And 12 months ago, 2 winter storms struck in just 11 days. The first one brought snow and ice, setting a record for a 24-hour snowfall at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The second one, it was smaller, but it was colder, causing rapid refreeze and dangerous roads, even with that light accumulation.
All right, so the common thread in all of these, timing, temperature, and ice, and that is exactly why officials say even a little winter weather can have a big impact here. I was talking to one of my friends last night. He was like, this is not a big deal. I said, were you around Atlanta in 2014?
Yeah.
If you were, you know exactly why our meteorologists, why officials take this seriously, because you want to be prepared and be safe and not be caught slipping, literally.
Yeah, literally, right? And then some of those images we saw, it was just so many cars on the road during those winter weather events. And today, thankfully, we're not seeing even, a quarter of that. So that's why this is so serious regardless of where you live.
Exactly, and that's why our meteorologists have been warning you for really more than a week now about what is to come. Let's check in with meteorologist Nicole Hartford, who's standing by. Nicole, you're from Metro Atlanta. You remember some of these events too.
Yeah, a lot of these snow events. And like you said, timing is really a big factor in a lot of these. So the fact that people are, for the most part, kind of staying off the roads has really helped us out. Now, some spots when it comes to conditions, what we're seeing, ice accumulation, the roads are certainly worse than others. This is our view in Athens, where you can see that kind of accumulated ice and sleet and snow that's on the ground. Meanwhile, this is our view in Metro Atlanta, where the ground is just wet. We do have accumulating ice, though, pretty much area-wide through the metro. Most of it so far has just been on tree limbs and on power lines, and with breezy winds, we're still seeing additional downed trees, down power lines, which will lead to additional power outages as well. So we've been enjoying a little lull in the activity the last couple hours. We have some scattered showers here and there, so we've been watching a few of these showers come by with a few sleet pellets, a few flurries, a few raindrops here and there, but not a whole lot going on at this point. We're not adding to any of our freezing rain totals so far. Our next wave of rain is just about to enter into the state. So this is where that next wave of rain, our next surge of moisture, is going to come in. Notice at this point, all of it is pretty much rainfall stretching through Alabama down into portions of Mississippi. As you go further north, there is some colder air, but we're really counting on this warmer air to move in, break down the wedge, and help erode the colder air across North Georgia, so that the rest of what we see throughout the day today, especially through the metro, ends up being a cold rain instead of a freezing rain. This has been a large winter storm across the continental U.S. The snow still extending through portions of Arkansas into Missouri, up through Ohio, D.C., New York, as well as into Massachusetts. And this will continue to work its way northward, eventually away from our area. So once we get through this next surge of moisture, we're done as far as any additional precipitation. We still do have, though, that risk for additional ice accumulation, not only today as more of this falls, but also tonight as temperatures fall and we see refreezing happening through the overnight hours and into tomorrow morning. Because of that, we still have ice storm warnings in place across the metro. The National Weather Service did take a few counties out of that ice storm warning up into the far northwestern corner of the state, and that all has to do with temperatures. In those spots, we've already climbed up into the upper 30s or the low 40s. So you can see the wedge is still fully intact. For those of you not as familiar with what the wedge is across North Georgia, it's essentially where colder air gets trapped across the Appalachian Mountains and sinks across the southeast. The wedge always erodes from west up towards the east, so we're starting to see some signals of that eroding. by our temperatures out towards LaGrange. We've jumped up to 41 degrees in LaGrange, which is a pretty big improvement from the mid to low 30s we were seeing just 2 or 3 hours ago. So as our wedge erodes, we should be able to bring in some milder air, but how quickly that happens will have big impacts on our forecast. So we've got this incoming cold front. It's going to pull in all this milder, warmer air, allowing temperatures to climb above freezing in Metro Atlanta so that our transition from freezing rain to rain occurs. Now, there are some caveats there, unfortunately. There are some spots, especially northeast of the city, and a lot of the locations where the ice accumulation has already been the worst, that are going to stay below freezing for a longer period of time. So that main line of showers and storms is going to move in pretty quickly. As we get closer to 1 or 2 o'clock, we'll watch it come across the northwestern portions of the state. Notice this is by 1:30 this afternoon. Up into the northeastern portions of the state, we're still in the low 30s, in the 20s. That means additional ice accumulation. And notice how these oranges and reds, that's heavy rainfall, which means heavy sleet or heavy freezing rain if temperatures are still below freezing. Now, as this sinks down towards the southeast, things will come to an end pretty quickly. As this line of showers comes through, it also comes with a low end risk for some severe weather, so we'll be watching for an isolated storm that does get strong to severe, but the main severe weather threat is where temperatures are a lot warmer down towards the south. Once that line of storms moves through, Arctic air explodes across the continental U.S., dropping temperatures pretty rapidly into the overnight. So we're in for a few very cold nights across North Georgia. By tomorrow morning, temperatures are down into the teens and the 20s, and this is a problem for any of the moisture still left on the roads. Even if it's only rain, it will likely flash freeze into tonight and early tomorrow morning. That could lead to additional kind of icy, slick spots and black ice, which poses even more of a risk, especially tomorrow morning when you get out, you see it's pretty sunny outside. You think, oh, everything looks great, but it's 25 degrees and there's still ice on the roads from the rainfall from today. So we're going to be watching that very closely. We're not going to thaw out quickly at all. Temperatures tomorrow afternoon in some spots are not going to get above freezing. We'll climb up to near 40 on Tuesday, but first we have to get through Tuesday morning, which involves single digit and teen temperatures with feels like temperatures into the single digits across much of the state.
All right, Hall County has seen quite a few mixtures their way. A little sleet, some freezing rain, snow flurries came down at one point as well.
Yeah, and our Doug Turnbull has seen it all and felt it all. He's been out there this morning in Gainesville for us. So, Doug, we've certainly seen a different situation. We were looking at Caitlin Ross's shot here in Atlanta. Really nothing on the ground that you could really see, but it's certainly a different story when we look where you are.
Yeah, for sure. I think there might be some grits and hash browns in Caitlin's shot as well, too. So we have stayed close to our hotel because of the road conditions and the really treacherous stuff that we've seen all morning since our photojournalist Stephen Boise and I got up at about 3 a.m. and got outside today. So I'm on parking lot patrol again here, but I've been looking at Brownsbridge Road. I've been monitoring DOT cams through Hall County, and I just spoke to the Department of Transportation. An update on that in a moment, but we've got about an inch plus of slush here on the ground, slush and water, because after sleet continuously almost fell for most of the morning along with freezing rain, it switched over to rain about an hour ago, and then snow flurries again, and now most of that has knocked off, but you can see it draining off behind me. Now that is a good sign for now, okay? So I asked the Department of Transportation district engineer for this area, or district spokesperson rather, Nathan Johnston, hey, is the worst over with? Or what are we expected later on? He basically said that the county roads are passable. The state and the county here in Hall continue to treat them, but the conditions are expected to deteriorate later on as the temperatures drop again and we potentially get more precipitation. Right now, we're in a lull in that precipitation, so there may be a few more people that are going to go out and kind of nudge through this stuff. Another thing he said, too, is while the bridges and overpasses, especially over Lake Lanier, which are so critical for freight traffic and hospital traffic here in Hall County, they may be passable, but they are going to deteriorate first because, as we know, those always freeze over first and they have less temperature under them. Now, I've checked with Hall County 911 a few times today that no major wrecks. DOT Nathan Johnston, who I just mentioned a moment ago, did tell me they've got a brand new tree down blocking some lanes off of Falcon Parkway and Orlando Drive in Hall County. They've also had icing in the last couple of hours that's blocked Vaughndale Circle between Sardis Church Road and Highway 53. So those are two places for sure closed, guys, but they keep pushing people. Number one, don't drive. Number 2, drive 30 miles per hour or under if you have to. And number 3, do not drive with your hazards on unless you are really in an emergency, because we often see that when people are out in inclement weather. We're staying here in Gainesville. Our Cody Alcord's going to take over this afternoon and keep us up to speed on these conditions here in Hall County. In Gainesville, Doug Turnbull, 11 Alive News.
All right, Doug, you've been there since 4 o'clock this morning. He was there yesterday doing a great job out there keeping us posted, and we certainly appreciate it.
And we know during this winter weather event, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta struggling to afford the basic necessities. So right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm. You can scan the QR code on your screen to make that donation through next Saturday, January 31st. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
Keeping an eye on the roads, but also keeping an eye on the sky will prepare for a lot of delays and cancellations.
Yeah, this morning, Aisha, we've already seen a lot of cancellations and delays as well. Let's check in with our Stephanie Haynock live from the world's busiest airport. So, Steph, you've been talking to airport officials. I know there were some delays last time we spoke with you. What's the latest this morning?
Yeah, still delays, still a lot of cancellations, Jonathan and Aisha, and I've got pretty much a decent length list to get through here with some updates. So we know that there was a ground delay reported here by the FAA around 9:30 a.m. That's still in effect. We also know that according to this board behind me, a lot of these flight delays are ranging anywhere from 30 minutes to even close to 3 to 4 hours for certain flights. So you want to check your flight before you head out here to the airport. Also, airport officials telling me that in the last hour that this is not a ground stop, so that is good news, and that 3 of the 5 runways are open right now. But listen to this update that the airport just sent out in the last 30 minutes. They say if you rely on the Sky Train, that's the train that takes people to the rental car center, the Georgia International Convention Center, and the Gateway hotels, there's only one of the 4 trains operating right now, and so they are providing shuttles now to passengers that need transportation transportation heading that way. Now, meanwhile, the numbers of delays and cancellations this morning, they've been continuing to grow since we've been here since around 4 a.m. this morning. Right now, delays are showing 157, 1,077 cancellations. So this morning, a few travelers telling us that their flights were canceled heading to Texas, North Carolina, Boston. Some, though, say they were able to arrive early, book an earlier flight, and get out.
Well, we was able to refund it or rebook, but the Spirit one was not free.
So basically, Frontier told them that they'll refund them, but it takes about 7 days to get their money back. But they still had to pay for their flight with.
Yeah, I'm still arguing mine though.
How much was the flight? The new flight?
The new one was $120.
That group from Texas says they were actually here in Atlanta visiting for the weekend for birthday celebrations. You just heard she had to pay $120 to book a new flight, but will eventually be refunded for the flight that was canceled. Again, airport officials just stressing everyone, if you're flying out today, to please check with your airlines ahead of time. Live here at Hartsville Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chaynock. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Steph, because you don't want to get stuck in the airport. It's not fun to have to sit there for hours and hours.
Yeah, you also don't want to get stuck out there on the roads. That's why we are begging you to please go ahead and stay inside.
Yeah, and a lot of people are doing that this morning. Let's check in with our traffic expert, Rachel Cox-Rosen. Rachel, the roads don't look too good in some spots.
Yeah, it definitely depends on where you are. I wanted to start, looks like we're having problems with my mic. I'm gonna try to adjust the cord while I talk to you guys here. So we're taking a live look here at 7585. Okay, I think it sounds better.
Right.
Okay, great. 7585, this is near Freedom Parkway where you can see ice building up on the trees. You know, I'm gonna send it back to you guys because I think there's problems with my mic.
All right, we'll hopefully get that fixed very quickly and get back with you, Rachel. Thanks so much. Well, the storm is impacting a lot of our viewing area, leaving a lot of residents in the dark.
Yeah, these numbers just keep going up every time we see Rebecca Lindstrom, and she's been in studio and behind the scenes tracking these outages. What are you seeing right now, Rebecca?
I know people are going to be like, no, don't let her come back. The numbers just keep going up. But I will say that while they are still increasing, that rate of increase is beginning to slow. I think last time we talked, there were about 33,000 people without power. Now we're at about 36,000. So definitely a slower rate there. We wanted to look here in the metro area. Indeed, there are people here in the metro who are without power. There's some pockets, you know, while we talk about north, and we're going to get there in just a moment, I wanted to mention, I mean, there are people south of Atlanta that are also experiencing some intermittent shoddy, you know, spotty periods without power. The big area here, I would say, that's being impacted is, you know, East Cobb, Sandy Springs, and then here in the Dunwoody area, we've got about 1,600 customers that are without power. So where's the big number coming from, though? When we say that there's 36,000 households without power, well, that's happening when you start heading up into the Northeast. And I know that this has been one of the big stories that our meteorologists have been telling us all throughout the morning is what they are experiencing up there. So this is Georgia Power's map. We can flip over as well to the EMC's map, and they're telling the exact same story. In the Northeast, when you're looking at total outages of 15,000, and 10,000 of those are in the Northeast. Zooming in a little bit more into what their map is looking like, this is the Habersham EMC that also services this area, and you can just see, you know, 2,000, 2,000, 1,000, just a lot of outages that they are trying to address in this region. And then a little closer, back towards Atlanta, we're seeing, again, still this flow. Gordon County, I have to tell you, every time we've come here, we've said that 100% without power. They're working on it. They really are trying. You are now at 94% of the customers are without power. But that means 6% has their power back on. That is a sign of progress. And again, if we can just see some of these outages slow as those temperatures warm up, the crews can get out there, get those lines fixed. Hopefully, if we start to see that rain turn into more ice on those lines, on those trees as we head into the later hours. You know, we'll be able to have these folks back online so those crews can get a little break before they need to go out and deal with the next round. Back to you.
All right, Rebecca Lindstrom keeping us up to date with the very latest. Thank you so much. Well, officials in Gwinnett County and residents there are a lot of people waking up with a lot of ice. Power crews also say they are ready for anything that comes.
Yeah, Grace King has sort of been, making her rounds around Gwinnett County, showing us different areas. Grace, tell us where you are now and what are you seeing?
Well, we're back in Lawrenceville where we started off the morning, and it's a lot better than it was earlier. We were seeing a lot of that slush, some of that sleet kind of sticking to the ground, but now a lot of it's melting, though there are still some pieces of ice in the parking lot. Now, if you take a look behind me, you can see this is used as a staging area for a lot of different power companies coming in to help Georgia Power with these outages that we're starting to see. This company is from Maine. You can see it says Ice Storm Fern Day number 2. They started driving. It took them almost 27 hours to get down here, but they say they're used to snow, they're used to ice, and they're ready and able to assist in any way they can. Now, the big question now is what happens next. So this parking lot and a lot of roads here in Lawrenceville are getting a lot better. They're really just wet. They're not super icy, not super slushy, but Gwinnett County Emergency Management is worried about refreezing when temperatures drop tonight and into tomorrow. They're saying, while things are good, they've been getting crews out on the road. They really want everyone to stay home for the most part. People are heeding their advice, but they are concerned that more people on the road could lead to more problems that could possibly get in their way. Take a listen to what Emergency Management Agency Director Michael Shaw told us earlier.
They swapped over to salt and were able to switch over to that operation. They are working as quickly as possible to address the trouble spots first, and then get into just clearing out as much roadway as possible from there.
And again, like you mentioned, we've been all over Gwinnett County this morning checking out those roads. A lot of those bridges and overpasses are icy. It's certainly a lot icier in Beaufort and Suwanee than it is here in Lawrenceville and Duluth. And of course, it's going to continue raining. Some of that could continue to freeze. So the EMA director, he's asking that you please stay home, please stay off the roads. Let them get out there, let them plow the roads, let them salt the roads, and hopefully they can make them safe for you as soon as possible. But again, they're asking everyone to stay indoors at least until tomorrow morning so they can reassess what's going on. Live in Lawrenceville, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, Grace King has been all over the county for us this morning, showing us conditions. Grace, thank you so much. And we are going to take a quick break here on this Sunday morning and be right back with you on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no.
Welcome back. We are coming up on 11:50. So let's take a wider look at this storm now as it heads across the country.
Joining us now from New York City is meteorologist Jim Cantori with the Weather Channel. Jim, you are right out in the thick of it. We've got some ice here, but up in New York, it's a lot different, right? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. What a wild ride you guys are going to go through just in the state of Georgia. Like a 50-degree temperature spread. We could have a tornado in the southern part of the state where we got ice in the northeast part. Holy cow, that's a pretty wild ride. But nationwide, guys, listen to this. 24 of our 50 states, 24 of 50, under state of emergency right now. How incredible is that? This is a very far-reaching storm. Here in Columbus Circle, Central Park West, all right, looks absolutely beautiful. It's completely transformed in the last 24 hours. All right, there's like 3 to 5 inches of snow inside the park already. It continues to come down very heavily, and that's what we've been in literally since about 8 o'clock this morning and continue to be in. The good news is you have the biggest snow removal fleet in the country right here for the 5 boroughs of New York. 2,300. Think about this for a second. When you think of Atlanta's snow removal fleet, we have 2,300 pieces of equipment here to get rid of the snow. All right, and the mayor has vowed to keep up with it, which it kind of appears that they're doing so far. Now, this is the slushiest I've seen the roads already. But, Brad, the bus over there, we've even got MTA, all right, moving. And they've got, you know, chains on the back of those buses to move things along. The real problems are at the airports. Huge problems. If you look from yesterday all the way through Tuesday, the number of flights that have been canceled are greater than 16,000. 16,000. Of course, LaGuardia, JFK, Newark, the tri-state airports here are in the top of those numbers, especially for today. We just talked to people from Florida that can't get back home. A couple of them never even saw snow before. A couple from the UK, they're like, oh my gosh, bring more snow. We want to stay. We don't want to go back. We want to stay right here in Central Park. But everybody's out walking the dogs, having a good time. I even met a guy who's on his 14th mile of his 20-mile run. He's literally looping the park about 4 or 5 times. So that's what we're getting up here in New York. But at the same time, we're also getting snow removal. So right now, they're keeping up with it. Unfortunately, we've already had some problems here. Going from Friday night, where it was 35 degrees, to Saturday morning, before the sun came up, we went from 35 to minus 15 wind chills. That was so dramatic. Unfortunately, 5 people lost their lives. Now they're thinking, hey, that was probably the cold that did that. They haven't given an official reason or cause for death, but that's a shock to the system. And now we're going to be in the deep freeze. The deep freeze till Tuesday. And don't miss this. This isn't this Tuesday coming up. It's the following Tuesday. So all of this snow coming down and all of the snow that's on the ground already isn't going anywhere anytime fast. Guys, back to you.
I hate that one. All right, thanks a lot, Jim. Really appreciate it. We are looking at, well, more rain coming our way. As you can see, back off to the west, it has been in the form of rain. But once it moves over toward us, where we get into that cold layer right here, that's going to change over to freezing rain in some spots. We are hopeful that that warm air will nose its way further up to the north, and this will come through as rain. Certainly up here to the far northeast, we will see this as freezing rain, because those temperatures are still down into the 20s. And so it's going to take a minute or two for those to get up to above freezing, actually. And so we'll be seeing that, again, where we have been stressing the higher totals into the far northeastern corridor of the state. Along this line, there could be some thunderstorms a little bit further down to the south. You can see it starting to intensify just a little bit as far as the heaviness of the rain. Right along that line will be some gusty winds as well. And so that's going to do a number on where we have some of that ice around with some of the trees and some of the power lines that are up here to the far northeast. Rebecca was telling you about about how the power outage numbers have been going up. We suspect that when that line comes through, they may go up a little more, folks. And again, with that cold air staying in place and that heavy rain coming in, you're talking about heavy amounts of freezing rain once again coming in our forecast area. And so that's just going to add to the totals that we have out there right now. It's very isolated, as you can see, over here toward Marcy Creek and White County, a little bit further down to the south, down toward Beaufort, some isolated areas of freezing rain, maybe a little sleet mixing in over toward Lawrenceville as well, down in Gwinnett County. But over toward the city, we're looking great. For now, at least, we still have the clouds in place, and then you can see back off to the west, not that far, is that line of showers. Maybe a rumble of thunder or two, but I think if there's any severe weather around, it'll be down into the southern portions of our viewing area, even into the central and southern portions of the state as well. You're going to find that if that happens to manifest. Now, you can see a tornado warning. Or watch, rather, tornado watch that has just popped up. That includes our far southwestern counties of the state, not our viewing area, but down to the far southwestern counties. You can even see how some of those thunderstorms are starting to amplify as well. Numerous lightning strikes associated with it just to the south of Montgomery. We've saw over toward Montgomery a few thunderstorms earlier, but these will have some hefty winds associated with it. There could be a brief spin-up tornado, and again, that could stretch into our state. Down toward the Columbus area and southward is where you're going to find that general threat for thunderstorms for us as we head into or further into the afternoon, so we're watching for that. Look at these temperatures. You're down into the 20s over into Canton at 29, 27 degrees in Gainesville, 26 right now in Athens. That's where that wedge is set up there. Up toward Clayton, you're at 30 degrees, all below the freezing mark there. Right at the freezing mark in Atlanta, we were just down to 31 last hour, so now we jumped up 1 degree. And so we'll see how far those temperatures start to warm up, especially for the city. You can see a little bit warmer down toward Peachtree City, certainly down toward LaGrange, and see that warmer air over into parts of Alabama. We're going to see if that will creep in here as that rain begins to push in as well. But certainly I think it will hold further up here to the north. And you're probably thinking, well, with temperatures in the 20s, how come there's not just snow coming down out of the sky? Well, because of that warm air that's aloft over our heads. Once that starts to fall out of the sky, we have the rain in place, and once it gets closer to the surface, in fact, right at the surface is where it hits and it freezes on contact. Now, when you talk about sleet, we have a little bit more of a cold layer, so it comes out as rain, but when it hits this cold layer, it has a chance to harden up, and it becomes these pellets almost. And so you've been hearing that this morning with some of our reporters where they stop talking, you hear it hitting their heads, their hoods there, and their hats and hitting the mic. And so we've been seeing some areas where we have freezing rain and some areas where we have sleet and freezing rain together, and that created that ice on the roadways, some of the sidewalks out there. Road temperatures have been above the freezing mark, especially in the city, and so we haven't seen much icing on the roads, at least from Atlanta over toward the west, some over into the east, obviously again with that sleet around, we've got some patches around, but once that cold air gets in here later on tonight, we're expecting that refreeze to take place, and so there'll be more areas that will be impacted as far as the travel goes by tomorrow morning. That air or that wind will be on the cold side, folks. You got to know that temperatures will be going down into the, well, it will feel like the single digits out there with the wind that's going to be around. So the impacts for today, at least, will be up here to the far northeast. As you can see, some of that scattered red in here. Expecting more of those power outages to take place here. Again, once that wind starts to blow around, that will knock over some of those weakened trees and also some of the power lines around, and then the medium impacts a little bit further south of the foothills down toward Atlanta. We're expecting low impacts, at least for today, and hopefully all that rain comes in and helps wash out whatever ice we have around the forecast area. All right, let's go over to Ron with more.
Atlanta zip car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be, finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand.
Welcome back, everybody, to our continuing coverage here at noon on an icy January 25th. Glad you're with us. I'm Cheryl Preheim.
And I'm Ron Jones. And I tell you what, folks, we've got a lot to talk about today. 11 Alive, of course, we're on air right now, but we're streaming on 11 Alive Plus. We're going to get over to our meteorologists right now, especially our chief over there, Chris Holcomb and Chesley McNeil, to talk about what we can expect. Talk about the timeline that's coming up, guys.
Chesley, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good. You doing all right? Yeah.
It's been a long morning for you. You were here at the time I left at midnight. You came in at midnight. You've been watching this all night long here, and you were here for really the time that it was most active. When I was here at 11 o'clock, we were watching that freezing line coming in from the north and east, and it was approaching Atlanta. Right. But while you were here, that's when that freezing line came into Atlanta. How did you see that transition kind of taking place, and then what we see on radar versus what was happening outside?
Well, it was starting to take over. So really you're starting to see this pink area here that was making its way from the northeast down to the southeast and included Atlanta. It got as far down as Henry County. Yeah. Down toward Stockbridge, those areas down there. Now, it fell as rain and then began to freeze over. And it didn't take long for it to begin to collect on some of the elevated surfaces like railways and some of their wooded patios, those kind of things. We started to see that. Even some of our reporters showing the plastic furniture out in the hotel and how it was collecting. And that's what happens with freezing rain. Typically it freezes on contact. Obviously temperatures were getting down into the 20s in a lot of spots, especially up toward the northeast where we thought it would be the highest totals. And that's what we've been seeing. Now, another thing that happened was sleet started to mix in. Yes, yeah. And once that sleet started to mix in, it looked and appeared as snow on the ground, but really it was that sleet piling up with some freezing rain mixed in, and so you had a nice little layer of ice, not only on the grassy surfaces or on those elevated surfaces, but also on the roads.
And it's been interesting to watch how it's really, as we've been trying to tell people, it is the impacts of the wedge, how strong that wedge is going to be, how long it's going to hold on out there. And in seeing what we have here, it's been, the wedge is what we call it, but there is a meteorological term called cold air damming, where the cold air comes in, it gets kind of dammed up by the mountains and just kind of drains down here in our area. And a lot of times West Georgia isn't even impacted by the wedge. And even though they were in the ice storm warning, really Rome has been looking good. Yeah, we haven't really seen much action there in Rome, and it's been taken out of it. Mainly concentrated in that northeast segment where we were talking about where those impacts would be higher. Now, even though northeast Georgia, the impacts are higher, we do have some here in Metro Atlanta, and it depends on where you live in Metro Atlanta.
That's absolutely right. We still have cameras that are frozen over. Yes. And then we have some cameras that look good, right? And so generally speaking, in Atlanta so far, we've seen about 1/10 of an inch of ice, and people probably think, well, that's not enough to really cause any problems, but it really is. Yeah. Especially on some of the back roads, not the treated roads like the highways. You look at the highways, it's fine. And I think people forget that we were urging them to stay at home. I remember you saying, hey, once the sun is down, go home. Can you imagine if people stayed on the roads?
I know.
This would be a nightmare.
This would. And we've got those elevated surfaces, and not all roads are icy in the metro area. That's right. And that could be a little even more dangerous, because you might get out there and the road might not be icy where you are, and you're like, oh, this is fine, and you're starting to go 45, 50 miles an hour, and then you do hit a bridge or overpass, that is still icy, because they couldn't treat everything.
That's right.
Treat it as much as they could, especially on those side roads. You've got to be extra, extra careful. I called my wife this morning. I spent the night at the station here. You spent the night. Where did you
I went home. I went home and came back.
He got here. He knew that he could get back in time. But we live in Gwinnett, and she was saying that our street in front of our house looked like a sheet of ice. Not a thick sheet, but a thin sheet of ice, which is really very dangerous still, too.
Absolutely.
So it's just in different areas. You know, Cobb, not as bad, although when I looked at the Truist camera just a little while ago, it's frozen over.
It's frozen over,
so there are freezing stuff there. And so I think what a lot of people are seeing, though, the ground temperatures may be helping the roads a little bit, but if you look into the trees, you're seeing some of the ice, not crazy thick here, but it's still in that North Georgia area that we're watching. And then Chesley, we're not finished. We're not finished yet with this. And people are we're in this lull, but we still have this to come through. And based on what we've been watching and what you've been seeing during the overnight hours, this is going to slide through here. Our temperature now is still holding near freezing.
Yeah, right at 32.
And we're thinking we're going to come up a little bit as this rain comes in, which would help us.
Yeah.
But still, it may not in Northeast Georgia. And this is going to be heavy rain. So if it's still freezing there, that's going to add a lot more to those trees.
Temperatures there are in the 20s right now. So I don't think, well, hopefully, if it can get up that high, great. But I think we'll still have some issues, especially, I'm going to say northern Gwinnett County, Hall County, and further up to the north. Yeah. That's what we'll be looking at for now, because in places like Canton, for example, we still have temperatures right around 29 degrees. And so as that rain comes in, it's going to change over to pink and purple over in this area. So that's just going to add to what we've already seen. Maybe even more, because that shield is a little bit heavier than what came through earlier from the south. And so as we watch that come in, we'll be looking for that. And then here's the thing, right? There's something called flash freezing.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Right? So after this comes through, the roads are wet, and you're saying, oh yeah, we had a rainstorm, we're good. That temperature falls tonight, tomorrow morning, ice everywhere, not only up here, right, down here in the city, a little bit further down to the south, because that cold air rushing in could freeze those roads out.
And so that depends on, after this moves through, how much drying we might get. The wind might help that a little bit tonight. So tomorrow, really overnight tonight and tomorrow, even though nothing else is going to be falling from the sky, we're not going to see any more precip, but what you need to be aware of late tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow morning, anything that looks wet on the road is most likely not going to be wet. It is going to be ice.
Right.
And if it dries up enough, then it'll be a little bit better. Right. But we can't feel confident. We have to let you know that there will most likely be some slick spots and ice around, because whether or not that dry air and wind will be enough to dry it up as the cold air comes in, that's the big question for tomorrow.
Maybe even on Tuesday morning.
Oh man, 15 degrees Tuesday morning. And the wind chills on Tuesday morning. The wind chills tomorrow are going to be in the single digits. Wind chills on Tuesday morning are going to be even lower than that. Okay, here's the other thing. Imagine.
Not done yet.
We're talking about ice here in Northeast Georgia. Southwest Georgia right now has a tornado watch.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Yeah, tornado watch.
Crazy day. Again, the impacts of the wedge, where we've got the cold air here, but to the south of us, we have that southwest flow coming in.
I think we can show
and
that.
It's not down. The wedge doesn't make it down there. So now, again, you were really clear earlier. So, of course, we're in charge of what we call our viewing area. Upson County right here is as far south as our viewing area goes. So nobody in our viewing area is in this tornado watch, and it's even still south of Macon too. But it's in this part of southwest Georgia where, as this line comes in, it's not cold down there. It's warm. They're probably in the 60s today.
Already thunderstorms approaching Montgomery.
Yeah. So as this part goes into southwest Georgia, they will have the potential for spin-up tornadoes possibly. So here you've got summer-like, spring-like weather down in southwest Georgia. And here we still have a freeze warning. Crazy stuff.
You know, you can't make it up. We can only report what we have. So that's what we're doing, folks, letting you know exactly what could take place and what has already taken place and why you should not be out in this kind of weather. Because, again, I can't stress it enough. If we just said, hey, go on about your business, we'll get some rain in the morning, a little bit of freezing rain, it would have been a mess on the roads. People would have been stuck everywhere. I mean, you really don't want to mess with weather like this. And I know a lot of people are saying, hey, no, it wasn't as bad as we... No, it was as bad as we thought.
It's still there. And people might be saying, hey, it wasn't a snow jam. Well, thank goodness we didn't have a snow jam, because everybody was at home as advised. And as you say, if they were out there, it would have been a snow jam in some spots there. So you have done an amazing job as always. You've been here all night long. We're just kind of transitioning over. Danielle Moss and I are going to complete this hour. Melissa Nord's going to be joining us throughout the afternoon as well. So we're going to have you covered all afternoon. Our next focus is going to be the lull that we're in now, the cold air that still persists up in northeast Georgia, and then tracking this system as it comes through and whether or not that's going to be enough to overtake that wedge up in northeast Georgia.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions.
Live News with this weather impact alert. And of course, not only are we on air, but we are streaming on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Ron Jones. This is my colleague, Cheryl Preheim. And we got a lot going on, especially as we continue to track this winter storm's impact to North Georgia and Metro Atlanta.
All right, so if you're tuning in right now, expecting to see NBC sports programming like the IMSA Rolex 24 at Daytona, and then later on the European Figure Skating Championships, we've moved that programming to our other station, WATL, that's channel 36, so you can still watch all of that coverage if you need to, but we want to continue to update everybody on severe weather here on 11 Alive as we're in a bit of a lull right now, but another system coming in, and we have seen hundreds of pictures coming in. Thank you for everyone sharing your content. We see ice in so many places. There's snow covering Sanford Stadium at UGA. There are trees down, power lines down. Northeast Georgia got hit just as our meteorologists forecasted, and so we're going to walk you through everything you need to know here in this next phase of this winter storm.
That's right. We're going to share some of those pictures and videos a little later on in the broadcast. But first, let's get to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and also Danielle Moss to talk about what the timeline that Cheryl was talking about with this next system.
Yeah, you know, we had the main wave come through. You know, yesterday it was rain. It turned into that freezing rain overnight over a big part of North Georgia. We're in that lull right now, and then this is the part that still has to come. So we're not finished with the precip that's going to be moving in. Temperatures with this next wave are going to be very important and very critical. As this next wave moves in, we think here in Atlanta we're going to be above freezing, which is going to be a good thing for this next bit of rain moving in. However, in northeast Georgia, temperatures there most likely are still going to be at or below freezing. So that's going to add even more of that freezing rain in parts of northeast Georgia. So the system isn't over yet. So here's what we're watching. We have a break in the action in Atlanta. We still have moisture feeding into that layer of cold air up in areas of northeast Georgia. So it's just a few spotty areas of freezing rain there right now. In Atlanta, we're in the lull. No major rain coming in right now. No freezing rain coming in. But this is what is next. We're already getting the next batch of rain coming into northwest Georgia, Dade County, Walker County, over toward Whitfield County and Murray County, Chattooga County here, Floyd County, about to get in on this next wave of rain. And then it gets a little heavier, some heavier rain about to move into Cleburne County in Randolph County back in Alabama. There have even been a few lightning strikes with this over into Alabama, so it's really interesting to watch here the differences between North Georgia, where we have still freezing temperatures there, and then down in southwest Georgia and South Alabama, there is a tornado watch with warmer air there and a lot of instability that is going to impact those areas to the south of us. Here is a live look in Athens. Now, this is not snow. This is from the sleet that we had that came down a little bit earlier, and some of that ice that is on the roads in Athens. Athens, to the east of us, actually had more buildup on the roads than up in Blue Ridge, up in the mountains of North Georgia here. In the higher elevations, they have mainly wet stuff with some slick areas, but Athens actually looks more icy than it does up in parts of Blue Ridge. This is back here on our tower here at 11 Alive. And we've been kind of watching this because this is an elevated surface here. This is 85 just north of the downtown connector before, like, let's say you're coming south on 85. This is right before you get and join in right there at 75 at the downtown connector. And then the Buford Highway connector right here. So the Buford Highway connector is on the ground. That is a little bit warmer ground there. But this part is elevated where that cold air is able to get up under it. Of course, this has been treated. We do see some cars driving along that, but relatively slower than what they normally would. So that just kind of shows you what we're seeing there and some of the differences in what we're seeing around the metro area. Now, you can see Truist Park. Actually, you can't see Truist Park right now. This is our camera there that is frozen over. We were looking down on the Cobb Cloverleaf, but again, there is some icing in Cobb County. And again, a lot of this icing in the metro area is in the trees and on your back decks, on the railings there, any elevated surfaces. But the roads do have some slick spots on it, but it's not as widespread. And of course, we've been checking in on the airport, and we have delays at least 44 minutes or higher due to weather. And you can see the visibility there is very low. They've been having to do some extra work down at Hartsfield-Jackson to make sure these planes can take off and land safely there. So definitely check your flight. Your specific flight may have delays even more than this, because we're just talking about general weather delays here with this. Now, temperatures, very important right now. We have just come above freezing. We're at 33 in Atlanta. But just because it's 33, 1 degree above freezing, doesn't mean that any of that ice is going to disappear immediately. It's just going to begin that process of hopefully seeing some more melting. But this is a great example still of what we've been telling you about the wedge. Look at the south side, 35. LaGrange is 34. Carrollton's 35. Marietta, 32. You're still freezing there, but Rome's at 41. The wedge doesn't quite make it to northwest Georgia. But it's this quadrant right here, as we've been saying, that 85 corridor and surrounding areas. Athens right now is 26. Gainesville is 27. Canton is 29. Clayton is at 30. So as this next batch of rain moves in, the big question is going to be, will that be enough to scour out that wedge and help us to warm up a little bit more? And I do think in Atlanta we will. We should be getting up to around 40 today with the next wave of rain moving in. But then as the precip ends, it's going to plummet tomorrow morning. We'll be at 33 at 1 in the morning, down to about 25 here early in the morning. So it is going to be cold. So whatever is left out there tonight and doesn't dry out after this next wave of rain is going to freeze up again tomorrow morning. So that's what we're going to be tracking for you.
All right. Chris, thanks so much. All right, let's get over to 11 Alive's Liza Lucas live in our streaming center. Liza, you're speaking with officials with Jackson EMC.
Yes, good morning, Cheryl. Yes, following that wrap up with Chris, we of course want to take you on the ground to Jackson EMC. As you mentioned, we've got Wendy Jones here, and she and I have been talking in the background. Good morning, Wendy. Let us know, as a reminder to those that are watching, familiarize us with Jackson EMC and your coverage area, and then let us know what you're seeing in terms of landscape and outages this morning.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Liza. So Jackson EMC covers 10 counties in Northeast Georgia. So we serve over 274,000 meters on 15,500 miles of line. So as you can imagine, we have a very large service area. But so far, Winter Storm Fern has caused very limited outages for us. I was just refreshing the outage map, and right now we only have 5 outages, and that is in Gwinnett, Hall, and Jackson County. Now, of course, that ice can continue to weigh down trees and power lines, and conditions can change, so outages are still possible. But our crews and additional contractors are prepared, equipment is pre-positioned, and additional resources are ready and can be shifted if needed.
And we've got that map up. We've been referencing that too as you were speaking, and I can see right there. I mean, we're talking about 0.01% of your customers served being without power. Now, if you are in that 0.01%, that's still a tough bind knowing it is so cold out. But good news overall so far in Jackson. As your crews are watching the next 12 hours or so, let us know your plan and how you're continuing to position those resources and any obstacles that you want people to know about so that they are keeping at home and letting your crews do the work that they need to.
Yes, of course. So we're going to continue to monitor conditions, obviously, throughout winter storm, and be able to respond to outages as quickly as conditions and safety procedures allow. But as I mentioned, we do have our own crews, and then we brought in additional 200 contract crew members to help us with any responses, and they are spread out across those 10 counties, so we should be able to get the things quickly as needed. And as you mentioned, if you are one of those few people without power right now, we understand any loss of power impacts the people we serve. So we greatly appreciate all of our members' patience and encourage everyone to stay safe, and report any outages if they occur.
Well, we are so appreciative of your time and your updates on social media as well. Real quick, what was just your general reaction as you walked out your door this morning?
Well, I was expecting a lot more, but I'm very, very glad and very fortunate that we are dealing with the situation that we have. So again, very, very prepared. So preparation has definitely been key for us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Again, that was Wendy Jones with Jackson EMC. Good news so far in her neck of the woods, guys.
Yeah, that's really encouraging. And then we just wait to see what phase 2 brings and continue to hope for the best. When I walked out the door, Liza, thank you so much, Ron. When I walked out the door here at 11 Alive, there is a covering of ice on all the vehicles in the parking lot and the trees as well.
Yeah.
Snow is what's happening in Athens.
And you know, that's where we find our very own 11 Alive Zach Merchant. He's up there in Athens right now. And Zach, if you're there, the last time we spoke with you, you were more concerned about the students hunkering down and making sure that they are safe. But when we look over your shoulder, we can see a little dusting there.
Yeah, a little bit of, you could call it a dusting, maybe an icing. You're right. A lot of students who were told to hunker down, or they stayed on campus. Many of them did. Some, you know, they're coming outside still to enjoy the weather. You see a couple folks over here walking a little gingerly, but they got their slippers on. So, I mean, it's not catastrophic out here right now. But there is, too, and Reggie Chapman, usually in front of the lens, doing a terrific job behind the camera here. Reggie, let's take a look at the ice conditions on the ground here, because you can see, you know, there's a little bit of a liquid water layer underneath this frozen ice cap on top of the roads here. Obviously, as we're bracing for what our Mets are telling us is going to be more water, more rain coming our way, you hope that the water that's already in the ground under this ice layer does not freeze over. You take a look at the roads right now, Athens, Clark County, which is where we are. We're in the heart of downtown Athens, University of Georgia's campus, just a couple blocks up the hill here, and really all over, but the arches there, that's kind of the central point of campus. Athens, Clark County asking folks to stay off the roads, to not drive today. If you've been watching us here, you've seen a couple cars go by behind me. We're on this hill here, the corner of Hull Street and Broad Street. We've seen folks, many of them, look, if you've got to be on the roads, you want to take it gingerly if you've got road conditions like this. Most folks doing a reasonably good job of that. We have seen a couple cars really cooking it down the hill here. That's what you don't want to do. You get going here on this hill, if you catch a little icy spot, tap the brakes, it can be, you know, gravity's taking you down that way. If you want to take a look here, tap those brakes if you're going too fast, and you may be in for more of a sledding trip, a toboggan trip, than a car trip here. We see a car coming down here now. Generally, though, the roads have been pretty quiet. Things going okay here in Athens. the big question mark is what happens next. Does this layer of ice that we see on the ground become just prologue to what comes later today? That's going to be the question mark we're watching. And I mean, you can see here, there's a little filament on the cross streets, the crossing buttons. Nothing wild at this point, but it's a little slick. If you're coming out, wear your boots, bring your gloves, stay warm. And in seriousness, do heed Athens Clarke County government's warning here. Stay off the roads. Crews are still trying to treat the roads so that things can stay passable. For now, though, good news from Athens. We're doing okay here.
Yeah, it's good to see people kind of staying off the roads for the most part. Zach, I want to correct myself because when I saw your shot, it looks like snow, but that's really just sleet and ice. That is impressive in all the wrong ways when you kind of look at it. And we saw some shots from Sanford Stadium that all look white as well. So if you're at home like me and you're seeing that, just know what you're seeing on the ground is ice there.
It's ice and it's not snow. But Zach, I really appreciate all that you and Reggie Chapman, who's one of our sports experts, he's behind the camera kind of helping us out today and bringing us that perspective from there in Athens. But now we're going to move over to White County. For right now, and that's where we find Angelina Salcido. She's there right now. Angelina, the last time that we spoke to you late last night, you were up there in Helen. Are you still in the same area? And if you are, what can we see from your vantage point?
We are still in Helen, So, Ron, we are still in Helen. We're at our hotel because, as you know, they're telling people to try to stay off of the road. So that's exactly what we are doing. We're actually heeding that warning, especially because the roads are slick and that ice layer formed overnight. So my photographer, Sean, is going to come over and walk over to the trees that are here. This is the best example that you guys are going to see. You can tell how much ice has actually formed on these branches overnight. This is happening because of the precipitation that's falling overnight, but also the drop in the temperatures. If you remember being live with us last night, you guys actually saw that ice start to form from the tops of the trees, and look how far it has gotten. These trees are completely covered with ice. I will tell you that you can actually hear trees in the distances starting to crack, maybe breaking, and we are kind of looking around just to see if we actually saw any trees fall. We know that there are a few trees that are down in White County right now, but this layer of ice is also on the power lines here. This layer of ice is weighing down the power lines, and that's why we saw power outages early this morning, and we also have seen the power continue to flicker as well. So we're talking to some linemen that are here staying in our hotel. They say that the next, basically like part of this storm that tends to come in is going to be what causes widespread power outages in this area. I will tell you that there are people in this area that do not have power right now. I was just checking the stats not too long ago. We have over 8,000 homes and businesses in White County that have been affected by power outages. That is more than 18,000 customers that they track in this county. It's about 45% of the customers just in general that have been affected here. So obviously what we were thinking was going to play out here is playing out here in White County. The question is going to be how bad this gets overnight because all of this precipitation continues to come down. And as the temperatures drop, things will get very slick and very, very icy because of all the wetness that we're seeing in this area. So we're talking to some people that are at the hotel. They kind of all gathered in the waiting room area or in the front in the lobby area, kind of talking to each other about what they've seen overnight. There are people who chose, to kind of stay home and hunker down and what they've been doing. Overall, though, everybody here in White County is heeding the warnings if they can. If we do see people out on the roads, those are likely power line crews or linemen that are trying to make their ways to the areas that they have to go to in order for them to serve the people in White County.
Yeah, Angelina, thanks to everybody who's kind of stayed at home to clear the way for the people who need to get the work done. When you talk about 18,000 people, that's a big impact. Yeah. And when you showed us that tree, Angelina, I think that's the best visual of what we've been talking about could happen, and our meteorologists have been forecasting in that northeastern part of the state. And as you were doing that, meteorologist Danielle Moss was looking at the temperatures, and they're in White County still in the 20s, so not in a position for any kind of thawing. So this could be kind of a long haul, Angelina. Is the expectation that over time, like you said, more trees could come down? So it's not as if this has passed. It's sort of a wait and see what happens next.
It definitely is a wait and see what happens next for sure, but that is the expectation from the emergency management director here. When we spoke to him yesterday, we also spoke to the deputy director. They were saying that this is going to get worse with time. So people might wake up to this thin layer of ice and think, okay, we've gotten the worst of it. That's not the case. And they could actually see the impacts extend into Monday and into Tuesday as well. That's what the emergency management director here is afraid of, because people have not been without power for an extended period of time here for quite some time. So it's something that they're not going to be used to. I will tell you that they do have 2 shelters here open in Gwinnett County. As of last night, they only had 1 person sign up to actually go to that shelter. Wow. Their concern is that they would become overwhelmed once people have power, they're without power for an extended period of time, and then after that they're going to want to go to these shelters, find some warmth, find a place to then charge up their devices or anything that they might have in their home, and also be in a place where maybe they're not in such a rural area. So we'll just have to wait and see what that looks like, but it's definitely something that they're monitoring throughout the day.
All right, Angelina, and I know that you and your crew, you guys are going to be on it, and make sure you give us updated as we need it. And you know, this is something that we've been talking about not just up in North Georgia, but throughout Metro Atlanta, that even though the streets are calm right now, they're still, you know, they're wet right now, they may not be iced over, but then when that freeze comes, it can cause a problem.
Yeah.
And so we have to be sure that, that we're aware of that.
And remember, our meteorologists are talking about very cold temperatures, you know, Monday, Tuesday, even in the teens. So hang tight. It's sort of layer by layer as this system comes through. Let's get to Cody Hall now, or Cody Alcorn in Hall County now. Cody, I know there had been a huge kind of waiting response there. Everybody congregated. How has it been looking in terms of power outages? Are you seeing a similar ice coating that Angelina's seeing there in Gwinnett County?
Well, we definitely have ice here. It's actually still some kind of mist coming down, a freezing mist. We have power, so that is some good news. We just got an update from Hall County Emergency Management, and things are looking pretty good here. Jackson Electric not having too many issues, but they are on standby. But let me show you kind of what we're dealing with. If we pan down, you can see it's just a layer of ice here. I mean, super slick. And it's interesting because under this ice, there is water. You can kind of see it moving underneath here. So that is going to refreeze. And then hopefully I don't fall here, but you can see that, I mean, it's completely coated all of the grass solid. This was not out here when we went to bed last night. I could actually hear the ice hitting my hotel window, but the days of excitement about ice and snow are over because I knew I had to be out here for 12 hours in its day. So I did not try to get up and go look. I figured I'd be surprised when I woke up. Now, if you look at our cars over here, you can see the icicles hanging from our vehicles there as people are out here trying to scrape off the windshields. A lot of these are some electric companies and some people that work at the hotel, but you can see folks trying to get that ice off of the windshields right now. But it is cold here, and it's only going to likely get colder. We're expecting another wave here as well, but I'm telling you, you can barely see it, but there is, I would say, a freezing mist. I got educated on that last night from our meteorologist, Melissa Nord. So still very cold here. We're likely going to have more issues as the day goes on, but I can tell you when I was out here last night, it was just a little bit of wetness from some rain that happened around 10 o'clock. But when I went back in the hotel around midnight, we did not have anything. And it was really around 3 o'clock I could hear that hitting the window. And right now my window is just covered in ice in the hotel. So definitely dealing with stuff out here. And right now everybody's just kind of on standby for this next wave to go through and see what happens here in Hall County.
All right, Cody. And, you know, I remember last night when we spoke with you, yeah, the ground was clear. There was no icing at all. You saw a little bit of rain, a little bit of mist up there. But, man, what a contrast today that we can see the ice right there behind them. And let's get to our meteorologists. I guess we're going to get over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And, Chris, just as you advertised that even though that we've seen some of the rain, this morning we're beginning to see some of the effects of that cold.
We are, and you know, even though the icing here in Atlanta wasn't extreme or severe, there are some impacts out there. And it's really interesting because from Atlanta southward and southwestward, not many impacts at all, but Atlanta northward and northeastward, that's where we do have some impacts. So you might be sitting in South Fulton saying, hey, what are they talking about? This is just rain. Whereas just up the road from you, up in parts of Cobb County, North Fulton, Gwinnett County, and then definitely up into northeast Georgia, it's a totally different story up there. So we're in a lull in the rain coming down. But as Cody said, there still might be some mist and drizzle coming down right now that's not showing up on radar. We're still keeping an eye on northeast Georgia. Temperatures there are still at or below freezing. Here in Atlanta, we just went up above freezing at 33 before this area of rain comes in. So that's good that we're above freezing right now. We don't think we would drop here in the city during the afternoon, but it's this area of northeast Georgia where the wedge is still holding on that we have to watch when this next band of rain comes in. If those temperatures aren't able to rebound fast enough, getting up above freezing, that would be another addition of some icing on some of those elevated surfaces and some of the trees there. So it's going to be kind of a close timeline there. Maybe briefly northeast Georgia getting up above freezing here as this next wave moves in. But as you said, clouds here over us. There's the next line. This is rain in northwest Georgia. Temperatures there are above freezing. And then it gets heavier coming into Cleveland County there. Randolph County, you're about to get on some heavy rain moving into your area there just over the Georgia and Alabama line. All of this is going to be pushing in really within the next few hours. Just expect mainly rain with this as temperatures here are going to be in the metro area and on the west.
Atlanta, we see it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life.
The parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive.
What the parking lot looks like. So I'm going to move my foot around. Nothing is getting in the way of it. I don't feel any ice at all. Of course, there are a few packages. It depends where you go, like with anything else. But even moving here, still not feeling any ice. So it does seem that whatever would have been here earlier has started to melt.
All right. Well, our meteorologist talking about phase 2 and temperatures dropping. So stay safe out there. And thanks for that great example. I think it's really important for us to see how thick that ice has been and why it's causing the issues that it's causing in a lot of parts of our state.
Now we're going to head down to Midtown right here in Atlanta, where Savannah Levins is actually in the weather truck checking out the conditions throughout the county. What can you tell us?
Yes, so, I've been around Midtown, mostly Metro Atlanta today. Let me just go ahead and show you our camera right here. This is our hood camera going down Ponce de Leon. So you can see there are some cars out. There's definitely water on the roads. A lot of ice you can see on the trees. Now, I'll say an issue I'm seeing in Midtown specifically today. Oh, wow, you can see that. Look at those trees to the right, bowing under those power lines. Now, you know what? I was talking to some linemen yesterday, and they said they were doing a lot of work ahead of this storm to work on some of these trees. They're working with arborists to get expert opinions on, okay, which trees are least likely to be able to handle this kind of ice. And they went in and did some preemptive trimming. So that could be what that was that we just saw. But you're looking at video right now that we took this morning of Midtown. And I will say a big issue, less so than the roads, is this ice, these thick panels of ice that accumulated on these high-rise buildings have started melting. And guys, they are coming crashing down. I've seen a couple people very narrowly dodge ice the size of, my head or 2 times that size. It's coming and breaking into a million pieces on the ground. I mean, to me, that is a huge issue. I mean, when you have these huge buildings and that ice is coming at such high velocity. So that is more of the issue I'm seeing in Midtown. So please don't see, these roads, and I'll give you a look at the roads specifically right here behind our wheel. Don't see this and get a false sense of security and go out running or driving. It's definitely just not the conditions to do that. So kind of that's what we're seeing right now. I want to tell you, I'm checking GDOT road temperatures right now. So I'm seeing I-75 at 10th Street. The road temperatures are about 39 degrees as we speak. But as we go a little more north, and again, these, temperatures are coming from GDOT and the National Weather Service, those kind of sensors in the ground. As we get more north, Georgia 400 towards Cumming, those temperatures are dipping down on the road to 31. So you might see, these roads in Midtown where ice isn't sticking, but you go 20, 30 minutes to the north on the highway, which we're about to do to give you a better look. It's definitely going to be more of a dicey situation, guys.
Yeah, meteorologist Danielle Mouse talking about temperatures in the 20s as you get a little bit further north. And Chris Holcomb was teaching us what a half a degree can make a big difference. So interesting to hear those temperatures there on the roadways as we sort of wait for this next phase. Thanks so much, Savannah. Good to see that, and really good to see people just staying at home. I guess the one bright spot is this is hitting on a weekend, which eliminates some of the need to be out and about, and all the preparation maybe paying off there. So Savannah, thank you. Hey, I want to mention really quickly, just got an alert from Sandy Springs Police. 400 north and south at connector distributor ramps from 285 east at Glenridge Drive. Closed right now, traffic being redirected onto Glenridge Drive. Access to 400 north or south via the Glenridge connector, and they're attributing this to some conditions by the weather. So we're seeing it is impacting people who are out and about, which is why we keep talking about best to stay in, not just for your safety, but so that those who are first responders can get to where they need to go.
Absolutely. So this morning I stayed at a hotel not too far from the station in Midtown, and I tell you what, when I drove down the street, I was like, I was driving a little gingerly here because I wasn't sure if there was black ice out there. It was just water. However, it can fool you. You know, if later on today or later on tomorrow, you wake up in the morning, you think that you're safe and sound, and it could turn into ice. So we have to be careful out there. I believe we're going to go to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, to talk about a little bit more about this second wave that is headed our way. Chris?
And Ron, what you said there is, what I really want to pin down for people is if you're out later tonight. Now, we're going to be above freezing, we think, until around midnight, but then overnight and into tomorrow morning. We're hoping to see some drying to help with the roads, but tomorrow morning, if you have to head out, it's going to be 25 degrees. So if you look at the road and it looks wet, you have to assume that tomorrow morning that is not going to be water, that is going to be ice, because with those temperatures at 25, that would be freezing over whatever is left behind from whatever's going to be left from this system that's coming in right now. We're in a lull right now. We're dry. We're still waiting for this second wave to move in, but the timing of this is good for West Georgia, where temperatures there are above freezing. This is regular rain coming down in West Georgia right now. We have just moved above freezing in Atlanta. We're now at 33, and we think we're going to stay above freezing as this next wave moves through. So for Atlanta, that should still be rain and no additional freezing rain coming down. And really, if you have icing in your trees right now, that's going to help kind of work away at some of that ice with those temperatures above freezing and this next wave of rain coming in. Where we still have to really watch, though, is northeast Georgia. It's going to take longer for those temperatures there to warm up. That wedge is going to be a little stronger there. Temperatures are even the 20s right now in parts of northeast Georgia. So that is still the area we have to watch as this next wave moves in, if we're going to see any additional freezing rain mixing in there. But no rain in Atlanta right now. There could be some mist and drizzle. We have some really low clouds around here in our area, and so that is causing some mist and drizzle in some spots. But here's the next wave. Heavier rain, Cleveland County, Randolph County, Alabama. That heavier rain about to cross over the line into Haralson County and also Carroll County. And again, this is just rain as temperatures are above freezing here now. So just expect that in West Georgia, and then that's going to be pushing into our area a little bit later. Another view right now in Athens, Athens, even though that looks white, that is just from the sleet and the ice that is on the ground there, but looking really nice up in the Athens area. And this is our camera here in the city at Georgia Tech there in Midtown, and the camera is iced over from the freezing rain that we had. So we don't really have a good view there at Georgia Tech. And then another view, okay, they just cleared those 44-minute delays at Hartsfield-Jackson, but still check your individual flights there because look at this. We have very low visibility, as well as check your individual flight because your flight may have been canceled or your specific flight may be delayed. These are just the general weather delays at Hartsfield-Jackson. Here's a look at the temperatures. There's that wedge still holding on there in North Georgia. 27 in Gainesville, 29 in Canton, 26 in Athens. We're just above freezing now at 33. More of that warm air to the south. Rome's at 43. As this next wave moves in, it's going to bring some of that warmer air with it. So we'll just have to see how quickly these temperatures in northeast Georgia can come up before they start before this next system comes in as to whether or not that's going to add more freezing rain there in parts of northeast Georgia. Danielle, walk us through the rest of the afternoon and the timing of this rain as it pushes in.
I think that is absolutely perfect, Chris, because we were talking about that wedge, and you can kind of see it on this temperature map here. 33 degrees currently in Atlanta, but look at that warm nose. We've been talking about this since yesterday. That has a large part to do with who saw a lot of icing and who did not. Even down in Mobile, it's 52 degrees. Tallahassee is at 67. Now, it kind of puts it into perspective why we are anticipating some strong to severe weather in southwest Georgia. So let's time out. This is a wide look at our updated forecast track so you can see what to expect. In the next few hours, we're going to start to see this heavier rainfall get really close and get across metro Atlanta. So around 2 p.m., we're going to be dealing with really heavy rain, maybe even a few rumbles of thunder, especially down to the south. But look at this main line, this leading edge here. That lets us know that the winds are going to be very high. So make sure that you are very weather aware, even if you're just in the house, still watching, still staying safe, still staying off those roads. We don't want you to be on the roads because when we continue to put this forecast track into motion, we'll still have rainfall from around 2 p.m. here in metro Atlanta all the way till around 5 or 6 p.m. So that's a good 3 hours of pretty steady rainfall that we are still anticipating. After the rain moves through, then you can start to see how tight those wind gradients are. That lets us know that we have another cold snap that will be on the way. So it's definitely going to be cold as we get through the rest of this. But Ron and Cheryl, this is really the second wave that we are anticipating from the same storm system, a very large storm system that's now bringing maybe a severe weather threat down to South Georgia this afternoon.
All right, what are the odds we're dealing with thick ice in one part of our state and a tornado warning in the other? Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. We want to get to Danielle Nottingham, who is in Cobb County in Kennesaw, with a look at the conditions there as these temperatures are fluctuating right around that freezing mark. Danielle, what's the update there in Kennesaw?
Yeah, I think it's really what you guys have been talking about all morning, all day so far. It's really a tale of where you are, and sometimes looks can be deceiving. As you said, we're in Kennesaw, and we're getting a light misting here, and there is some evidence of some freezing. You can see there's some freezing in the bushes here where we are at our hotel, and also on the trees here. We actually found a car that did something very smart today. They're covering their windshield, but you can see that cars have iced here overnight. And so far, it's puddles of water on the ground. We haven't seen anything freezing yet to our naked eye. But one thing about Cobb County, they're doing a really good job of updating the residents here about what's going on. And so far, they say they have some scattered power outages and a few trees down. But again, they're urging residents to stay off the roads so they can work on those roads. And they said that they're working on over 500 miles of roads right now, treating those roads. And another good sign, if you were with us last night and early this morning, across the way was a parking lot full of utility trucks. They're all gone. They're all out doing the work that they came here to do. So it seems so far that everybody's on top of things right now. But again, like in other areas, we're just waiting to see how the day is going to push through. But again, it's kind of a different tale of what we've been seeing in some other areas around Georgia, guys.
Danielle, it's a really good point that whatever's happening kind of just in your sphere
orbit, yeah.
isn't the full picture of what's been going on, because we had Galat in Lawrenceville with a half-inch of ice, and we had Angelina Salcedo in White County with trees just coated in ice. Mm-hmm. Is your thought with the people you're talking to around there, Danielle, that people plan to sort of stay in again tonight? You talked about a hotel manager that was just going to sleep on a couch there. Are they anticipating this to go into tomorrow as well?
Yeah, he was still here this morning. They anticipated they're staying the night here. They said at least for the next day. We're kind of in a mall, on a weird side of a mall across from a car dealership, it looks like. But I have not seen as many cars as we saw yesterday and late last night. It seems like traffic is slowing down. So hopefully people are taking the warning in hand and they're staying inside today.
All right, Danielle, thanks a lot for the update there from Cobb County and Kennesaw. And we're starting to see that. Like when I was coming into work once again today from Midtown, I didn't see a lot of traffic. Yeah. Didn't see a lot of traffic downtown Atlanta. Didn't see a lot of traffic when we were watching what Savannah Levins was doing through our weather truck there. So hopefully because it's Sunday, not a lot of activity. They'll just stay home, maybe watch a little playoffs, watch us, of course, on 11 Alive Plus as well.
Yeah, it was the message from the governor to our meteorologist that the way that everybody can do their part to support is just to stay home. So thanks to everybody who's doing that. And thank you for joining us here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Want to bring in our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Oh, you know what? We'll talk to Chris in just a moment. We'll be back on the other side of the break with an update on what we can expect here in the next hour or two.
I need to go get something.
We're streaming on 11 Alive Plus. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ron Jones. My colleague Jennifer Bellamy will be here in just a minute. But first of all, let me tell you that we've got a programming note to tell you about. So many of you are expecting to see NBC sports programming like the MISA Rolex 24 at Daytona, and then later on the European Figure Skating Championships. We have moved over to our other station, the WATL, which is also Channel 36. So you can still watch that coverage as we continue to update you on the severe weather on 11 Alive. But first of all, let's get to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, to talk about the timeline of this next wave that's going to be moving our way. Chris?
And we're tracking this going through northwest Georgia right now, and it's coming in as rain. Temperatures in northwest Georgia are above freezing. Temperatures in Atlanta are just above freezing. So for the metro area and for West Georgia, we're not concerned about this adding any additional icing to what we already had during the overnight hours. So this is going to be general rain coming in. What we still have to watch, though, is northeast Georgia. We still have temperatures there in the 20s, and the big question is going to be, will those temperatures be able to rebound up enough to get to freezing or above freezing for this to be just rain, or for this to add additional freezing rain to what they've already had in northeast Georgia? And even though we haven't had a lot of that ice from Atlanta southward, we have had ice Atlanta north and eastward here, so we don't want to see any more of that adding up. So in northeast Georgia, it is still cold enough for any of that mist and drizzle that is out there to still add a bit of a glaze to what is already on the surfaces there. Here in Atlanta, nothing going on. Melissa and I were just noting, though, this next wave of rain coming in, temperatures over in Paulding County still close enough to freezing that our radar is analyzing that as the potential for maybe a little bit of sleet or freezing rain coming in with that. But again, we don't think that's going to cause any problems coming out of Polk County, moving into Paulding County, because again, this is going to be bringing warmer air with it. So we're going to see those temperatures rising there. Look over in Haralson County and also Carroll County right there along the Georgia line. This is not only rain, but some heavy rain coming down, moderate to heavy rain moving into those areas. And then even more of this stretches back into Alabama. So this is going to be a good wave of rain that's going to be pushing in today. And thank goodness, we think from now until maybe about midnight tonight for Atlanta, our temperatures are going to be staying above freezing. So we don't expect any additional icing here in Atlanta with this next wave, but we just still have to watch that up in northeast Georgia. And, you know, look at Athens, still a good bit of the ice on the ground there. They've had some sleet that was piling up there in Athens too. I know that looks nice. It looks like snow, but it's not snow. That's mainly icy conditions that are there. And here is our live look from Georgia Tech. I know you can't see much there because our camera is iced up from the freezing rain that came in during the overnight hours. So here's a look at the ice potential. This doesn't include what we had last night. All right, this is from here forward, the ice potential. We don't expect any icing in much of North Georgia, West Georgia, or Atlanta, but we just have to watch this part here in northeast Georgia. If those temperatures are able to hold below freezing as this next wave moves in, it's going to add some more icing there. The American model is thinking there could be more icing. The European model earlier had additional ice in there, but now the European just updated and it's taking that out. So it's just going to be critical timing here for the next few hours with those temperatures in that wedge in northeast Georgia as to whether or not this next wave is going to be able to scour out that wedge and also bring those temperatures up here just a little bit more. So we're watching not only our temperatures here, we're watching the road temperatures, we're watching the wind, the next surge of cold air moving in. We're not finished with this system yet, right, Melissa?
We are certainly not, Chris, and we're going into really phase 2 of this. Phase 1 was watching that wedge build in. Phase number 2 is watching the warm air trying to surge in. Phase number 3 will be the cold air surging in behind it and what that does to the roadways by first thing tomorrow morning. As Chris has been talking about, we've just now popped above freezing here in Atlanta. It's 33 degrees, but we still have the very strong wedge of cold air in northeast Georgia. And it's not just the air temperatures that are below freezing. It's also the road temperatures. I've just pulled up the newest data from the, it's called RWIS, the road temperature data network that we have from the Georgia Department of Transportation. This all was expanded after the 2014 snow jam, snowmageddon, whatever your name for it is. And it's crucial during situations like this because we don't just see what's the road temperature, but what's the condition of the roadways. And for example, as you travel here along 85 out towards the outlet mall there between Bakes and Jackson County, the road temperature is 30 as you travel from Gwinnett northward. And it's not just that we're below freezing for the road temperatures. They're actually reporting that roads are icy up there. So if you travel north of the inner metro, up in towards Forsyth County, or if you travel out east along I-85 or even into 316 towards Athens, you hit those areas where we've been more substantially in that cold air wedge. So roads are icy out there. Roads to the east are wet. Now this afternoon, Chris, as we watch that rain coming in, we expect in the western suburbs through Atlanta, we're going to be warming up with areas of heavy rain building in. We're also watching that strong storm threat in southern Georgia, but that wedge is likely going to keep a lot of northeast Georgia at or below freezing. So more light freezing rain could be possible here, and that means they don't have the opportunity to thaw out like areas in the western suburbs of Atlanta do.
Great explanation there, Melissa. And, you know, here's a look at those actual temperatures through the afternoon. As you mentioned, we're above freezing now at 33. Next hour, the models are saying we may be up to 35 to 37, and then 40 potentially 4-hour high today between 4 and 6 o'clock. And so that'll be multiple hours of temperatures above freezing, especially as this next wave is going to be moving in over the next few hours here. But then it starts falling tonight. So the big question will be, how much drying can we get on the roads? The wind is going to start kicking up. That's going to help us as the colder air moves in. But we're going to be at 2 o'clock in the morning down to about 32 degrees. And then in the morning, mid-20s. So it depends on how much drying we can get, let's say after 5, 6 o'clock and through the evening hours and overnight before those temperatures hit the freezing mark. Because whatever is wet on the ground tonight is going to be ice overnight and in the morning as those temperatures fall very quickly overnight.
All right, Chris, Melissa, thanks a lot for the update there. We'll check back in with you a little later on. I guess now we're going to be heading out to the airport because obviously this winter weather is affecting things there.
Yeah, and not only there, but also multiple airports across the nation, which in turn has a trickle-down effect to what we see here, in addition to the conditions that we are experiencing. We want to get you now to our Doug Richards, who has been live from the airport for the past day or so here with us. Doug, so what are you seeing right now?
A pretty empty airport, all things considered, particularly when you consider that Atlanta Hartsfield is the world's busiest airport. Behind me, you have the Delta counters, where not a whole lot of folks are checking in. Similarly, if we pivot 90 degrees to the left, you do see some folks who are arriving from other destinations. This is a baggage carousel that appears to be coming from Las Vegas, one of those destinations that is outside of the danger zone of this wintry weather we've been talking about. About 3 baggage carousels down, baggage carousel number 4, those folks are coming from Tucson, another place that is out of the danger zone. When we look at the charts showing arrivals and departures in particular from Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson Airport, we do see that more than half of the departures listed on the boards are canceled. When we drove up here a couple of hours ago, we saw in the ghostly fog outside a number of Delta airplanes lined up on sort of the edge of what looked like the south runway, just kind of waiting for an opportunity to get a crew in them and get flown, as so many flights here have been canceled, and the ramp up back after the passing of this weather system seems to be slow at best. Ron?
All right, Doug, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We're going to check in with you later on. I know we've been talking about the potential of delays and cancellations there, and I'm sure we'll probably see a little bit more of that, Doug. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and we saw the fog conditions when we take our live look at the airport, and you know, even just a few weeks ago in December, we saw the impact that can have.
Absolutely.
So when we get that, and we've got all the winter weather that everyone is experiencing, it makes for a big mess down at the airport. But glad to see that some people are able to kind of make it into the city.
Yeah, that's right. From Vegas, Tucson, and other places where they're not being impacted by this winter storm.
Yeah, we want to head now to another place that has seen some serious impacts from this winter weather. We're talking about Athens and that area, Athens, Cobb County, and our Zach Merchant has been there. He's been there since yesterday, trying to keep a little tab on everything that was going on. And Zach, I know you had an opportunity to speak with a lot of students out there yesterday about their decision to stay on campus, and now we're seeing the real proof of what's going on up there.
You know, and before we get to you, the one thing that we saw, the last hit, I just want to put this into context real quick. During the last hit, we saw the sleet, we saw the slush, we saw the ice, and it gave the appearance of snow up there. Has it melted away? Is it still there right now?
Ron, it's definitely not melting away. And Jennifer, you're right. We have been speaking to students. We spoke with them yesterday, some who had decided to stay. We've seen some this morning who seemed to be having a pretty good weekend. We saw a group of kids just walk by, students. They had a cooler. Don't know what was in it, but they seemed to be getting ready to enjoy a 3-day weekend here. But there are obvious signs that there is serious winter weather that you got to pay attention to. And let's kind of walk you through it. Yesterday we were talking about you're going to see the first indications that the ice is starting to form on elevated surfaces. Plants like this, you can see here, there's a little layer of ice on the shrubbery here in Athens. Obviously now, you're not talking about what's on the shrubs, you're talking about what's on the roads. You take a look over this way, you see the roads here now. We're in downtown Athens, close to the heart of the UGA, the kind of main campus at the corner of Broad Street and Hull Street. We have seen cars passing, but not too many of them. And one thing that we're keeping a close eye on here, if we tilt the camera down, this looks like a layer of ice, but if you step on it, you can see, and I hope the camera picks this up, there's a layer of liquid water underneath this kind of top layer of ice here, but the top layer is starting to freeze over more and more, and you've just got to wonder if there are more pockets like that on the roads and across Clark County here throughout Athens as this cold blast comes back in and lowers the temps even more, if that's going to freeze through and make the roads that are clearly a little treacherous. We've seen cars moving, but it is treacherous. You wonder if that's going to make it even tougher to get through. And that is why Athens Clark County officials and Georgia State Patrol is encouraging folks, stay off the roads if you can. We heard earlier this morning from a GSP trooper, parked his car in Clark County, took a video just outside with a message to the public here. Here's what he said.
From Post 32 Athens, this is Clark County. As you can see, the roads are icy, very slick, so please avoid any unnecessary travel. From Post 32 Athens.
So that's the word, avoid any unnecessary travel. It's the same kind of message that we heard from EMA director in Oconee County, the emergency management coordinator here in Athens Clark County. Exercise good sense, use common sense, make good choices. You know, you don't have to be on the roads, you don't have to be driving to enjoy a long weekend, which is what it will be for many of us. And let's start here too when we talk about the ice as being a big question. How much ice is there? We take a walk over this way. If you will look at the footsteps here as I'm going through, you can hear the crunch. There's, you know, maybe a quarter of an inch perhaps. And if you look at surfaces like this is an electrical box here. You can see the ice forming. And then right up on here, if we get in close, that's a good approximation of how much ice we have forming on untreated surfaces. So, I don't know, geez, a tenth of an inch, quarter of an inch maybe there. I'll get a ruler out next time you guys come out to us and we'll get an official tally. The good news here is this. The EMA director in Oconee County, the emergency management coordinator here in Athens Clark County, I just got off texting with them a few minutes before we came to you here. Both of them said things are going pretty well. There are not too many really particular spots of concern at this juncture. They're continuing to work to treat the roads here to keep that trend going. The goal, of course, keep everybody safe, get through this weekend, have a good weekend, keep everyone okay.
Yeah, Zach, thank you so much. And really good that they're able to get out there and do that treatment right now, because if there were conditions that prohibited that, things would not be where they are right now.
And we don't see a lot of traffic up there in Athens as you look at Zach's live shot up there and you see a couple of cars go by. But everyone is heeding the warning to stay off the roadways, and that's really helping a lot.
Yeah, we want to get you now to our Savannah Levin. She is on the move for us today. She is in our weather impact truck. And Savannah, we know you've also been looking for any down power lines, trees, things of that nature, but you also got a chance to hear from officials with Atlanta's DOT.
Yeah, we did. You know, as far as outages go, it does seem like they are being cleared up pretty quickly. We just headed up to Dunwoody to check one that was affecting just under 900 customers. By the time we got here, it was already fixed, so that's good news. Yes, did get some info from Atlanta DOT. So let me show you the roads here while we... There we go. Let's show you the roads while I read you some of this information. So DOT in Atlanta says they have used 6,000 tons of salt, 16,000 gallons of brine. They do say they're fully staffed. They say they salted all through the night. They got a good portion of those priority 1 roads. I mean, those are the roads going to places like hospitals, things like that, police departments, fire departments. They only had 14 incidents overnight on the roads, and they said there haven't been any significant roadway incidents. So that's all great news. As far as 911 goes, and let's show you the road camera right here. It's a little blurry. You know, this camera, we keep trying to clear it off, but because of the salt on the roads, it does get pretty blurry. So 911 says they are fully staffed. They're answering calls right now in 0.21 seconds. I mean, that is faster than average, certainly. They have seen 5 wires down, 4 trees down, and they say their calls are lower than average. So guys, to me, that says that a lot of people are staying inside and off the roads, which is great news. I mean, we talk about past storms. 2014 comes to mind. I know we've talked about it, but listen, everyone was on the roads at that time when that hit, and it caused an absolute nightmare. So if there is a silver lining of this, it's that people stayed home, they hunkered down on the weekend, and they said, forget about it. I'm listening to 11 Alive's meteorologists, and I'm staying inside. So that's great. And we do know that as far as water main breaks go, only 6 in the city of Atlanta so far. So, I mean, only 6. It stinks when your water is disrupted, but certainly I think less than they were anticipating. So there are still some power outages. We are checking the power outage maps. We're headed right now to another one that is listed up in Dunwoody. You know, you can tell the more north you go. We started this morning in Midtown and showed you the roads down there. I think the biggest concern safety-wise was huge chunks of ice coming down from those high rises and shattering on the ground where people were walking. As we're going more north, I'm noticing that the trees are sagging more. Listen, on our roads through some back neighborhoods in Brookhaven and things like that, these tree branches were sagging into the road. So luckily, because it is light outside, as you can see, we saw them coming. But I fear for people who may be driving at night, and hopefully no one does, but you wouldn't be able to see that coming. And we've also seen a lot of debris in the roads as well. So just because you're not necessarily seeing ice on the roads doesn't mean that that concern is gone, guys.
Yeah, I think that's a really amazing point, Savannah, because people wake up, they're like, I don't see, I don't know. And that is a ramification of the ice on those tree limbs there that could impact anybody who is out and about. So that's a good point to make.
Yeah. All right, Savannah, thanks a lot. Hey, listen, just coming into the newsroom here, folks, this is what we've learned. Last night, the Department of Public Safety vehicle, it was struck while escorting brine trucks. And here's the evidence of it. The department says that troopers and officers are now working in hazardous conditions to prepare the roads and protect the public as well. So failing to slow down, stay alert, or move over actually puts lives at risk, including the people working to keep our state's roads safe. Once again, if you don't have to be out today, stay at home.
And that's really what we've been hearing from a lot of our reporters, the information that they have been getting from state and local officials about another reason, if it's not just your safety, the safety of everyone who's trying to make sure that the roads are treated, that the law enforcement and first responders are able to safely get to and from emergencies. So that in and of itself is another reason to be careful if you do have to get out there, but not to necessarily get out at all.
Hey, we're going to head up to White County right now. Angelina Salcido has been up there in Helen for the past couple of days. And what are the conditions up there right now?
So we're still getting that freezing rain that we showed you guys a little bit earlier today. It is a little bit less thick than what it was earlier, but that freezing rain is still coming down. You guys talked about the safety on the roads and wanting people to not be on the roads. That's something that we continue to see here in White County. The emergency management director still asking people to stay home and stay off of the roads, so then that way the roads will be clear for our public safety crews, but then also for the linemen that are here who will have to go out once we start to see these widespread outages. We still have about 45% of the customers that they monitor in this county without power right now. And I want to show you guys why. So Sean is going to pan up to our power lines. We've learned that the highest voltage power lines are actually the ones that are towards the top. And so you'll see these 4 lines that are towards the top. Those all have ice on them right now. It is a thin layer of ice, but that ice continues to build over time. The lines that are a little bit lower are actually communications lines and fiber lines for the county as well. In the distance, we continue to hear the trees basically cracking as well as the weight from this ice continues to build up. And we've heard from certain people that more and more families are without power here in White County. One of them actually happens to be staying at our hotel. His name is Rob. I'm going to bring Rob in with me. So Rob's family actually lives in Cleveland. Cleveland is about 15 to 20 minutes away, correct?
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about what your family has experienced so far.
So we had a tree that broke and fell over due to the weight of the ice on the tree, and so it cut power, and the power company says anticipating it being back on about 3:30 today.
How did you feel when you got that call from your family telling you, oh, we had a tree fall and now we don't have power?
I was concerned, of course, because I love my family and I want them to be okay, but we do have a fireplace and they have a fire going, and so everything's going to be fine.
I know that you're staying here at the Holiday Inn with us here in Helen. Talk to me about why you chose to come to the hotel.
Because I work at Cowboys and Angels restaurant in Helen, Georgia, and my boss got us a room so that way we are able to get to our job.
We found a lot of people, and kind of in the same scenario, even the Waffle House workers for the Waffle House are staying at the hotel that is near there as well. Talk to me about what it's been like for you here at the hotel, knowing that people have evacuated as well, but we also went through our very own power outages too.
Yeah, the power went out earlier, just for maybe 10, 15 minutes, and And the power's out at our restaurant right now, and they don't anticipate the restaurant being open anymore today.
Okay. Thank you so much. We know that you're obviously staying safe because you are with us. We're doing our best to stay off of the roads and staying here as well. The Emergency Management Director is going to be talking to us, so the next time we talk to you guys, we're going to give you some brand new updates about what's happening here in White County. Right now, we do have some downed trees, some roads that are impassable because of the conditions as well. So we'll bring you that information on our next hit, you guys.
And I want to shout out to my mom. I love you, Mama Vera Holt, and to my church, Crossover Church, Highway 129, Cleveland, Georgia.
All right, well,
We
amen.
want to give them a shout out as well. And of course, that his family is safe.
Yes, we are glad to hear that. Angelina, thank you so much. And that just really is a real life impact.
Right.
You can plan and plan and plan, and you never know. He in the hotel to go to work, and now the restaurant has no power.
And gets the call like, hey, the power's out. You got to come do something. You can't do anything. You just have to wait till the crews get there.
Well, we're glad everybody's okay there. A lot of folks probably wondering, okay, so we see where we are right now.
Yeah.
What's ahead for us? We want to turn now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb and Melissa North. But Chris, what are we talking about right now?
There are so many chapters to this winter weather story that we're dealing with, and the next chapter is about to happen here as we're tracking the next wave of rain that is moving in. And this is going to be for West Georgia and Metro Atlanta. Generally rain as our temperatures are above freezing. Now I want you to notice here on radar where we have a couple of areas of pink showing up here as this first wave comes in to these areas of Cherokee County, Pickens County, and also into Dawson County. There could be a little bit of sleet mixing into that as this first wave or the next wave of rain moves in to the periphery of that wedge before the rest of northeast Georgia tries to warm up. However, this is where that wedge is still holding strong here, where we are still in the 20s right now in Gainesville. So the race is going to be on that as this rain moves in. Is it going to be able to overtake that wedge, which is that shallow layer of cold air at the surface? So there is still the potential in northeast Georgia that we could see some additional freezing rain before those temperatures hopefully get back up above freezing there. Here in Atlanta, we're already above freezing, but again, it's 33. That's really close to freezing, and there may be some spots in the city or maybe some of these pockets here that we see in North Cobb and in Cherokee County where the temperature is still hovering at 32, and that's why our radar is analyzing this as the potential for some additional freezing rain coming in. But over in Dallas and Paulding County, this is rain and even moderate to heavy rain. This little line coming in through Carroll County, about to move into Douglas County, stretching back into southern Carroll. That'll be moving into South Fulton in just a little bit. This is going to be some good heavy rain pushing into our area. And then there's more rain here back behind that too. So we're above freezing now. It is above freezing here in this quadrant there to the west and also to the south of us. But we just have to really keep a close eye on what's happening there in northeast Georgia where those temperatures are still below freezing. Here is a live look. This is from our tower right on top of the station here off of Monroe. This is the Buford Highway connector. This is 85 here. That is an elevated surface. We have seen some cars driving along that. We know that it has been treated. Cars have been going a little bit slow there as they're traveling along. But again, we haven't had like a big slate of ice over this road, even though it is elevated out there right now. So here's what we're going to be watching. We have that warmer air to the west as that rain is coming in, colder air still to the north and east. So we do think that colder air is going to scour out, but there may still be some spots there below freezing where we could see some additional freezing rain there. After late this afternoon and this evening, the rain is going to move out. Temperatures stay below freezing for a while, but we're thinking after midnight tonight, that's when we go back to below freezing and then mid-20s here tomorrow morning. So Melissa, whatever is still left on the ground tonight, by tomorrow morning is going to change over into ice again.
Could absolutely be. And Chris, I just want to tell you, just got a video in. I grew up in Kennesaw, okay? And then that's in this area over in here. As we see this convective rain moving in, we've actually got, looks like kind of grapple actually, or I don't know if it's, I don't think it's sleet. I think it's more grapple that's falling from the sky. It's a little more convective in nature. So we're seeing that playing out where we've got this transition with the cold air, that moisture running into the cold air. So there might be a little bit of mixing. Don't be caught off guard too much if you're starting to notice some little ice pellets falling from the sky. That is that convective shower line that's hitting that cold air and it's squeezing out some of those little ice pellets. Okay, big picture. Chris has been talking about how we'd see the temperatures warming up, then they're gonna come crashing down. Wind is actually a big component to
how the roads are going to behave by tomorrow morning, and then also the power outage threat in northeast Georgia, where the ice is weighing those trees down a lot more. So you can see wind gusts as this line of showers comes in this afternoon. They could be peaking above 30 miles an hour. Then as we push through the evening, the colder air then surges in after about 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll see the winds picking up again to about 20 miles an hour. That's going to help to dry off some of the moisture from the roadways before midnight. But midnight onward in Atlanta, I expect our temperature to be dropping to and then below freezing. So these gusty winds past midnight tonight are not going to dry out the roads. The only thing that they're going to do is just add a wind chill effect. We're headed to a flash freeze with some black ice first thing tomorrow morning. Stay with us. A lot of phases of this winter storm continue as we head through the rest of the day. We've got more coverage right after this.
All right, Melissa, Chris, thanks a lot. And we've got more coverage to talk about, but this time in Gainesville.
Yeah, that's where we find our Cody Alcorn. He has been there for the last few days here as well. And Cody, you were with us last night as you started to see some of those conditions with that precipitation coming in and the freezing. And look what you have now.
Yeah, a much different story here from last night. We went in around midnight and it was just kind of a rain. Things were starting to freeze on cars and on signs, but as you can see now, it is definitely all frozen over here. And since I've been up out here around noon, we still have this kind of mist that has been coming down. It's all over my jacket. It has not stopped since we got out here just after noon. But take a look at the ground. You can see that is not snow. I sent some pictures to friends. They're like, oh, a little dusty. No, that is ice that has covered the ground here, right here in Gainesville. And as we zoom back out of this grass here, you can kind of see those trees. Chris was asking me last night if we could see anything in the trees, and you can see definitely that glaze on these trees here in Gainesville. We're right on Browns Bridge Road at the Hilton Garden Inn. We're here with a lot of Pike linemen as well as some tree services. Now, we're working a little bit smarter than harder here. We're not going to get out on the road, so I've actually asked folks on my Facebook page from around Hall County to send me videos and pictures, so check these out. This is from Donna Roper. You can see some kids enjoying this ice in Flowery Branch this morning, making the best of it. Yes, it's not snow, but they at least got to use their sleds out there. Amanda Blankenship from Gillsville here in Hall County sent me this video, people getting out on their four-wheelers, all-terrain vehicles, just trying to enjoy some winter weather that they have not seen much around here in northeast Georgia this year, so taking advantage of some of this snow. Samantha Smith from Gainesville sent me this video. The dogs are loving this ice, getting out and enjoying. You can see this dog running around, trying to roll around in the ice. And this might be one of the cutest videos. This is from Courtney Houston in Hall County this morning. These kiddos loving this ice. Now, I'm sure they would much rather have snow, but I think when you're that young, it doesn't matter if it's ice or snow. As long as the sled can come out and you can enjoy it a little bit, they definitely enjoyed this winter weather. So all in all, you know, it's not the snow we all wanted, but it's the ice that we got. And fortunately, right now, we're in a pretty good place here in Hall County. We don't have a lot of outages. The last update we got is at 12, not many at all. So all in all, we're doing pretty well here. We're just kind of crossing our fingers that this next line will not bring more ice, but we will just wait and see.
Yeah, Cody, thank you so much. I think that's a perfect assessment. It doesn't matter what kind of winter precipitation it is. If the kids can play, I think they're good.
Oh, they're going to figure out a way, and that is just so awesome for them to be able to share the videos and the pictures with you as well, Cody.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We're going to take a quick break and be right back with our continuing coverage of this winter storm in just a moment.
Help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather.
Welcome back to 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus, and we are continuing our winter storm coverage here.
Yeah, we really are. So we want to get out to Savannah 11. She's in our weather impact truck right now in Dunwoody, where apparently some trees have come down on a power line. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we actually just stepped outside so that we can give you a better look. This is Dunwoody Club Drive. We're just north of downtown Dunwoody. This power outage right now is affecting about 640 customers. Power's been out for a couple hours now, it appears. And you can see it wasn't a big tree that took that line down, but we have been talking again and again about just how heavy ice is, and you can see that ice took down that tree right there and it collapsed on those power lines. So again, the folks out here without power, there are 3 different Georgia Power contracted vehicles right now. They're working on this outage. I checked the Georgia Power outage map and it says that their expected restoration of this outage is about 2 p.m. So we're coming up on that, but I don't know, they might have to push that back because it looks like that line is still pretty down. But, you know, obviously it's a good thing that these crews have been standing by. We know Georgia Power has contracted multiple different tree companies and power companies to come out and help, including from South Georgia and Florida. So it's good to see that they have been able to respond quickly. But this is just, you guys, another example of how quickly that ice can bring down even the smallest of trees and cause big power outages for folks in this neighborhood.
Especially when you get the ice on the power lines, as you pointed out, and our meteorologists have already pointed out, when you just get even a slither of ice on there, maybe an inch of ice, it can create hundreds of pounds of pressure on those power lines. And unfortunately, we got that second wave headed this way that could create even more problems.
And Savannah, we know that you are continuing to track the conditions out there and what you're seeing and learning about other trees down in power lines. And I see you're in the distance there, and I see that the tree behind you has a lot of ice there.
Yeah, I was just going to show you another example of how these trees are sagging under the weight of this ice. You know, not too thick, but we heard from EPD and environmental experts yesterday at the press conference at the Emergency Management Division that our foliage, our beautiful trees here in Georgia are not built for this kind of ice. So we've seen a lot of, I'm not an arborist, but we've seen a lot of these types of trees really sagging into the roadways. Luckily, this one is a bit off the roadways, but I mentioned in my last live shot how these have been kind of blocking the road in a lot of cases. So, you know, once the sun sets and it gets dark, a lot of these neighborhoods don't have, you know, good lighting. So these types of trees are sagging into the roadways and could definitely cause issues. So even though if you look on the ground, you're not seeing like a lot of ice accumulating on the pavement, that doesn't mean that the risk is gone.
Yeah, and we've also discussed throughout this coverage how it we'll see it in some of those higher elevated areas like the trees, like the top of a vehicle before we may see some of that accumulation there on the ground. So Savannah, again, a very good depiction and illustration of what we've been talking about there. Thank you so much.
Now we're going to head up to Gwinnett County right now. Galat Malama's been up there for the past couple of days, and she has spoken with crews, but also she has been keeping a very close eye on the warming centers up there. Galat, what can you tell us about that?
Yes, we're learning just how many people have been taking advantage of the warming centers since they opened yesterday. So I got some new numbers from the county showing that there's been about 70 people who went to these warming centers. This was as of about 9 a.m. So you see Best Friend Park Gym had 16 people, Buford Senior Center 7 people, Community Resource Center at Bethany Church Road 3, the Justice and Administration Center, which is where I was yesterday, had 3 people, the Senior Center had 15, and the Shorty Howell Activity Building had 24 people. We also spoke to Gwinnett County Emergency Management Director Michael Shaw about these numbers, and he does expect them to change as the storm continues this weekend.
Throughout the 6 warming centers that are open throughout the county, it varies depending on location, but it's been a gradually growing number throughout the evening. We expect that to gradually increase as this event continues to unfold.
And as the event continues to unfold, like you said, you know, we are expecting some more rain here later today. One of the key things they emphasized to me yesterday is that while they want people to take advantage of the warming centers, they also want them to get there safely. So it's kind of that balancing act of anticipating maybe needing that, but also getting there safely. They do have outlets, food, water for anybody who needs. They are going to be open until Tuesday morning. Originally it was tomorrow morning, but as things continued here, the county decided to extend those hours. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Alive News.
Gilad, before you go, I know yesterday when we were talking to you as you were visiting one of those warming shelters, Ron asked the question about whether there was a generator. Can you recall or remind us about which location that was as well?
Yeah, so it's the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center that has a generator, and they're actually the only one that does have a generator. And the county says that if those other warming centers do happen to lose power, the goal is that they'll be able to bring people to that main building. Of course, they have to do it safely. It's also interesting because that Justice and Administration Center typically isn't one of the county warming centers. It was opened specifically for this storm so they could have a larger building with more resources and be able to have that generator power.
All right. Good information for anyone having to make a decision about where to go. Gilad, thank you so much for keeping us updated there.
All right, let's check in now with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, to talk about this next system that may be headed our way, because we are not in the clear just yet.
Yeah, it's coming in right now, and we're going to continue to see this system coming in as rain over in West Georgia, but it is beginning to mix a little bit, as indicated here by our radar, as this first initial wave is pushing into that wedge again. So on the north side, we do see that pink that's showing up here on our radar. Again, with the potential as this rain is coming in to those temperatures that are still near freezing or even a little bit below freezing, this could be some additional freezing rain coming in with this next wave. As far as the city of Atlanta, this is mainly rain right now as we're just above freezing here, but we still have that cold air entrenched over parts of northeast Georgia. So if you woke up this morning and then you saw that lull and you thought, oh, well, everything's all over, it's not over yet, because this wedge is still holding strong here in northeast Georgia, and especially for these areas to the north. Any of that additional freezing rain is going to add more to the ice that we already have in parts of northeast Georgia. So that's something that we really have to keep an eye on. But at the same time, this rain is moving in. It is trying to bring warm air with it. So the big question and the big timing that we have to watch for the rest of the afternoon hours is how much can that wedge warm up, and if it will get back above freezing here in northeast Georgia as that rain moves in. But here you see this pink really stretching from North Fulton into Cherokee County, Dawson County, and also Lumpkin County, where that wedge is still holding strong. So this is going to still be some mixing going on the north side right now, but then back up into Ellijay, Ludeville, Calhoun there in northwest Georgia, Paulding County back toward Dallas. It is warm enough there that this is rain, and it's also some heavy rain. Look at the orange line there where we have moderate rain that's moving into South Fulton County, also pushing into Coweta County near Noonan, where those temperatures are above freezing right now. And there is more moisture on the way. Plenty of that's going to keep on moving in. So critical timing once again right now as this wave of rain. Let me go back to this graphic because I want to show you something else in southwest Georgia here. But critical timing now in our area as this system comes in as to whether or not it will warm up and take over that wedge, or if that wedge is going to stay strong, and that would add to more freezing rain there. The thing I want to show you here is this: southwest Georgia tornado watch is in effect. So we're talking about more freezing rain up in northeast Georgia in one corner of the state. The other corner of the state is warmer, more unstable. There's a tornado watch in effect as that line is moving through Alabama with thunder and lightning. This does not impact, though, any part of our viewing area right now. We told you earlier that we had delays of about 44 minutes at Hartsfield-Jackson. They have now said that it's now down to 0. Those are the general delays. Check your specific flight, though, if you're wanting to go into Hartsfield-Jackson, because your individual flight might be delayed or even canceled due to all that we have had going on there. So before I overlay the temperatures here, I want to show you the darker blue colors there, northeast and east of the city. That's where those temperatures are colder. Look over to the west, back into Alabama, the green, that's the warmer air. So that warmer air is trying to overtake the blue color there, trying to overtake that wedge with this next round of rain that's coming in. 27 in Gainesville, 26 in Athens. So we still have a good bit of warming to go before those temperatures get above freezing as this next wave moves in. Now, Canton right now is 32. That's where I was showing you some of the pink showing up on the map, whereas you go over into Marietta and it's just above freezing at 34. 36 in Peachtree City, 41 in Carrollton. Atlanta still hovering right at about 33 degrees, so just 1 degree above freezing. We were 33 last hour also. It didn't move up this hour. It'll be interesting to see if at 2 o'clock, if it does go up to 34 or 35 degrees. We do expect to get up to around 40 degrees for a high today. That's later on this afternoon. So that's the critical part that we're watching. It could be up to 40 by 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock while that rain is coming in. And if that's the case, it would be just that rain. But then at 6 o'clock, still 40 with the rain ending, just a low rain chance at 8 and 9 o'clock tonight. But then look, this evening, those temperatures falling by 2 o'clock in the morning. We're thinking we're going to be around 32 degrees. And so whatever is wet, we think the precip is going to end 4 or 5 o'clock. But whatever is still wet on the ground, whatever the wind is not able to dry up, by overnight and in the morning, that is going to turn into ice again. Melissa is watching very closely that line that's showing a little bit of convective nature. We're not seeing any thunder and lightning with it here, but they do have that thunder and lightning in South Georgia where we have that tornado watch in effect.
And as it's hitting that cold air, don't be surprised if you hear some pinging on the roof of your house. Those are some little ice pellets that are falling right now as that warm air is running into the cold air. So this line of showers is going to try to erode away that cool wedge of air It's not going to successfully take all of northeast Georgia above freezing, but the inner metro will climb above freezing here for a short window through the afternoon. So we're seeing this heavy rain building in. That'll move through Atlanta here over the next hour as we push towards the 3 o'clock hour, moving through Athens and down through Covington and even pushing out towards Eatonton. By 4 o'clock, the heaviest stuff is out of here. There will be some lingering rain behind it, but remember, the rain that's falling is above freezing. So it's holding more heat content. It's going to try to melt away some of the ice. It's likely not going to melt away all the ice in northeast Georgia, but at least here in the metro, that's going to help to melt a little bit of that ice away. But it's a double-edged sword because as we bring in a ½ an inch of moisture and rain falling from the sky, those skies are going to clear tonight. The winds will be gusty and they'll dry out some of that moisture, but not all of it. So any rain that little puddles are left overnight tonight, those will be ice puddles or black ice by tomorrow morning, depending on how thick that ice is. So tomorrow morning, a flash freeze is likely for any moisture left on the roads. The wind chills themselves tomorrow morning will be between 0 and 15 degrees. So just kind of recap this timing for us. Between now and 6 o'clock, we're tracking still in northeast Georgia, freezing rain or wintry precipitation ongoing. You might see some sleet pellets mixing in as that warmer air tries to move in with that line of convective showers. South and west, we're warming up. So we're dealing with rain, and for areas south and west near LaGrange, you know, there could be a rumble of thunder while we track storms in southwestern Georgia. Roads are going to stay slick in northeast Georgia. Here in Atlanta, the perimeter roads are wet. The temperatures above freezing. The ground temperatures are above freezing as well. Heading through the evening hours and overnight, we're drying out. The temperatures are falling. The winds will increase. So any ice weighing down the trees and power lines, we could see outages increasing. But otherwise, those winds are dropping the temperature. So we'll watch for refreezing as we head towards tomorrow morning. Everybody is down in the 20s and teens tomorrow morning. Anything that looks wet on the roads, it is ice and crisp. Those wind gusts, they're not going to calm down tomorrow. So even though all the precipitation's done, northeast Georgia could still see more power outages coming up tomorrow morning because of these gusty winds.
Melissa, that's what I was about to say. It's going to be ironic that what if tomorrow the power outage numbers are higher than what we have today, because we are adding another ingredient to that recipe for power outages, and that's going to be wind mixing in with the heavy weight on those trees that already have the ice on it. Now, we're hoping any additional rain that happens today that's not freezing rain will help to work away at that ice. But again, northeast Georgia might even get additional freezing rain. So that's why we're continuing with this 11 Alive weather impact alert through tomorrow morning, because of those really cold air temperatures coming in. The freezing rain is going to be ending. Any rain is going to be ending here late this afternoon into tonight, but then it's just going to get cold. So whatever's left behind is going to freeze over. So there will still be some slick roads and outages possible overnight tonight and into tomorrow. So you definitely have to use caution if you're going to be going out overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning, Ron and Jennifer.
All right, Chris, thank you so much.
Well, right now we're going to be heading out to the airport, and that's where we find 11 Alive's Doug Richards. And Chris has already talked about the point. He showed some of the graphics there. Not a lot of delays, not a lot of cancellations there, but we are seeing some folks, as you pointed out, Doug, flying in maybe from the West Coast, where it's nice and sunny, and avoiding the big winter storm.
That's what we're seeing certainly from behind us. In fact, beyond the West Coast, there's a flight from Honolulu that landed a few minutes ago, and the folks at baggage carousel number 1 are picking up their bags from that trip. One of the passengers told me that the plane departed 7 hours late, and that by the time the plane took off, the plane was half empty because the other folks who had scheduled travel on that particular plane found alternative arrangements, apparently. So there are still numerous delays here at the airport. As you look at the board that shows the departures, there are about more than half of the flights listed are in red, which indicate that the flights here, those listed in red, are canceled at the moment, and so the passengers who were on those flights are obviously having to adapt as these folks from who flew in from Honolulu have had to do. Interestingly, though, we've also run into a number of people who said that their flights came in this morning or started this morning from destinations west of here, landed in Atlanta on time, uneventful, and said that the travel was pretty great for them. They're, of course, coming out of areas where there is not inclement weather, apparently, and so their travel was good. In fact, the worst part of it, they said, was probably going to be driving home out of the airport. But other than that, so it's a mixed bag here at the airport, obviously. Some folks are experiencing delays of 1/3 of a day or less. Others taking off on time, landing here in Atlanta on time, and doing okay, given the conditions. Live at the airport, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
All right, Doug. And I guess it depends upon where you're going. Did you have something you wanted to
for sure. And that's a different visual, Doug, because, you know, you would think that folks might not be able to get into the airport, because earlier when you were showing us the visual of the ticket lines and all that, it was a ghost land, and we're seeing a whole lot of action, or at least action picking up there at baggage claim.
Well, I mean, certainly most of the baggage claim carousels are empty. I guess it all depends on your perspective here. Our perspective here is that we have bursts of energy, bursts of movement, and then, you know, long periods of waiting around.
Hurry up and wait. Yeah, that's
the news business for you too, right?
Hey, that's what we do here. All right, Doug, thanks a lot. And, you know, the one thing, because Krista talked about this, is there's cancellations. You know, generally there's cancellations, but it depends upon what airline that you're going on. You got to make sure you check
a lot of different factors there. And then, you know, you think about the pilots and the crew members timing in and out over waiting periods. So, again, always just pack your patience, cross your fingers, say a little prayer, and contact your carrier before you make the trip out to Hartsfield-Jackson. Speaking of being on the move, our Savannah Levins has been in our 11 Alive weather impact truck. We saw her a little while ago. She was checking out some downed trees and power lines. You're on the move again, Savannah. We understand you're on the way to Gwinnett County. What are we heading toward, and what are you seeing as you're on the way? We're getting a... okay, there she is. We're ready now. Savannah, what are you seeing as you're heading up to Gwinnett County?
Yeah, so we're a little parallel right now to I-285. The rain, man, is definitely coming down. I just checked in with you guys at that power outage, what was that, 10 minutes ago, and it wasn't raining at all, so it's really coming down now. My videographer, who is driving the truck right now, and I actually just had a conversation. We were driving through some of these neighborhoods in Dunwoody, and we looked at each other and we said, yeah, we need to get out of here. I mean, it was just a little dicey, and the ice that is accumulated in these trees is coming crashing down. It's hit our truck. You can tell that they are really you know, sagging some of these trees down. You're taking a look right now. This is the intersection of Savoy. We're about to go on I-85 eastbound off of North Peachtree Road out of Dunwoody and head north. I'm checking road temperatures from GDOT as well. So, you know, in Roswell, Holcomb Bridge Road area, the road temperatures are about 35 degrees, but you go a little further north where we're going to start heading, and in Cumming, Georgia 400, up that way, road temps still at 31 degrees. So, you know, you can see even driving down the highway 20, 30 minutes or so, very different situation when it comes to what is going to happen with this water on the roads here, guys.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. And, you know, I really appreciate that perspective there about the trees and the ice falling from the trees. I mean, that's just another reason why you don't want to be out there on the roads. You, heaven forbid, a tree or a branch or a limb come down as you're making your way around somewhere, and you could have been home. And again, those are some of the things that you kind of consider and think about when we are telling people to stay home and not to be out and about if you don't have to be.
And where you are right now, Savannah, do you see a lot of traffic? You know, I was talking about early this morning with Cheryl Preheim that I was driving through Midtown, because I believe you started in Midtown. I was driving through Midtown, beautiful, not any problems at all. The ground was wet, but it wasn't icy. Are you seeing, and there wasn't a lot of traffic either, are you seeing much traffic where you are from your location?
You know, we started in Midtown 2 this morning, Ron, and I would say it's definitely been light traffic, but there were certainly people out and about today. In the past hour or two, that sunlight has kind of been taken over by clouds and fog. Let me show you. And this rain started coming down. I've seen a lot less cars just in the past 20 minutes. It seems like people who are out are saying, all right, forget it. Now, you know, the reason we're showing these roads too, I want to say, is not for us to say, look, the roads are clear, you know, everyone and their cousin can go. But there are still emergency crews, people who work at hospitals, for instance, at police departments, emergency management. They are critical workers and they do have to get to work. So we do want to show them what they're going to be facing, but I don't want anyone to misconstrue us showing clear roads or not icy roads yet and misconstrue that as thinking they can get on the roads. But unfortunately, there are still, you know, these necessary employees who have to get to work.
Yeah. All right, Savannah, thank you so much. And just as we were heading out to Savannah, you know, she's talking about the rain, showing the windshield wipers going. We can hear it raining here in our studios in Midtown. So we want to get you back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, as we've been saying, we're not in the clear yet. And these different conditions are impacting different parts of our communities and differently.
And I'm glad Savannah is going to be showing us what's happening as she's driving up into Gwinnett County, because this is where we still have the temperatures that once you get to the north and east of the city are still hovering around freezing, and our radar is kind of analyzing that still is the potential of freezing rain. So as we go back to Savannah coming up a little bit later, she was right here on 285 about to get to Spaghetti Junction, and they're going to go up 85 north into Gwinnett, and that's where we're showing pink right now. So she's going to be able to confirm for us as she's driving up into Gwinnett County whether or not that is mixing in potentially with a little bit of sleet. We have had some reports of sleet coming down with this onset of this, this wave of precip that's coming in. And again, those temperatures up to the north and east of us are still cold enough to support either sleet or freezing rain. Gainesville is still in the 20s, and we're seeing this next wave of rain moving in. This would not be a good thing for them because they've already had some ice overnight. And if this rain and the warmer air associated with it struggles to overtake that wedge, then that freezing rain threat is going to grow for them. And this is not just light rain. This is not just drizzle with this next wave that's coming in. This is some good, moderate, and even some pockets of heavy rain, which would just add a lot of rain that if it freezes, that would just add up to what has already collected there on the trees and power lines. So we're watching that pink there for Atlanta, and to the west of us, we are right at or just above freezing, and we think we'll stay that way for the rest of the afternoon. But then really cold air comes back in tonight. Even though the precip's ending, whatever's left on the ground could freeze again. We're going to talk more about that coming up on our next half hour as we continue our coverage here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
As it's happening, be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier. and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of this winter storm. I'm Jennifer Bellamy.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. Yes, phase by phase, we're getting through this together. Yeah. Now, we want to make a quick programming note as we continue our coverage here, as we're sort of in this lull before a next phase comes through, and a lot of people still impacted across our state. But if you are looking for the European Figure Skating Championships that we're going to air on NBC, we've moved that over to our other station, WATL, which is Channel 36, so you can still watch that coverage if you like to, or stick with us here and on 11 Alive Plus as we continue our weather coverage.
Yeah, that's in the lead up to the Olympics, where we know you will be, and a lot of folks may be feeling a little festive with the ice and the white that they're seeing out there.
This puts us in the mood, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And we want to get you over to our meteorologists, Daniel Moss and Melissa Nord, kicking us off here because, as Cheryl said, we are kind of in a lull period, but we are certainly not over here.
We're actually in that phase number 2. So we have seen phase number 1, the overnight freezing rain develop. That is now done. Phase number 2 is our second push of moisture with warmer air trying to move in. And as you look at this radar, I've looped this over the last hour, so you can see we've got this line of heavy showers moving in. And as it hits that cold air, it is transitioning from rain to rain mixed with some sleet pellets where it's right above freezing, or if you're below freezing, it's going to transition back to freezing rain or a mixture of freezing rain and sleet. So there's a lot more to go this afternoon, and this has a bit of intensity with it. I want to show you the temperatures, though, because you can see we've had some sleet pellets reported in kind of Atlanta to Marietta. That's where it's just above freezing. Duluth is now up to 33. That's good news, but roads are still icy where they're not treated. But then we have really stubborn cold air up here. It's 27 in Gainesville and 26 in Athens. So that wedge, that warm air is going to try to scour out the wedge, but it's likely not going to successfully do so altogether in northeast Georgia, where the temperatures are just so cold out there. So live radar right now, the leading edge of that rain is now up to about Duluth and also moving into Lawrenceville at the moment. You can see through to Cobb County, that mixture of rain and some sleet pellets, some ice pellets, also moving in through DeKalb County, just about to get into Rockdale County. And then we're also seeing that leading edge of the moisture moving back into Gainesville. So for the last couple of hours in Gainesville and Helen, it's been light freezing drizzle, and that's about it. Well, this is a more significant, heavier intensity freezing event that's moving back into the area. So temperatures there are all below freezing. This is wave number 2, and don't let your guard down. It's going to fall as liquid, but again, still up there, it's going to freeze on contact. To the south we go. You can see heavy rain falling at the airport right now. The leading edge also moving in towards McDonough and Griffin. In those areas, it's also right near the freezing mark. So don't be surprised if you see some ice pellets or hear them pinging on the roof of your house as well. To the south, it's plenty warm enough, so heading from Peachtree City south into Haralson, Meriwether County, we're getting kind of heavy showers moving in, and at the same time, southwest Georgia is in a tornado watch because the temperatures are so warm. So freezing precipitation to the northeast, warming with heavy rain to the west. And Danielle, as we've gone through the last couple of hours, it doesn't matter that we're seeing the warming to the west. Road conditions up here in northeast Georgia have been slick and icy all morning.
Exactly, Melissa. It is definitely the tale of two storms, but all in the same storm system. This is a look into Habersham County. You can see, first of all, that there is a glaze on this camera. There's also a lot of sleet that has been collected on the roadways. It is a cold. Habersham County, in case you don't know, is right next to White County, where Angelina is. That is near Cleveland and Helen, Georgia. This is a look into Forsyth. This this is the interstate there. This is 985 north in Forsyth, and it is definitely still seeing a lot of sleet that has collected. And like Melissa said, we are starting to continue to see that rainfall and that freezing rain fall. So we're not completely done. We're not completely out of the woods yet. And here in Metro Atlanta, one thing that really sticks out, you can look outside your window and see how dense that fog is. Visibility is very, very low. And now we're talking about heavy rain showers that are moving in. This is a live look into the airport this afternoon. Earlier, we could barely see that plane there. This is air traffic control there. You can barely see it there. So that lets us know that we could be seeing some more delays possibly in the next few hours. I would not be surprised. Here's a look at what we're expecting. The heavy rain is going to be continuing. Tonight, though, our temperatures are going to be falling. So anything that's still around, anything that has not dried up, we can expect maybe some black ice on those roadways, especially those bridges and overpasses. We're already seeing some of them already having some issues, but the winds will help dry some of the ground before those temperatures get too cold. However, the wind could also cause some really big problems for trees. Any trees that have any ice that have accumulated, that definitely could be causing some more power outages as well. Even here in Metro Atlanta recently, we had a 28-mile-an-hour wind gust, and we're getting ready to go through even heavier rainfall, Melissa, and that could definitely have more impacts going forward in the next few days.
And any of that moisture, Danielle, is refreezing overnight tonight, so the wind gusts could mean more stress and more power outages through the day tomorrow as even colder air moves in. Let's just talk about the rest of the afternoon, the next couple of hours. Again, we have that freezing rain still ongoing north and east as this next push of moisture comes in, but to the south and west, we're warming those temperatures up. As this line gets to your house, the precipitation is going to be pretty intense for a good 10 to 15 minutes. We're talking either heavy rain with some sleet pellets or ice pellets mixing in, or in northeast Georgia, we could see a mixture of freezing rain and some sleet pellets because this is kind of convective shower activity moving in. All right, so that's 2 o'clock. As we advance it out towards the end of the afternoon, we see that moving to the east. By 4 o'clock, it's pushing past Athens into Eatonton. There will be lingering rain behind that initial burst for a couple of hours. That's giving us another ½ inch of rain on the ground, and we'll have to wait and see just how much of those wind gusts can effectively dry out the road. But my guess is there are still patches of water, ponding water on the roadways overnight tonight, so those will be our icy spots for first thing tomorrow morning.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. And that's just proof positive of why we are still in this continuing coverage and the ramifications that we are expecting to see here. We want to get you now to 11 Alive's Liza Lucas. She is with us from our 11 Alive streaming center. And Liza, you're hearing from people who are out there on the ground trying to help those folks who have unfortunately lost their power.
That's right. You know, we've been watching the outage numbers behind the scenes, Jennifer, and right now we're going to bring you that perspective that you're alluding to. We've got Kim Braun on the line right here from Georgia EMC. Kim, thanks so much for speaking with us this afternoon. I know our meteorologist, Danielle, just showed a picture of some of the roadways out in Habersham. And from the map and the numbers I've been watching, that seems to be one of the most heavily impacted areas in terms of outages. Just lay it out for us in terms of some of the numbers you're seeing with the EMCs right now.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me on. We definitely are experiencing outages in that northeast Georgia quadrant of the state, as expected, with the ice accumulation that was anticipated in those areas. Right now, we have about 17,500 outages statewide. That number has grown. To give you some perspective, this morning around 7 o'clock, we were around 5,400 outages, and that has grown significantly since then as that ice accumulates on those power lines and those trees, causing those trees to fall on the lines and just so much pressure on those power lines.
Do you find that the crews at this point are still able to get out and make repairs, or are they having to hold back in particular areas and kind of wait for conditions to improve? Any sense of that?
It's a combination of both. Crews definitely are only going to go out if it's safe to do so, depending on the area they're in. If it's safe, they are doing damage assessments and they are making repairs where possible. They've got chainsaw crews out as well, cutting trees and limbs and clearing the way for repairs to be made. But yes, damage assessments and restorations underway.
Real quick, Kim, I know you wanted to talk about generator safety, particularly since the crews are out. Can you just give us some advice real fast?
Yes, absolutely. Generator safety is very important. Make sure you're hooking up your generators in accordance with manufacturer guidelines. You want to hook those up correctly to prevent backfeeding into power lines. You don't want to backfeed into lines that could put our linemen and honestly your neighbors at risk. So make sure those are hooked up correctly. And if you see a down power line in your neighborhood, just be sure to stay away from that and report it to your EMC.
Thank you so much, Kim. Again, Kim Braun with Georgia EMC will continue to stay in touch. And of course, we'll be watching the outages throughout the course of the day. Guys, back to you.
Thanks.
That's a good reminder here because some folks may be using a generator for the very first time in advance of the storm.
Yeah, now that our meteorologists are talking about the second wave has started, we want to go back to Gainesville. Cody Alcorn in Hall County there. Cody, you're starting to see the effects of that other wave that could bring some more weight to trees and power lines in the form of maybe another layer of ice.
It's actually sleeting right now. I can tell you. I'm going to walk out here just a little bit, and you can probably see it pelting off of my sleeve here. It's coming down actually really good. This just started the last couple of minutes, but you can see it pelting off of this black jacket. This is the first time we've seen this heavy of sleet since we have been out here. This is that second wave we've been talking about. And you can already see back behind me, that is a solid sheet here on the driveway. We're in Gainesville, right off Browns Bridge Road at the Hilton Garden Inn. And you can see those pellets bouncing off of the already frozen parking lot here. So we mentioned, I heard Chris and all of them mentioning it could be rain, it could be sleet, it could be freezing rain. So we're seeing it right now in Gainesville, sleet coming down at this hour. I just wanted to give you a quick update. I know we jumped into the timeline here a little early, but this is kind of what we're seeing. But this is the first time we've seen this so far today.
Cody, can you hear me? This is the meteorologist. Nord. So it's 28 degrees there. I'm really glad that you're seeing sleet because otherwise it would be heavy freezing rain, and I worry it may transition into heavy freezing rain. What's the ground like behind you, and are you seeing a lot of power crews going out, or are most of those first responders waiting until the storm is done altogether?
Yeah, Melissa, I moved out here just so you can kind of get that glimpse at it again. So it's still these pellets here, a little bit of maybe a mixture, but it's picking up, coming and going. But like I said, the pellets are sticking to my jacket right now. As far as the linemen, we have Pike here with us. They are on standby. I mean, they were going out last night helping Jackson Electric just with some down power lines that were coming down from trees with those wind gusts last night. But so far today, we have not had any major issues. I text the communications director here in Hall County a few minutes ago. Haven't got an update yet, but so far, things have been decent, but if this keeps up, we're definitely going to have problems depending on how long this sticks around. And of course, if that wind picks up, because the trees behind me, they're already glazed, and this is only going to add to those problems, and of course, the roadways as well.
I think you bring up a great point. We actually do want sleet, not freezing rain, because it doesn't adhere to those power lines and the tree branches and everything. But we have a good probably 4 hours of precipitation coming to you. So it may start with sleet, but I'm worried it transitions to freezing rain, and that's going to add another 1/4 of an inch or so of ice on top of what you've already gotten. So those winds will pick up. And Cody Alcorn, thank you so much for your perspective about the power workers that are out there on standby. I think those outages in Hall County could go up pretty significantly as the winds increase tonight and tomorrow.
Melissa, it's such an important reminder. And Cody, we could really hear that sleet bouncing off your jacket there. It's coming down at a pretty good clip. So I want you to have a chance to get inside and get dry and warm for a few minutes. But appreciate you letting us know in real time, really seeing what that second band looks like as we sort of are in phase 2.
Yeah, and that just kind of goes to show what different people across the state are experiencing, because we mentioned a short time ago, we're hearing the rain here in Midtown, but it's coming down as that sleet there in Gainesville and Hall County where Cody is. And I just want to mention, I know folks are waking up and they're like, oh, it's probably fine, we're okay. But we're doing this coverage because different people in our viewing area are experiencing different things, and they really need this information to make sure that they stay safe and that our first responders and our law enforcement, everybody else that's helping, is able to stay safe and respond properly as well.
So thanks to everyone who's just stayed at home and given that space needed on the roadways for that response, as we are hearing of accidents and trees down and power outages. And as we've been forecasting through our weather impact team, that northeast quadrant getting hit the hardest, but we are seeing impacts in the metro area as well. Galat Malamed in Lawrenceville pulled off a little piece of ice off the top of a car that was a quarter-inch thick, and that was just from phase 1. We want to get back out to Zach Merchant in Athens, where talk about accumulation, Zach. It has this sort of white sheen over the city of Athens because of that sleet and all that precipitation and the ice on the ground. And here comes some more. What's the update there around Athens?
Yeah, guys, definitely that chilly weather is coming our way. It's gotten a little colder since you last talked to us about a half an hour, maybe 45 minutes ago or so. One update we should bring you right off the top here. University of Georgia men's basketball team had a game scheduled against Tennessee for tomorrow night. That has now been postponed to Wednesday. So we're continuing to see the impacts of this winter storm that's rolling through Georgia, through northeast Georgia and into Athens here. Of course, school is canceled. Classes are out on Monday. The university made that announcement yesterday. But I want to show you, Cheryl, you talk about kind of this white sheen, that's icy gloss you see here. This is what an untreated, essentially untreated roadway looks like. We're in a little parking lot here. This is the lowest of low priority to treat. And you can see, and I don't know if you can hear it, I'm going to put my mic down here, but you can hear how easy it is to slip here, how slick the conditions are here, particularly in the untreated areas. If you take a look at the trees here, we zoom in there, that's a spot where you typically see the ice accumulation earliest. That was one of the early indicators that it was coming our way. Obviously now the roads are covered as well. The big question is, how much ice do we have here? Last time we chatted, I said we're going to get the ruler out here, and so here we go. We're going to do a little measurement, and I'm going to move carefully. And Reggie, who's behind the camera, be careful here too. We're going up a little embankment. And this is kind of what you have to do. You almost have to do the penguin walk a little bit. We've seen a lot of students on campus doing the same thing because you don't want to fall down. And the ice, breaking news, is slippery. This is a great example right here. This is an electrical box. We're going to have a power box here at the corner of Hull Street and Broad Street in downtown Athens. A good example of an untouched surface to get a sense of how much ice is accumulated here. So we can kind of measure this together, and that's probably about the top. So maybe half an inch, do we think? No, I mean a quarter of an inch, 1/10 of an inch, right about that line there. So a millimeter or a few. No, we're not close to an inch. We're not close to half an inch, but we're bracing for whatever is coming our way. And listen, I know our audience is listening very closely when our meteorologists are up and given the forecast. We are also listening very closely because every time Melissa and Chris and Danielle and everybody tells us that this second wave that we're referring to it as is coming our way, that means the wet weather's coming our way. We're bracing for it too, hoping that at this point things stay the same. EMA directors in Oconee County and here in Athens, Clark County saying so far, people remaining safe, no big hot spots. We want to keep it that way.
Yeah, for sure. And in our defense, outside of our meteorologists, we're journalists, not the scientists, Zach. So we feel your pain. We understand the struggle. And I have to point out, Zach, you are a man of your word, because the last time we saw you, you said you were going to break out the ruler and do that measurement there. So we appreciate you fulfilling your promise there.
Promise kept. Promise kept. Just stay on your feet. You and Reggie, thanks so much. We want to go to Angelina Salcido, who is seeing a major shift in the weather where she's at. Angelina, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. So basically what we're experiencing right now is that the precipitation that we have seen has definitely ramped up here. You heard Cody talking about the sleet that he was experiencing and how it feels like ice pellets. I would say that that is what it feels like here as well. We just ran into some power crews that are here trying to get power up to the people that are in Gwinnett County. If I step out of the way here, you should be able to see that there were some trees that were down behind me. The power lines that are here and the communication lines, the fiber lines, those are all covered in ice, and the weight from the ice has been bringing down the trees down this road. I checked the numbers here in Gwinnett County not too long ago to see what we're looking like for power outages. I know that we were reporting about 45% of people affected. We now know that 53% of people in Gwinnett County are affected by these power outages, and that is only going to change overnight. So we are going to continue monitoring the situation
Okay,
here, but for now
we're having some issues there with, all right, Angelina, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're having some trouble getting a clear signal from her there up in White County, but you could still see from what we had there, those trees down in the distance, not even too far away, and that's what we've been kind of warning about, these ice conditions in the elevated areas, and that bringing down the trees, bringing down power lines.
And it's really, appreciate all our crews being out there in the elements for 2 days straight now, because you can see in real time what our meteorologists are walking us through as they're talking about this band coming. You see it materializing in the areas where our crews are spread out, and you could definitely see a shift, even though the technology is glitchy. I mean, you add freezing water and the elements with technology, it can get a little dicey. So we'll get back to Angelina in a little bit, but we have seen ice kind of widespread, and that is certainly what we've seen in Lawrenceville. We want to get back to Gilad Malamed, who has been in the elements there. What are you seeing in terms of any changes or shifts in the conditions around you, Gilad?
Certainly there's been a shift here, really I would say within the last 15 minutes or so. Earlier in the day, for much of the late morning and early afternoon, it was kind of like a mist, and then it even stopped briefly. And now it's rain. I wouldn't say it's pouring and a heavy rain, but definitely raining enough where if you don't have an umbrella, your jacket's going to be soaked in a few minutes. This is what it looks like when it comes down onto the road. So at least initially, it doesn't look like it's freezing. You could see that the water is moving. You could see on a car's tire, it's moving like water, not like a slush or a sleet or an ice. The roads are certainly quite empty. This is on Sugarloaf Parkway near I-85, but we just saw a car drive by pretty fast. Transportation officials still want people to stay off the roads because now we have this second weather event. I actually just spoke to the Gwinnett County Transportation Director a few minutes ago about what they saw, at least from the overnights, and he says the northern part of the county has really been hit harder than the southern part here. The northern part is where they've really been focusing their efforts for much of the day, and I asked him, are they able to continue working in this weather, this second bout of weather that we're getting, and here's what he had to say.
Crews are still working out there, and proactively what we're doing is we're using our plows to move the slush and the ice as much as we can from the roadways in preparation of the rain that continues that we are experiencing, and that's what we're doing. And also our crews are continuing to apply sand and salt as necessary on our roadways.
And with this second weather event that we're having right now, this new bout of rain, he said the ice is still the main concern for them. So that's why they're really trying to work and get ahead of things before this picks up even more. Guys, back to you.
All right, Gilad, thank you so much. And we're starting to see more and more of our crews dealing with at least some sort of precipitation out there.
So I want to bring in meteorologist Melissa Nord. Melissa, as I'm watching the rain come down on Gilad there, I'm also keeping an eye on that temperature bug, because this is the balancing act now, right? As you're watching the temperatures and wondering what happens with all this moisture as we have even the slightest fluctuation in a temperature.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of those sleet pellets that are mixing in on the northeast side of the metro, and you saw the sleet in Gainesville and also out in Helen, getting that mixture from Angelina. I want to talk about how much freezing rain we've had and then what is happening with the second wave moving in. Here's some of the totals, some of the biggest totals up near White County, near Blood Mountain, Cleveland, Georgia as well. We've had a lot of half-inch ice totals. Athens, about 1/3 of an inch. Jefferson, Georgia, out in Jackson County, about 4/10 of an inch of rain. And even in kind of Cherokee and Pickens County, we had some totals there, about 1/4 of an inch. So the biggest impacts from that is that it's weighing down the trees and making them susceptible as we bring in a new wave of gusty winds later on. But that moisture is trudging east, so we're seeing the leading edge of it now past Atlanta in those eastern counties. So it's just about to Athens, and I want to show you the temperatures here. 26 in Athens, 29 Gainesville. We're still at freezing in Canton. So this whole kind of northeast corridor, you might warm up as it comes in by a couple of degrees, but I do expect you to stay below freezing. So what is falling is either sleet or it's freezing rain. What is falling in Atlanta and points south and west that's going to be rain, okay? That's going to be just rain. If you get some ice pellets initially, well, that's probably already done at this point. So again, leading edge of that through Gwinnett County, moving out in towards Commerce, Georgia as well. Let me move this radar a little bit further to the east. You can see pretty much a steady area where we're dealing with that wintry mix. It's not pure freezing rain. It's going to start as a mix. It's tapping into that colder air. So there might be some ice pellets, maybe a couple of flakes that mix in places like Toccoa, but then it's going to transition to freezing rain. And there's a discussion out right now from the Weather Prediction Center that heavy freezing rain could unfold the next several hours this afternoon. So even in Gainesville and in Helen, where we're getting a mixture at the moment, I expect that transition to just freezing rain. And that's going to, again, add another layer of ice on the trees, on the power lines, all before we see that those winds pick up later today. So down to the south, I just want to show you where we're transitioning from freezing rain to rain. That's just about in Atlanta. We're still getting a little bit of that mixing happening in McDonough and Henry County. Look at the south, though. Pike-Lamar County, this is actually a heavy convective shower moving in, and in southwest Georgia at the same time with our ice storm, there's a tornado watch. So a lot of different layers of this storm or of this onion that we're unfolding in. Danielle, as this rain clears out, wind gusts will be the next concern for those ice accumulations.
Exactly, and we are starting to really see the impacts on the roadways as well, especially when you're talking about the winds. You can definitely blow over some tree limbs, and we've heard of numerous reports of trees down as well. This is a look into Gwinnett County. This is I-85 at the 985 split. You can see that the roads are treacherous. In fact, they just put out, GDOT actually said that this bridge that goes right there over the split is iced over. So definitely want to make sure that if you do need to travel, that it is really on emergency basis. Here is another look into Habersham County. Once again, this is right near Angelina, not too far over, just one county next door. This is definitely showing that rainfall is still falling. You can see that there's a light glaze on our camera here, and people are traveling on the roads, but it is definitely very, very slick. And a look into Forsyth, you can see the tire tracks there, right there at this intersection right here at Highway 9. Here's another look into the airport. Visibility is getting a little bit better, but like Melissa said, the wind gusts are going to continue to be a problem overnight tonight and as you prepare for your Monday. In fact, I think this is a great time to talk about downed power line safety. We've been seeing a number of them really reported as those winds really pick up. It's very important to stay 30 feet away from those down power lines. You never want to get too close to them because that could definitely cause a very, very high risk because some of them could still be live. So you never know. Even though it's laying in the street, you definitely could be seeing some live power lines on the ground there. So never attempt to move them. You can kind of see the spark there on that graphic. Just make sure you stay away. Go ahead and call the power company, call 311, tell them, hey, this is what's going on. You don't want to touch them because as those winds continue to get gusty, we are expecting more trees to fall down. And we've heard, in fact, Cherokee County, their emergency manager said over the last 20 minutes, they've heard a lot. Their calls for trees down have escalated. So that's just here in Metro Atlanta. So ladies, we are continuing to watch this system. And even though the freezing rain threat is over for some, it's not over for all. And those of us that are done, we are still kind of in the thick of it because we're going to wait for those temperatures to drop as well as those trees that could be on the brink of falling over as well.
Danielle, you make such an important point because any rain event, let alone a cold one, we see sort of that progression over time as the roots are unstable for trees to come down. So that risk is certainly ahead of us in the day to come. I do want to mention, I just got a text from a viewer, for 11 Live viewer, that's on the south side in that Fairburn, Tyrone, Fayetteville area, saying they're getting hammered with rain right now too.
Yeah, we're seeing it all over. And as much as I hate to say it, we already don't know how to drive in the rain. So that's even more reason for us to make sure that we stay home.
You are just sharing the facts.
And stay safe.
You know who is good in the road?
With in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with low water flow.
it's on 11 Alive Plus. Watch the 24/7 stream to see what's going on, live as it happens. Local news when you want it. Weather impact alerts, we got you covered.
I want you to be aware of really cold air.
From wait what moments to oh no emergencies. Search 11 Alive on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV. Stream free on 11 Alive Plus.
We love Atlanta.
I love the activity, the life, the parks, the nightlife, the people.
It's home.
That's why we're dedicated to making it the best it can be. Finding solutions that affect us all. Solutions that help us not just survive, but thrive. Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer. Because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired, GDOT took action to make Georgia roads safer.
For solutions that make your life better, watch 11 Alive News.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage with 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
When the big story hits Atlanta,
A major water main break has left people with
Coat those power lines further, the trees further, and that's when we really start to see some bigger impacts.
And it's slightly deceptive because if you haven't been listening and hearing what we've been hearing from our meteorologists, you might just, oh, it's just regular rain. But when all of these ingredients are present and what we have learned now from our meteorologists about freezing rain, you know the danger that can come as a result of this.
Hey, Cody, let me ask you another quick question. Are you seeing much movement in terms of the linemen and the response out there?
No, they're actually just here to my right in the lobby, just kind of waiting for those calls. At this point, of course, nothing major here. I checked in with the EMA department. They don't have that many power outages here in Hall County. But if you kind of want to look over, I don't know if we can pan over here just to kind of show you the wind is picking up a little bit, but you can see the trees here and these plants. You can see it's all coated. I just kind of wanted to show you that. It's a good perspective of what we're seeing on top of these bushes and this kind of tree right here and kind of the ice covered at this point. But again, if this is that freezing rain and this continues over the next couple of hours, as you heard Melissa and them say during my last hit, you kind of want to see sleet over freezing rain, because that is what's going to weigh down these power lines and bring some of these trees down, which will ultimately bring power lines down, which is going to cause those power outages. So we're definitely not out of the woods here, as this is still picking up here as the second wave hits the Gainesville and Northeast Georgia area.
Yeah, that's good perspective, Cody. Thanks for showing us that bush there, because really we keep talking about phases of this system, well, and it's also layers potentially of ice. And so, you know, as we've been talking about everyone staying safe, staying indoors, if you have the opportunity to do that, just hang in there a little while longer. And Cody, thanks so much for your perspective as always.
Yeah, we'll get back to him in a little bit. And we know Cody's been kind of hanging out under that overhang. We didn't want him to put himself at risk and leave the safety of that hotel as well. But he has still been able to show us some good illustrations of what they're experiencing there in Gainesville and Cobb County.
And it was interesting when Savannah Levins was driving up towards Lawrenceville in Gwinnett County and talking about chunks of ice coming off of overpasses. Just another reason why it's great not to be driving if you don't have to be.
Yeah. We are working now to get you back to Angelina Salcido at some point. I don't know if is she ready? Okay, we're still working on that, because she really did have some good examples of what we were seeing in White County near Helen, Georgia. So we're still working on that, but we do want to get you now back to Melissa Nord, who we just had chiming in with us there. As we were speaking with Cody and Melissa, we were talking about the freezing rain. We also talk about the different elevations there, because it starts at the top and you don't necessarily look up, but you're looking down, you're like, oh, it's wet, but it's freezing already up there.
It's freezing, and it's going to really weigh down those trees later. It's also interesting, we just got an update to Gainesville's temperature. They have climbed up a degree. So this warm air coming in with the rain is trying its darndest to scour out that wedge. The temperatures may climb a couple degrees here, but I think places like Gainesville and like Helen probably just stay at freezing or a degree or so below it through this entire next phase of freezing rain moving in, which is rain here in the metro. So 26 in Athens. So Zach Merchant, who's out there, as that starts to move in, he's probably going to get as well some sleet initially, and then it's going to transition over into freezing rain. So this corridor in Northeast Georgia, I'm most concerned about for heavy freezing rain this afternoon. It's transitioned to rain here in Atlanta, in Gwinnett County. We're also on the cusp of that freezing mark, so some of this is falling as a frozen either sleet pellets initially or freezing rain. So additional icing of those roadways there on the northeast side of the metro is possible as this moves in. So consistent area right here of wintry precipitation. That leading edge is going to be a little mixing through Toccoa, through Commerce, through even Clarksville, Georgia there in Habersham County. Then as you get into Gainesville, we're past that mixed layer and we're over to freezing rain right in here. So freezing rain from Gainesville down to Beaufort, down to Lawrenceville, down into Jackson County as well. And then here in Canton, we're also right on the cusp of that freezing mark. So you might still be in those higher elevations out near Ball Ground as well. And Waleska, a few areas where it's mixing a bit, but at that eastern side of the metro, that's where we're still right near or just below freezing, and it's falling as liquid. It could still freeze on contact. So that also includes Covington. You're right now at about 32 degrees with your temperature. That warm air is eventually going to win and push you above freezing, but I think that we'll be dealing with it a lot longer. Athens and points north. To the south we go, and this is rain, but it's coming down pretty heavy, moving through Barnesville and also Thomaston in Upson County. Zooming out though, our wedge is in a battleground with warm, moist, unstable air. Southern Georgia is under a tornado watch here. In southwest Georgia, the National Weather Service has been watching the development of that warm air, debating do they need to extend the watch northward. At this point, they've said they're probably not extending that northward. But again, few hours of precipitation moving in. It's just rain here in Atlanta. Northeast Georgia, freezing rain. A lot of freezing rain coming, and that's going to start adding the new layers of ice that will add kind of insult to injury as phase 2 of this winter storm and ice storm move through.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. We want to take you now to some new video. We're just getting into our newsroom of a downed tree, or several trees there. Look at that, impacting the roadways there for people in the northwest Atlanta part of the community here. This is video of that tree. This is off of Hollywood Road, and it's a pretty big tree. Fortunately, we do see some crew members who are out there already on the scene working to try and get that area cleared up, because of course we want any linemen or police or first responders who need to maneuver to be able to do that. But this is just another example of what we're talking about here with these wind gusts. And that's in addition to the frozen ice and the ice that we're seeing accumulate, helping to bring some of these trees down.
Yeah, those are good-sized trees, and again, that's just from the weight of the first layer of the system, and the second layer is falling in a lot of communities as we speak. We're tracking winter weather all across North Georgia. We wanted to give you a look at some of the images that we're seeing, the images of the pictures you've sent us, give us a really good view kind of across the board of what's happening. So let's start off with more fallen trees. Take a look at this tree that, this damage that happened to a car on Dahlonega Highway. That's coming in from Rebecca Ferris. And then this is another tree down in Morrow. If we can advance it here, we've got another tree down in Morrow that we can show you. Crossed over most of the road. This is the shot of Morrow. And I think what strikes me is when trees come down, you look at the close proximity to the power line. So there's kind of a double whammy there for communities. Cherokee County, let's advance it now to another image of a tree down, a big sized tree. You see the root ball on the far left side of your screen. And I think this is maybe perhaps a sign of more of what's to come as more moisture, more freezing rain is falling in parts of our community. And you can see that's pretty widespread as we've given you 4 examples across 4 different counties. Let's take a look at what's happening in Habersham right now. This is from Habersham EMC, and this is happening in communities all over Northeast Georgia right now. Those linemen who are out suspended high above a community, as you see the coating of ice there on those lines and the coating on the trees from this image from Towns County Sheriff. And then, you know, some people are just hunkered down at home and having a little fun. We want to show you the next slide here from Forsyth County. This reminds me of a teenager who's like, do you have to take the picture, Mom? All right, fine. And then you think it's kind of cold, and so Mom makes you put a hat on. And sure enough, I think the next one is this dog, a little more bundled up.
Safety first.
Safety first. And finally, from Callie in Buford, this one just made me laugh because that cat does not know what is happening beneath her feet, but she looks good in her sweater.
She is ready for the weather, whatever it is.
That is sweater weather if I ever saw it.
It is, for sure. And she is working it.
Yeah, so it's fun to see glimpses from your homes, but really important to see what's happening around in terms of the trees and the power lines and the response. And please text your pictures and videos to us, 404-885-7600. It really helps us tell a bigger picture of the storm and what's happening in all corners of our state. What you see out your window could be a very different experience from a neighbor just 50 to 100 miles away. So let us know and keep those pictures coming. You know, we did mention Angelina Salcido, and what's happening right now is she is in an area where there are down power lines, and she's going to report soon, but there is a police response there now saying that the wires are live, and that is a very dangerous situation. So they're kind of backing things off, clearing that space a little bit, but it really shows you what crews are dealing with. You know, about an hour and a half ago, she was saying that there were 18,000 people without power. It'll be interesting to get an update from her, and we'll talk to her as soon as we can, but things just moving in real time there.
Yeah, and of course we want all of our crews and our first responders to be safe as they are. And that's an example of what we've been telling all of you as well, that these lines are live. And you don't want to be too close to them. You want to leave it to the professionals. Yeah. I do briefly want to shout out our 11 Alive Weather Impact team on Facebook, because they are still sending us pictures, letting us know what's going on in their community. They've been sharing those images all night into today as well. So if you are a member of that, you can send us your images that you're seeing for our meteorologists to check out there as well. And speaking of our amazing and talented meteorologists, we want to get you back to Melissa Nord now. And Melissa, we are just seeing all of these changes roll through and continue all across our area.
Yeah, and for the next couple of hours this afternoon, it's really a twofold effect that we're looking at. In Northeast Georgia, we're still at or below freezing. So freezing rain, you might initially see some sleet, but this could still be coating trees, coating power lines. Untreated road surfaces could also be slick. And even at the northeast side of the metro through Forsyth and Gwinnett County and out towards maybe Rockdale County, kind of headed out 316 as well. You might still, even though the roads themselves, may the ground temperatures climb a little above freezing, then another layer of ice will still try to form on those elevated surfaces. So we're watching that freezing rain threat, especially northeast of the inner metro, and that could lead to more accumulations, and that's not good news when we have gusty winds coming in later. All right, to the west, we've got warming temperatures. That heavy rain is moving through. We've been tracking that on radar. So that's what's happening this afternoon. As we head into the overnight tonight, that's going to clear. Gusty winds are going to increase. And just looking at my, okay, they're canceling off some of the tornado watch. I was getting some alerts on my phone. Wanted to make sure it was nothing new for us. Overnight, it's going to clear. Gusty winds are building in, and temperatures are so cold tomorrow morning that a flash freeze is likely out there. So temperatures right now, 36 in Atlanta. You can see we've got that colder air in northeast Georgia. So as we watch this precipitation coming in, it's falling as liquid here in the inner metro, but as you head east of the metro, this is freezing rain. You might see some sleet pellets initially, but it's largely freezing rain. And Danielle, those road temperatures are at or below freezing up there as well. So it's kind of going bad to worse in a sense because we have all this freezing rain on top of the rain, the already ice that we have. The winds are going to pick up, the temperatures are going to drop tonight, and that's where the core of these impacts are going to be.
Exactly, Melissa. And like you said, you know, good news for people in southwest Georgia. They are starting to trim back that tornado watch. But I do want to kind of take a peek and see what's going on down there. This is the tornado watch. That is this big red box. This yellow boxes, those are severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of southwest Georgia and into Alabama. This purple box is a confirmed tornado. So that is very interesting that we're looking at a possible confirmed tornado that is down by Florida, but really just a few hundred miles away, we're looking at freezing rain. That is how crazy, how strong this system is and how the temperatures are really varying, right? That wedge is really holding on strong to that cold weather that is into northeast Georgia, but we're looking at really strong storms as we move further and further south. Here in Metro Atlanta, we have some rain, but recently there was some reports of some sleet. So those temperatures are still a little bit cold enough to see some of that wintry mix. That's what we call it right here in the studio. When we're looking at our radar, unfortunately, it just comes up as this pink blob. We can't really tell which one it is, but when we have reports like what Cody was telling us with that sleet changing over to freezing rain and then maybe even seeing that slush on the ground, that helps us. We call that ground truth. So we know what is happening from this radar. These are all just, you know, pulling the information out of the sky. We have to see with our own eyes. So we want you to join our 11 Alive Weather Impact Team too, because that helps us to know what's happening outside of your window. You can see that with that new radar scan, we're still seeing some of that pink, which is really freezing rain because the temperatures there really starting to take a hold. And it's important that you are very, very careful because those roadways are going to tell a different story. Even if you're getting mostly rain right now, our temperatures are going to be falling, and then we're going to see a hard refreeze overnight tonight. So what you're seeing right now, this is in Gwinnett County, a lot of slush there. This is at 85 and 985, so really North Gwinnett. But you can definitely see how the roadways are being impacted from what already fell overnight, the rainfall, and the possible freezing rain that's falling currently right now. And we still have to get through the rest of this evening, whether that's drying out and refreezing, but that could just make a nice slushy mess, Melissa.
And, you know, we're getting, Danielle, a lot of different reports in from viewers. You were mentioning our Facebook group. This is one of those photos from Midtown, one of the high-rise scrapers. So not on the ground, but about 20 stories up. But Michael Bell sent in this photo from Midtown. You can see those sharp icicles forming there on the fire alarm box. We also just got a report in from the Pickens County Emergency Manager, Robbie Westbrook. If you live in Pickens County, you're very lucky. Robbie is so experienced in the realm of emergency management, but he's saying that heavy freezing rain is falling in eastern Dawson County, near the eastern Pickens County and Dawson County line, and it's starting to really add another layer of coating on those trees and the power lines. So everything's getting really heavy. So this is where we go from kind of, as I was saying, bad to worse in those areas that are still below freezing. Here's what I expect the rest of the afternoon and through the evening hours. We've got this line of heavy convective showers moving through, and where it's cold enough from Athens to Gwinnett County up here into Forsyth County, it's still freezing rain. I know this particular model shows rain, but the wedge is stronger than what models often resolve, and that's exactly what is playing out in this particular situation. So the northeast side of the metro still freezing rain. Watch that heavy line clearing by 5 o'clock. Then we'll see the moisture ending from northwest to southeast between 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock this evening. At that point, we're done with moisture, but the winds increase and the temperatures drop. So by tomorrow morning, whatever is left is going to be refreezing. We'll talk more about that in your morning lows coming up in the next half hour.
All right, a lot to keep tracking and a lot to watch over the hours and into tomorrow as well, Cheryl.
We're also tracking flights, cancellations, delays, not only for the weather we're experiencing here in our state, but what's happening over a good portion of the country right now. Let's get out to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport with Doug Richards for an update on what that's all looking like there, Doug.
Well, it's looking like an airport that is much emptier than you would normally expect to see when you show up at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to take a flight on, a Sunday, say. What we have behind us is a board full of listings of flights that are scheduled to be flown, and most of the flights listed have the word canceled next to them. If you are zooming in, and I think we are, the red letters on the right of the screen indicate canceled flights, and it's a pretty strong majority of the flights, of the 250 flights listed on that board that appear to be canceled. And so what we're seeing is basically not only the effects, obviously, of the weather here in Atlanta, but also the effects of weather in cities around the country, which have also had airport delays. There have been some exceptions. For example, we saw some folks arrive from Honolulu about an hour ago. They all looked pretty happy, and yet at the same time, they said that they had been delayed 7 hours. Of course, they don't explain why flights are delayed specifically. They did know that the weather was inclement here in Atlanta, and that seemed to explain what was going on with their flight. But in the meantime, if we walk over this way, you will see the baggage claim areas, and you'll see a dearth of actual passengers in the baggage claim areas. Every now and then, a carousel will activate, as you can see. At Carousel 3, Carousel 1 are now activated, and they seem to tend to come from sort of warmer weather cities. We had, the one from Honolulu, we had one from Tucson, had one from Las Vegas. The other cities, such as the ones on the eastern seaboard, the ones in the southern states, particularly to the west of us and just to the north of us, those flights have been delayed really since yesterday, and it's impossible to know from this point exactly when all that stuff is going to get back to normal. Jay Bell and Cheryl?
Yeah, as of 12:30, we were over the 1,000 mark for cancellations, and I know a lot of the airlines offered, free changing of tickets, waivers, and hopefully people did some of that at the same time. But Doug, when you talked about that crew from Honolulu, I thought, well, this is a shock to the system, not just because it's a long flight, but to go from the beach to is something.
Well, but one of the joys, I guess, of being delayed in Honolulu is that you're delayed in Honolulu, and so one passenger told us that they went on an excursion of some sort, and another said we had an opportunity to hang out on the beach and grab a cup of coffee. And so if you're going to get delayed anywhere, Honolulu might be near the top of the list for sure, if you were to make such a list.
No doubt. All right, Doug. Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate the updates there from the airport.
Yeah, we are just hearing so many stories from across especially from Doug at the airport. Yeah. But we're also hearing a lot from our Liza Lucas. She has been communicating back and forth with so many of you, giving us the story of what you are experiencing at your homes and all of our communities across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So we want to get you back over to her now. Hey, Liza.
Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Cheryl. It's time for a check-in because what we've been watching over the last couple of hours, and it's time to report on it, is a slow increase in outages, particularly in the Georgia Power map. So I want to get right to it, show you what we are looking at. Now, at 2 o'clock, I was checking in. We had about 485 outages, 45,000 customers impacted. Look where we are now, just an hour later. 571 outages, 56,000 customers affected. And that, again, has just been creeping up throughout the course of the morning. We have not been seeing those numbers come down. And you can see some of those pockets right there, right here around the Dunwoody area. We know that our Savannah Levens was over there for Dunwoody Club Drive, a tree down. Other isolated pockets around Sandy Springs. I know in my neighborhood on the Sandy Springs line, the power has been flickering on and off, my husband tells me, for the past hour, and other neighbors are reporting it too. Up in the Milton area, I have another friend whose power is out as well. We're hearing from viewers, but you can see these pockets around Roswell as well as East Cobb. So definitely starting to see the impact here in the metro area. Again, the Georgia Power map noting 571 active outages as we approach 3 o'clock. Total customers affected 56,000. Obviously, that's households. So these people at home now trying to figure out their next steps as they're in the dark. And hopefully we'll start to see some of those numbers creep down. That is obviously the hope right now, but so far, and I've just been watching it over the past couple of hours, the numbers have just continued to go up. So just a reminder to have your supplies ready, guys. I was advising my husband, get the laundry basket with the girls' pajamas and the flashlights and everything gathered. I'm trying to control the situation here in the studio at home, but a good idea to check in with your neighbors because one situation across the neighborhood could be very different for another. So just start having those lines of communication, charging those phones. Again, we are seeing those outages increase, and I'm going to keep a close eye on this map here in the streaming center. We'll keep you posted on the numbers, and we'll start checking in with Georgia Power as we've done throughout the course of this to see how they are tackling this as we see those numbers of outages go up.
Yeah,
guys.
Liza, and I really want to know because I just found out my power's out at my place too.
No.
So,
Really? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, the neighbors are starting to chime in on the Facebook page, and so I have lost power. I think about 2:20. So Georgia Power is kind enough to send me an email and let me know because I'm clearly not there to see.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll resolve itself.
Gosh, yeah. And worth repeating what Liza was saying about 571 outages. So just think of the visual, like a crew must respond to each of those places. So it could take some time and we'll keep following that. We do want to mention that GEMA, the Georgia Emergency Management, is going to do a press conference in under 5 minutes. We, of course, will bring that to you. We expect to hear more specifics about all of these issues, including trees down, power lines down, and what they expect in the next 12 hours.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with our continuing coverage as well as information from that GEMA news conference as soon as we get it.
Hello, hello. How far away are we?
Ron is should be plugged in now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you, man. I'm still trying to get buckled up. Yeah.
Have a good break. Yeah, sounds good, Marcos. Thank you. Welcome back to our extended coverage of this ice storm as we are in phase 2 now of that moisture we're seeing hit parts of northeast Georgia especially hard. I'm Cheryl Preheim here with Ron Jones. Want to make a quick programming note. If you're looking for NBC sports programming like the European Figure Skating Championship, we do have that for you. We've just moved that over to our other station, WATL, which is channel 36. So you can find that there if you need it, but we want to make sure that we continue to bring you vital coverage as we're hearing about more power outages, more trees down, and while the north part of our state is dealing with this ice system, the south part is dealing with tornado watches.
Yeah, that's right. So, let's get straight over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. So, Chris, it is not over yet. We have another system that's moving our way. If you could time it out for us, sir.
We're timing out the rain that is over us right now. And we have been watching our temperatures here in Atlanta gradually start going up here as that rain has been moving in. So this rain is bringing in some warmer air. The only issue is in northeast Georgia, this wedge is still holding strong. So as this wave of rain is coming in, it is changing over again to some sleet and even some freezing rain. And in spots in northeast Georgia, it is heavy freezing rain. So that is going to be adding more of the ice and that accretion of ice building up on trees and power lines and exposed surfaces there. Atlanta, though, has come up, and we think we're going to stay above freezing here in the city until about midnight tonight as we still watch that frozen stuff up in parts of North Georgia. We've got a press conference going on right now from Gma. Let's get to that live.
Contact with Governor Kemp. He has led our response for the entire event. 3 days ago, Governor Kemp issued a state of emergency for all 159 counties, which will remain in effect through January 29th. The state of emergency makes all state resources available for local governments and allows more efficient deployment. A federal emergency declaration was also approved yesterday to supplement response efforts in 112 Georgia counties impacted by the storm. This authorizes FEMA to identify, mobilize, and provide equipment and resources necessary to help alleviate the impacts of the storm if requested. Now, I want to remind everybody, we're not out of this event. State offices in the northern half of the state will be closed tomorrow. The map with specific counties is available on our website. As of yesterday, the State Operations Center, SOC, has been operating at a level 1 full activation and will continue to do so 24/7 until this winter weather event is passed. Although we had a lull in the storm this morning, we are still expecting another round of freezing rain in northeast Georgia this afternoon. Gma Homeland Security is coordinating with partners at all levels, including other state agencies and our utility partners, to ensure resources are available where needed. 17 Starlinks and satellite phones were pre-deployed, utilizing GSP's aviation unit to counties in northern Georgia. Fuel for generators are being delivered to 911 centers, which are experiencing power outages. Chainsaw strike teams consisting of DNR and Forestry Commission personnel, along with Georgia National Guard troops, are assisting with debris removal in affected areas. Shelters are open in Rabun, Walker, White, and Towns County. We're seeing an increasing number of power outages across northern Georgia and the metro area, and utility providers are working to restore power in affected areas. To keep you and your loved ones safe, we recommend staying at home and staying indoors. And keep your pets inside with you while you're at it. Remember to check on any elderly or disabled relatives and neighbors. Make sure to stay hydrated. Dehydration occurs more in cold weather. People suspect it less because you're not sweating. Take care of your home as well. And please keep space heater safety in mind. Use electric space heaters with automatic shutoff switches and non-glowing elements. Plug space heaters directly into the wall. Don't use an extension cord. Remember to keep all heat sources at least 3 feet away from furniture and drapes. Extended periods of time with temperatures below freezing will increase the chance of pipes freezing or bursting. Remember, allow your faucets to drip a little and open cabinet doors to allow heat to get to uninsulated pipes, under sinks, and appliances near exterior walls. We're seeing power outages throughout the state. Always exercise caution when using alternative light and heating sources. Use flashlights during power outages instead of candles. to prevent the risk of fire and have plenty of extra batteries on hand. Never use an oven to heat your home. Never bring portable generators, camp stoves, or grills into your home. They should only be used outside. Keep them at least 20 feet away from your home's windows, doors, and vents to prevent deadly carbon monoxide poisoning. If you lose power and don't have an alternate heating source, Georgia State Parks have opened warming stations for public use. Park pass fees will be waived for those using these warming stations. For locations, dates, and times, please visit georgiastateparks.org/alerts. You can also reach out to your local EMA for lists of warming stations or if you need additional assistance. If you spend time outside, be careful. Wear multiple layers of warm clothing and do not rely on one bulky item for warmth. Watch for frostbite. Warning signs include white or grayish yellow skin, numbness, and skin that feels unusually firm or waxy. If symptoms are detected, get medical help immediately. If medical help is not available, get the victim to a warm location and immerse the affected area in warm water. Frostbitten areas are numb and can be easily burned, so avoid using heating pads, fireplaces, or radiators for warming. Do not rub the frostbitten area. This could cause more damage. Watch for signs of hypothermia, including shivering, memory loss, fumbling hands, slurred speech, and drowsiness. If the victim's body temperature is below 95 degrees, seek medical help immediately. If medical help is not available, get the victim to a warm location. Remove wet clothing, warm the center of the body first using an electric blanket, and if conscious, give the victim warm, non-alcoholic beverages. Please continue to stay off the roads as much as possible. This will give Georgia DOT crews the room they need to maintain the condition of the roads. If travel is necessary, slow down, allow extra time, and be especially careful on bridges and overpasses as they freeze first. Lastly, know who to call if you're in need of assistance. If you're experiencing a life-threatening emergency, call 911. If you need to check road conditions, report an incident, or request road assistance, call 511. If a tree is blocking the road or if you see someone in need of shelter, call 311. If you'd like to report a power outage or down power lines, call Georgia Power. If everyone keeps these safety tips in mind, GEMA and our state partners will be better able to respond to the needs as they arise. GEMA Homeland Security will continue to monitor winter weather and collaborate with local and state officials to assess conditions and determine the best steps to keep Georgians safe. We ask that you follow all guidance from your local officials and continue to monitor your local National Weather Service and trusted news sources for the most updated information. We'll continue to share updates on our website, that's gema.georgia.gov, through our social media, and directly with local officials. If conditions change, we'll make sure the public knows right away. And with that, I'll pass it over to Commissioner McMurray.
Thank you, Director Lamb. As this winter weather storm is still playing out, and we're in fact in the middle of it, we have continued to work our plan starting on Friday night at midnight, where we've continuously brined and pre-treated the roads before this winter weather came in, some 18,000 miles of road. In fact, we've deployed 1.5 million gallons of brine on Georgia's highways and about 2,500 tons of the salt aggregate mix that we spread as we plowed the sleet and freezing rain that began to accumulate in that wedge area that we're now so familiar with. As this winter weather storm continues to evolve, and as we have a front coming through now as we speak, we are relocating about 70 staff and 42 pieces of equipment to address this wedge area, which is really East Metro, out I-20 to Augusta, over toward Athens, up the I-85 corridor, all the way to South Carolina, up to Gainesville, Georgia, up the 365, 985 corridor, and also up the 400 corridor in Forsyth County, Dawson County, Lumpkin County, up to the Dahlonega, where this wedge and where the most material has been accumulating, and where we continue to try to get ahead of this by continuing to brine, spread the salt aggregate mixture, and plow off the slush off the roads. With that being said, we have a lot of winds right now. We have 24 state routes with a closure at some point on them. Most of them are in our northern counties like White, Habersham, Towns, Union counties, as well as Cobb, and one here in Metro Atlanta. This is due to trees falling. And so we are now dealing with wind and trees falling that impede our ability to treat the roads and try to clear them. So we'll continue to deal with that as it comes forward. We will continue and maintain our stance of 12-hour shifts of all hands on call and all hands working, in fact, over to this storm until it's safe to stop. We do expect a refreeze tonight of the precipitation that's coming in now, especially in that wedge area. Will likely refreeze and have more accumulation of freezing rain and sleet that is actually occurring as we speak in many areas. If a roadway looks good now after this rain has moved through or the freezing rain, don't expect it to be good overnight or into the morning. We still need to get out and treat and make sure these roadways are safe, especially in the daylight tomorrow where the temperatures will be very cold. As the backside of this front we're experiencing now comes through, we'll continue to brine. If the rain comes through and it's wet, on the backside of this, we'll continue to brine. If it's sleet, freezing rain in that wedge area that we've experienced, we'll continue to try to plow that off and spread the salt aggregate mixture. We're going to ask everybody, as Director Lamb did, to just stay home. Thank you for staying home today. We've seen a reduction in traffic by 70 to 80% over a normal Sunday. But tomorrow morning and overnight is going to be very difficult. And so just stay home until we can provide more information that we know that these roads and the temperatures are favorable for travel. Safety is job number one for us at GDOT and everybody here at GMA team. And we know that's important safety for you, but it's also safety for the women and men that are doing the hard work out there among all our agencies. So please give us all room to work and slow down and move over if you see those amber lights or the blue light escorts that are provided by the Department of Public Safety. And with that, I will turn it over to Colonel Hitchens from the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to start off with reiterating that the majority of the people that have been asked to stay home have heeded that warning, and that is reflected in the total calls that we have seen in the affected areas. So far, since 6 o'clock yesterday, we've had 775 total calls, 25 crashes, and 95 motorist assists. And we would just want to say thank you for paying attention to that and staying off the roads. And we do call for you to continue that same posture as we move through this storm. Our personnel that we have assigned, we brought in some Southern troops, which allows us to put about 50 personnel in the metro area during the daytime hours and 30 personnel overnight. And those personnel will be out there to continue to answer calls, work crashes, help motorists as the need arises. And our Northern troops, they remain on what we call Phase A, which means their cars are packed, ready to deploy into any area that is needed, and most likely to be the northeast area of Georgia. Our Southern troops are on identified IRT teams, which are initial response teams. If a need arises where there's a affected area in the state, we can bring those personnel in and they'll assist at certain areas that they need. For the folks that are in the metro area are put in sectors, and they're put there so they're getting around the metro area coverage, but we have moved some into the eastern and northern area of the metro area so that they can handle those areas that are more affected. We have CVE, our commercial vehicle enforcement teams that are helping DOT with the treating of the roadways. We also have them deployed with inside the 285 loop, so that any commercial motor vehicle traffic that comes in has a legitimate need to be on the connector into the metro area. So please, if you are CMV, you don't have legitimate reasons to be on the connector, use 285 bypass as you're supposed to. And one issue we did have a motorist that struck a brine truck last night and then struck one of our CVE officers. So not only did that cause a little time that they were down, they were not able to treat the road, but then we also had to get new vehicles out so we could start retreating the roads. And we ask you, when you see those people, give extra space. let them do their job. And if you must get out on the roads, please drive the appropriate speed. That may not be the speed limit. You may not be able to see the ice. Also, remember, if you're driving on ice, don't use cruise control and add extra space in between your car and the vehicles in front of you and to the side. We ask that you do stay home, give our folks time to do their job, and we just want everybody to be safe. And with that, I'll turn it over to General Wilson.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Hitchens. So Governor Kemp has authorized up to 500 National Guardsmen in response to this winter storm. You know, we're a large organization, and our response efforts are certainly scalable if need be. Yesterday, we were able to get approximately 120 soldiers, airmen, and volunteers from the State Defense Force pre-positioned into Northeast Georgia ahead of the storm to assist the Department of Forestry, the Department of Natural Resources, and our county emergency managers. We've primarily been focusing on clearing roadways for our first responders, as well as power restoration efforts for the power companies in those counties. And we're currently operating in Stevens, Rabun, and White counties as of today. We also have teams standing by to move critical supplies by either ground or air if need be, or to respond to any other unmet needs if they arise. We're also in constant communication with our federal partners in the event that any Title X capabilities are required as a result of the storm. It's been a very effective response effort thus far, but as everybody else has said today, it's certainly not over. A lot of hard work remains ahead of all of us. Our soldiers and airmen are proud to be part of the team, and so we're going to be in this thing with you until we're finished. Sir.
All right, thank y'all. With that, we'll open it up for a few questions. We'd ask if you have one, please put that into the chat. Our moderator will take it from there.
We've been listening to Director Josh Lamb of GEMA along with Commissioner McMurray about all the preparations that have happened to get us to this point. You start to understand what the last 2 or 3 days, why that was so critical to minimize the impact. Even still, when they're talking about 18,000 miles of road treated, 1.5 million gallons of brine, 2,500 tons of salt mix, and still they've had 775 calls and people needing help. But some things that stuck out is just talking about an increase in the number of trees down, an increase in the power outages. And the quote that stood out to me is when they said, "We are not out of this event." So that really underscores the message from our weather impact meteorologists about what the next 12 to 24 hours could bring. And they're moving the pieces of the puzzle to the areas kind of in the bullseye right now. And that is Augusta, Athens, Gainesville, Forsyth, Dawson, Lumpkin counties. So you just see in real time pieces on the board keep moving to respond to where the greatest need is.
And it shows that we are not out of the woods just yet, because they talked about that they were preparing for this next freezing rain. All of our meteorologists here at 11 Alive have been talking about, hey, we got this other front that's going to be moving in, the second front. But this is like a team effort, and it's not a team effort with just state officials and federal officials working together. Now you have the Georgia National Guard, but it's been a team effort with residents, no matter where you live, whether it's in Metro Atlanta, where it could be up there in North Georgia. And this is what stood out to me: a reduction in traffic by 70 to 80% over the past couple of days, keeping people off the roadways. And they're saying, stay in your house. Don't even, not just stay home, but stay inside the house. Keep the pets inside the house as well. Look out for your neighbors, look out for your friends, look out for the vulnerable, like our senior citizens, to make sure that they're safe as well.
All right, you know, they talked about that their crews are dealing with more and more trees falling because of the wind, making that challenging at times to treat and clear roads. But to your point, Ron, they said thank you for people who are giving them space to work, because there are enough kind of natural challenges without having to deal with people out and about. I want to bring in Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb, really them specifically talking about the wind and the ramping up of moisture is exactly what you've been talking to us about, maybe the greatest risk right now as we see that big line moving behind you.
And that is the next event that's coming through right now, and it's in the form of rain in Atlanta. Our temperatures here have come up to 36 degrees, so we're above freezing here. But it's that wedge in Northeast Georgia where you see the pink color, and as that rain, at times, heavy rain comes in, these temperatures...
Need to know this.
Weather
impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need.
North Fulton County, that line up toward the north, toward Gainesville. It's all rain here with temperatures above freezing. Out to the west, still above freezing, so all rain there. And this rain's going to be sticking with us here until most likely 6 o'clock or so before it starts winding down, and then we'll be able to dry out just a little bit. Here in Atlanta, these are wet roads here, not really frozen as our temperatures are above freezing, but this is a look right now up into at Northside Hospital at Georgia 400 there, where we have the conditions. I'm going to go back to that because I've got another camera I want to show you here. The low clouds and also some of the rain that's coming in. But let me show you what we have going on right now in Athens, a live view in the Athens area. And this is where we have some good sleet that's coming down right now. So, you know, Danielle, we were showing this a little bit earlier, and you can see more lines in the roads. I think this wave that just came in to Athens actually added more white here to the ground. That's in the form of sleet. And when I looked at this camera here just a few moments ago, it was pretty heavy sleet that was coming down right now in Athens with that onset of some of that heavier rain that continues to move on through. I also want to show you here, the National Weather Service has updated the ice storm warning. It's still including Atlanta, but I really think that Atlanta and Cobb County, I really think we're okay. And I think what's going to happen during the evening hours tonight, as we watch these temperatures go up a little bit more, they'll probably start taking away some of these counties, northwest and around Atlanta and to the west. They also took away all of West Georgia from that winter storm warning, and then some of those counties on the south side in the winter weather advisory. They're still holding on to some of these here, like Putnam County, Jasper County, Butts County in the winter weather advisory, and then all of these other counties here to the north and east of us where we do have that winter storm warning that's going to remain in effect as we continue through the next few hours. Now, speaking of the temperature trends, you know, we were at and below freezing for a big part of the day here today, and now we're warming up. We have been above freezing at noon, 1, we went up to 35 at 2, and now 36 at 3. So we're going to be around above freezing. We're thinking maybe even getting up to 40 degrees before we get back to below freezing, which we think that'll be around midnight. So the race is going to be on after this rain moves through and gets out of here, how much drying we can see before those temperatures hit freezing again after midnight, because whatever's frozen out there, whatever's left tonight is going to be freezing beginning at midnight tonight. It's going to be frozen even more tomorrow morning. We dip down to 25, Danielle.
That's right, Chris, and that's something that we're going to continue to watch because that is going to have really big impacts on the roadways for your Monday. Here's another interesting tidbit about this storm system. This is our satellite and radar that's happening right now. We are going to zoom in just a little bit. 165 miles apart, you have freezing rain falling in northeast Georgia, and you also have 2 confirmed tornado warnings. That is crazy to think that this same system has 2 confirmed tornado warnings, and also on the north end, it has freezing rain. And if we take a closer look, this severe weather system that is moving towards the south and moving into Georgia is definitely causing some really bad storms. This is what we look for in that signature line. High winds and definitely seeing some brief, quick spin-up tornadoes. This is around maybe the 3rd or 4th confirmed tornado warning that I have seen with this system as it continues to move forward. Here is another look here into northeast Georgia. We are still actively seeing all of that freezing rain. And another thing to point out is that when we're looking at the pink on the radar, we have to have that ground truth of, is it sleet or is it a wintry mix of like a snow or rain, or is it that freezing rain? But it is really good to know, Chris, that we're looking more of a sleet right now because that will help with the power outage concerns. Places like Pickens County already seeing those trees falling over. If we have any more ice accumulations, that's going to make things almost devastating in that area, especially as those temperatures drop for your Monday and Tuesday morning.
Yeah, so sleet would be better than freezing rain because sleet doesn't really adhere to the power lines and to the tree limbs. It just kind of bounces off, whereas freezing rain adds just another layer of that onto that ice. So this weather impact alert continuing through tomorrow morning, as we're just going to have to watch for any refreezing later on tonight with any moisture that's left. So we still have to watch out for slick roads and watch for power outages too. We've had a big spike in power outages in parts of North Georgia when this rain came through because of the wind associated with that, bringing down some trees and power lines. So still use caution, not only on the roads, but even outside with any tree limbs or trees that could be falling down due to the weight of that ice mixing in with this wind.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. Thanks a lot, Danielle. We're going to be heading now up to Lawrenceville. We're going to head to Gwinnett County because 11 Alive's Galat Malamet is up there. You have been monitoring the crews. You've also been monitoring the warming centers as well. What's the latest from your vantage point?
The latest really is just, it's amazing to watch firsthand how quickly things can change. It's a very light rain now, and when I last spoke to you guys, it was a heavy rain. I had to have an umbrella out. My jacket was soaked, and now I'm standing without an umbrella just fine. You could see on the ground how it's hitting. There's some puddle spots, but really nothing major at the moment. There's still ice, though. That is not going away yet. We see it on cars, the icicles dangling. And this is why it's so important for people to stay off the roads. Earlier, we had video of what the roads looked like, just covered in ice. Gwinnett County transportation crews trying to do the best they can to clear the roads. And it was really the northern part of the county that was having the biggest issues, according to the transportation director. So that's really where they were focusing their work. As the rain started to pick up around 2 o'clock, that's when I was speaking to him, and I asked, are you still able to work during the rain, especially the later rain that we're expecting to continue into the evening? And here's what he had to say.
Crews are still working out there, and proactively what we're doing is we're using our plows to move the slush and the ice as much as we can from the roadways in preparation of the rain that continues that we are experiencing. That's what we're doing. And also our crews are continuing to apply sand and salt as necessary on our roadways.
And they are expecting the rain here to continue for a few more hours, so they're urging people to please continue to stay off the roads. And two things that really stand out to me when it comes to staying off the roads is the difference he mentioned between what they were seeing in the northern and southern half of the county. So even if you're saying, I'm staying in Gwinnett County, it looks fine where I am, I'm just going to drive somewhere else, within the county they've been seeing big discrepancies, and also just how quickly things can change. The heavier rain I saw earlier probably lasted about 20 minutes or so. So things can be fine one moment, then it can escalate, and then, they might come back down. But that's really why it's just important to stay home until this all passes.
Galat, we appreciate you being out there in the elements, because it is important for us to see what's happening in real time, because then we have the context from our meteorologists to think about what could happen next. So you're showing us the puddles there in the parking lot, some pretty impressive icicles on the cars and the street signs. And when we hear GMA talking, Galat, about this refreeze overnight, and Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb saying whatever moisture is left over will freeze overnight, you start to think about why there is an extended warning for well into tomorrow, and it's just too soon to say all clear. Talk to me about, as you're kind of walking around, do you feel a slick pavement beneath you? At one point you showed us ice that was a half-inch thick, and that was from round 1 of this storm, and here we are in round 2.
Yeah, round 2, I haven't felt much slickness yet, like right over here. So this is a puddle, it's not black ice. And over here as well, I notice some moisture. Again, this all feels wet at the moment. Of course, the sun or clouds, I guess, really are still out right now. So you could imagine that we have this moisture here. I'm feeling it. It's not ice yet. It's more of a puddle. But of course, it's going to be colder later, especially once it gets darker. So you never know what could turn into ice that's just water right now.
No doubt.
I got a quick question for you. I know yesterday you were focused so much, not just the warming centers, but the crews out there preparing to go out. And now they're going to deploy some National Guard members as well, hundreds of National Guard members across the state. I know you saw the crews. Have you seen any of the Georgia National Guardsmen get into place or conduct any type of operation at all?
I have not seen that yet, and just to give you a little more specific perspective of where we are, we're on Sugarloaf Parkway, pretty close to I-85, so of course near a major interstate, and Sugarloaf Parkway, of course, is one of the main roads. I have to say, though, that in this part of the county, what I've been seeing since about 10 a.m., the roads have been pretty clear. It's not like some of the video that we saw from Swanee and a little more north where Grace was earlier. So it's possible that if those are still the more problem spots, that might be a priority for them.
All right.
Okay, Galat, thank you. We appreciate that.
All right, we want to take you about 85 miles north and east now of Atlanta to Angelina Salcido in White County. We know there have been trees down, power lines down. Talk to us about what you're seeing there. Do you feel a ramp up in the response and the challenges that warrant it?
Definitely a lot of challenges here for the EOC as they continue to try to respond to everybody that ends up making a 911 call or is currently going through a power outage. Just check the numbers for the power outages. Actually, so we went from 53% of people in this county being affected by power outages to an 82%. That has jumped dramatically. Obviously, that is a big change that we have seen here. We have continued to show you guys why that is happening. But really, let's take a look up so that you guys can see what these power lines look like now. You're seeing a lot of the icicles now coming down from the power lines. And we explained to you guys earlier as well that the power lines that are the highest to the sky, those are actually the ones with the highest voltage. So those are what these power crews are going to be replacing and trying to get up and running once again to bring people power here in White County. In the distance, we have the trees covered in the same amount of ice as well. And we've actually seen some trees fall in that tree line too. I can see one that is snapped. The top half of the tree has actually snapped. We took a little bit of a drive from our hotel. We did not go far. We probably went about like 5 or 8 minutes from here, got down the road and actually saw some trees that were down in the road, saw Helen police as well trying to reroute people and also clean up the trees that have been there. There are power crews that are out and currently working on the power lines as well, trying to get power back up before the sun comes down and then before we end up seeing another refreeze here. Besides the ice that we already have, we'll have a and everything that's really wet here, there's a lot of puddling. The roads are not slick right now, but those roads will be slick as the temperatures drop, the sun goes down as well. So it's something that the EOC is concerned about. We're seeing more and more people on the roads here in Helen, also in Cleveland as well. But that's why the emergency management director is trying to have people get off of the roads before the sun goes down, because as the sun goes down, these roads are going to get colder and then that's going to refreeze. That leads us to the issues that we will probably see into tonight and then headed into tomorrow morning. The power line crews, the linemen that are here to repair the power here are saying that this second system of the storm and all of this rain that we're coming, that's what's going to create the problems overnight. So they're expecting to see some wide basically group of power outages here in White County. They're also expecting for a lot of people to maybe struggle during that time. We just heard a tree crack in the distance. It actually fell right there in the tree line. So that is basically the story here in White County. It's going to continue overnight as well. And I think that we'll wake up to a lot of downed trees and probably some downed power lines too.
We could hear the crack of that tree as well, Angelina. And when you gave us that perspective with your photojournalist of the weight of the ice on the trees and that landscape, I just was thinking to myself, you know, you can understand why a power line or a tree would not be able to handle much more weight before it would crack or fall. And then we heard that crack. So Angelina, I just want you to reinforce some of those numbers, because it's pretty staggering when you just talk about the jump from 50 to 80-some%. So 8 out of 10 people there being impacted. And like you said, the worst may yet come overnight if we do get more freezing of the moisture that's falling all around you.
Yeah, so when we started the day today, I think that we had probably around like 40% of people affected by these power outages. That number jumped up to 45, then it jumped up to 53, and now we're currently at that 82%. When we look at the numbers for White County, we're talking about 18,000 customers, just about, that have been affected, and a whole bunch of homes and businesses. So there's a decent amount of people that have been affected by this. And if we're at 82% right now, I can only imagine what that's going to look like as things refreeze and we continue to see outages through throughout the night. We're also keeping in mind that we have 36,000 people here in White County, according to the emergency management director, and that's exactly why they are a little bit concerned about the fact that they still only have one person in their shelters. Their message to people is try and get to these shelters early. The reason being is that if you go without power for several days, that's when people start to panic and they start to get a little bit concerned, especially if they're in the rural areas. And then that's when they're going to try to go to the shelters. One, it could create a dangerous situation for the people that are trying to travel to get to the shelters. But two, they could easily become overwhelmed because they have too many people trying to get into these shelters, and then they might reach capacity. So it's something that people definitely need to think about, especially if they have some elderly people that they know may be in more rural areas. Check on your neighbors is a message that they're definitely putting out there as well, to make sure that everybody is in a safe place before the sun goes down tonight.
Important point, as our meteorologists have been talking about overnight temperatures in the teens in a lot of communities, you know, heading in Monday, Tuesday, really cold days ahead. Angelina, that's really important perspective. Really appreciate you being up there and showing us what's happening. You know, it feels so far away, but we're just talking about 80 some miles from here in Midtown Atlanta.
Not too far at all. And you know, Chris has talked about this quite often. He says sleet is manageable. However, freezing rain can cause a whole slew of problems. And of course, we don't want the freezing rain, but it could be headed this way, especially with this second system moving through. We're going to head up to Gainesville right now. Cody Alcorn's been there for the past couple of days. And Cody, once again, when we look at your live shot, we can see that rain has been coming down. That was earlier, but it seems like there is some sleet or something like that.
Freezing rain still
there? Yeah, freezing
there?
rain still behind you?
Yeah, so a little while ago, it was sleet. It changed over to freezing rain pretty fast, about 30 minutes. But you can see in my jacket, it's still that freezing rain, how it's just kind of hanging on to it. But we had heavy sleet, but it has, again, since changed over to this freezing rain. And I can tell you, just in the last 5 minutes, the pipe crew that's been here with us from South Florida just got called out, so we are starting to see some power lines coming down across the county. They don't know their assignment yet, but they said they are going out now to start working. And for some of these guys, this is the first time they've been around this. There's one young kid here with these linemen. He's never seen snow in his life, so he's kind of getting thrown right into this with ice here in the South. But, you know, while people are having to work in this, including us, there are some folks out there trying to have some fun, so I want to kind of lighten the mood up a little bit. Take a look at some of these videos. I asked for people to send on my Facebook page. Check this out. So this is from Samantha. You can see he is there trying to see that ice on the back of his truck. We have Courtney. Now, this is sledding. I'm telling you, these kids are cute. Look at these little kids making the best of this ice. Obviously not snow, but they are able to go down that hill on the sled there. Wendy sent this in to me as well. All of these in Hall County. You can see her daughter there enjoying sledding on this ice down the street there, and the dog, you can see that black lab, also enjoying this as well, chasing that little girl down on the sleigh. Now, we also got this, people using their imagination. This kid didn't have a sled, so mom pulled out a pool, a little kiddie pool to go down that hill, enjoying it there. Sarah sent me this. This is hilarious. The dogs enjoying this. Some trying to figure out how to get their footing here. You can see these three dogs sliding around, including that Great Dane here. This is also in Hall County. And now check out this. This might be one of the funniest ones I've gotten. Connie sent this of some guys on a kayak going down a hill here in Hall County and then disappearing into the high weeds there. So people are trying to at least enjoy what they can. It's not the snow, but this ice, while it might look like snow, is giving some people the opportunity to get out and enjoy it the best they can.
Cody, I feel so conflicted because it's so much fun, but the mom in me is like, oh gosh, be careful, some of that stuff, but the dogs on the ice is just too much.
It's hilarious. Yeah, it really is. And you know, I love the fact that some of the viewers there in your area, they're actually sending you videos, sending you pictures, and you're able to share it with us. I mean, so it seems like the system that you have is quite simple. You tell them, share me the video so we can share it with 11 Alive. Is that part of your system?
Well, you know, I have a big following on social media. I'm on Facebook a lot. So when I found out I was getting to move from Ackworth to Hall County, I went ahead and said, hey, I'll be in Gainesville through the weekend. If you're out and about, start sending me some of those pictures. So people have done that. It's working smarter, not harder, and trying to be safe. So we don't have to go out on the roads as people are saying to stay safe. So people around Hall County sending those to me. I can tell you, though, this county is split between Jackson and Habersham Electric. So up in North Hall County, we're seeing about 200 people without power. Jackson Electric telling us only, I think, 1 or 2. So we're doing pretty good right now. As I mentioned, Pike is here to help Jackson out as well. So they are starting to get called out. So we will likely see these power outages increase through the night as we see these trees getting weighted down with this freezing rain, bringing down these power lines. So fingers crossed, though, not a huge issue, but unfortunately, we think it's going to happen through the evening.
You know, Cody, you mentioned Habersham. I just saw some pictures coming in on linemen working in Habersham, and already the icicles coming off that line are pretty intense, and you see how much the lines are sagging. So just a shout out to all these crews working in these conditions, in this cold, in the rain, up at high elevations, in these cherry pickers trying to get on those lines. And really, we're just on the front end of what could be more and more power outages. So we appreciate a little bit of the levity. It feels good to laugh as people are stuck inside. I'm glad they're having some fun taking kayaks down the hill.
And I'll tell you too, you know, we mentioned linemen a lot, and they are out there, so we do want to give them kudos. But you know, there are also tree service people here, tree companies.
Right.
We saw them rolling in yesterday from Ohio. So those are the people who get out there first, try to cut these trees out, give these linemen an access point to actually get to the power pole. So there are many layers to get these lights back on. So there are a lot of people in this area helping out, not just the linemen, which do a fantastic job, but you also have these tree service companies from across the country helping out as well here in Northeast Georgia.
Yeah, I tell you what, that mutual aid really does work, and it works well. Cody, thanks a lot. We appreciate that. We're going to go to Savannah Levins right now. I believe there's a downed tree. This is in the Morningside community. This is just coming into the newsroom. What can you tell us about that, Savannah?
Yes, we're at the intersection of Wildwood and Wellborn. I was just about to say, I mean, this is clearly, check it out. Let's see, here we go. Huge tree. I mean, we were just leaning forward. This tree collapsed in the front yard of this home right in front of us. Looks like it barely missed their car, which you can kind of see under that blue tarp there. It has collapsed on top of multiple lines, it appears. Now we've driven up where the road is not yet closed off, so you can't see yet from this camera. We'll hop out of here afterwards and get in a safe place where we can show you a little bit better. But there are crews here on scene working this. But this looks like something, guys, that is going to take a very long time to clear up. So power outages in this area, I'm about to check the map, but I would expect that they might last quite a while here, guys.
When I look at that video there, I think about not just a tree falling down, but fortunately there was no one in a car driving underneath it, no one walking down the street. But the power lines you have to be careful about as well. You know, sometimes you want to get out because you're curious, you want to see what has just happened. But with the power lines down as well, it could be deadly. It could be deadly.
Yeah, we're just going to keep on your shot here, Savannah, as we're looking at, you know, what can be the challenging part of living in a tree canopy.
Yeah.
We love the trees in the city, but in weather events, they certainly can be dangerous. And thankful that nobody was hurt in here, Savannah. But you see how the dominoes start to fall, right? Because am I seeing it right, Savannah, that tree is predominant across the screen, but in the far right corner of our screen, it looks like a power pole is kind of at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, guys, go back.
If you got to pull out. We want to make sure that you're safe.
Yeah, the lines, I think, are probably live, so I would just be careful.
Oh, good. Yeah. Thank you, Savannah Levins, making sure the people around her are safe. Thanks for helping everybody else out, because you're right. Those live wires can be really scary. So we'll let Savannah and everybody get a safe distance from those wires. But Chris, this is exactly what you've been walking us through. The challenges out there, some of the things that we've anticipated are starting to happen at a more rapid rate.
And it's all with this wave that's moving through right now. And as that goes into Northeast Georgia, into that cold, shallow layer of air, which is still the wedge that's holding on there, we're still getting some sleet and freezing rain there. Our temperature in Atlanta is above freezing. We're at about 36 degrees right now, and we expect to stay above freezing until around midnight or after. So what this is doing for us, any ice that we had in the trees here in Atlanta, not only the temperatures above freezing, but even this rain coming in is helping to hopefully get rid of whatever ice we have in the trees and improve the conditions. But as you go up to the north and east of us, we still have that cold air that is at the surface, and this rain is falling through that in the form of some sleet there and even some freezing rain. I'm checking temperatures there in northeast Georgia. They're still below freezing. And so what happens with this wedge, as this rain is moving in, we have actually seen some big jumps in Atlanta going from 33 to 36 degrees. I know that's only 3 degrees, but that's a big jump when you're talking about freezing or not freezing. But in northeast Georgia, those big jumps haven't happened yet, but this rain should, and the wind direction shift should help to scour out this wedge. But while it is still there, these areas are still seeing more of that freezing rain that's going to be adding up onto those power lines. There's the rain here in Atlanta, more of that rain out to the west of us. The back edge of the rain is pretty much along and just to the east of Interstate 59 back into Alabama. We're actually seeing the rain ending already in parts of northwest Georgia. So the back edge of this rain is going to keep moving through here. And I really think that by the time we get to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, this rain is going to be exiting our area. Then we're going to have a few hours, multiple hours, to hopefully dry up a little bit with the wind kicking up. But whatever does not dry tonight is going to start freezing again after midnight when we see our temperatures move down to the freezing mark, and then it's going to be 25 in the morning. So whatever does not dry out tonight will turn into ice again and tomorrow morning too. And I know Danielle's been keeping you up with this, but it's ironic that we have freezing temperatures in northeast Georgia, tornado watches, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings down in southwest Georgia. So crazy weather going on right now. Now, Danielle has been keeping a close eye on not only our surface temperatures, but the road temperatures and the impacts that that's having out there on the roads here in Metro Atlanta and northeast Georgia. And there's a big difference depending on where you are.
Exactly, Chris. I have been also looking for different things on social media, like Cody. Here is one thing that people keep asking. What's the roads like? So let's give you a little bit of a difference. I'm going to go back just a little bit here. This is around Metro Atlanta, the 285 perimeter, all green. You can see there were a few flooding reports earlier from that heavy rain band that came in, but then you can see the difference. It was all green, but now as you take a look into really Gainesville and to Gwinnett, you can see that yellow and orange. That is at the I-85 and 985 split, and you can see exactly where it starts to get a little bit bad there on those roadways, even into Athens as well, those yellows and those oranges. And it's because the roads are significantly different in between Atlanta and going into northeast Georgia. This camera is in from Cobb County. You can see at 985. I mean, that is just treacherous. You can barely see the roadways. Yes, they treated it, but when you're dealing with ice, that brine, it deals a little bit differently. This is looking to Metro Atlanta, 7585 at 14th Street. It is nice and wet out there, but just regular rain. We're going to get a little bit of a break from that rain, and that's going to give us a chance to have some of those roads dry out, but we need them to be all dry so that you're not dealing with a black ice mess for tomorrow morning. Also, as we take a look into Habersham County, this road definitely treated. You can see there has been a lot of cars trying to travel through, but it's definitely making some really big impacts. That second round of sleet and freezing rain that came through again. And even in Forsyth County, we're starting to see some of that clearing as well. Here at home, here's a look into Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. You can see the air traffic control tower there. Finally, we're starting to see some of that fog kind of dissipating just a little bit, but I can't say that that fog threat is over. We're not going to be looking at dense fog. However, there is a chance now overnight tonight and into your Monday morning, we could be seeing some patchy fog. And honestly, Chris, this fog forecast is starting to get a little bit worse as we go throughout the next few hours because of that wedge. I feel like every time we get stuck in that wedge, we start to have troubles with our visibility. And it looks like that could be happening again for your Sunday evening and even going into Monday morning, maybe those early overnight hours. So you're talking about freezing temperatures, maybe black ice, and then another addition, some trouble with your visibility there too.
And hopefully that wind picking up, of course we don't want wind to cause any more tree damage, but the wind might help disperse some of that fog just a little bit. It might help with some of those visibilities. Here's a look at the temperatures though. We've been talking about the wedge on and on and on. And this is an example of what it is. You see the blue color that's covering us all up here. That's the cold air that we have. And that's what this wave of rain is trying to overtake. Is it going to be successful? Well, it is getting warmer here in Atlanta, where it's 36 here. We've got 48 in LaGrange, 42 in Carrollton, 44 in Rome. But then look at Canton, 32, Gainesville, 32, Athens is 30. So it was in the 20s earlier in Gainesville and in Athens, but now with that rain moving in, it is starting to creep those temperatures up a little bit. So 32 right now in Gainesville and Canton, at least that's to the freezing mark. Hopefully these temperatures will keep moving up to maybe 33 or 34 to help kind of curtail that buildup of ice there in parts of northeast Georgia. So here's the timeline. We've been updating this as we're kind of going through it right now. So now until 6 o'clock, still freezing rain continuing there in northeast Georgia as we try to see those warmer temperatures coming in from the south and west with the rain and some of those thunder showers around to the south. Roads are staying slick in parts of northeast Georgia. Then tonight, we're seeing the rain ending around 6 o'clock tonight, 6 or 7 here in the metro area. We'll have a few hours, numerous hours to dry out as those temperatures fall and the wind kicks up, and the winds will help to dry things up, but it's also going to enhance some of the power outages. Any leftover moisture is going to be freezing here by tomorrow morning. When we go down into the 20s, the power outage threat is going to continue. So we have to watch for icy roads and patchy slick spots. The icy roads will mainly be northeast Georgia, but in metro Atlanta, we're going to have some patchy slick spots that are going to be here. So we're not finished with this system quite yet. We still have a ways to go.
All right, well, hang in there together, Chris. Thanks so much for letting us know in real time what's going to happen. You know, just a little bit ago, within the hour, we heard that update from GEMA, the Georgia Emergency Management. One thing they talked about was really shifting pieces of the puzzle to areas that are most impacted now. One of those areas they mentioned specifically was Athens, and we want to take you to Athens now with Zach Merchant for some perspective on the ground. You showed us the ice that's already on the ground there. What's happening in real time in terms of your expectation for the next hour or two and any challenges you're seeing around you, Zach?
Well, Sherry, you talk about GDOT and the work they're doing to treat these roads. I want to show you right now. There is a GDOT truck. There's another plow truck following them, almost right on cue here. Take a listen, take a look. Those are the efforts that the Georgia Department of Transportation are talking about. They're salting, they're brining, they're plowing. They're trying to take advantage of, as the EMA or the Emergency Management Services Coordinator here in Athens, Clark County said, this window before the worst of this second wave of the weather comes our way. Get out, retreat these roads. And it is, as GDOT said in the GEMA press conference we heard just a little bit ago, it is a game of repetition. We've heard that 18,000 miles of roads have been treated. And if we swing around here, you can see the difference that it makes. This is what a treated road looks like right now. We've seen a little bit of a pickup of precipitation here in Athens. We're in the heart of downtown Athens by the University of Georgia. We're at the corner of Broad Street and South Hull Street. It's soupy, it's slushy on the road right now, and so you look at that and you do think, as Chris just pointed out, you know, if it gets colder, it gets significantly below the freezing line, this kind of slush on the roads, you worry that that'll freeze over. But take a mental image of this treated road, and then I want to show you what an untreated road looks like right now, just 20 feet away. If we spin the camera over this way just a little bit, this is a pathway here. Basically same material that the roads can be made of. I mean, it's cement versus asphalt, but essentially the same thing. This is an asphalt parking lot here. That looks night and day different compared to the treated road that you saw. And so if you're watching and you're thinking, we're hearing a lot about these plow trucks and brine and salt, and some of it sounds a little technical, there's a very practical reason for it. You can see what a difference it makes, and what a difference too it makes, as emergency management officials have said again and again and again, stay off the roads if you can, because that lets those plows, the brine trucks, do their work and keep the roads clear and safe if you do have to get out. And certainly, as we've heard so much over the last day or two, there's some people who have to do their jobs. They're law enforcement, they work at hospitals, they're doctors, they're nurses, and they have to be able to get out and do their job. So the easiest thing you can do, stay home. We've said it so much, but it is important. You see the difference that keeping these roads clear makes. Right now, we'll end with this. Here you go. You see this truck going down here, and you know he's probably going a little too quickly. The other thing that folks are saying is if you're on the roads, if you got to be out, go slow, take your time, leave more room than you might typically. You know, we're in Athens, we're not dealing with Atlanta traffic, but the same rules apply, especially if you're going down a hill like that fellow was. You want to leave way more space than usual to tap those brakes if the conditions are a little slick. The good news here, though, in our neck of the woods, Oconee County, in Athens, Clark County, where we are, emergency officials have said, for the most part, things have been pretty good at this juncture. The thing we can all do to keep it that way, stay off the roads, enjoy the weekend, let them do their jobs.
Yeah, Zach, thanks so much. It really speaks to why for many days the state has been talking about preparations, because being able to, as you showed us, make a second or third pass at this point is the difference from what we're seeing play out and what could have happened, like maybe what we saw 12 years ago in the city. It's why that additional preparation and advancements in technology we're seeing in real time make a difference. So Zach, thanks so much, live from Athens for us.
And you see the Georgians are actually helping out to make sure they're staying off the roadways. We're going to head to Cobb County right now in Kennesaw, and that's where we find Danielle Nottingham, and we've been talking to you for the past couple of days. What's the latest there based upon your perspective? I do see some rain coming down behind you.
Yeah. There has been some steady rain this afternoon. You can just see one of the pike trucks leaving one of the utility companies that was helping out here in Cobb County. He actually told me he's now on his way to South Carolina. So here in Cobb County, it's sounding like things went better than predicted or expected,